2022. Void where prohibited. Terms apply. For complete details, visit pennzoil.com/rewards.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Great cars and great customer experience are what define a great dealership. At BMW of Fairfield, we deliver on both counts. BMW of Fairfield is the top-rated BMW dealership in the Bay Area, according to Google reviews. We love selling the ultimate driving machines, but our success rests on the outstanding experience we provide our customers. It's a better way to buy and own a vehicle. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Traveling, volunteering, spending time with family. What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Thank you for calling Navy Federal Credit Union. How can I help you?
Hi, if I'm in the Army, not in the Navy, am I still eligible for membership?
Yes, you are.
What about my sister in the Air Force?
Her too.
And my dad's a Marine.
We serve all branches of the military, veterans, and their families.
My dog is a retired military working dog.
I'll see what I can do.
Find out if you're eligible at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Granger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations, so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
In San Francisco, showers today, highs around 70.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take him out! This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
We're going to go with Trey Lance on this play as he kept it and absorbed quite the hit. Cody Barton and Brian Monet both teamed up to put it on Trey Lance. And Lance is down right now. That was quite the hit. Lance absorbed some hits last week against Chicago as well. But on that power run, Lance is down, and Jimmy Garoppolo may see early action today in the first quarter.
And now's with 2:20 left in the first quarter, and that's how Trey Lance's season ends. Right there in the first quarter, 2nd and 8, quarterback trap, RPO, whatever you want to call it. Trey Lance goes down, got hit by the linebackers, and his ankle is broken. He's out for the season. He'll have surgery today, And we won't see Trey Lance possibly until next season. But the 49ers do get their first win of the season. But it feels like an afterthought. The folks, the 27-7 win over the Seattle Seahawks to snap their 4-game losing streak against Seattle. But good morning, everybody out there. I'm just going to get right into it. You guys know the drill. YouTube, Twitch, Comcast Business text line. Drive safe. Everybody getting off of work. You know the drill. We don't have a second to waste today. We don't have a single second to waste today. Because we're going to have the Trey Lance package. We're going to have the Kyle Shanahan package. And we're going to have the Jimmy Garoppolo package. That's what we're talking about basically all day long on 95.7 The Game. So buckle up, folks, as I say good morning to Lubman, Spadoni, and you, Joe Shasky. You can get the first crack at this. Trey Lance out for the season. For the season. After last week running 13 times. Against Houston, he ran 8 times. Against Arizona, he ran 16 times. So
I'm looking, I'm looking at the kid right now going on the cart, and I didn't see the zoomed in things. I was at the game, and it was just the weirdest game to begin with. I'm so gutted for the kid. That's number one. Like, gutted for him. Seeing him on that cart when I got home and I watched the broadcast back, to me, it felt like not only did he recognize his season's over, no doubt about it, it felt like the weight of the world was on the kid's shoulders. Like, I felt pain that was deeper than just the injury, and maybe I'm pulling too much from this. It just sucks. I mean, it absolutely sucks. I'm going to go back to the head coach here.
You want to start there right away?
I'm going to start with the head coach. Right. It is not a singular play. It is the totality of how you're using an individual for me. It's the body of work. Your job as a head coach is to win games and simultaneously keep the franchise quarterback upright. That's your job, your obligation to do that. This kid got hit 20 times last week, 20-plus times. He got hit in this game in 12 plays, 13 plays, 5 times. Got hit. All right? No one is making it through a season getting hit 20 to 25 times per game. I don't care if it's Jimmy G, Tom Brady, Lamar Jackson, Trey Lance. It was bound to happen. I literally tweeted out 2 seconds before he got hit, and I'm sitting there with my cousins. I'm saying, he's taking too many shots. He's taking too many shots. And people are going to say, Joe, Lamar Jackson runs that play. Josh Allen runs that play. God damn it, I don't want my franchise quarterback running that play. I want him sitting back and being protected. This offensive line has been porous from day one, and that's on Shanahan and the head coach, and then you're running him like a brick wall, begging him to get hurt. I'm gutted for the kid. You won the game, but at what cost? The franchise quarterback that you moved up to go get, you didn't protect him. And in fact, because I'm all about risk mitigation, right? You got to minimize the amount of time someone's being hit. If Chip Kelly did this, if Jim Tom Sula did this, if Mike Nolan, this ended Mike Nolan's career with Alex Smith by putting him in a position to get plowed by that Seattle defensive player. Like, Kyle Shanahan, he completely lost me yesterday. Completely lost me yesterday. I'm like livid. And then to see players come out immediately in the locker room, okay, after I was told by everyone with the 49ers, we're a unified group. We got Trey Lance's back. Do they? Because immediately Mike Silver's got a report in the San Francisco Chronicle saying guys are coming up. We're actually better with Jimmy Garoppolo under center. They've botched this thing so many. There's a management issue. There's a usage issue. There's a play calling issue. I mean, pick your poison here. And it goes back to the head coach on the sideline who's so arrogant, he couldn't even look in the mirror and show an ounce of remorse or self-reflection. I'm livid with the team right now.
So there's a few things, and we're going to get on.
I'm sorry, B. I'm so furious with the kid.
So
with Shanahan, excuse me, not with the kid. With the kid getting hurt.
We'll get to Shanahan because I've got questions about the long-term future of Trey Lance, the short-term future of Trey Lance, what it looks like for the 49ers.
Who knows if
there's a chance?
Back.
There's a chance next year when Shanahan is entering his 7th year as head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. There's a chance he could still be looking for a quarterback. There's a chance because we don't know how Trey Lance is going to recover from a broken ankle. Hell, we haven't seen Trey Lance play. Trey Lance is not going to get reps this year. He didn't get reps really last year. He didn't get reps the year before because of the pandemic. He's about to go 3.5 years without really playing any football. Any football.
No development, no nothing.
So the worst part about all this.
It's brutal.
Look, Jimmy Garoppolo being an insurance package is great for the 49ers. It's great for them. But let's not start to call these guys brilliant John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, they're not brilliant for bringing Jimmy back. They looked into having Jimmy Garoppolo come back because Jimmy Garoppolo's a nice guy. Jimmy Garoppolo's a nice guy, said nothing, played his role. They looked into having Jimmy Garoppolo back on that bench. So they don't get any credit for saying, hey, they had the brilliant mind to bring Jimmy Garoppolo back. No. Nobody wanted Jimmy because he was hurt. They tried multiple times to trade him. They couldn't get a trade off. And then they were figuring out, do we cut him? Do we not? Do we cut him? Do we not? They lucked into having Jimmy back. So they get no credit for that. No credit whatsoever. But we could be entering year number 7 where we don't even know who the quarterback is. And I don't know how long a coach can survive when he goes through 7 years where the quarterback situation's been botched. And I've told you this, Butcher, from day number 1.
I know.
They botched the quarterback situation from the first day they got the job by not selecting Pat Mahomes and Deshaun Watson. And I don't care. I know the stories. They didn't go scout them because they were hell-bent on Kirk Cousins. They were hell-bent on Kirk Cousins. And then they didn't do anything there because Kirk Cousins ended up going to Minnesota. It was like, well, we need a plan B. And they pivoted right away to Jimmy. Whatever. Long-term, short-term, Niners got a shot to do some special things this season. No doubt about it. But the usage of Trey Lance, we literally, and we'll play this out. Last Wednesday, our flex moment of the show was saying, can we see Trey Lance as a pocket quarterback? And there's a misconception on what people want from a quarterback. There's a misconception here. A lot of people are tweeting out, well, you guys wanted a running quarterback. You wanted a running quarterback. No. We didn't want a running quarterback.
Or a quarterback that's running power, quarterback
powers all day long.
They go draft Tebow.
All day long. He's averaged 11 carries per game in his 4 starts. Trey Lance. 4 starts. 16 carries against Arizona. All right? 13 carries last week against Chicago. 8 carries against the Houston Texans in a gotta-have-it game. And yesterday, you see him on the first possession. 3rd and 6. Quarterback delay. He gets the first down. But I'm thinking to myself, damn, I thought they drafted him because he could throw the out route on 36. He could make a throw on money down. He could take the top off the defense.
His intelligence. That was the one of the number one things that I was told from many people with the 49ers. They're in love with how smart the kid is.
Right.
And yet, now we're obsessed with him being a running quarterback. Bonte, who took the most snaps under center? Not RPOs, under center of the guys that were coming out in the year he came out.
Trey Lance.
By far. The most amount under center. And this thing about the RPOs, it's hilarious to me. Well, Debo, talk about the specific play that he had, the read option play. Well, he could give the ball up and actually, Debo Samuel had a 50-yard gain earlier. Debo Samuel is a glorified running back playing wide receiver. Yep. George Kittle is a glorified right tackle playing tight end. And the quarterback is a glorified fullback playing quarterback. What is going on? Whoa. Why does this team have everyone playing the wrong positions? Bonte, you don't need to run RPOs to be effective in the league. Does Tom Brady run them?
No, of course not.
I mean, last time I checked, the guy down in L.A., Matt Stafford, who won the Super Bowl, is he running them?
Nope.
If you want to hand the ball up to the running back, just run a freaking running back play. Why does it have to be an RPO?
Here's another situation, though.
And here's the irony. Debo got stuffed for the 2-yard loss and made 3 or 4 jukes and then ran 50 yards. He got stuffed on that play.
Well, here's the deal with Trey Lance, because I want to focus on him first. The Trey package. Was it fair? Was it unfair? Was he misused? 888-957-9570. We don't even know who Trey Lance is as a quarterback yet. We don't. We don't know who he is. Who is he? Do the 49ers go into the 2023 NFL draft and say, well, you know what? Trey Lance has a broken ankle. We don't know if he can throw from the pocket. We need to pivot and go look for another quarterback. Do I even trust Kyle Shanahan to draft that quarterback or work with that quarterback or develop that quarterback? That's an entirely different question. I don't know if I trust Shanahan with my quarterback anymore.
It's a great question. Because I keep seeing this. Well, the reason he's running so much is because he's not developed as a passer. Well, then either one of two things happened. You picked the wrong guy,
right,
or you didn't develop him properly.
Right.
Again, I go back to coaching.
Well, I don't know.
Not that Trey doesn't share some of the culpability.
Listen, and this is what I've been saying about Shanahan for a long time. The arrogance. Now, we're going to play some sound of the post-game presser, where he basically told somebody, do you watch other teams? This is what everybody in the NFL is doing. Do you watch other teams?
Yeah, I do. Because this kid was on pace for 230 carries this year. 230. In the Shanahan era, Bonte, what's the most rushes one running back has had in a year? in the Shanahan era in 49ers.
What is it, 240
by Carlos Hyde.
Yep.
No other guy besides Elijah Mitchell went over 200. Yet Trey Lance is going to take the same amount of carries as Elijah Mitchell, who, by the way, got hurt in both years.
Yeah, hurt in both years.
And let me just go through the list. Carlos Hyde, never been the same since. Breida, who led them in carries,
never been the same. He's
never
out the
been
league.
the same. Coleman, Mostert, always hurt. Jeff Wilson Jr., we know he's gone down many times. And now Elijah Mitchell. I mean, just look up and down this roster. All the running backs get hurt. You know why? Because running the football in between the tackles with linebackers trying to take your head off is literally flirting with danger.
Well, Trey Lance admitted last week, boy, it's hard to outrun these defensive ends in the NFL. I'm learning that I can't just outrun these guys. And the thing about Trey Lance is he's not Lamar Jackson. He's not Josh Allen. He doesn't have wiggle when he runs the football. We highlighted this last year against the Houston Texans, where it's like, yeah, Trey can run.
Well, he can move behind the line.
Escape. But he's a pocket guy. And you drafted him because he was a pocket guy who could make all the throws from the pocket. But instead, quarterback power, running them right up the middle against linebackers. I was at Soldier Field. Anna, my better half, Anna. Last week in Chicago, Soldier Field, she go, boy, quarterback's taking a lot of hits. She don't know diddly pool about football. Mm-hmm. First time she saw a block field goal yesterday, she thought it was the coolest thing on earth. Oh, my God, I'd never seen anything that. That was cool.
When they didn't go for it on fourth and one
from the 2-yard line. But they did early on that possession.
Uh-huh.
So decision making on fourth down, I don't even want to get there because I've been all over that.
I know.
I've been all over that for many years. And people always tell me, Shanahan's a genius. He's not a genius. He's a good play caller. But is he a great head coach? I do not know. Is he a great quarterback whisperer? I do not know. They just handled their number 3 overall pick, and that's another thing. We're looking at another possibly blown first-round pick.
I know.
Solomon Thomas, right?
I know.
Reuben Foster.
I know.
2 blown first-round picks.
What about Mike McGlinchey?
Mike McGlinchey. I was getting there.
Mike McGlinchey stinks.
Hold on. Mike McGlinchey, number 9 overall. It's going to be walking.
And clearly loves Jimmy Garoppolo, if you just watch the videos and the celebrations.
Javon Kinlaw, we don't know about yet. I think he could be really, really good. But it's a question mark.
That's being friendly.
CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson. All right? You have Brandon Ayuk, number 25 overall. I think Brandon Ayuk could be very, very good.
I agree.
Very, very good. But he needs a quarterback to get him the ball.
I'm with you.
And Trey Lance, one of the throws he made, get Ayuk in the flat, wide open, let him make some things happen. It's a 25-yard game. And then you got Trey Lance, number 3 overall, and you move 3 first-round picks to go get Trey Lance. Now, some people say 2, 3, whatever.
Well, you
flip-flop first, and you gave up 2.
You prioritize the franchise quarterback, and then this is how you develop him and nurture him? I mean, again, Monte, I'm asking you out loud, okay? Any coach, just take the names away. Take Trey Lance's name away. Take Kyle Shanahan's name away. Head coach was going to run his quarterback for the most amount of rushes on pace for a quarterback in the history of the NFL, and he broke his ankle, and I'm supposed to be surprised? I'm asking.
Nobody's surprised.
I'm asking. I'm literally sitting there. I go, he got hit 5 times in 12 plays.
I know.
5 times.
I know.
No quarterback is going to last that way.
Quarterback power on 3rd and 6. He gets the first down, but he gets blasted. 2nd and 6. He throws an incomplete pass, but he got blasted by number 10 from Seattle, Uwusu. Right? Got blasted by him. 2nd and goal. Takes a hit on the quarterback delay. Doesn't get anywhere. Takes a shot. 3rd and goal. Completes a pass to Jeff Wilson Jr. Took a shot on that. That's just all on the first drive. That's 4 plays on the first drive, Shasky. We haven't even got the possession number 2. So, part of the head coach's job, if you know Trey Lance is having a tough time sliding, if you know he has a tough time protecting himself, then help him protect himself. Kyle Shanahan botched it, but you know what? The lines are lit up.
Well, and here's the irony. They won. Listen, and I couldn't.
They won.
I
and
was
I could care.
I was so sad for the kid.
Listen, there's so many things I want to get to here. We got over 300 people already watching on YouTube. It's going to be one of those days, folks. It's going to be one of those days. Twitch, I see you humming. I want to get to a call real quick to set the tone.
Okay.
I want to set the tone because I haven't heard from this guy in a very long time. And the lines are lit up right now, but we're going to start off with the man Juice out there in San Carlos. Juice is calling early.
Wow.
He's on the morning roast. Let's roll.
Good morning, fellas. I just want to call and say happy Monday to y'all. And that, honestly, I'm really confused. Once Jimmy got in, I look at this playbook. He's throwing it down the field. He's throwing all these, mid-route passes. And Trey didn't get none of that. Why are we letting Jimmy throw down the field? If you want to let Trey run when he can run at his best. When he picks and chooses, pick up that first down. Don't be sending my quarterback on draw delays so he gets killed. This is giving me shades of RG3 all over again. Mishandling the quarterback, abusing him, and now he's gone. Now we got to wait another year for development. Now Kittle, Debo, all these other guys are a year older. Trent Williams. I don't know. I'm confused on what Shanahan's doing.
Thanks, Juice. And that wasn't the juice I was expecting. That was a damn good call.
Let me jump in there.
Damn good.
One of the things that people are saying is like, well, football, people get hurt. Of course people get hurt. It's a violent game. Joe Montana got hurt by Jim Burt in the pocket. All right? In the pocket. Herbert the other night on Thursday Night Football.
Hurt in the pocket.
In the pocket. This is about risk mitigation at times. Why do I wear a seatbelt when driving? I could get hurt wearing the seatbelt or not wearing the seatbelt. Right. You know why I wear the seatbelt? Out of extra precaution, because I know that it's going to at least mitigate some of the risk. Not all of it, but some of the risk. It's the same thing with the quarterback. Can you pick and choose your spots and maybe run him on the edges every now and then, even if you don't think he's fast enough to run on the edges? Well, I'd much rather him go head up with a DB than two linebackers in between the tackles. Like these people that like, well, injuries happen. Well, this guy, who the head coach, has gotten Beathard hurt, Mullins hurt, Jimmy Garoppolo hurt multiple times, and now Trey Lance hurt. What more do you need to see? And then if you want to say to me, Joe, well, he's a running quarterback, well, then put an offensive line in front of him that can actually block.
That's the one thing. That's the one thing right there.
Again, I go back to the coach.
That's the one thing.
I'm sorry.
That's
I'm just so mad.
That's the one thing right there. When you talk about Lamar Jackson, you talk about Josh Allen. I watch those organizations build their offense around their quarterback. The Bills, let's go get Diggs. Let's make sure we have a good offensive line. Let's go get some running backs. Let's make sure our tight ends are right.
Davis.
Draft them. Drafted all these guys.
Draft Cooks because we don't want him running.
Right, exactly. So then you look at Baltimore. They get the offensive line. They get speedy wide receivers. They got a slew of running backs. They got running backs. They got so many running backs in Baltimore. They do it to build around Lamar Jackson. And they drafted Huntley out of Utah. In case Lamar Jackson goes down, we got a quarterback who can run the similar offense, and we don't skip a beat. What the 49ers did this offseason, did they make the offensive line better? They let Lincoln Tomlinson walk.
No.
Alex Mack retired in July. So then you go into the season with your second-year quarterback who had 2 starts under his belt, and you say, okay, you're going to play behind Aaron Banks, who has no starts and wasn't active.
Who is Jake Brendel starting on? What team?
Jake Brendel, and then right guard and Spencer Burford, who we all like, but he's a rookie.
And thank God he's as good as he is, because could you imagine if there was a downgrade there?
So you didn't build your offensive line. You drafted other running backs, I get it, but you really didn't build the offense around Trey. You asked Trey to say, hey, come into this offense and just take us to another level. But we're not going to protect you up front. We're gonna go very cheap on the offensive line.
And we're not going to run the plays that you're familiar with. Under center.
Bootlegs,
under
zone,
center.
under
Again,
center.
He took more under center snaps than Trevor Lawrence, Mac Jones, Justin Fields, and Zach Wilson. So this thing that like this revisionist, they ran, I charted it, shotgun 3 times, pistol 3 times, and under center 6.
I got it.
50% of the time they were in a shotgun or a pistol, and 50% of the time they were under center. That's just for this game. Again, the guy's strength is turning his back to the defense and running play action. His 3 good throws last week against the Bears were all under center play action plays.
Unbelievable. 44 carries going into that game yesterday for Trey Lance in his first 3 starts. First 3 starts,
it's
44 carries.
It's unsustainable. You were flirting with danger.
Called it last week. We're going to play the sound. We're going to get Bay-Rob, you're coming up on deck. We got Mondo, we got Nick, we got EJ, we got RJ, got everybody on YouTube. It's going to be one of those shows. Niners win. They beat the Seahawks 27-7.
It feels like an afterthought.
Geno Smith and company didn't score a point.
Yeah, he stinks.
That's 6 straight quarters the Seahawks offense hasn't scored a point. But it's an afterthought, folks. Trey Lance is out for the year, broken ankle. So what does it mean? Jimmy's back. Does the expectations change? Is it now? Are we now back to Super Bowl or bust?
I'm not even ready to get that far.
Now that the veteran's back in, are we back to Super Bowl or bust?
I don't know.
What's going on? We're going to talk all about it here on the Morning
offense
Roast.
looks slightly better for a couple drives.
Please. The San Diego Tourism Authority, when you're happy and you know it. In San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures. Inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic, and they bring the shop to you. Brakes and tire replacements, oil changes, and more. And they've just added an eco-friendly wash. Barely uses any water and makes your car look brand new. The ultimate convenience, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, service in your driveway, no waiting rooms or coordinating rides, direct access to your mechanic, friendly, reliable service, no middlemen, no upsells. Get $50 off your first oil change with the code OIL50. That's OIL50. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com. Let's do it again. Kirby is your driveway mechanic, and they bring the shop to you. Brakes and tire replacements, oil changes, and more. And they just added an eco-friendly wash. Barely uses any water. Makes the car look brand new. The ultimate convenience, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, service in the driveway. No waiting rooms, coordinating rides, direct access to your mechanic. Friendly, reliable service. No middlemen, no upsells. So, now, get $50 off your first oil change with the code OIL50. That's OIL50. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com.
The gamer, the call maker, the experience chaser. What if you could be everything all at once? Galaxy Z Fold 4 is powered by the Snapdragon processor for world-class performance and lightning-fast speed to turbocharge your multitasking. How about an expansive edge-to-edge screen for immersive gaming, hands-free video calls with flex mode, and multi-window view to use up to 3 apps at the same time? With Galaxy Z Fold 4, do more with ease and make multitasking a breeze. Available now at Samsung.com.
Pink Floyd's Roger Waters. This is not a drill.
We're doing a show in the round. It's something new. I'll look forward to the challenge.
Featuring his songs from the golden era of Pink Floyd. Friday and Saturday, September 23rd and 24th, Chase Center in San Francisco. Tickets on sale now at RogerWaters.com.
This is not a drill.
Produced by AEG Presents.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustile, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Click on Virtual Tours, and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
BART is turning 50, and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off of your ride in honor of BART's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper BART fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off of those too. Details at BART.gov/50 years. Celebrate BART's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage?
If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more. And you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Season debut for Jimmy Garoppolo, who last played a meaningful game in the NFC title game against the Rams last year. And he's hit as he throws, but he finds Brandon Ayuk on third down. It is short of the line to gain by about a couple of yards. Picks up 4. Robbie Gould will come out.
I thought he did a real good job coming off the bench. Made some real key throws. That it got real tough there in the second half with some of that when that rain came back. It was on and off, so we had to be a little selective in certain moments. Especially it was tough when we lost our run game a little bit there in the third, early fourth, because it was a little tougher to throw there when the rain started coming. But I was real proud of Jimmy and how he came in and was ready for the moment and helped us get a win.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Well, it's Kyle Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo, of course, helping the Niners get their first victory of the season. Jimmy Garoppolo connected on his first 5 pass attempts. Could have been 6 if Ayuk held on to a deep, I guess, a back shoulder fade route, 30 yards down the field, if you want to call it that. But overall, Jimmy Garoppolo, 13-21, 154 yards, and a touchdown. Started the first half, 8 of 11 for 106, and it's his team again. It's Jimmy Garoppolo's team again. We're going to get back out to the lines in just a second, as the segment is brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. So there's a couple things I want to read. One from Ed Werder from ESPN. It's covered the Cowboys a long time. This is back on September 26th of 2021. Despite injuries at running back, Kyle Shanahan doesn't view rookie quarterback Trey Lance as a solution to create rushing yards. Here's what Shanahan said nearly a year ago. Trey's not Lamar Jackson. Trey is a quarterback who has the ability to run. But to just line him up and run him, the game's too physical. That's what Shanahan said September 26th of 2021. Trey's a quarterback who has the ability to run, but to just line him up and run him, the game's too physical. And what did we see the first 2 games of the season this year? We saw Shanahan line up Trey Lance and just run him. And we all knew the game was too physical. Oh, Roquan Smith. We're lucky Roquan Smith didn't put him on a cart last week. But Trey Lance didn't even make it 2 weeks. Didn't even make it 2 weeks, Shasky.
Well, the thing that's frustrating me, and then you're going to see this narrative put out throughout the entire year, is, the offense looks slightly better with Jimmy Garoppolo. They let him throw the ball a little more, and literally they were clearly defined. Again, just watch the games, people. I tell you, watch the games. Clearly defined throws, simple, easy. Deebo Samuel ran a screen. Ross Dwelly's wide open. Wasn't even close. Like the play last week that everyone was losing their minds about that Trey missed on that throw to Croft over the top, the wheel route to the tight end. Dwelly's wide open on that play, and I'm saying, where was that for Trey Lance? You could have ran over and handed him the ball. There was nobody in between the quarterback and the tight end on those plays. And so, look, whether you want to say that Kyle Shanahan doesn't trust Trey Lance, you want to say that the offense flows a little more.
Well, then why'd you draft him number 3 overall?
It goes right back to Shanahan.
If you didn't think he could throw the damn ball,
my point.
Why didn't you go get Mac Jones?
That's my point. Why
didn't you go get Mac Jones?
And if you want to use him as a running back, then why are you wasting 3rd and 4th round picks yearly on running backs and then cutting them a year later?
It makes no sense. Let's go to Bay Rob.
And you were running the ball well in that game.
I know.
You didn't even need to use the quarterback to run.
You didn't. You ran him on 3rd and 6 on the first possession. 3rd and 6. Got a first down, but you ran it right up the damn middle. Bay Rob, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, fellas. I just want to let you know, number one, y'all ain't crazy, because I'm feeling the same way, bro. I just totally don't understand. If Trey Young, if Trey Lance is our asset, Why was this dude running him like that? I felt he was running him like he was running RG3, bro. I was like living that same moment of RG3 yesterday. I didn't understand it. Vontae, we was at game 1. He was doing that to him in the rain. I didn't understand it, bro.
Sure was.
Shanahan got me confused, bro, and he got me feeling a certain type of way. Why did you even go get Trey Lance and you knew Trey Lance wasn't even ready, bro? I don't even think that's his field over there to try to go draft a quarterback, bro, because now we back stuck in the mud at point A. You know what I'm saying? This dude finna miss years.
I know.
He's way behind the 8 ball.
Well,
so I'm feeling a certain type of way, bro.
Yeah,
so
no, and I'm with you.
I'm feeling the same way, too.
Thanks, Bay Rob.
Here's the
Good
thing.
to hear from you, Bay Rob.
So, like, the quarterback, the development, trying to get to the next level, just put that to the side. From a business standpoint, all right? Your franchise quarterback, forget the names, remove all the names. The franchise quarterback that you traded all these assets for, and the reason why you got him is so that you could suppress the salary of the quarterback to pay a bunch of other guys that you believe to be a Super Bowl winning roster, okay? You're not even capitalizing on that because he A, didn't play in year 1, and then B, got hurt right away. Then you're running him into the ground because you're telling me that's the best way to win with him now? Then you're not doing your job.
No.
Had Mike Nolan done this exact same thing with Trey Lance,
we want his head. We want his head. Heads would roll. Heads would roll. The fact that Shanahan is going to get into year 7 in what feels like a lifetime contract with the 49ers. It's going to go into year 7, Chasky, and we're still going to have question marks about the quarterback. Year 7. I've been screaming about this forever. Whether it's Brady, whether it's Stafford, whether it's Watson, whether it's Mahomes, whether it's Hoyer, whether it's Cousins, we're about to go into year 7. And hell, the Niners may have to bring Jimmy Garoppolo back.
Well, I don't even want to. Like today.
No, I'm dead serious.
I know what you're saying.
I'm dead serious.
Vontae,
He's got a broken ankle. He hasn't played football in 3 months, 3 years. Excuse me. He has no reps. No reps. We don't even know who Trey Lance is. I don't even know who he is.
No one
I think he could be really good, but I don't know.
But there's the whole point of playing him this year was to see what he was going to be, and we're robbed of that. And I just go back to the same thing. Head coach's job is to keep the quarterback healthy, win games, and develop him. That was the job heading into this year. They haven't done those. I mean, just straight up. It is what it is. The thing that's frustrating for me, I've been the biggest Shanahan supporter. Between you and me, we've been arguing about Shanahan and quarterback and this and that. I can't defend him today. And they won the game by 20, and I can't defend him today. I can't. I'm not sitting here asking for the guy to be fired. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is I've defended him every step of the way. All the bad losses, all of the different roster decisions, you jump up to go get Reuben Foster, jump backwards to get Solomon Thomas. I've defended every single thing, not taking a quarterback in year 1, trading for Jimmy Garoppolo. This, you name it, I've been there defending him every step of the way. I can't defend him this morning, and that's the part that's just, I don't know what to say.
People are starting to see the real about Shanahan. He's not a genius. Hell, we forget that this is Shanahan's first go-round as an NFL head coach. It's his first go-round. A lot of guys get it wrong their first time around. Ask Bill Belichick. He got fired. Got fired in Cleveland. Didn't work out for him.
Did you see what was going down with Miami yesterday? Tua. We all agree Tua
threw for 462 yards yesterday.
But we all agree that Tua is probably mediocre in terms of physical skill set, right? I watched a coach go to that podium in Mike McDaniels and empower the young man. Not oh my God, we missed this throw,
he
on
empowered
edge.
him.
He said, I want this kid to just have fun and do the things that he's good at, and we'll try to hide some of the things that he's not good at.
Shanahan's never done that. What have I said the whole time during Jimmy Garoppolo?
You've been hitting
you've
been hitting it.
How about Shanahan's, like, the one thing about Jim Harbaugh, say what you want about Jim Harbaugh.
He empowered
Jim
Alex.
Harbaugh looked at Alex Smith and told him,
you're right.
the greatest quarterback in the league.
You're right.
Now, he was lying. We all knew that wasn't true. But he looked at Alex Smith every game and said, clutch. That's what you do. Clutch. Empowered him. I've been saying this for 5 years now. Shanahan, can you just put your arm around Jimmy Garoppolo and maybe help his psyche out a little bit? Instead, you want to be, you want to be hard on these guys. This ain't high school. This ain't high school. You're not Nick Saban in Alabama.
Andy Reid and all like Sean Payton, they're all empowering their quarterbacks.
They're all empowering their quarterbacks. I don't get that from
Even
Shanahan.
McVay, when he moved off of Goff, leading up to the whole thing, no one would have known that he didn't like Goff.
So Trey Lance, in 4 starts in a preseason game against the Raiders, running the ball and stuff like that. Had a bad finger, broken finger. knee injury because you had him running into the goal line against two dudes looking like a fullback trying to truck people at the goal line. My quarterback trying to truck dudes at the goal line.
Again, they have a wide receiver who's a running back. They have a tight end who's a right tackle. And then they have a quarterback who plays fullback. So, he's just smarter than you.
So he's had 3 serious injuries in limited playing time. So now the young man may be brittle. And you spent 3 first-round picks, number 3 overall. How does a regime get away with this? How? Solomon Thomas, Reuben Foster, Mike McGlinchey. We still don't know about Kinlaw. We don't know about Ayuk. And now your number 3 overall pick, a quarterback who you traded 3 first-round picks for, may not play until next. He's not playing until next year.
And you're just doing the first-round picks? Now go through the second-round picks. Debo's really the only shining light of all those second-round picks. How's Aaron Banks looking? How's that D Ford trade look? How about Dante Pettis? Like, just go down the list and look at all of their draft capital.
I'm not even trying to, it's just the truth.
No, it's reality.
We have the Trey package today. We have the Shanahan package. We have the Jimmy package. We're going to take your calls coming up on the other side, and I've got plenty of sound from Kyle Shanahan, his father Mike Shanahan, Kyle Juszczyk, because I want to get into something that I saw online, and it kind of capped off.
It was
a week of nasty coverage.
I'm with you.
When it came to Trey Lance. A week of just nasty coverage. Disgusting. We're going to do that on the other side. Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep. We have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com. And if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Man, I slept.
New ZzzQuil Pure Z's restorative herbal sleep is made for people who are tired of being tired.
I've never slept like this before. I've never woken up like this before.
A melatonin-free sleep aid made with a botanical blend that contains clinically studied and effective valerian root, hops, and passion flower, shown to help promote better restorative sleep. ZzzQuil Pure Z's restorative herbal sleep. Sleep this good, feel this good. Available at retailers near you.
Today's Throwback Thought is brought to you by Kentucky Fried Chicken. Let's take some callers. Tony from Houston. Any throwbacks for us?
Yeah, hi. I remember when you could get a whole meal for just $6. But now?
You still can with KFC's 2-piece drum and thigh combo. Crispy chicken, mashed potatoes, a biscuit, and a drink for just $6.
Is this an ad?
Thanks, Tony. Order KFC's 2-piece drum and thigh combo on the KFC app for just $6. That's finger licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer, tax extra.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services member NYSE SIPC.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by Beat the Street. For tips to win a $5.6 million prize. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh my God!
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Baldy, join us tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. on the Morning Roast, as he does every single Tuesday. Boy, he was right about Mike McDaniel. He's got Miami rolling. The Dolphins improved to 2-0. Tua throws for 462 yards. We'll talk to Baldy about how the Niners beat the Seahawks for their first win of the season, 27-7. And a lot of people were happy about the win, and a lot of people felt like me and Shasky. My guys, Diego and Zuri, who sit in section 227 next to me. All game long, we're like, it's just a weird vibe.
It was so weird.
Just a weird vibe.
Sun, rain, sun. Jimmy's on the field. People are cheering. Some people aren't. I was like in a comatose.
Yeah, it was.
The kid's in an air cast.
The kid's in the air cast. He's going to have surgery today. He's out for the season. But I want to, before we get to the lines, what I saw yesterday capped off a week of just nasty coverage on Trey Lance. And Colin Cowherd said what he said, talking about it's not the NBA, dude. You can't be the show. Like, just whatever. Cowherd, I've been told you about Cowherd. He's a fraud. I don't listen to him. I think he's a joke. But what I saw from a segment of 49er fans yesterday was just disgusting. Now, you and I, Shasky, have never rooted for Jimmy Garoppolo to fail.
I'm going to rally behind whoever the quarterback is.
You want him to win.
Yeah.
I never wanted Jimmy Garoppolo to say, hey, man, we want to throw 3 picks and play Trey Lance and prove a point. No, that's not how it works with us. Especially not me. Like, I don't.
You think I went down to SoFi Stadium so that I could watch my team lose?
Yeah, no, that's silliness.
You think I spent all my money to go see this guy lose? No, I wanted to win. I want to win the Super Bowl.
But the nastiness yesterday I saw from a segment of 49er fans. The minute Trey Lance got hurt and Jimmy Garoppolo came trotting on that field, I look at my Instagram feed, I look at my Twitter feed, and people are smiling ear to ear with their Jimmy jerseys saying, Jimmy's back, Jimmy's back, which tells me you were rooting against Trey Lance, which is pathetic. There was 2 scoreboards for some people. Guru always has his 2 scoreboards. The win, lost, and then the quarterbacks. People literally had their 2 scoreboards, hoping that Trey Lance would be inconsistent so they could see Jimmy back on the field. Now, it may have happened like that. It may have happened like that in week 6, week 7 if Trey Lance struggled. But nothing yesterday told me that Trey Lance is going to struggle. Trey Lance looked good to start. But people are rooting against Trey to fail just so the guy could go play quarterback. And to me, that is disgusting. That is disgusting behavior. How can you call yourself a fan when you're rooting against the starting quarterback of your football team because you like the backup better? That's pathetic, folks. And it's not everybody, but I saw a lot of people do that. And I thought that was just gross and disgusting.
There's just so much to take away from yesterday. Like, this whole thing that they had to run Trey because they wanted to win, and it's the only way that he's going to have any glimmer of success. I watched them throw with Jimmy Garoppolo a bunch of very basic underneath throws, a screen to Debo, a couple little stick routes. Trey hit a stick route. He only had 2 completions. One was the Texas route to the running back. The other one was the stick route to Ayuk, which he hit him in stride and helped him put a perfect ball placement. The guy went upfield. It's a super simple throw. But we're acting like he can't complete a pass 4 yards. Like, that's kind of the narrative around this thing, that he has to run. It's the only way they can win. They can literally just hand the ball off to guys. Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't run. Like last year, Jimmy Garoppolo barely passed effectively down the stretch. And I'm not knocking Jimmy. I'm explaining the context. And yet they still ran Deebo Samuel very effectively without the threat of the RPO, without the threat of other guys.
Right.
So I don't understand why they had to go to that. There's a reason Baltimore, and I don't agree with them, but Lamar Jackson's an outlier. He's a unicorn. And there's a reason Baltimore is just a little worried about paying him $200 million guaranteed.
Because of all the running.
Because it's unsustainable. The most predictable thing in the world is, let me run this guy through the tackles and pray that he stays healthy. This guy's valuable to you. I mean, he's so valuable to you and Trey Lance. And when you're doing that, it tells me you don't see the value that everyone else sees in the league. Why do you think these quarterbacks are getting $200 million deals? They can get hurt on any play. This is about risk mitigation and putting a guy in a position to stay upright all year and showcase that he can develop. And I think that he failed them as a coach on those aspects.
Yeah, I do too. Here's Mike Shanahan on Undisputed. This is interesting because a lot of people started talking about RG3. And we all watched RG3 that season, and then we watched him go into the next season. His knee was shot.
Oh, he was done.
He was done. Now, I get the play. He got hurt. It was a bad snap, and his knee gave in on that bad turf, but he was not 100% in that football game.
Yeah.
He was struggling, trying to move around. Struggling. Well, Mike Shanahan discussed on who he wanted to see RG3 be a quarterback, and RG3 also discussed, hey, I want to be Aaron Rodgers. Here's a couple clips from Mike Shanahan on Undisputed a few years ago.
Right after the Cleveland game, he came back and he said, hey, I don't want to run the read option anymore. I said, why? Because Kirk, we beat Cleveland 38-31, and Kirk played very well.
He did.
And he said, well, if Kirk doesn't have to run it, why do I have to run it? I said, you know what? Kirk is not a read option guy. He's never run that before. You have. And I said, you can do some things that no quarterback can do. Just keep on using this, and it'll take some time. But you're going to get this drop-back passing game down. But you have to run what we've been doing to keep you healthy. And so it went south from there.
And it went south from there because RG3 was like, I don't want to run no more. I don't want to run. I want to be a quarterback.
Well, I mean, this is the biggest disconnect for me is that Trey has to run, yet in college, they were under center. Like, the whole point of the North Dakota offense was he was under center.
Running boot action and throwing to the tight ends.
Running a pro offense.
Running a pro offense, throwing the ball down the field,
now,
throwing the ball from the pocket.
Was mobility an element of his game?
Absolutely.
Of course it was. But running a guy in between the tackles on design quarterback runs, whether they're RPOs or not, I mean, you're playing with fire. Like, can we admit this? Bonte, every sport now has risk mitigation. There's a pitch count in baseball for a reason, all right? There's load management in basketball for a reason. There's kind of science behind, like, hey, we kind of know that, like, you're playing with fire if you expose a guy to X, Y, and Z amount of times out there. When you run your quarterback on pace for 230 carries like he's Derrick Henry, don't be mad when he snaps his ankle.
Well, I just
shocked.
I keep thinking of Shanahan on the private jet when they were like, he was drawing up these plays for Trey Lance. What plays were they?
That play, the RPO.
Because those quarterback powers look like an offense from Notre Dame back in 1956.
It looked like Tebow.
It was
looked
awful.
like Tebow.
Well, here's more on Shanahan, Mike Shanahan on RG3.
And so the read option was a part that we ran maybe 20% of the time, 15% of the time with the play action game off of it, but it utilized his skills. And all of a sudden, when you got away from the read option and you went to the drop back game, Robert really got better. And the year we won 7 games in a row, he went from 31st in the NFL in third downs to the top 5. We kept it simpler for him. What we did is we said, hey, Robert, just go look at 2 guys, either run it or dump it off. And that's one of the reasons we won 7 in a row.
Here's the last.
I was really disappointed myself because I knew where Robert was going. I knew where his dad was going. I knew where Dan Schneider was going. It was up to me to convince this guy that, hey, if you don't run the drop back game, if you don't take your game, it's not there now, but you can get there. I blame myself for not getting to the kid. He really believed he was Aaron Rodgers. And in his mind, he believed he was Aaron Rodgers. I said, you know what? You're not Aaron Rodgers, and Aaron Rodgers is not you. But
or Peyton Manning.
Or Peyton Manning. In time, though, you can learn the drop back game. And you will get better, but you got to do some of the things that we've been doing your rookie year just to keep the defenses off you.
So what do you make out of that from Mike Shanahan? Because he had a quarterback basically crying, saying, I don't want to run read options. Or RG3 career was shot after that. It was shot after that stint in Washington. He didn't want to run the ball like that. Now, I get it. He wasn't a drop back quarterback, but he wanted to learn. Teach me. Donovan McNabb learned from Andy Reid.
I think the question that I keep coming back to, and this is kind of the question that the Niners put themselves in this year, it's the how much do you care about winning today's game versus overall development? Because you're going to lose a game here and there in today's world trying to make the long-term gains. Like some of the other quarterbacks, whether it's Herbert or Josh Allen that you want to point to, that people want to point to, those guys weren't on quote-unquote win-now teams. And I feel like they kind of put themselves and boxed themselves into this situation. And Look, I still believe they could have won games by just handing the ball off to running backs. They were gashing them via the run.
Yeah.
I don't think the quarterback run last year was a part of the playbook, and yet they still won 10, 11 games. And don't tell me that Jimmy Garoppolo played the game the way Peyton Manning does, throwing it downfield.
The reality of the situation is they may have missed on the number 3 overall pick.
Probably.
After giving up all these picks
yeah.
for Trey Lance. In a quarterback class that was rich, with Mac Jones, Justin Fields, Zach Wilson, and Trevor Lawrence, who Trevor Lawrence probably had his best game as a pro yesterday against the Colts. You may have botched another first-round pick. We haven't gotten to the second-round picks. This may be another botched first-round pick. How does a regime survive like that?
They have to win. I mean, they have to win. They have to. I mean, that's really what it is. You have to win.
So now the expectations again is Super Bowl or bust?
I don't know.
With Jimmy Garoppolo,
I don't even know if I'm ready to recalibrate with the Jimmy Garoppolo. Not today. I don't know. I get where you're coming from, B.
You get where I'm
I do. I get
now
where
you
you're
get the veteran,
from.
and now you got everybody happy that Jimmy's back.
That feels like an instant pivot to the other side of the room, and I don't know if I'm ready to do that.
The 49ers have already done it.
Well, I mean, I'm seeing some of the jubilation and them rallying behind Jimmy Garoppolo. You can't tell me that this was a unified locker room. It felt very fractured. All right, just like the fan base right now feels very fractured.
No doubt. RJ in Fremont, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for taking my call. But I'm just frustrated, man. I just want to start off by saying watching Trey Lance on that cart, going into the locker room, man, that was hard to see, just the look on his face. But I'm just frustrated, man, because I waited so long to watch Trey Lance ball this season, and I didn't really get a glimpse of him in week 1 because of the rain. But now we waited a year and a half to watch him, and this is what we came up with. We spent so many draft picks on this guy, and we still don't know what he is.
No clue.
That's why I'm frustrated. And to sit there and watch Kyle Shanahan on that podium be arrogant as hell. And to take no accountability for this mistake. Why we ran 2 running plays, and I was like, oh, this quarterback is going to get hurt if he keeps running this. And then next thing you know, oh, he's hurt. I already knew. I mean, Jimmy's in there. I'm glad he's there. But here's the thing. We know what Jimmy is. He can't throw outside 20 yards. Look, he's a middle, 15 yards or less. We know what Jimmy is. We know what we're going to get with Jimmy.
Here's the irony.
The reason why Trey Lance is...
Here's the irony. Forget like the elevation portion.
Thanks, RJ, for the call.
Trey to we want more than Jimmy Garoppolo. Wouldn't you argue if we were just putting a pie chart together, the biggest reason why they're moving off of Jimmy Garoppolo isn't strictly performance? I would say the biggest slice is he can't stay healthy. And then you run the other guy who's going to replace the guy who couldn't stay healthy into the ground, and then he gets hurt. Like, am I taking crazy pills?
Well,
I'm asking you.
It's also on the head coach because Jimmy Garoppolo has been a scapegoat of Super Bowl 54.
Agreed.
And I've said a lot of things about Jimmy Garoppolo. I've been on both sides of it. I've been his biggest fan. I've said get him out of the building. But Super Bowl 54, to this day, Shasky, because we did the post-game show, I will go to my grave blaming Shanahan as the number one guy for that Super Bowl loss. I look at Kyle Shanahan and the way he managed that game. And when it goes back to having your quarterbacks back, nobody had Jimmy's back when they lost that Super Bowl.
No.
He was beat down by this fan base, beat down by everybody in the national media, beat down by everybody. Shanahan, what did he do? Flirted with another quarterback. Brady. Oh, maybe we're in on Watson. Maybe we're in on Matt Stafford. Well, you missed out on Matt Stafford. McVay beat you to that punch. He beat you to that punch, and then you go get Trey Lance, and you run him like a fullback. I just don't get it. I don't get it. Literally last year. I'm going to read this quote again after the legal. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every day on our Twitch and YouTube streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Good morning to everybody out there. Comcast Business text line. I see your text as well. Literally last year, September 26th, 2021, Ed Werder of ESPN had this quote from Shanahan. Despite injuries at running back, Kyle Shanahan doesn't view rookie Trey Lance as a solution to create rushing yards. Shanahan said he's not Lamar Jackson. Trey is a quarterback who has the ability to run, but to just line him up and run him, the game's too physical. And literally does the exact opposite of what he said last year.
I know.
Literally.
I know.
I'm not trying to,
No, it's so predictable. Everyone saw it coming.
And so, Spinoni, I want to play this, Spinoni.
Everyone saw it coming.
This is literally last Wednesday, our flex moment of the show. Shasky and I talking about the game plan for Trey Lance. And 2 to 3 starts for Trey Lance so far.
Mm-hmm.
He's ran the ball 13 or more times.
I don't like that game plan. I personally don't like that.
You want to say he ran the ball because of the monsoon? Well, last year against Arizona. Why is he running the ball with all these quarterback design runs? He's a quarterback, not a running back. Let him play from the pocket and stop designing these. That's why you have running backs. That's why you have Deebo Samuel.
Well, they didn't have running backs in that game.
They did. But you know what? Jeff Wilson Jr. is on this roster for a reason.
Yeah.
And you gave him 9 carries. All right? Jordan Mason is up, dressed. Why is he not getting carries? I don't need to see my quarterback taking multiple shots left and right all game long like he did last year at Arizona. Hurt his knee against Arizona last year because he ran the ball so damn much. All right? He's going to get hurt with this type of game plan. You drafted him because you believe he could be a great pocket quarterback. Now let's see it from the pocket.
Well, it's not just how you're using him, it's who you're throwing the ball to and who you're utilizing. Again, to sit here and go, in the second half of that game, Jeff Wilson Jr. got twice the amount of touches than Ayuk and Deebo combined.
That's a problem.
Well, I'd pivot back to the coach.
Right.
And you could say, there were plays to be had and Trey didn't hit them. Okay, I'll meet you halfway.
Right.
What about a couple of design plays for Ayuk?
I'm not going to lie. This is something I'm going to be monitoring moving forward. The Shanahans ran RG3 into the ground.
So you're afraid he's going to run him into the ground?
It's something I'm looking at.
Okay.
I hope they learn their lesson from RG3. I really do. Too many carries on Sunday against the Chicago Bears. Shanahan has to be better. And that's one thing we haven't touched on. Shanahan, and I like Shanahan as a head coach. I do. I don't believe he's great yet. A lot of people say he's a genius. I'm not there yet with him.
I think he's really good.
He's a really good play caller.
I think he's really good.
But I'm not going to call him great yet. He got a pass for Super Bowl 54 from a lot of people. A lot of people gave him a pass, and we went straight to Jimmy Garoppolo. I was critical.
So that's us last week.
That's us last Wednesday. Literally last Wednesday.
Less than a week ago. Jesus.
Last Wednesday.
I'm going to keep going back.
And you saw it on the first drive. The first drive, Shasky, look at this. 2nd and 6. Lance takes a shot on an incomplete pass. 3rd and 6, he runs a quarterback power for a first down, but he gets hit by the linebackers. Again, I don't need him taking punishment for no reason. And some people are going to say slide. You know how hard it is to slide when you're running through the A-gap and linebackers are flying around?
You could slide on the sidelines. You could slide on a broken pass play where you're scrambling. Scrambling's different than running. That's the other nuance here. Yeah, you can't slide in the middle of collisions.
So you got that. Second goal, took another hit on a quarterback delay. That got 2 yards. And then third goal, he took a hit on a completion to Jeff Wilson Jr. That was all on the first drive. We haven't made it to the second possession where he broke his ankle on a 2nd and 8 play on an RPO.
We already did this with Colin Kaepernick. Like, everyone agrees. You win championships by being a developed pocket passer. That's the sustainable portion of the game. Can you add elements of running? Of course. Sure. Bonte, he got hit 20 times last week. 20 times last week. He got hit 5 times in 12 plays this week. That is a total of getting hit 350 times a year. 350 a year. Do you know how many carries Derrick Henry, when he broke the record, you know how many carries he had? Mm-hmm. He had 320 carries. That means you're getting hit more than Derrick Henry? Your quarterback? It was so unsustainable.
So bad.
And then if you want to go to just carries, raw carries, Carlos Hyde broke the 200-yard mark in 2017. Elijah did it last year. No other running back in the Shanahan era has had over 200 carries. This kid was on pace for 230 carries this year.
So 650, because I'm seeing a lot of this. Comcast Business text line. Lamar had a 76-yard touchdown yesterday. If that was Trey, every single one of you would be jumping out of your chairs. But Trey's not Lamar.
Lamar's a one of one. Lamar's a one of one.
Trey's not Josh Allen. He doesn't have wiggle like that. Trey Lance doesn't have wiggle like that. He's a guy who can escape the pocket and make plays with his legs by throwing the ball down the field and extending plays.
And escape the pocket doesn't mean running him between the tackles on a designed quarterback power play. And it might work for other people. It might work for Josh Allen. Those guys are outliers for a reason.
Let's take another call before we hit the break. Nick in Berkeley, you're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Man, I'm seeing what you guys are seeing, but I'm convinced, man, that Shanahan, man, he really doesn't understand the game of football. I mean, you're a quarterback, okay? So you're being assigned to a system of the coach that the coach has. I mean, we were getting this whole pocket passer and running quarterback thing twisted. I mean, when really it's just a quarterback scrambling for his life in the NFL with a bunch of barbarians chasing him. And what cats don't understand is the fact that Trey was the type of quarterback that, okay, the pocket collapses, he can slip out of there and use his speed just a little bit, quick in his quickness to, run out of there and not take a loss and maybe dump a pass somewhere, slide down and, avoid a loss. I mean, I don't understand why Shanahan doesn't see that. I mean, he puts his players through the meat grinder. You can't have Debo playing running back, bro. You can't have Kittles running jet sweeps. You know what I mean? You have all these weapons. You put them in space.
Not lying about that.
Look at Debo when you put him in space, man. Debo was killing it in space yesterday. He took some hard hits when he ran yesterday. We couldn't even protect the edge.
Well, the medicine ball, Nick, thanks for the call. The medicine ball, Jimmy Garoppolo threw him in the middle of the field where it was for 4th and 1. Debo got cracked on both sides. It's like, damn.
Here's the other thing about the Debo thing, because I hear a lot of people, they got a 51-yard play on the exact same RPO.
He was stuffed in the backfield.
And had to break 2 or 3 tackles. Like, Debo was effective last year, and there was no threat of Jimmy Garoppolo running. Was there?
Nope.
I'm asking you sincerely.
Nope. All right, George Mondo, David, consultant. We'll get to you on the other side.
And I have an analogy I want to make. Not an analogy. I want to go back in time to the Alex Smith thing. Because I feel like this organization should have learned a lesson with Alex and with Kaepernick, and they haven't learned it. And it really, really, really disappoints me.
It's coming up on The Game, sponsored by BMW Fairfield. You know what we're talking about. Niners beat the Hawks, but that's not the story here. That's not the story. The story is Trey Lance is out for the year with a broken ankle. Shanahan run him too much. Where you at with Kyle Shanahan this morning?
Would he have ran him this way if Jimmy wasn't on the roster?
Right.
That's a question that I have.
That's another question.
That's another
question. Where are we at on Kyle Shanahan this morning? That'll be brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
Anytime a guy gets hurt, I wish I didn't call that. But no, that's something we were going to do.
That was quite the hit. On that power run, Lance is down, and Jimmy Garoppolo may see early action today in the first quarter.
Give us your reaction to Week 2.
This is the NFL!
You guys watch other teams in this league? Buffalo does it all the time. Their quarterback's pretty normal play. Part of football, and it's unfortunate that he hurt his ankle on it.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. station, 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
Pink Floyd's Roger Waters. This is not a drill.
We're doing a show in the round. It's something new. I look forward to the challenge.
Featuring his songs from the golden era of Pink Floyd. Friday and Saturday, September 23rd and 24th, Chase Center in San Francisco. Tickets on sale now at RogerWaters.com.
This is not a drill.
Produced by AEG Presents.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Granger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Loyalty Lab Interview 6. Subject, grandmother's loyalty. Margie, what do you do when your grandson misbehaves?
Angels don't misbehave.
Here we study the most loyal, like you and... Oh, there goes the lamp.
Shouldn't have put it there.
Shell and the Fuel Rewards program has our members' backs too. It's super easy to save on every gallon. Loyal, just like how you acted like that wasn't his fault.
Someone should clean that up before he gets hurt.
Yes, loyal, just like that.
10 years of FR.com. Terms and conditions apply. Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Fourth down and goal here. Quarterback sneak. Jimmy Garoppolo puts it away for San Francisco. Off the bench, in for Lance, who got hurt in the first quarter. And Jimmy Garoppolo with his second touchdown of the day.
Just like riding a bike, yeah. Felt good to be back out there. Feel terrible for Trey. I've been on that side of it. This league is tough, and everyone has their share of injuries, but that sucks for him, and feel bad for him, but he's our brother, and we'll pick him up. I saw him for a quick second after, wishing him well. Like I said, I've been there. I'd come full circle in this thing, and it's tough whenever you see a guy get hurt. You feel for him, but Trey's a tough dude. He'll be all right.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
That was Jimmy Garoppolo, who was 13-21 for 154 yards and a touchdown, completed his first 5 passes, and he looked like Jimmy Garoppolo. It looked like Jimmy Garoppolo. Did the team look better? They were moving the ball with Trey Lance yesterday, so I don't know if they look better with Jimmy Garoppolo under center. They looked like a team quarterbacked by Jimmy Garoppolo.
It did feel like they threw it a little more.
Early on, they threw it a little more, and he tried to throw deep, but those balls were sailing.
How about Shanahan running an RPO for Jimmy Garoppolo down near the goal line after already injuring his other quarterback?
It's pure arrogance. Again,
I mean, what was that?
Shanahan admitted this training camp that last year there was a quarterback competition for a stint. There was. But last year, when everybody kept asking him about the quarterback, he called everybody hard-headed. Remember that? Called everybody hard-headed. Set me off. It's like, wait, we just want to know who's the quarterback. We'll stop asking you questions when you name the starting quarterback. And for some reason, he didn't want to name the starting quarterback. And so he called us hard-headed for asking the question over and over and over again. It is the arrogance that was exuding in that post-game presser yesterday. I'm sorry. I can't get down with that. Spadoni, can you play the sound of when he was asked about Trey Lance running the ball on second and 8? I know you got something, Shasky. I'll let you go after this. I got to get the Shanahan sound up there. People need to hear this. Spadoni, play the sound where he was asked about running Trey Lance on second and 8. We'll get that in just a second. All right, go ahead.
I'll do my thing real quick. I've been watching this team my whole life. I've been talking about the 49ers and the quarterbacks for the 49ers with my grandfather and my dad. My grandpa goes back to 1946, Kezar. He has seen every quarterback. Frankie Albert, John Brody, Y.A. Tittle, everyone in between. Your Montanas, your Young. So did my dad. My dad's had season tickets to Candlesticks in 78. All right? We've seen it all. I've been blessed to go to so many games. This is probably my first love in terms of teams. As much as I love the Giants and the Warriors, this was the team, the gold standard team. My entire adult life, I feel like they have botched the quarterback situation. And what I'm saying is, I thought they learned from I'm talking about the organization as a whole. I thought they learned from the Alex Smith thing. They draft a kid. He's so raw. He's physically immature enough. His body wasn't big enough to even play the position. They had no weapons. They had no offensive line. Boom, he hurts his shoulder. They rush him back in there. It ends up doing the coaching and Mike Nolan. And it ends up really sabotaging Alex Smith's career for multiple years. Okay? The guy physically had his arm wrecked. Yep. And it's an accident. Accidents happen, but it's how you support these guys and put together the nurturing infrastructure so that this person could be the best version of themselves. Then he finally does have some success, and they bring in Colin Kaepernick, and we all agree, like, okay, Cap took him to another level. But for Cap to fully reach his maturation process, I hoped, I prayed, I wished that they could develop him as a passer. And it felt like for a variety of reasons, some internal, some external, he never got there as a passer, and he left so much to be desired. We can argue till we're blue in the face about what happened more. Was it the team? Was it the player that didn't study enough? I think it was a combination of all those things. But he never learned to throw from the pocket at a high enough clip to be the quarterback we dreamed him to be. Jimmy Garoppolo comes after being dormant for years, and I'm like, God, they got to get him an O-line. They got to empower
Get him more
this
weapons
guy.
on the outside.
Get him weapons on the outside. Keep him healthy. And it's like, they're working. And it felt like to me the big disconnect. Clearly he got hurt, but the coach never fully trusted him. He didn't fully empower him.
Which is why he hung out there in the offseason without a football team. The guy was storing on another field, for crying out loud, without a playbook.
All right, and then you moved off of Jimmy Garoppolo, or at least traded to go get Trey Lance because you wanted to see, a higher ceiling, and also a big part was because Jimmy couldn't stay healthy. It was both of those things, not either or.
Couldn't stay healthy, couldn't take the top off
and
the
you
defense.
wanted him to develop. I feel like I can write a book on how to ruin a quarterback based on the 49ers history from the last 20 years.
You know what?
I really do. But I'm like ready to throw up.
Listen.
I'm gutted
Maybe
for the
Craig
kid.
Carton was right. Maybe this is the most dysfunctional organization when it comes to NFL quarterbacks. Because literally last Wednesday, came on these airs where he said he's going to get hurt with this type of game plan.
I mean, we saw it coming a mile away.
It didn't even last the first quarter.
I turned to my cousin 3 plays in. I said, he's getting hit too much. I literally tweeted it out seconds before it happened.
Said it last Wednesday.
And you could see it coming.
Said it last Wednesday. I thought you drafted him because he could be a great pocket quarterback. Because on third down, he could step up and hit a throw. Unlike any of these quarterbacks we've had in the last 20 years. But no. Let's run him. Let's run him in the A-gaps. Let's treat him like a fullback. And if he's not ready to throw the ball, then why is he starting?
Well, that's the other thing that
why is he playing quarterback if he can't throw the ball?
Because they moved heaven and earth to go get him.
Why'd you draft him?
These are the fair questions. These are the fair questions.
If you don't trust this guy to throw the ball, then why'd you draft him number 3 overall? It makes no sense. Let's go to the consultant listening on the Odyssey app out there in Walnut Creek. What's up, consultant?
Oh, man. I want to say it's a great day because we got a win. I can tell you what, though, this does not feel like a Monday win day.
Agreed.
I'm with you guys, man. I was at the game yesterday, and before he got hurt, I turned to my wife and I was like, this guy's going to get injured.
Everybody
stop running it.
Everyone saw it.
Anna, my girl Anna knows nothing about football. And she was saying it in Chicago last week. It was like, man, he's running a lot for a quarterback. She literally said that last week, let alone this week.
Yeah, totally. And I was looking it up yesterday. You know, they keep on talking about Josh Allen. Even Josh Allen, last year, he had a pass-to-throw rating or ratio, something like 3.5 to 1. Yeah. You're running Trey Lance at 1.8 to 1. And at the end of the day, you know what, guys? It's like there's the human element, and then there's the team. If I start with the team, we might just be fine. I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo's taken us to a Super Bowl. He's taken us to an NFC Championship game, and there might be a good enough team around, and that defense came through yesterday, 0 points allowed. We might get to the Super Bowl again. I don't know.
Yeah.
But the human element here, man.
You're breaking up a little.
It's a great point, and I want to finish this point because the human element is so true. Think about this. Just think about this team. At every time, Kyle has had somebody who's on his you-know-what list. Think about it. Think about it from the beginning until now. There's always somebody, I don't trust you. I don't trust you. I don't trust you. It's always someone. And I know people like this in my life where they have to have an enemy at all times or they have to have somebody that they're beefing with at all times. Don't you know people like that?
Yep.
Does Andy Reid beef with players and alienate guys?
No. Hey, you know,
I'm asking now, does McVay? Like last year, remember at the beginning of the year, it wasn't even Trey and Jimmy. It was Ayuk. Oh,
it was Ayuk. He's in the doghouse.
Ayuk. And now look, when you have one, I can say, hey, you know, that's an isolated guy. But
Dante
every
Pettis.
year, it's somebody.
Dante Pettis.
Oh, the guy who beat you?
415 Comcast Business text line. All you guys are doing is creating more negative vibes around the team. That's what you guys did this entire Trey Jimmy era. What are you going to do about it? Nothing. Keep hating. Go Niners. Nobody's hating on the 49ers. I spent my hard-earned money to go to Dallas and that NFC Championship last year
you
and watch my
team.
49ers.
Yeah, I have season tickets. You have season tickets.
I love this team.
And I'm paying full price for everything. I
Love
brought
this team.
5 people to the game yesterday and spent a boatload of money. You know why? Because I love this team.
Diego and Zuri, I bought beers to the entire row. Entire row, 6 at 227. We all had beers. We all had a good time. But we all felt sick for Trey. All felt sick about it. And we're not creating anything. Now it's Jimmy's team. Moving forward, it's Jimmy's team. And now, since everybody wanted Jimmy Garoppolo, a lot of people all of a sudden became Jimmy Garoppolo fans, which came out of nowhere, right? Jimmy re-signs, and all of a sudden, oh, yeah, we got number 10 back. Didn't hear that. Wasn't the same energy all offseason. Okay, we're going to rally behind number 10.
Of course we're going to rally behind
I want the
them.
Niners to kick the Broncos' ass next Sunday Night Football, and I want them to go to the Super Bowl because we all want a Lombardi.
Exactly.
We all want a Lombardi.
You want the Nick Foles situation in reverse, or however you want to break it down.
But you cannot tell me from day one of the Shanahan-Lynch era, they have botched the quarterback situation. They drafted C.J. Beathard in the 3rd round, and midway through the year, they said, oh, snap, we're screwed. We don't have a quarterback. Let's trade for Jimmy.
And I defended them, and looking back, I feel like I can't anymore.
Bill Belichick gifted them Jimmy Garoppolo. What if Belichick was like, I'm going to keep Garoppolo? Who the hell knows who would have been the quarterback of the 49ers? That's the cool part. So you admit that you don't scout Mahomes and Watson. Probably something I wouldn't admit. Something I wouldn't admit. I would keep that close to the vest. I'm sorry. I'm not admitting that. Especially when you draft C.J. Beathard in the 3rd round and you're waiting on Kirk Cousins. So Kirk Cousins is not an option anymore. So now you got Jimmy. You give him $137.5 million, but you don't wrap your arms around Jimmy. And then all these stories about Jimmy goes to the team and all that stuff. All these smoke screens about Jimmy Garoppolo. Why nobody nipped that in the bud? Nobody. Shanahan didn't seem to nip it in the bud. Did you tell Jimmy, oh, we're going to flirt with Tom Brady? And then, you know what? We don't want Tom Brady.
The worst part of the Tom Brady story was they assessed he was finished.
Yeah.
That's the worst part.
So now you're assessing that Brady's finished. He's obviously not finished. Now I got to question the assessment of Trey Lance. I think Trey Lance could be really good. Now, after seeing him with a broken ankle, I don't care if he's 22, 23 years old. The fact is, he's not going to play football for 3 years.
Is it fair for me to ask you, like, hey, the guy that the Niners were going to hire before he ended up going to the Rams, Sean McVay, would he have utilized Trey Lance, given what we saw in college, the way the kid was under center, would he have used him this way? I'm asking you.
I don't think so. McVay would have protected his guy. Let's go back out to the lines. Mondo, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, fellas? You know, I'm like everyone else. I'm frustrated, but this is coaching malpractice on Shanahan, man. Since day one, I remember last year I called you guys after the Texas game. This is not the guy. This is not a quarterback whisperer, man. Even his dad won with John Elway. After that, he didn't win anything else. This guy does not develop quarterbacks well. How you see Brian Daboll now with the Giants 2-0? How do you see Doug Peterson? You see what he's doing with Mitch Lawrence? He's looking good out there. And we got Shanahan here. I mean, come on, man. Running quarterback power like he's over here, Mike Allstott? What are we doing, Shanahan? I mean, and all the media out here doesn't even put him in the hot seat. He should be in the hot seat, you know? And moving forward, this team better win the Super Bowl now that GBG is supposedly going to be our quarterback. Because if it was Trey, I would have taken a playoff appearance, win one or lose one, been good. But now we need to win the Super Bowl. So Shanahan is on the hot seat. And young Trey, hope you get blessed, you get better. And as soon as you get out of San Francisco, if Shanahan's still here, get out of San Francisco, man, because this guy's going to run you like RG3, going to run you to the ground. And this guy's not a quarterback whisperer. That's all I got.
All right, Mondo, good call there. We got to go to the hotline. Let's get him in. Papa Shasky's on the line. Papa Shasky, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, fellas. Our hearts are heavy this morning, and it's just a shame. You know, I let me set this up for you. So I'm down in San Diego over the weekend for the first time, and I half an hour before the game, I'm scouting around looking for a sports bar so I can see the game. I go to 2 or 3 different places, and they're not going to be able to show the game for me. I end up limping back to the hotel. I'm sitting in the lobby watching the stupid, I don't know what game was on, and I'm on my phone, and the game starts, and I'm on my phone with the little Comcast, and I'm seeing the little field where the arrow goes back and forth, and I see that there's a play where there was a pass interference and the 49ers go down the field. The next thing I see, I'm waiting. Trey Lance injured. I just literally screamed in my hands, "Are you kidding me? No. And I'm going, This is what we didn't want. And I'm so frustrated. And I'm running around trying to find it because I couldn't see the play. And then the kid from the outside comes in. He says, I think Trey broke his ankle. And I go, are you kidding me? Oh, my God. And I couldn't see the play. And it was so frustrating. And then I'm going on Twitter, and it doesn't come up fast enough. And I couldn't find out. I'm trying to find out what's going on. It just killed me to find out what happened. Then when I saw the one picture where the ankle was sideways, it reminded me when I broke my leg. So it's just so devastating. And I felt for both of you guys out there at the game. And I texted Joe. Joe didn't see my thing. I was just so frustrated for the 49er fans. We really wanted to see what this kid could do. My only take is that, with the RPO, does he think he maybe took on a little too much of his own, that he was trying to do too much because of what happened last week, and he took a lot of blame for what happened last week, which means he really stepped as a mature young kid to take that blame, and he tried to do too much this week? I don't know. You guys tell me.
It's interesting. Well, I mean, look, you've seen him play now in a couple of games. Wouldn't you agree? Like, he's getting hit way too many times. There's no way he was going to last the whole year.
And I don't want to say that, that the Seattle was gunning for him, but, you don't run that guy up the middle. I know the middle was the open spot because it was open, but you don't really run him that many times. We've said this over and over. Every talk show has been saying, don't run him. I just don't get it. He's not ready to be running. He's not that big a guy to be running up the middle.
He's not that quick. He's not that fast. He's not Lamar Jackson. He's not Josh Allen.
Pops, when Montana went down.
We're running the ball decent.
When Montana went down or Steve Young went down, didn't we always criticize the head coach for not protecting the quarterback?
It's football is a freak thing. People get injured like that. It just was. How did we just know that it was going to happen?
Because they're running him into a brick wall.
Written into the cards that this guy's going to come out and he's going to get injured. I mean, we all worried about it, and then it came to fruition. It's just so frustrating.
Thanks, Pops. It is frustrating. But you know what? Niners got to win. They're 1-1, and they beat the Seahawks. I get it. It's an afterthought right now.
I don't know how to eat that pill, but we have to eat that pill.
I know.
Yeah, no doubt.
Thanks, Pops. I love you, buddy.
Look.
And we're always going to be Niner fans through and through.
Exactly. No doubt.
Everybody's going to have to play for the guy next to him now.
A lot of people got revisited his history. Nobody ever on this show rooted against Jimmy Garoppolo. We didn't root for him to lose. But the head coach told you, I don't trust the quarterback, so I'm going to go get another quarterback. And we wanted to see that new quarterback in Trey Lance. We wanted to see that new shiny toy, and we saw glimpses. We got little teases of it, right? Little appetizers. And it was like, man, this guy could be really good. But, man, the way they ran him this year, the way they ran him in Arizona, again, in Arizona last year, Trey Lance, 16 carries, 89 yards. Against the Texans, 8 carries, 31. Last week against Chicago, 13 carries, 54 yards. 3rd and 6 first possession, you run up on a quarterback draw. You get the first down, but it's unnecessary punishment. He got hit 4 straight plays on that drive.
Would they have ran him as much as they did early on if Jimmy wasn't on the roster?
I don't know that answer.
Because now we're playing this game. I've seen a lot of people, thank God they were smart enough to keep Jimmy.
No. They were not smart enough to keep Jimmy. They looked into Jimmy Garoppolo. That's one thing I will not do this morning. And I hope we get John Lynch on the show. I hope we get Shanahan on the show one day. They looked into Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy's a nice guy. Jimmy's been the most disrespected 49er I can ever recall. I can remember. He's disrespected. He's helped them win a lot of big games. He's been part of some big games. He helped change this franchise around. The franchise was changed the minute he came to Santa Clara. But let's not give the Niners credit for bringing back, restructuring Jimmy Garoppolo. They lucked into Jimmy Garoppolo. They couldn't find a trade partner. They held him out for some reason. They wanted first-round picks for Jimmy. You're not going to get that. You're not going to get second-round picks. Because if they would have got offered 2 second-round picks like they said they did, they would have traded him. They would have traded him for 2 seconds. But they didn't. They looked into Jimmy Garoppolo. So they don't get any credit for having Jimmy Garoppolo back on the team as an insurance policy. They looked into that move.
Do you think that they would have run Trey Lance the same amount if it was Sudfeld and Purdy instead of Purdy and Garoppolo behind him?
Don't know. Don't know.
What do you think? What do you feel?
I don't know, Shaq.
I can't even
answer. I don't know. I don't know because
I'm not sure either. I'm not sure either.
So there's a couple things here we're going to play. We're going to replay our flex moment from last Wednesday. From last Wednesday. We're going to replay that right now. Spinoni hit it, and we'll fade it down. I'll let you know when it faded down. This is literally Shasky and I last Wednesday about the game plan for Trey Lance. And 2 to 3 starts for Trey Lance so far.
Mm-hmm.
He's ran the ball 13 or more times.
It's not, I don't like that game plan. I personally don't like that.
You want to say he ran the ball because of the monsoon? Well, last year against Arizona. Why is he running the ball with all these quarterback design runs? He's a quarterback, not a running back. Let him play from the pocket and stop designing these. That's why you have running backs. That's why you have Deebo Samuel.
Well, they didn't have running backs.
They didn't. But you know what? Jeff Wilson Jr. is on this roster for a reason.
Yeah.
And you gave him 9 carries. All right. Jordan Mason is up, dressed. Why is he not getting carries? I don't need to see my quarterback taking multiple shots left and right all game long like he did last year at Arizona. Hurt his knee against Arizona last year because he ran the ball so damn much. All right? He's going to get hurt with this type of game plan. You drafted him because you believe he could be a great pocket quarterback. Now let's see it from the pocket.
Well, it's not just how you're using him, it's who you're throwing the ball to and who you're utilizing. Again, to sit here and go, in the second half of that game, Jeff Wilson Jr. got twice the amount of touches than Ayuk and Deebo combined.
That's a problem.
Well, I'd pivot back to the coach. Right. And you could say,
pivot back to the coach.
Again, because play calling is extremely important to me and putting guys in a position to not only develop and get better, but stay healthy. To me, like the head coach's job, when you do what they did, which is one of the boldest things, and I credit them for being bold and swinging big, but when you go up to go get this guy and you trade what they traded and you do it at the point of where their cycle was with this roster, it is on you to do one of two things. Win games, clearly. That's number one. Everyone, win games. Of course they have to win games. But it's also up to you to not just develop the young man that you've selected, but to keep him healthy throughout the year. That is the job. Safety. Risk mitigation. Can injuries happen? Of course they can happen. Herbert got hurt in the pocket. I told you about Jim Burt hurting Joe Montana back in the day in the pocket. Yep. Okay, if he gets hurt in the pocket, I get it. If he gets hurt, throwing and he hits somebody's finger on the helmet like Russell Wilson did or Dak Prescott, hey, man, those happen. When you run a guy between the tackles and get him lit up from both sides by the linebacker, you have to take some accountability for that.
Think about that. He's running quarterback powers against Roquan Smith. We all love Roquan Smith from Georgia. He's going to be a free agent after the season. He's a hitter. And you got number 5 running quarterback powers right at the A-gap. Behind. The worst part about all this is we all identify the offensive line as being the weakest positional group on this football team. So you got Jake Brindle, who nobody knows. Hell, you could have told me he was a UPS supervisor last week, and I would have believed you. All right? You get Aaron Banks, who's trying to find his way in the league, but was inactive his entire rookie season. He was inactive because he wasn't able to play left guard. He wasn't good enough. And you got another rookie in Spencer Burford, who was drafted in the middle rounds. He looks like he could be a player, but he's a rookie.
Well, thank God he's better than what you thought, because imagine what the line would be if he was worse.
So this whole thing with Lamar and Josh Allen, all these dudes running the ball.
Those guys are outliers.
They built their teams around them, quarterbacks to help protect them and maximize them. Did the 49ers try to maximize Trey Lance's value this offseason? Did they?
I thought that they were trying to throw everything at him and give him the opportunity, but when you don't have an offensive line in front of the guy that's as robust as I would like, I mean, Jake Brendel, I'm asking you sincerely, who's he starting on in the NFL?
I don't know. I don't know.
I
don't know.
I mean, so that I look at the offensive line. And then the other part is, why do you keep drafting running backs and telling me you can plug and play anyone at running back, and then you're playing your quarterback out of the running back spot? So, that, to me, is doing a disservice.
I'm not asking for Kyle Shanahan's job.
None of us did.
I'm not
we haven't
doing
said that.
I don't think he should be fired. However, when
an ounce of culpability would be nice.
And we're going to play some sounding arrogance, which was appalling. But if you take a step back, and you think about him going into his 7th year next year, because he's still got a full season left. He's going to be a 7th-year head coach, and he may be looking for a quarterback again. How many coaches and GMs get the opportunity the last 7 years after all these failed picks? Solomon Thomas, number 3 overall. All right, Reuben Foster, number 31 overall. Mike McGlinchey, 9 overall. You landed Bosa because Arizona had to take a quarterback.
You get credit. Because it could have been Quinnen Williams.
Could have been Quinnen Williams. Javon Kinlaw, Still a question mark. Brendan Ayuk, we think it could be really good. Got to see it. And then Trey Lance right now, the number 3 overall pick in Trey Lance, that's a bust right now.
Right now
it is a bust.
Yeah.
You gave up 3 first-round picks to get the quarterback number 3 overall.
He's going to play.
He's going to enter the 3rd year. He's going to enter his 3rd year in the league, Shafsky, and we still don't know who he is.
In 45 months, he'll have started 7 games.
That's embarrassing. What?
I know.
And he's going to survive.
And not only that,
how many coaches survive?
And you got him. This is in part, not all the reasons, but in part you got him so that you could have a suppressed rookie quarterback contract, and you haven't taken advantage of it at all. At all. And that was the whole point, was to pay the rest of the roster so that you could have a cheap quarterback and try to do as much as you can while that quarterback's not making a lot of money, and it just feels like they've whiffed on all that. All of it.
So now, Drake Greenlaw did get an extension this morning, 2 years, $19 million.
Hufanga looks incredible, and that's like the last thing I'm thinking about.
Right. Greenlaw gets his extension. Wisnowski gets an extension.
You know, if you really wanted to come on here, I could just dissect all of the different. I'm going for it on 4th and 8. I'm not going for it on 4th and 1 from the 1. I'm going to kick a field goal here. I'm going to get a special teams block and breathe life into Seattle. There are so many elements of the actual game that leave a lot to be desired. And it's the one play that everyone's going to be thinking about, which is Trey Lance going down.
Yep.
And the air cast. I just can't stop thinking about him. He's fighting back tears, and he's on a cart getting carted out. And I'm thinking, my God, I saw this coming a mile away.
So, Spadoni, Grant Cohn asked Shanahan on running that quarterback draw on 2nd and 8. You got that up? Because I'm going to play this. Go ahead and play it, Spadoni. Here's Shanahan responding to that question.
Just because, you guys watch other teams in this league, and Buffalo does it all the time. Their quarterback's a pretty normal play, part of football, and it's unfortunate that he hurt his ankle on it, but it's very normal ran play. You guys should watch some other people.
You guys should watch some other people. Shanahan, on the day Trey Lance broke his ankle, and the excitement of this fan base seeing what Trey Lance could be. We thought it could be the quarterback for the next 10 years. Now I have my doubts. He's young. It's a broken ankle. Maybe he comes back. But you just said 7 starts in 45 months.
Dak Prescott, it took a full year.
Kyle, I like you as a play caller. But can we pump the brakes on the snarkiness? We don't need it. Trey Lance is in there with an air cast on his ankle. And you're telling people you need to go watch other teams. Go watch other teams.
Yeah, he should watch other quarterback head coach combinations and relationships, or maybe do a webinar on that. Maybe he should do that.
That's embarrassing.
I just wish there was, and I'm not expecting remorse.
Shafsky, that's sad right there.
I felt bad for the kid. It felt very heartless.
Did you want to hear that from your head coach?
Well, especially when he's so married at the hip with the guy that he hand-selected. That, to me, felt like, is Trey even your guy? Like, that's what it felt like to me. I think it's fair to ask that. Is it him just standing at a podium after a game? I don't know. I don't know. It sounds worse. And it felt worse looking at it.
And then you got Mike McDaniel going out there beating Belichick and John Harbaugh in back-to-back weeks. Offense looks dynamic. George in the jungle. He's on the roast here on 95.7 The Game. What's up, George?
Yeah, gentlemen. It's like, I'm with you guys. I want whoever's the quarterback to do well.
Right.
I would like to.
Yeah, we're going to rally behind
the Super Bowl. Yeah, but the thing is, we knew who he was, and we had no questions. He was coming in with three games of college experience the prior year and a freshman year in college, and he's got no experience, and they drafted him 3rd. And I'm asking myself the question, have you ever seen James Wiseman and Trey Lance in the same room? It's the same guy. So much potential, but they're fragile. They're broken. Every time they
James Wiseman's
on the field,
not broken.
Something snaps.
James Wiseman's not broken. Okay? He's not broken. George, come on. He's not broken. Wiseman's completely healthy. He had the one injury, the knee. He had some setbacks. Okay? It's all right.
Well, the whole, do you watch the rest of the league? And Josh Allen does this, and Josh Allen does that. And we're guilty at some level of, we want our own Josh Allen. Everyone wants their own Josh Allen. I'm a Buffalo fan. I've been following Josh Allen since college. B, have I not? I'm like the biggest Josh Allen fan. The one area I don't want him doing is the quarterback runs. And every week I say this thing, they're flirting with fire. They're flirting with fire. Guys get hurt in the pocket all the time. Why would I want to get a guy blasted by a linebacker and a safety? And people could throw those out there and say, that's the way he runs. That's not what I want from my quarterback. You know what I want from my quarterback? A 25-year career like Tom Brady. That's what I want.
That's what you hope for.
Right?
It's unrealistic, but you hope for 10.
Bonte, why does Peyton Manning and Tom Brady, and Stafford does this too, a lot of guys do this, when a play is dead, okay, and guys are busting three, why do they spike the ball down on the ground?
Not take a hit.
To not take an extra hit.
Yep.
Yet you're subjecting your guy to 5 hits in 12 plays, 20-plus hits the week before. He was on pace for 400 hits. 400 hits!
Your quarterback.
We talk about David Carr, Derek Carr, whatever the Carr, David Carr, I believe, getting crushed down in Houston.
Got sacked 62 times or 52 times his rookie year.
This kid was on pace to get tackled 400 times.
Well, you go look at Joe Burrow. He got sacked another 6 times yesterday. And everybody say, well, Cincinnati made the Super Bowl with bad offensive line. It's okay. It's okay. When we talk about the Cincinnati Bengals from last season, we'll talk about Jamar Chase and how good Joe Burrow is. But when we talk about those games, wild card game against the Raiders, we said the Raiders blew it.
Mm-hmm.
Semifinals against divisional round against the Tennessee Titans. We said the Titans choke. We don't say the Bengals won. We said the Titans choke. Andy Reid, Mahomes, AFC Championship game up 21-3 at halftime. We say the Chiefs choked. They blew it. And then the Rams won the Super Bowl. Because the Bengals are a flawed team. But they're going to get their quarterback hurt. He got sacked 19 times in the postseason, Joe Burrow. He's been hit multiple times this year. Think he's going to last?
What did we do when Burrow went down his rookie year? Oh, Zach Taylor and the Cincinnati Bengals. What are you doing? Didn't we all do that?
Mm-hmm.
Like, remove the names. Kyle Shanahan, Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo. Remove all those names. Number 3 overall pick, who you moved 2 picks for. You started him, and in 4 games, you broke his ankle, and he got hit basically 20 times every single game. You were begging for this to happen. It was the most predictable thing in the world.
Let's go back out to the line, Chasky. Let's clear this board up. Then we'll get the new audience in here at 8 o'clock and reset the show. Trey Lance out for the year with a broken ankle. Niners beat the Hawks 27-7. They're 1-1. How are we feeling this morning? Are you feeling like it's a victory Monday? I don't feel like it. I didn't feel like it at the game either. It was an eerie vibe at Levi Stadium yesterday.
So weird.
Let's go to Carlos in the city. What's happening? He's listening via YouTube. He's watching this on YouTube. What's up, Carlos?
Hey, Bonte and Butcher. Well, first, before I talk about the Trey Lance injury and the malpractice from Kyle, I just want to congratulate you guys for being born and raised in the city. I'm born and raised in the city, so I want to give you guys some props.
Thank you.
Being natives, per se.
Thank you.
No problem. The Trey Lance injury. I have a huge, obviously everyone's having a huge issue of the play call from Kyle for running QB power and you mentioned the stat, Bonte, about he's rushed the ball at least 12 times every regular season game. He's played, 3 games?
He's played 4 games. In the 4 starts prior to yesterday, he had 44 carries.
Okay. I'm having an issue, even like the local media defending Kyle, for example, I saw a tweet you responded from, I don't know who the local media member was, but I'm just baffled in terms of how many, the media is defending Kyle as if it wasn't a big deal, the play call. I just want to get your guys, thoughts on, the media defending that.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't really care about what the other media members are doing. I care about what we're doing on the Morning Roast. And right now, business is booming on the Morning Roast. That's what I worry about. I'm not worried about who writes what article or what this person says. I'm not doing all that. I know what I care about, and I know what Shasky cares about. All right? And what we saw under Trey Lance, and it wasn't 4 starts, it was 3 starts, and he played the Seattle game when Jimmy got hurt against Seattle last year at Levi Stadium. What we saw was coaching malpractice. We literally just said this on Wednesday. Last Wednesday. Could you stop running this kid into the ground? He's going to get hurt. And he literally got hurt 4 days later. And he's out for the season. And now what does it mean? There's so many questions I got here, Shasky. So many questions. Who is he? We never know who Trey Lance is. Are the Niners going to be in the quarterback market next year?
I don't know.
Jimmy's a free agent. We don't know when Trey's going to be able to get back on the field and throw a pass. Who is Trey? Do you need another quarterback? Is he going to be the same? Is he good?
Yeah, the ankle.
Can he throw? We don't know anything about Trey Lance.
I know.
After all this hype all offseason, knowing that, hey, it's Trey Lance's team. He's a starting quarterback in year number 2. He's going to be in year 3 of this rookie deal. And he's going to have a cap hit of $9.3 million and $10.8 million. What do you do about the 5th-year option? We don't know.
When you hear people say that injuries happen in football, what's your response to that?
Yeah, but you could prevent them. I agree that injuries do happen, but with the quarterback position, you could mitigate that chance. You could mitigate those chances of getting hurt. You could protect your quarterback. You could tell him, hey, man, look, we're going to run a play here, but I need you to get down ASAP. Trey's a young guy. He knows one style. But
you got to help him from himself in those cases. And that's why you have to reduce trying to call those plays. The other thing that I keep coming back to, he's a running quarterback. Watch the film.
He's not a running quarterback.
He didn't run what they were running in these games, these RPOs. And these quarterback powers. I don't get it.
He's not Lamar Jackson.
No. That guy's a one of one.
And we said this last year, Shasky.
He's a one of one.
We said this last year. Trey kept walking off the field. Those shows we'd had. He's not a running quarterback. He wants to win from the pocket, and that's what we're excited about. Finally, a quarterback who has the ability to escape the pocket and make plays with his legs. But you have a quarterback who on 3rd and 5, 3rd and 7, could step up in the pocket and make that throw. He could take the top off the defense. Now, all of a sudden, the defense is not playing in the 15-yard box. They now have to respect the deep ball. Guess what? Seattle did in that second half. Yeah, the rain came down a little bit. They were like, oh, Jimmy's in the game. We're playing 8 in the box. We dare him to throw over the top. And it wasn't a pretty sight. At 3 started 5-5, it was not a pretty sight for Jimmy Garoppolo. That's something we'll get into tomorrow with Baldy.
Well, everyone's going to ask the question, is the team better now that Jimmy Garoppolo? And it's like, can we just digest what happened? Can we just
how do you even know that?
Can I just digest it?
How do you even know that?
Well, they looked okay when Jimmy went in there. I thought
they got into the red zone twice with Trey Lance. Right off the rip.
I know.
Right off the rip. Rob is San Bruno. What's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, fellas? Man, I'm just gonna keep it real with you. From that tweet you read where Ed Werder said what Cal said, I remember that tweet. And so you do the exact opposite. You knew what you were doing. They set this guy for failure. The fix was already in from the get-go. The reports just didn't come out all last week like that. They were put out by people in the organization, and you seen the arrogance Cal showed towards his account. He had no accountability. That was sabotage. I'm at the game. I'm sitting next to this guy, right? He said, "Watch when Jimmy get back and they're gonna start throwing the ball." All of a sudden, Jimmy throwing deep balls. That's Trey's best gift besides his quick feet to move outside the pocket and make throws. It's the deep ball. So you don't let him do that, but you let Jimmy Garoppolo, that's not his strong point, but you let him do that. Change the whole offense within a split second. And I feel like, I'm going to say it, these coaches play when they got a black player with talent, they can just abuse him and do him any kind of way. I have never seen Cal do this to any one of his white quarterbacks, and it's not good. And to me, this is a fireable offense. I'm still a Niner fan, but I won't be attending no games this year. That was pathetic. You put your quarterback into the field. You knew better. The league knew better. We knew better, and you let that happen. I'm not attending no more games.
Rob, everyone saw it coming from a mile away, right?
That's the thing, and we don't get paid to do this. They get paid to do this. He's been in football for too long. His dad been in football for too long. I just feel like when they get these black athletes, they run them to the ground. He wouldn't have did that if Jimmy wasn't on the back end. In his mind, Jimmy runs his offense just the way he wants to run it. Only thing wrong with Jimmy is that I think Cal like is he can't hit the deep ball, but everything else, Jimmy runs their offense just what Cal wants him to run it, and Cal's not willing to change his passing diversity to help. He don't want nobody to shine but him.
Yeah,
that's all. He's selfish.
Rob, good call. Again, the tweet he's referring to is Ed Werder. Ed Werder last year, September 26th of 2021. Despite injuries at running back, Kyle Shanahan doesn't view rookie quarterback Trey Lance as a solution to create rushing yards. Kyle Shanahan said he's not Lamar Jackson. Trey is a quarterback who has the ability to run. But to just line him up and run him, the game's too physical. That's what Shanahan said literally last year. Did you see a guy who thought he could just line him up and run him? It looked like Shanahan thought, hey, I could just line up and run Trey Lance. This tweet says the complete opposite of what Shanahan did. We didn't make it to the Arizona game, by the way. This was before the Arizona game last year, where Trey Lance read it 16 times.
He's lucky he didn't tear his ACL in that game and get his shoulder separated. I mean, it was so obvious he was going to get hurt in this
Robert
game.
Sambrino thinks it's racial. I've never said that. I'm not going there. I don't think anything has to do with that. I'm not going there. But the coach contradicted himself. Last year he said he's not Lamar Jackson. He's a quarterback who has the ability to run, but to just line him up and run him, I mean, the game's too physical.
And if he's going to come back and the pivot's going to be, well, he's not developed enough as a passer, and this is the best strategy to win, and that's on you as a coach. That's why I'm paying you $15 million a year. That's why you have carte blanche on the whole organization, is to literally develop the kid. Yep. That is your number one goal. Job. That was your job. And so if he's not ready as a passer, then you have to own up to that a little.
Shasta, we're going to get to all these calls. Lines are packed right now. Text lines moving like a slot machine. We'll get to some comments on YouTube. But right now, we got to get to the injury report.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, you know the deal. Trey Lance, broken ankle, out for the rest of the season. We'll not see him for the rest of 2022. What does it mean for his future? What does it mean for the 49ers long term? Are they going to be in a quarterback market next year? Trey Lance, with 2 minutes and 2 seconds left in the first quarter, suffered a broken ankle. First quarter. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. First quarter. Broke his ankle on an RPO on the 2nd and 8. Tried to put weight on his ankle. Couldn't do it. The cart came. By the way, Shasky, it's the quickest I've ever seen a cart come out. Cart was out right away.
Once we heard murmurs, it's Lance. It's
cart was out.
I couldn't believe it.
So he's out for the season. Set to undergo surgery today. Get well, Trey Lance. Get well. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. How you feeling about Kyle? What does it mean for Trey? Niners now Super Bowl or bust again? So many questions we want to answer here on The Roast.
Cars for Kids, KARS Cars for Kids, 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids, KARS Cars for Kids, 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids, KARS Cars for Kids, 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Ever since I got the new Galaxy Z Flip 4, I've been learning all these new tricks with my dog Finn. Like how to take the best selfies at the park. I just set my phone down, put it in flex mode, and capture hands-free pics from multiple angles. Aww. Or how to capture our training sessions for his followers. I simply wave my hand to start recording video. Good boy! Plus, the Z Flip 4 is compact and fits perfectly in my pocket.
Oh, wow! Visit Samsung.com today to get the new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated. Like how they require minimums or force you to use your rewards before reaching some arbitrary expiration date. But Discover isn't like that. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount at any time. So you'll never have to jump through hoops. Unless you're like a trapezist, then by all means, go right ahead. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
Okay, everyone gather around. I have some exciting...
Running her shoe factory, Kendra talks the talk and walks the walk.
We're switching to green energy.
She needs a biotech consultant to erase her carbon footprint.
All operations will net zero emissions.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop. It really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Hey, well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take it out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
They're going to go with Trey Lance on this play as he kept it and absorbed quite the hit. Cody Barton and Brian Monet both teamed up to put it on Trey Lance. And Lance is down right now.
That was Adam Amin, the voice of the Chicago Bulls, courtesy of Fox Sports. On the call there, 2:20 left in the first quarter. In Trey Lance's season, his second in the NFL, his fourth career start. Season's over, folks. Broken ankle. Suffered a broken ankle. Niners were up 3-0. Look, they were going in to try to make it 10-0. Ended up kicking a field goal, and Jimmy came in on third down. Broke his ankle. Out for the season. What does it mean for Trey Lance moving forward? Are the Niners going to be back in the quarterback market in 2023? This will be Shanahan's seventh year. Number 3 overall pick. Looked more like a fullback than a quarterback. It's great that the Niners beat the Seahawks. Snapped their 4-game losing streak to Seattle. They beat Pete Carroll. There's some Pete Carroll chants going on at Levi Stadium. Felt good to beat Seattle. Seattle's offense hasn't scored a point in 6 quarters. All right?
I mean, they look terrible. Hufanga looks great.
Hufanga looks great. Bosa. What did he actually have 2? Bosa was coming. They weren't even blocking Bosa.
Yeah, well.
They weren't even blocking Bosa. Niners look great. They're 1-1.
Interception in the red zone was so bad to Travarius Ward.
So bad.
But the only thing I could think of, even during the game, it was just like a malaise that hits you when you're sitting there, and everybody was. It was so weird. Rain, sun. You know, some people excited that Jimmy's in the game. a lot of people just depressed that Trey went down the way he did.
So, how you feeling about Kyle this morning? And I know there's some people excited to have Jimmy back in the lineup. Because look, with Jimmy back in the lineup, we're now back to this team could be the best team in the NFC. We've seen Jimmy help them get there before. It's the truth, Shasky.
I haven't even had a second to process that.
I have. Now with Jimmy, I'm thinking, well, boy, you got a lot of big games, and you got a quarterback who's capable of helping you win those games. That is the truth. That is the truth. There's a lot of unknown with Trey Lance. I can admit that. I'm the biggest Trey Lance fan. There's a lot of unknown. There's a lot of question marks. But we're hoping to get the answers this season. And now, we don't know who the hell he's going to be. We don't have any answers. The only thing we know is that he's going to have 7 career starts in 45 months.
That's insane. And he hasn't been able to stay healthy for the 4 starts that he's had. I mean, he got hurt in the preseason. He got hurt in the Arizona game near the goal line on the Isaiah Simmons play, and then he got hurt again yesterday. And it was just the most predictable thing I've ever seen. Like, it was just so obvious he was going to get him killed. You just can't keep taking those kinds of hits. I don't care if you're a running back. I don't care if you're a tight end, a wide receiver. When you take point-blank shots from linebackers running downhill, you're going to get hurt.
Straight up.
I mean, there's a reason all these Lamar Jackson, this is the other thing, all these Lamar Jackson people, Lamar Jackson's awesome. There is a reason that he is the last of the guys to get paid out of that draft class. And I don't even agree with it. Like, I think Baltimore should pay him. But you know why they're worried and not paying him?
Because he runs a lot.
Because he runs a lot. And we all know.
And he's had
we
injuries.
saw this with Kaepernick. When you run and don't develop as a passer, you're limited, and it's going to reduce the amount of wins that you can have as you mature and age and as your physical traits start to diminish.
But also see Lamar Jackson throwing from the pocket and throwing down the field. They've helped him become a better pocket quarterback during his tenure as a quarterback of the Baltimore Ravens. And he's just a different dude. He's got more quickness than Trey Lance, more wiggle. Trey's more of a pocket quarterback who can get out and make plays with his legs and extend plays. But his base is being a pocket quarterback, not Lamar Jackson.
Well, Lamar's an outlier. He's a one of one. Like, Michael Vick is a one of one. These people that want to put people in and compare the outlier to that guy, like even Josh Allen, in terms of physical freaks, he's a one of one. Now, maybe your guy can develop into some version of a couple of different players, but to say that this guy's going to be that dude they're one of ones.
All right, the bat signal's out. We had a juice from, where was he from earlier? San Jose, San Carlos? This is Juice in Fremont. And it's been a while since we heard from Juice in Fremont. He basically anointed himself as the third host on the morning roast, so he shows up maybe 4 times a year. But Juice is here, and he's on the roast, listening courtesy of YouTube. Juice, what's happening?
My brothers. You know, I miss you too, like a fat kid missing chocolate cake. But you know what? Let me ask you guys something. You guys know what you get when you mix morning roast and juice? You're going to get a bitter taste this morning, man, because I'm really pissed off. I've been saying it the last 2 years. The guy that everybody says he's the offensive genius, right? He has like a lot of running back at his disposal. He could use deep ball, but on 2nd and 8, he calls a quarterback power. I mean, this guy's supposed to have more offensive weapons and more combinations than in a bag of Skittles. And now we're at the fate of Jimmy freaking Garbo. I mean, when asked yesterday about the injury of this poor kid, I mean, he says, "Oh, well, Buffalo does it all the time." No, freaking Buffalo doesn't run power quarterback 10 times because they value their freaking quarterback, freaking Kyle. Why do you think Dibs has been having a career here in receiving? Oh, you know that story about King Biden? Everything that he touches turns into dust. Well, everything that Kyle turns, it turns into a bust. He's busted RG3's career, and now he's going to do the same to this poor kid. And you know what? This is the same guy that moved up to Deb Bessler. This is the same guy that refused to trade Mullins to Denver. He can't develop a quarterback. He can't pick a quarterback. He's not a coach. He's not a great play caller. He's a freaking diva. Kyle Shanahan is the Jason Garrett of the NFC West. He's good enough just to get there, but not great to take you over the hump. Under Kyle's regime, mind you, these last few years, the Niners regime has been the most injury-plagued team in the league. Does that fall on the players? No, that falls on the coach, Doug Peterson. He won a Super Bowl with freaking Philly, and they still let him go. Kyle can't even carry his jockstrap. What was the best thing that the Warriors did to elevate from a good team to a great team? They fired Mark Jackson. All I'm hearing about is, yay, Jimmy G. It is time to let go of Kyle and look where Steve Kerr. Anybody can be a coach, but not everybody is a leader. Other than that, peace.
It's Juice in Fremont. Now, I don't believe you should fire Shanahan. But boy, that leash is long. I'm skipping ahead past this season. We don't know how this season's going to end up. I think they have great football ahead of them. They haven't had George Kittle yet for 2 games, right? Debo's now getting back into shape. I feel really good about where this team is at, even with Trey Lance being hurt. This is a stacked roster. It's a stacked roster. They can do some special things this season. But we're going to get to the offseason. And we're going to ask the question again.
It's going to be the exact same question.
Who's going to play quarterback for the 49ers? Is Jimmy going to be back? And this is year 7 of Kyle Shanahan. And the most important position in all of American sport, the quarterback. We're going to enter the 7th year of Kyle Shanahan's tenure and not know what to think about the quarterback. Every year, the most important position on the football team, the quarterback. And we're going to have questions about it going into another offseason. That kept circulating in my head all night long. What does it mean for Trey? Who is Trey Lance? What does it mean for Jimmy? Well, boy, you know what Jimmy's going to do? Jimmy's going to play well this year. I truly believe that. And Jimmy's going to get paid this offseason. What's he going to do? Does he want to come back here?
I don't know.
I don't know. Do you do? Do you look for Bryce Young? Do you look for C.J. Stroud? I have no idea what the 49ers are going to do this offseason. That's where my mind floated to all last night.
At this point, if they want to go back into the draft and draft a quarterback, Kyle is the last guy that I'm going to have in this organization pick the dude. I mean, because he clearly can't get along with any of them, and he doesn't even know what he's looking for. If this is the guy that he wants to get him hit 20 times a game.
Here's a question. Can Shanahan develop a quarterback? Well, and do you trust Shanahan to develop a quarterback? Because here's the thing. Garoppolo regressed under Shanahan. C.J. Beathard regressed under Shanahan. Nick Mullins regressed under Kyle Shanahan. Do we trust Shanahan to pick a quarterback or make a decision on a quarterback?
Well, you just laid out this whole narrative about, now that the kid's hurt, they have all of these great players. Why weren't they utilizing those great players instead of just relying on the kid to do the bulk of the offense? Again, he led the team in rushing in the first week and again had a zillion design runs in this game and in 12 games. So 12 plays, excuse me. He was getting used like a battering ram, and he was taking way too many hits, whether he got hit on a quarterback draw, whether he got hit on a power play, a triple option, in the pocket, he was going to get hurt. Yeah. I saw this coming a mile away.
We said it last Wednesday.
I saw this coming a mile away.
It was our flex moment of the week.
He's getting hit way too much.
It was our flex moment of the day.
And if you protect Jimmy Garoppolo, this is the other part. He ran Jimmy G late in that game.
I know.
He ran Jimmy G late in that game, and I said the exact same thing, whether it was Trey or Jimmy. Why are you running him? Why are you running him? Look, the quarterback sneak is one thing. I'm here for the quarterback sneak. It's a quick little boom, and I'm leaning forward. Fine. You could still get a concussion on that play, but in terms of risk mitigation or risk reward, makes sense. You ran a read option with Jimmy G late in that game? What are you doing?
By the way, my guy Craig Patrick.
Have you learned anything?
No, he hasn't. My guy Craig Patrick. This is for you, Patrick, my guy at Washington High School. His daughter's trying to get him to change the radio station this morning. I tried to tell her that I want to listen to my friend from high school. So can you just give a quick shout out to Charlotte and say don't change the dial? Hey, Charlotte, this is great radio. Don't change the dial. Pops wants to listen to sports. Happy dad, happy life, Charlotte. Let your dad listen to 95.7 The Game. And yes, you're right, Craig. This controversy is bananas. But you're spot on with everything you just said. Not to ignore and dismiss everything you said, Chesky. I'm with you. We literally said this last Wednesday. You continue with this game plan, he's going to get hurt.
It's a recipe.
What did I say after Chicago?
It's a recipe.
I was there in Chicago. Anna Novikov, my girlfriend, who wants to be my wife, and we talk about that. And we all know what happened last week. Literally in Chicago, she goes, "Damn, Trey's getting hit a lot." She don't know offense from defense. She thought the blocked field goal yesterday was the coolest thing she ever saw on the football field. She was like, man, Trey's getting hit a lot. Is a quarterback supposed to take that many hits?
You ran down all the quarterbacks that they put on this roster, And then, like, I keep going back to the Tom Brady thing, which I'm like, I wanted him so bad. And this team assessed him and was like, nope, don't want him. I feel like this is where I lost Chip Kelly right off the rip. Someone asked him, you don't employ the fullback. And he's like, nope, not in my system. And they said, well, what if I give you Mike Allstott in his prime? You couldn't find a way to scheme it up? And he's like, nope, we don't use the fullback. I feel like I'm getting to the point where if I said to Kyle Shanahan, I don't even know if I'm here yet, but I feel like it, hey, I'm going to give you Patrick Mahomes or Joe Montana. And he'd be like, you know what? Don't want him.
Right.
Don't want him. He wouldn't even use him the way these other guys are using him.
Right.
That's what it feels like.
And the other thing, another thing, like, maybe Trey wasn't ready. Maybe he was too raw.
But you had your pick of the litter of who you wanted to get.
Litter, and you had all season. You had 2 training camps. You had 2 mini camps. You had all summer. Why is he not ready?
You had 7 years.
Why is he not ready?
You could have traded for Stafford. You could have acquired, Kirk Cousins. You could have acquired Tom Brady.
You could have drafted Mahomes or Watson.
At some point, one of these beds is going to have to fit you, buddy. Like, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, man. I'm down on Shanahan this morning. I'm not down on the football team. They got a big win, and I think they could go to Denver next week and kick their ass. I really do. I really think the Niners could get this thing humming.
It does feel like if they don't protect Jimmy Garoppolo, he's going down too, though.
Well,
and seeing Mike McGlinchey look like a straight turnstile yesterday is a joke.
Let's go to Steve in Fairfield. Steve, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Hey, I just wanted to comment on the whole thing. First and foremost, 49er fan all the way. But with the whole Trey Lance situation, I'm all into the development moving forward, but we got to win football games at the same time. And him, a pocket passer, he's 50% completion at best. He's got to run the ball. We got to win games at the same time, and it's.
But how? But wait. Would you agree with me? I'm going to give you a second here. Okay. Then where are the easy dialed-up throws from the quarterback guru genius play caller? Where's the smoke screen that he threw immediately to Deebo Samuel when Jimmy Garoppolo came in? Where are those easy plays? They threw the simple stick route, and that's all they threw. They were running the ball down their throat with running backs. Like, if you're such a great play caller, you can't scheme up 6 or 7 underneath throws for the kid to hit?
I just, back to it, in Kyle's defense, I think that like, it's just bad luck. And we all knew going into the season that he was going to be running the ball. We're looking for definitely 50, 60 yards a game. That is his game.
13 runs a game would have broken the 49er individual record for rushes in a Niner during the Shanahan era.
Let Steve finish. Steve, go ahead, finish.
No, that's it. I mean, I think it's bad luck, and Kyle, I think, is going to take a lot on this one.
He should.
He should. Steve, and thanks for the call. I wholeheartedly disagree with you, Steve. First of all, Trey Lance completed 58% of his passes last season. 58%.
In a couple games.
Josh Allen completed 53% of his passes his rookie season. All right? So Trey was training up. Five touchdown passes, 2 interceptions. But hey, you got to run with Trey Lance. No, you don't. Kyle Shanahan's a great run coordinator, right? Mike and Kyle, how many 1,000-yard rushers have they churned out? Over and over. Oh, they got a bunch of backs. They know how to find running backs.
Here, they only have one.
But they know how to find running backs, right?
I know, they do. They
know
but
how
here
to
they only have one.
Yeah, because everybody gets hurt.
Everybody
gets hurt.
That's my point.
I mean, Mostert tore his ACL third play of the game last year.
They've had a different leading rusher essentially every year. Hyde, Breida, Coleman and Mostert, Jeff Wilson Jr., Elijah.
But you're a great run game coordinator. But these run plays for Trey Lance, you just go back to the Arizona game, go back to the Texans game. Because like in the second half of the Texans game, for example, it felt like Kyle Shanahan treated Trey Lance like a quarterback.
Yeah.
You got to throw the ball around. Yeah. In the first half, what were we saying? What the hell is Shanahan doing? Why is he running the ball out there? What is he doing?
We saw the deep boots and the rollouts and things like that. That's how you use the mobility behind the line to move the pocket and use someone's arm and legs, not running them on quarterback draws. Like, again, he had 12 snaps, Monte.
He got hit 5 times.
3 quarterback design runs.
Yeah, I know. like
12 plays.
On the first drive, they ran a quarterback delay on 3rd and 6. The fullback led or halfback, I forget who it was, and he runs up the middle for a first down. Takes a hit. And I'm thinking to myself, all right, that's cool. They got a first down. But I thought you drafted a guy because he could make that throw on 3rd and 7. Like you look at all the great quarterbacks in the playoffs, and you look at all the great quarterbacks on 3rd down. The coaches are asking them, hey, drop back and stick me a throw on the money down.
That's
what it's about.
Yeah,
that's how you win football
down
games.
Is throwing the ball. Agreed.
But he ran the ball on 3rd and 6. I'm like, does he not trust him to throw the football? And if you don't trust him to throw the football, well, you know what? Trey doesn't have a shot to finish the season. That's what went through my head right away.
What about him, easing his way into those throws? Like, to me, that was a game that they were going to control the whole way through the running game. So I don't know why you needed to force the issue with Trey running when the other two running. But TDP finally looked good early on.
He looked good.
And
Jeff Wilson Jr. had juice.
He finally looked good, and they were breaking things off. And he did hit Ayuk early, and he had the one throw, and then he hit the little Texas route.
But you know what it was? Ayuk in the flat, sat down, 5-yard boom, right on the numbers, and let him do his thing after the catch.
Are you having any revisionist history on who picked who when it comes to Mac and Trey and Fields and all this?
We'll never know the truth. We'll never know the truth.
That's kind of sad. It feels like
because Lynch,
I don't even know if this guy. I don't know what the hell this guy.
John Lynch sometimes
I don't even know.
Shows his hand a little too much. Where he said, I was at Mahomes' pro day and I was telling Kyle, hey, we may need to rewrite our whiteboard and we may need to reevaluate who we're going to draft. Remember what I said? I said, Lynch, you probably should have kept that to yourself.
Yes, you did.
Vontae Hill did not need to know that. Wait, you were at Mahomes' pro day?
Yeah.
And you thought maybe and you took Solomon Thomas? I still haven't gotten over that.
I know.
You told me to shut up about it. Vontae can't do nothing. I still haven't gotten over that. 2 generational quarterbacks sitting there at the top of the draft. And you end up taking C.J. Beathard to the 3rd round. So now I don't trust you to even evaluate my quarterbacks.
Well, I just
or develop them.
And like moving forward, like everybody's like, hey, look, the team might be better today. And I understand that point of view. I'm not even going to argue it today. I don't even have the emotional strength to argue that point of view. But by God, you better keep Jimmy Garoppolo upright. Because if we get a Brock Purdy start this year, I'm going to be so gutted.
Let's go to George in Little Rock, Arkansas. George, what's happening? He's watching via YouTube. He's on YouTube right now. What's up, George? You're on the roast.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Good.
I want to comment. I got a couple of comments, and I want you guys to chime in on. I kind of get upset a little bit when people say that, Jimmy can't get over the hump or this and that, and he taking as far as he could take us. When in actuality, if you think about it, Steve Young played in 6 NFC championship games, won 1, lost the first 2 to Dallas before he won the championship.
But he was the reigning MVP when he lost that first one. He's a multiple MVP winner. Multiple. And I'm not trying to compare and contrast Steve Young to Jimmy Garoppolo, but can we agree that the talent level, there was a Grand Canyon gap?
And he lost 3 NFC championship games.
Yes.
Not 6.
Yes.
Or 5.
And lost,
he lost 3.
And lost when they had a bye in the first round of the Packers.
Divisional round.
Yeah. So, I mean, look.
Go ahead, George. Finish your call.
Continue.
And then, the quarterback for New England, not New England, but John Elway.
Yeah.
He lost 3 Super Bowls before he finally won a Super Bowl. But what I'm trying to say is this, guys. Sometimes, how do you think those organizations would have felt if they pulled the plug on Steve Young or pulled the plug on John Elway because they, didn't get over the hump? I mean, you got to, in order to be able to hit the game-winning shot, you got to be in the game.
But we just saw the Rams do that with Jared Goff. They moved off him and won a Super Bowl with Stafford.
Well, George, they tried to pull the plug on Jimmy Garoppolo. They didn't want Jimmy Garoppolo back here. They tried to pull the plug on Jimmy G. George.
Well, I understand that part. Yeah, you're right. They did.
So, they get no credit for that. The 49ers get no... Sorry, George.
Did you get the feeling from some of the players that they were happy to have Jimmy out there?
Some of the fan base, some of the players.
I got that sense right away. And I didn't know exactly who I'm looking at when I say that.
We'll get to that on the other side. Plus, we'll finish these calls. George, Dave, P, Ryan, we'll get to everybody here on the roast. They looked into Jimmy Garoppolo. The 49ers get no credit for bringing Jimmy Garoppolo back. They tried to trade him. They sat there on the podium at the beginning of training camp and said, yeah, we're looking for a trade. They told you that. They don't get no credit for having Jimmy back. They botched every situation when it comes to the quarterback spot. It's actually laughable. And they're still winning. And they still win. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. More of your phone calls coming up here on the roast. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today. Book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
Traveling, volunteering, spending time with family. What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Odyssey knows that football fans can't get enough football. That's why we've got nonstop football coverage on the free Odyssey app. Podcasts and live shows dedicated to every pro team. NFL play-by-play and enough game talk for the most diehard fans. Local radio stations talking football, interviews with star players and coaches, and football fans being fans.
What kind of play calling was that?
Listen to everything you love about football, live and on demand with the free Odyssey app. Get in the game and download today.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Pink Floyd's Roger Waters. This is not a drill.
We're doing a show in the round. It's something new. I look forward to the challenge.
Featuring his songs from the golden era of Pink Floyd. Friday and Saturday, September 23rd and 24th, Chase Center in San Francisco. Tickets on sale now at RogerWaters.com. This is not a drill. Produced by AEG Presents.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event September 23rd through September 25th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
That's the sound of a crack in the ceiling found at a home inspection. But with a Realtor by your side, a newfound leak might only cause minor worries. With their expertise, a Realtor can suggest a credit at closing and even connect you to a contractor to help you shore up that leak and alleviate your worries. When it comes to cracks in your plans, the expertise of a Realtor can make all the difference. The difference between an agent and a Realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Wendy's new French toast sticks are so delicious, some are saying that they're better than their mom's breakfast.
Excuse me, did you just say Wendy's new French toast sticks are better than my breakfast?
Mom, is that you?
Answer the question.
I said some people are saying that because they're so crispy on the outside and fluffy on the inside and perfect in every way.
Uh-huh. And what do you think?
I think it's time to tell people to choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new sweet and crispy home-style French toast sticks.
That's still not an answer.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Hurry into the Energy Savings Event at Lowe's. Save energy and save money on select major appliances, including Whirlpool energy-efficient appliances. You can also use less water with WaterSense bathroom faucets, starting at just $19.98. Plus, find other great energy-saving items throughout the store and check your eligibility for rebates in your area to save even more. Don't miss the Energy Savings Event at Lowe's. Selection varies by location. Exclusions apply. Visit Lowe's.com for details. Valid through 9/28.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
In San Francisco, showers today, highs around 70.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit Ashley.com today.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Shasky, I wish we were able to go to noon today. I've got another 3 hours and 30 minutes in me.
The thing that I can't get out of my head, the thing that I just cannot get out of my head is how often everyone keeps pointing to a couple people. Cam Newton, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. These guys run the ball, and they're super effective at it. That's what we thought this kid was. And the irony is no, I never thought that he was going to be Lamar Jackson. I wanted him to throw. I thought mobility was going to be behind the line of scrimmage, boot action. When I think of Shanahan, when I think of Kubiak, when I think of their system, it's the deep stretch boot stuff where I get boom, the defense going one way. I roll out. I reset my feet. I'm on the move as I'm running toward the sidelines. Not quarterback draws. Who leads the NFL in terms of rush attempts from a quarterback in one season? All time.
If I had to guess, it'd be between 3 guys.
Yeah.
Cam Newton, Michael Vick, Randall Cunningham.
It's Lamar Jackson. 176 attempts. He ran for 1,200 yards that year, almost 7 yards a gash, okay? This kid was on pace for 230. 230. Again, running backs in the Shanahan system. High, 2017, 240. Breida, 153. These are your leaders each year. In 2019, Coleman and Mostert had 137. Mm-hmm. All these guys got hurt, by the way. 2020, Jeff Wilson Jr., 126. Elijah Mitchell, 207. Trey Lance was on pace for 230. Again, Lamar and Cam Newton account for like 9 of the top 12 amount of carries by a quarterback all time in a season. Those are outlier players. Outlier players. All right? To think that this kid was going to stay upright, and I would argue Cam Newton's career, he's younger than Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
He's out of the league.
Out of the league. Shoulder is shot.
Why is Baltimore not giving a $200 million deal
about the wear
right
and
now?
tear.
Because there's like trepidation on whether this guy can stay healthy.
And he wasn't healthy last year. We forget about that. Was Lamar Jackson healthy last year?
No, and it sabotaged their season. Yep. When you run the quarterback designed that many times and you're subjecting him behind a porous offensive line, you are flirting with disaster. Yep. And so to me, to think that the best way for them to win was to run him into the ground, I would say, no, that is the fastest way to get the kid hurt.
So I'm seeing stuff all over the place. Somebody said, did you watch Kyler Murray yesterday? Come back against the Raiders, scrambling and stuff like that. They're taking over the league. You still need to win from the pocket. Matthew Stafford last year in the Super Bowl, they won from the pocket, right? Making throws. Jimmy couldn't win from the pocket last year in the NFC Championship game, right? Burrow was winning from the pocket, all right? Mahomes failed in the pocket last year in the NFC Championship game. You got to make throws from the pocket. So this thing that Trey, did you watch Kyler Murray? They're two completely different players. Kyler Murray's running a 4.3, 4.4 40.
And,
all right.
Well, and the other part of this is Bonte's like, well, you can't get the most out of Debo unless you're running an RPO. Really? Did they run RPOs with Jimmy Garoppolo last year?
Not much.
I thought, Debo had a pretty damn good year.
Had a pretty damn good year.
And then Trey's not developed enough as a passer. That is the job requirement of both Trey Lance and Kyle Shanahan.
Right. That's what you brought Brian Creasy for, right? To help him in the pocket.
Yes.
Your quarterback coach. And I think with Kyler, if you look at most of his runs, he's getting outside the numbers.
Yeah, I don't think
he's getting to the sideline.
And they're not designed up the middle in between the tackles where two linebackers can take your head off.
They're designing quarterback powers for Trey Lance. And now Jimmy's back. And you know what? I know you're not there yet, but I am. It's on now.
Yeah,
I got a veteran. You got a veteran quarterback starting now for the Niners who's been in 2 NFC Championship games and a Super Bowl. Well, guess what? Now that Jimmy's playing, because a lot of people last week were saying Trey's not ready, he's raw. You got the better quarterback on the sideline. Well, the better quarterback in a lot of people's minds is now on the field. So where were you at for expectations? Where are we at now?
I don't know.
NFC Championship or bust?
Super Bowl or bust? Just make the playoffs. Because everyone wants to obsess about winning now and Super Bowl.
Well,
just get to the playoffs. I can't even assess all that. Bonte, I can't even assess that. Your number 3 overall pick, you move 3 picks to go up. You get the most capital in the history of the organization. And you ran them into a wall for weeks on end, 4 weeks on end, and we saw the writing on the wall. Everyone saw that this was going to happen. And you told me that they need the least out of this kid. It went from a week ago, well, he's got all these playmakers, and all he has to do is just not make mistakes, to the only way he was going to succeed was for him to have running be the primary focus of his career.
Right.
And it's like, wait a minute.
So all these questions.
Isn't there like some nuance in between the two of them?
I saw somebody on the text line, Bonte, do the math. He's only been in Niners for 2 years. I'm looking back at North Dakota State.
From 2019 until whenever he plays his next step, it'll be about 45 months. He will have 7 starts essentially.
In 45 months.
That's not good.
So all the questions we have, was it fair or unfair? Did Shanahan misuse Trey? I believe so. Do we know who he is as a quarterback? We don't. Do you draft the quarterback in the future?
Did Shanahan even handpick him?
Right. Did Shanahan want him?
I don't even know.
Do you draft the quarterback next year? What's the future look like for Trey Lance?
What does this mean for Jimmy?
A finger, knee, and now an ankle injury.
I know, in 4 games.
What does it mean for Jimmy? You may have to bring Jimmy back.
I don't even know. I don't even know. You got to let this year play out, I guess.
Like, what do you do next year? It's going to be year 7 of Shanahan, and we're going to have the same quarterback questions. And it's going to be year 7 of the Shanahan era. And the same quarterback questions. That is mind-boggling to me. And it's just, who survives? Who survives that? Shanahan does, because he's not going anywhere.
How many coaches wouldn't get scrutinized this morning in the NFL for running their quarterback like that? I'm asking you sincerely.
A lot of them. No,
I'm saying how many wouldn't get scrutinized?
I think everybody would get scrutinized.
Like, let's just say, hypothetically, if Josh Allen goes down next week, the week after.
McDermott, they're roasting him.
Oh, my God.
They're killing him.
Ken Dorsey, right? Whoever the offensive coordinator is currently, they're going to destroy him. Sean Payton, I think, because of what he did with Teddy Bridgewater as the backup, I feel like even though he's not employed right now.
Taysom Hill, he got a lot of heat.
Well, it's funny to me that Taysom Hill, a 5th-round pick, was literally being utilized the same way Trey Lance was being utilized.
Same way.
You treated Trey Lance the same way as Taysom Hill.
Same way.
So, like, how many coaches in the NFL could survive criticism from what Shanahan... And he deserves some criticism today. I believe that. And if you don't, well, I would love to know why he doesn't deserve criticism.
Let's go to the lines. Lines jam-packed. Let's get everybody in here. We appreciate everybody listening on YouTube, Twitch, the Odyssey app.
I want to come in here and talk about Hufanga. I want to come in here and talk about Ross Dwelly having a wide-open, schemed-open touchdown. Listen. I want to talk about Nick Bosa's 2 sacks. I can't. All I have is a vision of the prized possession franchise quarterback with an air cast fighting off tears as he's being carted off the field.
So, not only that, but my entire section was like,
damn. Gut punch.
No, everybody from Diego to Zuri and Section 227 to Anna. Anna was like, your vibe is all off, babe. I couldn't even focus on the game. All these questions in your head.
I did the same thing when Alex Smith got knocked out of the Rams game and they ended up tying the Rams years ago because I was at that game. I remember feeling the exact same way, like, oh my God. Alex was the quarterback, and I wasn't even a huge Alex Smith fan.
He was playing well, though.
He was playing great, and I was just in a malaise. When your starting quarterback goes down and you see him get carted off, like, you're in a malaise as a fan in the stadium.
Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt week 3 in Kansas City in 2018. God. We did a Periscope Live in the back room. Shasky, you had a tear coming down your eye.
I know.
Because you knew the season was over.
I did.
Now, thankfully,
yes,
Jimmy's back.
Agreed.
But the Niners don't get credit for bringing Jimmy back.
Well,
they tried to move off this guy.
On some level, I guess you got to give him a little credit for working it out. And and you got to give Jimmy credit for not wanting to leave. On some level, you absolutely can give them some credit.
I'm not calling him a genius for that. When they tried to move off the guy multiple years.
Well, no, you're not a genius. I mean, traded. If you were a genius, you might have, and you liked Jimmy that much, you might have just stayed with Jimmy and kept all your picks if you didn't like trash.
Right. But they literally tried to move off of Jimmy for 3 years. Starting after Super Bowl 54, when the head coach, during the week of Super Bowl 54, was talking about his love affair for Kirk Cousins. Yeah, we really like Kirk. Oh, yeah, we're waiting on Kirk. You're waiting on Kirk Cousins. Think about that. Waiting on Kirk Cousins.
I thought we were going to see some bootlegs and, some misdirection plays to move the pocket around. And we got quarterback powers. Just like until we were blue in the face.
Let's go to George in Salt Lake City. George, what's happening? He's listening via YouTube. What's up, George?
Fontaine Hill, how you guys doing?
We're good. What's up, George?
Hey, first-time caller, and I really, really love you guys' takes on the game yesterday. Hey, I grew up in the 80s, loving Montana, seeing a little bit of Young. I'm more of a Montana guy. And the reason why I root for Montana is because he won Super Bowls. I don't get the love affair with Jimmy G. I'm a Trey Lance guy. I was willing to give Trey Lance a chance because Jimmy G went to the Super Bowl and didn't do it for us. What is the fan base's love affair with Jimmy G? And I'll just get off the call.
Well, Jimmy wins games, and people like that. Are they accustomed to it?
Sorry to cut you off, Shasky.
Yeah,
we take a lot of calls.
Yeah,
we interact with a lot of 49er fans. By the end of the NFC Championship at SoFi Stadium in early February, how would you say most of the fan base perceived Jimmy Garoppolo? As a guy who came up short, and it's time to move off of him.
Yeah, well, and also you had to remember that they did draft Trey Lance, and they had made that bold move, so that was the backdrop. I think a lot of people were ready to turn the page. But they were still skeptical. That's one thing that I've noticed, just in general with 49er fans, and I think a lot of NFL fans, they like what they've seen before, and they're very skeptical of something they haven't seen. Very skeptical of something they haven't seen before.
But there's a lot of people.
I don't care what player it is.
But there's a lot of people who are ready to move off of Jimmy.
No, I agree.
A lot.
I agree with that.
And we had already moved on in our minds that it was Trey Lance's team. And everybody thought it was bizarre that Jimmy Garoppolo was on the side field throwing by himself and running sprints by himself. Not having a playbook, which I thought was overrated. Baldy said that too. The guy knows the playbook. Guy's been in the system since 2017. He knows what time it is under the Shanahan offense. Same offense. He doesn't need much time to catch up when it comes to the playbook. But a lot of people are just like, you know what? What's going on here? Are we moving off of Jimmy or what? Are we? Well, Jimmy's back. Jimmy's back. And it's his team again.
Well, and I think this is something that I can't get out of my head either. Seeing a lot of the teammates rally behind Jimmy Garoppolo, it felt like to me, and they could say they were unified. It felt like to me they weren't unified. It felt like a lot of guys were really pulling. Now, again, I'm going off of picking a guy up, high-fiving, clapping. Maybe they're just happy they scored a touchdown. It really felt like there was a segment of the 49ers that were happy that Jimmy was back in there.
Not only that, but I heard Juszczyk say it felt like Niner football. Did it not feel like that with Trey Lance?
Well, he's out there more when Jimmy's out there because they're not in those RPO. They're not in pistol and they're not in shotgun.
It felt like Niner football again? What is that?
I think you can identify him as someone who was a Jimmy G guy. I think it's fair to say that. I would put McGlinchey in that category too. And I would tell McGlinchey, dog, you need to play better. You stink.
Dave in Fresno, listening via the Odyssey app. Out in Fresno on the Odyssey app. What's up, Dave? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. Never felt so bad about a blowout win against Seattle in my life.
Seriously.
So. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I might be the only one, but I'm getting Washington at the time Redskin vibes when, Kyle Shanahan was the coordinator and they had RG3 and they drafted Kirk Cousins. I know RG3 got hurt differently than how Trey got hurt, but it seemed like when Kirk Cousins came in, that was more Shanahan's cup of tea. And I wonder if yesterday, say it would have been Trey Lance and Purdy as the backup, would have been calling the game so reckless?
It's a question I don't have an answer to.
It's a great question,
I think it's a relevant and fair question.
Yep.
And as all the things, I always have an opinion. I don't have an answer for that.
It's a great question. Let's go to Mo Money in Oklahoma City, listening via the Odyssey
What's up,
app.
Mo Money?
Mo Money, what's happening?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. You got your Mo Money.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Now, I just wanted to say, I understand injuries are part of the game, yes. But those chances go up when you run your quarterback the way that Kyle Punk Shanahan, who's hanging off his daddy's coattails. I don't know who ordained this guy as a genius at getting his players hurt. But, yeah, they need to strip that man of the power that they give. He gets in his own way, whether it be on the field, whether it be making decisions on his players. That man they need to do something about that. But yeah, it's sad. It's sad.
It's sad. Thanks for the call, Mo Money. Thanks for the cash.
Risk mitigation is real. And we have this in every sport. Load management, pitching counts. In football, you do take out certain players when the game is in hand. When you're rolling out and you're a quarterback, yes, you don't want to lose yardage, but also you throw the ball away to avoid hits. You know what I mean? How many times do you see a quarterback do that? How many times in a broken play where they're whistling it dead and linemen are coming flying at Peyton Manning and Tom Brady, they spike the ball. So they can avoid taking hits. You're going to get hit, and yes, you can subject yourself to getting hurt on any play. But there's risk mitigation.
I know we're emotional today, Shasky. We've been a little loud.
Well, you should be.
A little angry. It's just, when Juszczyk says that's 49er football, well, how come Trey Lance wasn't, quote-unquote, playing 49er football? How come he didn't get that playbook?
It's a great question.
How come you draft this guy number 3 overall because he has a strong arm and he can make all the throws on the football field? Okay, his delivery may be a bit slow. It may be a bit slow right now. A little robotic. He's got to work on that. He is raw. But you drafted him because you thought he was an upgrade over Jimmy Garoppolo. And you thought, man, if he does get in trouble in the pocket, he could escape and he could move around and he could make things happen. He could extend plays. But the quarterback powers. He ran it 16 times in Arizona last year. He ran it 13 times last week in Chicago. He ran it 8 times against the Texans. But when you let him throw the football, boy, that throw to Ray McCloud looked really good, didn't it? No, that throw to Javon Jennings looked really good.
But
he hits Ayuk
I don't even have enough of the evidence to be able to make a proper assessment.
I don't even know who he is yet. I don't even know who. I think Trey Lance could be really good. But you know what? The list that I have up here, cue cards. Might as well rip those up. Might as well rip them up because Trey may never be ready now. He may never be ready now. He's going to enter his 3rd year in the league. And Debo and Kittle and Trent, they're all getting older. And we don't even know who the number 3 overall pick is. With James Wiseman, I think I know a little bit. Okay, this guy can rim run. He can set screens. He's big. He's working on his rebounding. He's going to play a role with the Warriors. I at least know a little bit about James Wiseman. I know a little bit about Joey BART. I know nothing about Trey Lance. Absolutely nothing. I think I know, but we got a small sample size. And now we have to wait another year. And now we got another year of quarterback questions in San Francisco. So maybe we owe Craig Carton an apology. Maybe this franchise, when it comes to the quarterback position, is the most dysfunctional in the NFL.
I told you I could write a book on how not to put a quarterback in position to succeed based off what they've done. And it feels like they had certain infrastructure in place for this guy where I thought it would be different this time. I did. And they're going to have a much better defense. They're going to have playmakers. He's just going to be asked to throw the ball a couple of times a game. Maybe on a certain goal line situations, you do the naked boot and he's running to the pylon, even though he got whacked on that play last year. Nope.
Nothing.
Snapped ankle, season over, got to wait a whole nother year. And even then, I don't even know who he's going to be. Is he going to have the same kind of spirit within him? Yeah. Is he going to be shell-shocked? I mean, I have a zillion questions on that.
He's going to see Ghost in the pocket? Like, what's going to happen here?
It took Carr years to be able to shake off the broken leg.
Darnold still hasn't recovered. Sam Darnold, he's backing up Baker Mayfield for crying out loud. Let's go to P in Sacramento. Then we'll get to Ryan, Dre, Marco, and Rick that finish the show. P in Sacktown, what's happening? He's watching via YouTube. What's up, P?
Yes, so good morning, man. What's up with my two bros this morning?
Oh, man. Niners got to win. Certainly doesn't feel like it, though.
Man, I know, and I hate it, man. And I'm a diehard Niners fan, but it's sad to say I really don't even care about that win, and it's a win against the Seahawks. And it's just, it hurts me because Shanahan is not a head coach. He's an offensive coordinator at best. He's a guy that needs to answer to another guy above him to get his job done. And he's not a quarterback guru. And it was sad that Lance got drafted to us because that dude doesn't know how to develop quarterbacks. And I don't know, man. And to pick another quarterback and have him pick it like you guys were talking about earlier. No, that's not, no. Shanahan should not be the head that's picking a quarterback, bro. He got Trey Lance hurt. No matter if you want to look at it like it's not split in two.
It's not just that play.
It's indefensible.
To me, it's not.
Good call.
This is the key to
call back. P. Good call.
It's not just that play. It's the totality of how he was being utilized that it was unsustainable.
Right.
Like that's the big takeaway. Anyone? Well, Debo ran for 51. Yeah, on a play he got stopped in the backfield and shook two dudes.
That was all Debo.
Okay,
that had nothing to do with blocking. That was all Debo. Literally. I got to make a play for this team. I'm stuffed. Let me.
It's not about a singular play. It's about the totality of usage.
Yeah.
And if you say to me, Joe, well, the totality of the usage is an indication that Kyle Shanahan didn't think he was prepared to throw the ball in this. Well, then that's on them. Either they picked the wrong guy, they didn't do the proper development. Like, there's a variety of things. Call more unique designed plays to make it easier for him. So, like, you can't have it all your way if you're a Shanahan lover.
It's unbelievable.
And I'm the biggest Shanahan fan, and it hurts my soul to say it.
Yes.
B, have I defended him every step of the way?
We've gone back and forth.
I can't defend him this morning.
What I saw was coaching malpractice. It was coaching malpractice. That's what you drafted him number 3 overall for? To run quarterback powers over and over and over again? That's why? I thought you drafted him to be a pocket quarterback.
And as the news is breaking that Trey Lance has a broken leg or broken ankle, you're running back-to-back run plays with Jimmy G in the final minutes of a game in hand?
Unreal.
I couldn't believe he was doing that at the end.
Ryan in Phoenix, what's happening? He's listening and watching via YouTube as well. YouTube getting a lot of hits today. Over 800 people watching at the moment on YouTube. Thanks to everybody tuning in. Ryan, what's happening?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
I've had better days.
Good. Long-time listener. Man, I feel real bad for Trey Lance after yesterday. I feel like he was set up for failure from day one. It's quite obvious, we're using him like Taysom Hill out there, that Kyle Shanahan did not want him in that draft. I think he dropped the ball there. He either wanted Mac Jones, maybe even Fields, or even a stretch. Aaron Rodgers told Trey Ringo the day before the draft that he thought he was going to be a Niner. We were trading all those picks, using that third pick.
I believe that now more than ever.
Yep.
As you're saying there, the Aaron Rodgers trade thing, I now believe that more than ever.
And I would have done it.
Well,
here's a
right.
cold part, Ryan. I would have done it. I said it at the time. Oh, Aaron Rodgers available? Give me Aaron Rodgers right now. Because at the time, I didn't trust Kyle Shanahan to develop a quarterback. I said it then, and I'm saying it now. I don't know about Kyle. And a lot of people think I hate Shasky. How many people come up to you, but why does Bonte hate Kyle Shanahan?
They ask me that all the time. Why you got to defend him in front of B, bro?
I don't hate Kyle Shanahan. But a lot of people crown this guy. And I'm looking down in L.A. looking at Sean McVay saying Sean McVay's a better coach.
And he's won in a variety of ways.
And he's got a Super Bowl now.
Yeah, he does.
All right? He's a better coach right now. I'm not willing to call Kyle great.
I know.
And now I see Mike McDaniels, and Baldy told us a month ago, Mike McDaniels is going to be something in Miami. Look at the formations he creates. And they're having fun in South Beach, Miami.
Well, the thing that I keep going back to, the personnel decisions are eventually what's going to do in anyone, obviously, in underperforming. They've got a wide receiver who's really a running back that they paid $25 million. They had a quarterback who they played like a fullback. And
you got a tight end
who plays right tackle.
You got to keep him in the block.
And who plays right tackle. And then you got a right tackle in Mike McGlinchey, who's a dumpster. So it's just this whole team has got a bunch of guys that are playing in the wrong position because the head coach is telling me he's the smartest dude in the league.
And doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. That's why I've been critical of Shanahan. Everybody, and that's why, you know what, from here on out, I notice a lot of fans now are looking at Kyle Shanahan, and they are holding him accountable for the first time ever. I look at Super Bowl 54. You want to talk about coaching malpractice? You told me in Super Bowl 54, Kyle Shanahan, that you basically didn't trust Jimmy Garoppolo. You didn't. So you should have moved off of him. And yet you kept him around again. And you kept him around again. And now he's back again. So which one is it, Kyle? Who do you really want at quarterback?
I don't know.
Well, he doesn't want Trey. Who does he want? He's the CEO of the franchise, for crying out loud.
Well, he makes every decision.
So who do you want? You didn't want Brady. You missed out on Stafford because you was eating dinner with your wife. And McVay scooped you.
And
who do you want?
You didn't want Justin Fields. You didn't want Mac Jones.
You didn't want Matt Mahomes. You didn't scout Mahomes. You didn't scout Watson. Who do you want? Who do you want?
I just keep thinking about how much different does it look for Trey Lance with another head coach? I don't have the answer to that.
I don't even know who Trey Lance is.
But that's my point. I don't know.
I don't know.
I definitely don't think it's 15 rushes a game.
No. Let's get to Rick and Stockton real quick. Rick, what's happening? He's listening via the car radio. Going old school. What's up, Rick?
Hey, man. Look, I thought Kyle was smart. I used to be, taking up for him, man, but how you running quarterback power? What part of your scheme is running quarterback power against a stacked box? We've been running it the whole game, with our running backs as well. So the box is stacked. Josh Allen, look, they running backs hardly, those guys don't even be effective. He's swinging it. He's spreading it out. When Lamar Jackson took all those carries y'all was just talking about, he had the best right guard in the league, a Hall of Fame right guard that wasn't going to let nobody touch him. He knows we got lineman issues and everything, bro. I don't know what's wrong with this dude. And then who else? Okay. Justin Fields. Man, the Bears already know what they got. They not about to risk him at all. He's doing bootlegs, pass. He got option to pass, option to run. These guys, these other coaches are looking smarter than you, man.
Yep, no doubt, Rick. We got to run, and it's great.
Didn't it feel like the Jimmy G, and my buddy Kyle's texting me this right now, and I think it's an interesting one. It felt like the Jimmy G read option late in the game was like, see, I run this all the time. That's what it felt like to me. I'm like, what are you doing?
Stubborn.
I can't be the only one who thought that. I can't be the only one. 2 in a row?
Felt like we didn't get to everything this morning. There was so much to get to.
It's a good thing we got a whole week.
Got a whole week.
And we got Russ this week.
We got Russell Wilson and Denver Broncos. A very winnable game. Let's flex, Padoni. The worst part about all this.
It's brutal.
Look, Jimmy Garoppolo being an insurance package is great for the 49ers. It's great for them. But let's not start to call these guys brilliant. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. They're not brilliant for bringing Jimmy back. They looked into having Jimmy Garoppolo come back because Jimmy Garoppolo's a nice guy. Jimmy Garoppolo's a nice guy, said nothing, played his role. They looked into having Jimmy Garoppolo back on that bench. So they don't get any credit for saying, hey, they had the brilliant mind to bring Jimmy Garoppolo back. No. Nobody wanted Jimmy because he was hurt. They tried multiple times to trade him. They couldn't get a trade off. And then they were figuring out, do we cut him? Do we not? Do we cut him? Do we not? They looked into having Jimmy back. So they get no credit for that. No credit whatsoever. But we could be entering year number 7, where we don't even know who the quarterback is.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
3 hours flew by. Damn. 3 hours flew by.
3 weeks flew by.
3 weeks flew by. Dan Dibley's back.
Good Lord.
Hey, breath of fresh air. Sorry you had to come back to this.
Guys, Jimmy G's back. Who knew?
Unbelievable.
I mean, and of course, Sam Lubman, the great producer of the Morning Roast, hit me with, Yeah, I know your daughter was born today, but Jimmy G kind of stole the headline. Jimmy G back the same day my daughter was born.
Incredible.
Which will forever be a part of my history. I'm trying to enjoy the birth of my daughter, and my phone's blowing up. Oh, must be congratulations. No, Jimmy G's re-signed.
Unbelievable.
That's pretty funny.
It's hilarious.
That is funny.
And now here we are 3 weeks later.
I went straight to the window when I saw that, and I laid $1,000 on you to be back on air before Jimmy was the starting quarterback. So you owe me $1,000.
My fault.
You owe me $1,000,
dude.
Wow.
Oh my God!
Have at it. Just go. Let's hear what both you got to say.
I mean, what's to say? I'm in Eureka, and I get a call. Yeah, my water's broken. My dad's memorial race because I was taking a stretch for a classic Dibley move, and so I come. I have to speed back from Eureka.
Yeah.
Got here in time, obviously, for the birth. Baby's born. Jimmy G's back, and it's like, what? Jimmy G's back? Okay, but, Trey Lance, and then here we go. We skip ahead. Monsoon, everyone trying to excuse, that for Jimmy G. I thought Kyle should have opened up the offense a little bit sooner, and here we go. That gets put so far on the back burner after yesterday. I'm not saying that it's grounds for a firing because Kyle's not getting fired. He's not on the hot seat.
And he shouldn't.
But, my God, the gross mismanagement of your assets. It's hubris, and it's also you have a quarterback, but you don't want him to throw the football, so we're just going to continually grind him into the line. And I said this last week. I called into one of the changeovers. I don't even know because my world of changeover right now is diapers every 2 hours.
Nice.
I always do. Hey, time now. I talked to my daughter. Time now for the changeover.
I hope they don't last 25 minutes. That cost you, but
it depends. Depends if I don't catch her, and I'll make my Kansas City Chiefs analogy coming up later. My daughter is the Kansas City Chiefs, but I said last week in the changeover, this is gross mismanagement. He's going to get the guy hurt, and here we are. Now he's hurt, and thank God they have Jimmy G.
So I think we all need to figure out where you want to put your criticism, whether it's Kyle Shanahan or the 49er front office, and it's ... TBD. And here's what I mean by that. The reason Kyle Shanahan got so chippy with everybody yesterday is I would imagine it to be very, very offensive to have it insinuated to you as a head coach that essentially the blood is on your hands. Like you went out there and you hurt this guy for calling a play that he's not wrong, gets called in many, many sidelines across the NFL. And it's, he's Lamar, he's Josh, he's Trey. And all of these guys have their own attributes, their own differences and whatnot. But I think what the answer I want to get to is why were you running your offense that way? Not that you were running it. Right. We see that you were running it. And yes, in a perfect world, do all four of us and most of the people listening think that running quarterback power is what you want in an ideal world? No, it's not. So why were they doing it? You can either go, well, Kyle's an idiot. I don't subscribe to that theory. Kyle's not a moron. Okay? So why were they doing it? And that's what I want to get to. And we may
what
not.
do you think?
Well,
he's got trust issues.
My guess is the same thing I said when Jimmy Garoppolo got re-signed. Trey is not what they wanted him to be at this point. It doesn't mean he's never going to be good.
He can't throw a screen?
I don't know, Joe. All I know is what I see. I see Jimmy Garoppolo come into the game, and 5 of the first 6 plays that are called are drop-back throws.
Right. Yeah, and they're wide open.
Right. So why are they doing that?
That's a great question.
Okay.
But that's, again, then he has to take culpability. When you are the main guy in charge, you have to accept some responsibility. Every corporation, when the BP oil spill happened, the guy had to go out and get filleted. You get paid not just to make the big bucks and make tough decisions, but also to be the face when things go down.
Oh, Exxon had no oil spill.
Oh, is it Exxon? I thought it was BP.
No, it was BP, but I'm doing my Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Well, Exxon had an oil spill.
But I'm just saying,
a lot of gas companies and stuff.
Totally.
Yeah. So no, you're not wrong. What I'm trying to figure out is what do you want to blame him for? Do you want to say you got Trey hurt, or do you want to say let's go back to a year?
This whole making is his mess.
Do you want to go back a year and a half ago and let's figure out how on earth do you develop and win a Super Bowl at the same time? We've been saying this for 2 weeks.
So you think they're closer to the Super Bowl today than they were?
Of course they are.
You do.
Of course.
They have a quarterback who they trust to throw the ball.
And so do they.
But
you can see it.
But here's the
all
thing,
over.
though.
You can see it on the.
But you know what's so funny?
Hold
On.
In the first place.
Hold on.
Then why pick that guy in the first place?
Can I say
That's
something?
fair.
Can I say something?
Fair. Yeah, of course.
He trusted Jimmy Garoppolo yesterday. Did he trust Garoppolo at Super Bowl 54 to run a 2-minute drill before halftime? Did he trust Garoppolo to throw the ball on 3rd and 7 in Green Bay? Did he trust Garoppolo to throw the ball in Dallas late in the game? Did he trust Garoppolo against the LA Revs?
No.
So all of a sudden you trust Garoppolo?
No.
These are Shanahan issues.
These are Shanahan issues.
I totally
trust
agree
him
with
more.
you.
He trusts him more
as we fast forward through the season.
And so do all four of us.
So listen.
Admit it.
No. Do I trust Jimmy?
I watched
No.
6
Absolutely.
interceptable passes as the
No,
game went
I do
on.
not.
I go, oh,
I knew you were going to
boy.
go there, and we'll get there in just
boy.
a second. We'll get there in just a second. Shanahan is going to enter year 7 next year because I'm with you, Dibs. He's not going anywhere.
No.
He may have.
He's got, 4 more years? He's got this year and 3 more, I think?
Chet's not firing him.
No.
He's going to go to year 7 with the same quarterback question. How many coaches make it to year 7 and can't figure out the quarterback?
Yeah.
Think about that. From day one, when you admit, I didn't really scout Mahomes and Watson, I was hell-bent on Kirk Cousins. And then midway through the year, after selecting C.J. Beathard in the 3rd round, and I told you this, Shasky, every single day, there's a trickle-down effect from that first draft when you took Solomon Thomas. You took C.J. Beathard in the 3rd round, and midway through the year, you're like, oh, no, we're screwed. We can't get Cousins, and Beathard's not the answer. Let's go trade for Jimmy Garoppolo.
He took Driscoll, too, in the 5th round. But
I thought Driscoll was Chip. Maybe I'm wrong.
3rd round pick is not drafted to be the guy. That's not a 3rd round pick.
But you didn't have anybody.
I
didn't have nobody.
I understand that.
You didn't have nobody.
And everybody knew that was still a TBD. Was it going to be Cousins? Was there going to be door number 3?
I mean, Brian Hoyer was the starting quarterback.
Right. I mean, Davis Mills was drafted in the 2nd round, and nobody thought he was going to be the guy.
4th or 5th.
But
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
But they decided to select the quarterback.
You know what I mean?
In the draft, they had the number 2 overall pick. They trade down to 3 and still had Mahomes and Watson on the board. I know Watson, what he's gotten into then.
And he got hired to fix the quarterback spot.
Right.
Like, that's the thing. As much as we would talk about the organization and the flow, there you go.
First pick in the 3rd round.
We'll meet
First
in the
pick
middle.
in the 3rd round. Anyway, go ahead.
Davis Mills. But no, part of why he's here, and I'm going back to that era. You had 4 coaches in 4 years. You were in quarterback misery, okay? Yeah. No one could. This was the guy who was coming off of an MVP season with Matt Ryan, and he was the quarterback whisperer. Yeah. And he was going to be the offensive guru who was going to hand select his guy to move you in the direction. Remember, we were coming off of the Cap, Alex Smith thing, Cap kneeling, Blaine Gabbert. Like, there was quarterback misery, and he was the guy who was supposed to change them and usher them in this. And I feel like we're having the same conversation.
Well, this is the guy that they handpicked.
Yes.
He handpicked him, but in a year, he hasn't developed to the point where you trust him to throw it, and that's why they had to run the ball.
You're running quarterback delays on 3rd and 6 to get first downs instead of dropping back and throwing the ball.
But that's what I'm getting at. Something went wrong, but in my opinion, we don't know what it is yet because we're not going to know what Trey Lance is now for at least another year. But something went wrong because you have. Look, you read Mike Silver's article. You have got a locker room that was
clearly divided.
Clearly divided already. Yep. And this is what we said 3 weeks ago.
The white guys were in on Jimmy Garoppolo. You could see Dwelly and McGlinchey. And be real with yourself. Watch the celebration. Watch Juszczyk at the podium. You could see it. He was clearly the one feeding the information. It's okay to admit it.
No,
okay?
I'm not going there. You can go there in a larger sense. I'm not taking the 49er locker room there.
Here's what I'll say, though. A tweet last year from Ed Werder, September 26, 2021.
I saw this.
Despite injuries at running back, Shanahan doesn't view rookie quarterback Trey Lance as a solution to create rushing yards. He's not Lamar Jackson. Trey is a quarterback who has the ability to run, but to just line him up and run him, I mean, the game's too physical. And literally, in 4 Trey Lance's starts against Arizona, you're shaking your head.
I don't like this.
16 carries. 89 yards.
What don't you like?
Because this is everyone's grabbing this, and we're leaving out a major piece of the contextual nature of what just took place. The question a year ago was, you have no running backs. Can Trey Lance fix that? So, in other words, the question to Kyle Shanahan was, can you have this guy come in there and essentially be a running back? In other words, the defense knows that he's going to run the ball. That was a completely different scenario than being QB1 and using him part-time as a runner.
Even as
which
QB2.
So many teams do.
Even as QB2. Shanahan admitted he's not Lamar Jackson.
Of course,
we're not just going to
line
him up and run him. What happened in Arizona last year?
But this is a bizarre
What
statement.
happened in Chicago last year?
Hold on. What
happened in the first half of Houston?
What you guys are
He
upset
literally
about?
ran him and lined him up and ran him in the linebacker.
You guys are upset about him getting hurt because he's, quote, not Lamar Jackson. Lamar's half his size.
No, it's
Lamar's half his size, and he's way faster. It's completely different. So the facts that Shanahan are throwing at you, look, I'm with you guys. I don't want the quarterback running up the middle. If you're running the quarterback up the middle, it's because you don't think he can do other stuff. And that's a question.
This is literally a contradiction.
I disagree.
How he said he was going to use
disagree.
Trey Lance.
I think they're completely different scenarios. One was, he's not my quarterback. Do we bring him in because we have no running backs? And now, this is your quarterback.
Right, man. You do have running backs.
Like
You do have running backs now, and you're still using him like a running back, even though yesterday.
He ran the ball 3 times.
But
he ran the ball 3 times yesterday.
But he was on pace to run it 15 times. He ran it 3 times because he got
hit
hurt.
5 times in 12 plays.
14 times.
5 times in 12 plays.
Let me ask you guys this.
5 times in 12. He ran a quarterback
Did
power
you
on
think he was going to
36.
survive the year? I
never do.
No
Let me
chance.
ask you this.
Thank you.
When you watch Josh Allen play, do you think he's going to survive?
No, and this is why I said that's a false equivalency to look at Josh Allen
I'm not making
and say
the
that's the way to play. Because every time he runs, I go, God, they are tempting fate.
I agree.
Tempting fate.
I agree.
I'm a risk mitigator.
I never understand why teams are running guys that way. But when Kyle says that in the postgame presser, he's not wrong. They do. I feel like Josh Allen takes way too many risks on the field.
They don't run Josh Allen as much as the Niners were running Trey Lance. If you look at he was running it about 7 times a game last year.
And he's storing that thing about 38.
And you know what, Josh? Well, that's the other thing. And because Josh has a lot more options on the field. One thing also that Josh doesn't do that I don't understand, and we made a joke about it, like Trey made a joke about it 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I've never slid before in my life. Neither does Josh. And Trey doesn't. And he should.
Well, but that's part of.
It's hard to slide when you're running up the middle of the play. You can't slide when you're running between the tackles.
Not on that play, but can we all agree? The guy literally made a joke 3 weeks ago.
No, but this is why you got to protect him,
and this is why you got to develop him. You're the head coach, and this is your quarterback. You need to develop him, and you didn't develop him to where you felt confident with him throwing the football. So now the only thing he can do as your starter that you feel comfortable with him doing is throwing the deep ball and running. And lo and behold, now he gets hurt.
Then you blew the number 3 overall pick. Then
you
blew the number 3 overall pick.
Correct.
And that's a fire. So now we have another first round pick that's not panning out as of right now. You blew it on Solomon Thomas. You blew it on Reuben Foster. You blew it on Mike McGlinchey.
I'm not ready to say this.
You may have blown it on Javon Kinlaw after trading DeForest Buckner.
I'm not.
A linchpin in your defense to draft another defensive tackle who hasn't been healthy, and now the number 3 overall pick is out for the year, and we still don't know who he is.
You're right, but I'm not ready to do that to Trey's career.
I'm not doing that to Trey.
I'm not doing that to Trey's
As of right now, Mark,
he's got a long road ahead.
Yes, he does.
No idea
right now,
who he
he's
is.
James Wiseman. It's basically where they are.
I almost feel worse, because he hasn't played in 4 years, and we're looking at 45 months, 7 starts, in a weird way. And here's James is going back to
7 starts.
James is going back. Steph's still there.
He's talking about the one in college, too.
My bad. Yeah. Because the one 2020 started.
45 months.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
But at least Wiseman's stepping in where it's like, hey, ease yourself in, young fella.
And he's not the quarterback.
That's what I'm saying.
So, guys, that's what I'm saying.
This is so hard.
Some mistake happened here. A major mistake happened here. I don't know what it is yet, though, because that's what I'm saying.
Well, no matter what the mistake was, Kyle Shanahan made it.
He has to own up to some culpability.
He did do that yesterday.
He's the one who picked the quarterback. So either
there's a pie chart.
Either he misidentified Trey Lance as a talent, or he misused Trey Lance, or he didn't develop Trey Lance. Either way, this is on Kyle Shanahan.
He didn't draft him by himself. I love that we do this. Kyle's arm was twisted into Trey Lance.
But he is the final say.
He had the final say.
Well,
he had the final say, Mark.
Yes.
Come on, don't do that.
No.
John Lynch said that.
Bonte.
John Lynch said that to Kyle. This
Bonte.
is your choice. This is your quarterback. This is your offense.
I've been saying this for a year.
We can't say that it's a group decision now. We can't do that.
I've been saying this for a year. I agree with you, but how many times do you hear that? Have you not heard that in the national media and the local media?
I don't listen to the national media.
Kyle's arm was twisted. He wanted Mac Jones. I don't buy it, neither do you, but all I'm saying is we've got to find what took place here. It is too simplistic to simply say Kyle went out there and killed Trey Lance. That's not fair. You cannot blame the coach for injuries in football. We didn't blame when Jimmy got hurt. We didn't blame Kyle. We blamed Jimmy.
Did he put him in a position to succeed?
I think he literally thought that was all he could
Exactly.
do.
Exactly. So
That's
he did
exactly what he was trying to do.
He's clearly not the genius that I thought he was.
I don't use that word. This whole genius guru
look
thing,
at,
forget it. Guru's
You're
on our
talking
station.
about
He's not on the
sustainability.
49ers.
We're talking about sustainability for a young player. Part of the job of head coach. Winning is the biggest element. But when you make a move that they did, as bold as they did, he has an obligation to not only develop him, but to put him in a position not just to succeed, to sustain and last the year.
So here's the deal. Every single football coach, for better or for worse, is going to make the same decision if I put two things on a platter. And I said, you can use the word sustain.
Yeah.
You can physically protect
You think
your players.
Andy Reid's running him like this?
Hold on.
No, I'm asking you.
Physically.
Before
let
you
me finish. No, I want to finish.
Not to cut you off.
Two platters. One is physically protect your player. The other platter is win. They're going to make the same choice every coach, every time. I spent all afternoon yesterday after this happened because I wanted to really sit with this. And I spent most of the day texting former NFL players and saying, is this on Kyle? I couldn't find one. Every single one of them said, this is what he thinks his skill set is.
Were they watching every snap for the last 2 years? Because the context, I doubt that.
Yes.
Because the context of seeing him get his body slammed.
I know who I texted.
He was on pace for 400 hits this year. Quarterback hits.
I don't like it either, but clearly there was something wrong.
Mark, we disagree on this, and that's fine.
No,
I'm
we
okay with
don't.
it. No, we do.
No, we don't. Because I tried to tell everyone 2 weeks ago when they re-signed Jimmy. My point was, clearly, in my opinion, Trey is. Everyone thought, oh, you're giving up on Trey. My point that day was, it feels to me like Trey is not where they hoped he was today.
That can be true.
I thought it was more of an indictment on Nate
Yeah, but that
Sudfeld
can
and
be
Brock
true. But
Purdy.
to say that every
It's been
coach in the
proven.
league is going to use him the same way, that I disagree with. Alex Smith was used very different with each quarterback that he had, each coach. Then
I didn't
so
say that.
different from
I
you
didn't-
did. You,
no, I
you
didn't.
literally said every coach will take that plan.
No, every coach would do what
So
they
then
felt.
I'm asking you out loud, when we go around the league, how many guys are running their quarterback 15 times a game the way that they did?
Those who feel that that's the only way they can win.
All right, well,
If
we're
that's
talking
the-
in
if that's
circles.
the
We're
only
talking
way
in
you can
circles.
That's my
win,
answer.
then you shouldn't have him on the field
Exactly.
because
I-
he's
that's
not
what I
good
said.
enough.
No,
So
I agree.
if you really wanted to develop the quarterback,
Here we go.
you would have sat him for another year
guys-
because he's not ready to be out there.
This is going the same way this always does.
Hold on, how does Shanahan get a pass for that? If Trey's not ready to go and he's playing a guy who's not ready to go,
Exactly.
this is year
No, he gets-
number
he gets
6
no
of
pass.
the
That's what I'm
Shanahan
saying.
era,
He gets no
and he
pass
still
to
has
me.
to figure out the
He
quarterback.
doesn't get a pass. I want
Yes,
to.
he is. He's not going anywhere. He's going to be back for year 7.
Well, we're obsessed with firing people.
I'm not
The
firing
49ers
nobody. Nobody
He's
wants to
made
fire
it to the
anybody.
Super Bowl
Nobody's
and
talking about
conference
it.
championship
Yeah,
games.
he's
But
not
he
going
still
anywhere.
has
credit for that.
But he blamed the quarterback for the Super Bowl loss. Jimmy Garoppolo took all the hits for Super Bowl 54. All the hits. And I stood up here and said, well, what about Kyle Shanahan and some of his game planning? What about his play calling in that game? What about the play calling in the NFC Championship game against the LA Rams? What about the Green Bay game? Like, there's all these questions with Shanahan. Yeah, it's year 6, and we're still having the same quarterback conversation. A little different, but really a conversation about the quarterback. I thought we were hiring an offensive guru, right?
I thought the 49ers were again one of the top 7 favorite teams to win the Super Bowl again too. I don't know what we're all doing here. You know
Because
what
of
I
the
mean?
defense?
What if their
What are we
odds
doing?
have
Their number
their
3
odds
pick
moved
went
since
down.
yesterday? Their
I
odds
understand
probably
that,
went
Joe.
down
But
the
we
same
don't know
direction
who he is.
as they were yesterday.
This is the boldest trade in 49er history.
I know, and I'm going to say this again because I know exactly where this is going, and I'm going to get pinned in a spot that's not my take. Something went wrong.
But he picked Scangarello. He picked all the people that were in the infrastructure.
Poor decision was made at some point.
So then someone's got to take some heat.
But this wasn't it. This wasn't it. We're not blaming him for someone getting hurt on a football field.
No, nobody's blaming him,
To
but
me,
you
it's
put him
the
in the
entire
position.
body of work.
I feel like a lot of
It's
people
the
are.
entire body of work. It's
Put
the
him in a
quarterback
position
selections.
where you're
It's
running these plays,
trust
Shasky,
issues.
up the middle.
Yes.
Our
yes.
flex
They
moment
all
last
go in
Wednesday,
there.
Mark, was
Trust-
literally,
trust
if you
issues is a fair
continue to
point.
run this game plan, he's going to get hurt.
Right.
And he literally got hurt 4 days later. 4 days. It's not on Shanahan, but
It's
it's to
the
put the
only-
quarterback in a better
And
position.
if Jimmy goes down again, we're going to have this exact same question on Shanahan.
When Jimmy goes down
you know
again.
it's coming.
I mean,
I'm
Don't
rooting
do
for
that
them
to
to win.
Jimmy.
I want them to
Don't
win.
do that to Jimmy.
I could feel the Brock Purdy start coming.
Jimmy been hurt 3 times in 5 years. Trey's been hurt 3 times in 4 starts, and we're going to say
For
Jimmy
sure.
can't stay healthy.
And-
I mean,
They both can at this point.
They both can.
I mean, and none of their running backs can either, nor does their star tight end. Their entire team is always hurt.
Trey Lance ran the ball 16 times in Arizona last year, walked out of there with a banged up knee.
He could have tore his ACL.
Couldn't even play. And we were like, wait, that's what we waited for?
He's trying to win.
A glorified Air Force quarterback?
He's trying to win, but
I don't love it either. He's trying to win. So if you want to move back and say, I think there's a lot of evidence right now that they picked the wrong guy or that they even just took the wrong approach by even drafting a quarterback, that to me is more fair today than Kyle hurt Trey. That to me is more fair.
Did you see it coming a mile away?
No.
I saw it coming a mile away. I said it last week. I called in from my paternity leave for crying out
loud. If I was going to say it that way, then yes, I see injuries every week.
It's football, but how many times has Tom Brady been hurt in his career? Not as many because he doesn't endure the same amount of turmoil that Trey Lance has done.
Because he can't. Kyle said it last week.
How about Aaron Rodgers? Aaron Rodgers is a guy who runs the ball. He runs it smart.
And has had season-ending injuries before.
Yes, but he's played 16 years.
And he won't do that anymore. He doesn't run like that. Different players. Again, I'm not saying this worked out. It clearly didn't. But in the moment, he is saying, this is how we can win. This is what Trey has on a defense.
But that's a short-sighted view because you could have won a million other ways. That Seattle team
running the
was
ball down their throat. Down their throat. Were you not?
This is a long season, guys.
TDP looked great.
He's not trying to win Sunday. He's trying to win Super Bowl. And that's
you got to win Sunday
trying to win Super Bowl. Why are you throwing your hands up?
No, because they had that game in hand. Getting to the Super Bowl requires winning week to week.
Do you want my opinion?
Yeah.
You want them to barrel it down to one sentence?
I'd love to hear.
You can't develop and win at the same time. You cannot
But they're
develop and
doing
win.
that at the offensive line.
No, they're not.
Are they not?
That's at quarterback, Joe.
Okay.
At quarterback.
They can't?
Give me the team who's doing it. Go ahead.
They're developing a right guard, a center, and a left guard.
Quarterback.
And you didn't do
Give
what
me
you
the
needed to do.
quarterback.
Ben Roethlisberger literally happened. Mac Jones was trying to do that for New
went
England.
13-0 with the AFC
I'm just
Championship.
saying, you're asking me for an example. I'm giving it.
Okay.
They just won in Pittsburgh.
Joe Burrow was doing it
Mac
last year.
Jones just won in Pittsburgh.
What? They went to the
Patriots
Super
are
Bowl.
1-1.
Joe. First of all, Joe Burrow and the Bengals.
And they look terrible right now, but
How
he
about
was
this one?
developed.
How about this one? Phillip Rivers.
What about him?
They tried to develop him, and they were in a lot of games.
Carson
they
Wentz.
in a lot of games.
Carson
They've been in
Wentz.
AFC Championship games.
Kyler Murray.
They were close.
And that
they were close.
That was not early
Jared
in his career.
Goff.
Right. None of these guys were first-year starters.
Kyler was. Kyler started day one.
And they were terrible by the end of the year.
But by year two, they've been trying to compete for a playoff spot the entire time.
We're all talking about Trey Lance being 22 years old and hasn't played enough football. We want the 49ers to win the Super Bowl, yet we want Trey to develop and do all the things.
The Baltimore Ravens, Mark, the Baltimore Ravens literally said, Joe Flacco, our greatest quarterback in franchise history, take a seat.
Yes.
We're going to the rookie.
Who won
and the
a
rookie
Super Bowl?
led them to the playoffs.
Yep.
Now, they lost in the playoffs.
Yes.
And I get it. Lamar's had failures in the playoffs.
Trey might have gone to the playoffs too. But by the way, if we're going to do that, I'm not going to let you guys, he's not Lamar. And then compare him to Lamar.
Who compared him to Lamar?
You just said Lamar.
No.
As an example
we're using that example as a guy players are developing.
Not style players.
First-year starters, deep into the playoffs, win a Super Bowl. Kyle Shanahan is telling you with his play calling what they think Trey is right now.
I think that's the most basic, nuanced thing to say. Yet the same thing could have been said for Jimmy Garoppolo in the second half of Dallas, the whole entire game of the Green Bay game, and the entire LA game.
That game plan by then.
You're saying game plans.
The fact that you're starting a guy who you think that about, to me, is a bigger issue than game plans.
That is something I agree with.
The fact that you identified this player, and after 2 years now, you still don't feel like you can put him in a position to actually play the position, that to me is a bigger issue. Now, Kyle didn't, quote, get him hurt because football players get hurt, but the fact that that is the way that you think that you have to use this player, that to me is the most damning part of all of this.
That's what I said the morning after Jimmy was signed, and everyone called me a Trey hater. Look,
they only signed Jimmy because they had no other choice.
They're telling you, no, of course they did. They could have cut him. They're telling you what they think with their actions. And nobody wants to hear that.
Well, what they should have done then is they should have done this with Jimmy G 5 weeks ago and made it an actual competition and said, you know what, Trey? Trey's not ready. Trey, you're still not ready.
Did I not say that?
You said that all summer.
Jimmy G, you go ahead and start
all summer. I said, let him compete.
Totally fair.
They should have brought Jimmy G back because if you didn't think that Trey Lance was ready to play the position and he wasn't based on the way you used him, then you should have just let Jimmy G start. And because you're right, you can't really develop a guy and try to win a Super Bowl at the same time. It's almost impossible. You should have had Jimmy G come back and start, but you didn't.
Listen, if Mike Silver's in the locker room and people are telling him, I can't say it, you can, we would rather play with Jimmy Garoppolo. If that's the way the locker room
feels.
feels.
Those players in.
I mean,
it's like the fans who are saying, I'm Team Jimmy or Team Trey. I thought we were Team Niners.
I agree with you, yeah.
I thought we were Team Niners. And so for players to go out and say that as soon as he gets
hurt. But if I'm a wide receiver and I know that Kyle Shanahan's not going to let Trey throw the ball, if I'm Brandon Ayuk, and I'm not saying he said this.
Or Juszczyk, a fullback, and I know that I'm not going to be out there in the pistol.
Exactly. They're not running a lot of 21 personnel with Trey Lance, but
it was very obvious.
If I'm on the field and I'm a receiver and I know that Jimmy G is going to get to throw the ball and Trey won't, of course I'd rather have Jimmy Garoppolo out there.
Unbelievable.
Well, it's just, and we can all put to bed they're united, they're behind him. That's clearly not the case.
No, unity is a week-to-week proposition.
Who knows? Who knows? Everything I thought I knew, who knows?
Who knows? I'm guessing you guys are going to talk a lot about Jimmy Garoppolo.
I'm talking a lot about
you're on to Denver.
And Trey Lance.
My 3-week paternity.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Dibs, welcome back.
Welcome
back.
Shot at 89 on Saturday.
Welcome back.
Played pretty well, yeah.
I guess I can take the cue cards down now.
I thought your golf clubs were in the storage unit.
Oh, I got them out of storage, baby. Healthy baby. Where are my clubs?
Good for you.
Yeah. I can only do so much.
Good to have you back, Dibs. What a day to be back.
These breastises have no milk in them, Mark. What's wrong? We can't run material anymore?
That was TMI.
Willard
It's too early.
Do it. I can only do so
That to be
much.
brought to you by the San Diego Tourism Authority. When you're happy,
They look
you
like
know
they
it.
do.
In San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Inland sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game.
And Lance is down right now. That was quite the hit. And Jimmy Garoppolo may see early action today in the first quarter.
The Niners are 1-1, and we're reacting all day with L'Oneal, Michael Irvin, and you.
Oh, my God. And Kyle Shanahan comes away with the victory for the San Francisco crew.
On the Bay Area sports station, 95.7 The Game.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Pink Floyd's Roger Waters. This is not a drill.
We're doing a show in the round. It's something new. I look forward to the challenge.
Featuring his songs from the golden era of Pink Floyd. Friday and Saturday, September 23rd and 24th, Chase Center in San Francisco. Tickets on sale now at RogerWaters.com. Produced by AEG Presents.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Cache Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. Catch the multi-talented entertainer Gary Vee on October 1st and Amy Schumer on October 8th. Then see live championship boxing on October 29th as Alan Sanchez takes on Sal Bustos. This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at CacheCreek.com.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Dell Technologies semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
If you have a small business, Staples has your sign.
Banners for my bakery?
Staples has your sign.
Oh, posters for my new pet store.
Floor decals for a pharmacy.
Every day, Staples associates help every kind of small business create bold signs to make big impressions. And now get $10 off custom signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. This is your sign, so print it big at Staples. Ends 10/1. Visit staplesconnect.com/thisisyoursign for details.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Granger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply.
Get in zone, AutoZone. They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs. On 95.7 The Game.
Well, I'm not going to let this get all completely swallowed up in Trey and Jimmy. There is absolutely only one thing to say first. Welcome back and congratulations.
Thanks, brother.
Dan Dibley.
Thank you, Mark.
I mean, it's fantastic to see you.
It's great to be here, and not only because it takes me away from being elbows deep in diapers for a few hours, which, I mean, I love my daughter, Mila, the lovely supper, such a champion through the birth. I mean, I was courtside, which there's no better courtside seat in the world than being there when your baby is coming out.
Yep.
My lady was amazing. Shout out Alta Bates in Berkeley. The staff was remarkable. We were calling it like a 5-star baby hotel. They took care of us so wonderfully. The longest 3 weeks, though, of my career because, my God.
I bet. Yeah,
Jimmy G's back. They squander a winnable game in Chicago, and then now this ankle gate.
You're going to have to, you'll explain to Mila one day what was going on as she was being born.
Yeah.
And
Zach Littell. Thoughts and prayers. My God.
Yeah, he's just watching the whole thing from Sacramento. He just can't believe it. His jaw's in fact, I heard he pounded the table when he saw what happened. He pounded a baseball into his coffee table when he saw Trey Lance go down yesterday. Look, here's all we're doing today, okay? Yes, Dibs is back, which we are so excited about. we are not excited about the developments yesterday in any other way, shape, or form. We have Dr. Nirav Pandya coming on at 10 o'clock. You know exactly what we're going to talk to him about. What does this mean for the short term? What does this mean for the long term for Trey Lance's career? I did see another doctor call this very similar after doing a deeper dive, very similar to a Dak Prescott type of an injury. So we will get to all of that, and outside of that is just you. It is you. It is you on all platforms. It is you across the board. 888-957-9570. Keep them coming on the Comcast Business text line. Good morning, Twitch and YouTube. Thank you for watching. Doesn't Dibs look 20 years younger after the new addition to his world? But we are here commenting, and I want to comment with you. We want to connect with you. We want to hear from you. We know that this is, quite frankly, this is an emotional type of a deal here.
Totally.
Like, this is a football thing. The 49ers got their first win of the year. I think low-key, this is going to turn into something where we can, when we can get back to assessing 49er football, holy hell, this defense looks good.
Man, Hufunga?
Right, look around the NFC, and I think this season can go somewhere. We said this was an absolute, sorry you weren't here, this is a must-win situation.
No, you did not.
Well, we all fall down to gotta have it. But like
Damon Bruce and I were going back and forth because he was talking about teams that start out 0-2, and I think 8% of them make the playoffs. And so 8% still doesn't qualify as a must-win, but I was definitely listening to all you fools while I was gone.
They had to have it. Like, I even
did. It was gotta have it.
On Friday, I'm like, just imagine for a second if Trey Lance goes out there and loses to the Seattle Seahawks. And then you get welcome live, Mile High Stadium. It's the 49ers Antichrist Russell Wilson against 0-2 Trey Lance. Like, it was going to be a disaster.
Yeah.
They had to win it. They did. ... But everything changed.
Got a big butt.
It's
a huge butt.
This is so tough because at the core of all of this, I think all of us ache for Trey.
Heartbroken.
The look on his face on the cart was incredibly difficult to watch. And I know we do this whenever something happens that we don't like in life, we immediately want to assess who to blame. And I think there are plenty of questions about the way Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, and the whole organization have played this over the last 18 months. But one thing I'm not going to do today is say Kyle got Trey hurt. I don't think that's fair.
That's too harsh. It's football. People get hurt in football. Now, I will go so far as to say that Kyle Shanahan grossly misused the asset that is Trey Lance, because when you have a quarterback who is running the football in that way, and, miss me with the Lamar Jackson and the Josh Allen, these are different examples. Trey Lance ran it far more often than Josh Allen runs it. When you're going to use a quarterback in this fashion, when you think that that's the best way for him to be used as an asset, that to me is a gross mismanagement of the asset of the quarterback position.
Well, I guess my question on that is we keep calling this an asset, and we don't really know what Trey Lance is. We still don't. He has now started a sum total of 4 games in the NFL. This is not enough for us to define him. This is not enough for us to know who he is. The question that I have, if I had been sitting in front of Kyle Shanahan yesterday, is not so much, it's 2nd and 8. Why are you running it this way? Like, it felt obvious to me that when Garoppolo hit the field, the play calling changed. And so
he turned over that play sheet to the pass side.
If we can all agree that the extremist point of view that Kyle got Trey hurt on purpose, so that if we can all agree that that's ridiculous, then let's answer the question, why? Why was he calling plays this way?
Because he doesn't trust Trey Lance to throw the ball. And that to me, and I'm sorry, but Kyle Shanahan was the one who wanted to draft Trey Lance. Kyle Shanahan, all John Lynch has told you since they took this partnership was Kyle has the last say. And when you trade up in the first round to draft a quarterback and you're the offensive play caller and you're the quarterback whisperer, I'm sorry, this is your call. You are making that call. So you try to outsmart everyone by drafting a largely inexperienced guy from the FCS, and you're thinking, you know what? I see something that nobody else sees. I'm smarter than you. This guy is going to change the game. And while a year goes by and he's unable to develop, he's unable to become a quarterback that you actually trust to throw the ball, and yet this year starts and you figure, well, we're going to go ahead and use him anyway. I'm going to use him like my dad used RG3, and then now this happens. This to me is gross mismanagement of an asset.
Well, so on that one, I'm going to agree with you that, and this is the way I'll say it. One of two things has to be wrong here. Okay? Because I know a lot of you today want to say, you can't run Trey like that. You're going to get him hurt. You said it last week. Shasky said it last week. Bonte said it last week. I get it. You're going to run. So you can't do that. But if I counter with, Kyle's not an idiot and he didn't try to hurt Trey, and Kyle thinks this is our best chance to win, I'm going to accept that. But then we got to go back to what you just said, which is, now we got to question what you did 18 months ago. So one of these, this is where I will go with you. One of these two has to be wrong. You either were not calling plays correctly, or you potentially made the wrong move 18 months ago. I think one of those probably has to be true.
I think both can be true.
Maybe.
And I also think that, especially yesterday, Chicago we can talk about in a different vein because you were there. It was a monsoon. And, the downpour that came in the fourth quarter, I can't imagine it. I was listening to you when
bananas.
I was...
Just bananas.
I think I was changing a diaper at the time. But
it was last Friday morning when my shoes felt dry for the first... I'm not kidding.
No, you said...
don't think I'm exaggerating.
Your
Friday
clothes
morning,
were still wet.
I put them outside. I put them inside. I put them next to heaters.
2 shoes.
I'm like...
outside.
Friday morning. The game was Sunday. Friday morning. They had been on a cross-country flight. They'd been through hell and
Everything,
back.
yeah.
Finally dry on Friday
Still
morning.
wet, yeah. So I understand in the fourth quarter, fine. You're not going to throw the ball. It was a monsoon, sideways rain, whatever. Yesterday against Seattle, Jeff Wilson Jr. was dominant in that game. Deebo Samuel running the football. The guy went for 50 yards. He shook 17 tackles on one play. He juked 5 guys. And yet you still felt like you had to run Trey Lance. This is our only play on 2nd and 8, just outside the red zone.
Okay, but now let me go somewhere with that, because the Green Bay Packer playoff game a few years ago, Jimmy Garoppolo has traditionally been ripped because the 49ers were like, we don't need to throw the ball today. We're just going to run the ball.
But how many carries did he have in that game?
Well, no, but Jimmy doesn't do that. He can't do that.
But that's my point.
But Jimmy can't do that. Trey can do that. I don't care if he's not Lamar, not Josh. Trey can do that. It's actually something we've all been excited about. He was going to bring mobility to the quarterback position, right? We're excited about that. Jimmy Garoppolo, many of you have gone A to B here. Jimmy didn't throw in the playoffs, therefore that means Jimmy's not good. So now let's go to today. If you're not going to throw Trey Lance, what are they telling you? You've all been telling me for 2 years that meant Jimmy's not good. So do we get to say that? Are we putting the same label here? I mean, I think this conversation ends up in a spot that's so unfair to a 22-year-old player who hasn't played a lot of football. But again, one of these things has to be true. Either you ran him wrong, like many of you are saying, or we got to go back and question the whole process that brought us to this position in the first place.
For me, it's both, because you didn't need to run him yesterday. And you mentioned the Packer-Niner game from a couple years ago in the playoffs. Jimmy Garoppolo ran it 4 times that day. Raheem, 29 carries. Tevin Coleman, remember him? 6 carries. You had 38 carries outside of your quarterback. Yesterday was a game you didn't need Trey Lance to run the ball. You could have given it to TDP, who had a nice little game in spots. You could have given it to Jeff Wilson Jr. You could have given it to Deebo Samuel. You didn't have to run Trey Lance, but it's 2nd and 8, and you just stick him up in there, another QB power. Bad things were going to happen. And the fact that you can't trust him to throw the ball, that, if it wasn't for a 4-year contract, that would be a fireable offense.
Give me your true, immediate, we're all human beings and we felt awful for Trey, okay? But give me your football emotions when Jimmy runs out on the field.
I mean, they didn't miss a beat. My football emotions were, here we go. It wasn't like you're turning to Mullins or Beathard and Brock Purdy, whatever he's going to be, fine. I mean, he's less experienced, obviously, than even Trey Lance. He's not some bum of a backup. When Jimmy G came out there, my football emotions were good. It's good that they have Jimmy Garoppolo, but at the same time, I wasn't thinking, oh, genius, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. You guys played that one perfectly.
No, nobody would do that. Well, maybe somebody did. I agree with you there. But here's what I'm getting at, because this whole thing is a big psychoanalysis for all of us. I don't think there was a one of you, not a one of you, when Jimmy runs out on the field that went, oh, our season's cooked.
Right.
Not one of you did that. And that says something. There's not one other NFL team where that would be the case. When their starting quarterback is on a cart, every other fan in America, our season's cooked. Not here. And that doesn't mean, oh, you did a great job bringing Jimmy back. It means, in fact, we even sort of saw, like, I hate to point this out, but didn't it feel like the team sort of went like, whoop, like shoulders were like, there was almost like,
well, for the receivers,
there was like an invigoration that had taken place.
You know what that is?
I do.
It's been a while. I'm sure you haven't been letting them fly.
Gotten out of the practice a little bit.
It's an invigoration sensation.
It was, and I hate pointing it out because I don't want anyone to sound like anyone was celebrating when Trey Lance was on a cart. It was an awful thing. The look on his face will never leave my mind. But I'm watching this game, and you're watching the players, and you're watching the sideline, and you're watching the play calling, and all of the things that took place, and you went, this team, not one person thought, oh, we're better with Trey than we are with Jimmy, so our Super Bowl odds just went down. Nobody thought that.
Right.
And that speaks volumes. That's so loud.
No, Jimmy Garoppolo is a winning quarterback, and he's won games. I will say this, and I think I shared it on the group text thread in the fourth quarter. This offense is boring. It's a tough watch, this offense.
Would you rather watch Austin Slater against the lefty?
Probably. At least there's a threat that maybe he'd go deep.
I think you're talking about a game that's already got a double-digit lead, and here comes Jimmy. And yes,
I'm talking about an offense without much dynamism.
We've seen it
At
before.
least with Trey Lance, you feel like there's a threat that something exciting could happen.
Right.
With Jimmy Garoppolo, it's, oh, here comes another underthrow. Here comes a softly thrown out pattern.
I feel you, but I also like the same conversation we've had with the Giants. Like, in theory, they were a boring offense to watch last year. They didn't have anybody that hit 30 or 40 home runs, but they won 107 games, and so it's not boring. If the 49ers at the bye are 6-2, I'm not going to be bored. I won't be bored. Whether it's just, I think I get it. We were all excited to see Trey Lance bring new aspects to this offense. And then, quite frankly, he wasn't. He wasn't given the opportunity to.
That's my point.
He was, and so why? Why was he not given the opportunity?
Why, Kyle?
Well,
why? Is it because he's not good enough? You drafted him. Is it because he hasn't developed enough? You've developed him. Is it because you don't trust him enough? He's your quarterback, for crying out loud. If you didn't trust him enough, if you didn't think back in July and August that things were progressing the way they should have been progressing, then you sign Jimmy then. You work it out with Jimmy then. You get Jimmy Garoppolo a playbook. You have it be a competition. You actually put the best quarterback on the field. This, to me, is devastating to Kyle Shanahan's credibility in terms of what he sees as talent.
I completely agree here that there was something going on, and we're going to go to the phones here in just a second because a lot of you want to weigh in, and Doc Pandia here at the top of the hour. We all wondered out loud, what's the locker room think? And to me, we found out yesterday, and that's a problem, and now they're all lucky that now for the moment it's not a problem. Because, by the way, what if Trey Lance had just gotten a high ankle sprain?
Exactly.
And what do you do if he's coming back and they're 5-1 and he's back and you're like, no, hey guys, all right, here we go, quarterback power again, and the locker room.
You can't lose your job to injury.
So unless
you're Alex Smith.
There is a line inside Mike Silver's Chronicle article today that I think is just a bomb. It's an absolute crater. And here it is. For all of Lance's potential, Coach Kyle Shanahan's plan to have the raw second-year player learn on the job while quarterbacking a team built to win now was not universally acclaimed inside the locker room. This was already a divided team. And therefore, I am a firm believer that a 22-year-old who the coach doesn't fully trust and the team didn't either, that wasn't going to go anywhere good.
So what happens now with the quarterback in Jimmy Garoppolo, who's not fully trusted by the locker room, because the locker room is divided? You telling me that all of a sudden now everybody is going to be gung-ho for Jimmy Garoppolo?
Actually, no. Yeah, I am. I mean, they have been for 5 years. Why wouldn't they be? Plus, they have no choice. Like, there's no right. You're not split unless you've got two choices. They don't have a choice. Even if you were on Team Trey, you're not anti-Jimmy now. Trey's out. Trey's out. He's out till next year. So I actually do think this, for whatever the split was, well, there's no split now, whether by choice or not.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we'll see how it plays out. You go to Denver and you lose to the Broncos, and the offense continues to look as, mostly flaccid, by the way. This offense is run, yawn, punt is what I sent out yesterday.
But it's usually win, loss, win.
It's because of the defense. It's not because of a great offense.
But it doesn't matter.
Look at what Tua did yesterday in Miami with a new head coach. That's an exciting offense. That's a team that can light you up.
They can.
This 49er team is not going to beat the Rams in this fashion.
Points.
This 49er team is not going to go very far in this fashion. I don't see it.
I don't agree with that at all. To me,
it's
Rams,
the defense that's carrying this team.
The Rams through 2 weeks have not impressed me at all. The Cardinals have not impressed me at all. We saw the Seahawks yesterday. I sit here right now today, and I think the 49ers are favored to win the NFC West. I say that without any hesitation at all. Let's hear from everybody. Doc Pandy in 10 minutes. Eric in San Jose, you're first up today, the first of many. Thank you so much for calling Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, man?
Hey, how are you guys doing today?
What's up?
Man, a lot on my mind. Never been so sick to my stomach after a Niners victory. I'm just going to start going. I don't think Trey Lance was ever Kyle's guy. That whole Mac Jones thing back in the draft, I thought that was a smokescreen, but looking deeper into it, I honestly believe that was the truth. Why would he run in between the tackles like a fullback if he actually wanted to protect that asset? It was almost like his hand was being forced. The locker room never wanted him. He said, fine, if I have to play him, I'm going to run him between the tackles, and eventually we'll get Garoppolo back in there.
So, Eric, let me ask you this. Eric, let me ask you, who's Wizard of Oz then? If it's not Kyle, let's take what you're saying at face value. Kyle's not in charge. Trey was never his guy. The locker room never really dug what was going on. Who's the man behind the curtain who's actually making these decisions then?
I've heard Lynch talk about it before. They say their whole draft process is they all keep all their thoughts to themselves, and at the very end, they put together who they think was the best draft pick for that position, and almost like a by committee, so no one has an influence on each other's positions. And I think Adam Peters, Lynch, and even Jed overruled Sal on Jones. And if you look back to this is what really pisses me off more than anything. If we go back to that Houston Texans game last year with the season on the line, how did Kyle use Lance? Was he running between the tackles? No. He was 16 of 23, 249 yards, and 2 touchdowns. He can throw the ball. He's proven it.
I mean, we've got thanks, Eric. Appreciate it. The Houston game was fine. I remember the game. Houston's not a good football team. Trey threw a very, very bad interception in the first half. Looked like a pup, quite frankly. And at halftime, that game was really in doubt. He came out in the second half. He was much better. He did do some running for sure. Maybe not quite in the same way. The throw downfield to Deebo Samuel is really the only one that everybody really, really remembers. And then after that, the defense took over. Trey was fine. He was good enough in that game. I didn't necessarily come out of that game thinking, okay, this guy is a video game at quarterback. You look around the league, And what I think is that each coach uses his guy and tries to say, this is where we've got an edge with this particular guy. And so whether that's Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, or Tom Brady, who's never going to leave the pocket, like, you go with what you think your guy brings. This is what they think Trey brings. And to me, that's the bigger concern.
Yeah. And
that's the concern.
And that, to me, it's a Kyle Shanahan concern because he's been so conservative with his play calling that he gets Trey Lance, a big, sturdy quarterback who can run the football and he can run the zone read, and he thinks this fits perfectly into my run-heavy offense that I love so much, and so that's what he goes with. And the biggest problem for me is that Trey Lance hasn't developed as a passer. Whether it's, all the offseason, we heard about arm fatigue, and even through camp, accuracy issues and interceptions in camp and all the rest of it. And yet you come out here and you start the year and you don't even give him a chance to throw the football.
Doc Pandia is coming up in just a moment. What's this mean short term? What's it mean long term? We'll get those quick answers and then go right back to you at 888-957-9570. Also coming up next, I texted 2 former offensive linemen yesterday because I wanted to know what does the locker room think about this kind of play calling? What do you think? I want to read those texts to you. We'll do that coming up next. Dibbers is back. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Anytime a guy gets hurt, I wish I didn't call that. But no, that's something we were going to do.
That was quite the hit. On that power run, Lance is down, and Jimmy Garoppolo may see early action today in the first quarter.
Give us your reaction to week 2. This is the NFL!
I mean, you guys watch other teams in this league? I mean, Buffalo does it all the time. Their quarterback's pretty normal play, part of football, and it's unfortunate that he hurt his ankle on it.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NFL team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game. Our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NFL team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
O'Reilly.
See the road ahead more clearly with Sylvania Bulbs and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase select Sylvania Bulbs and get a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus receive double O-Rewards points. Replace your bulbs today and see better tonight. Let the professional parts people help you find the bulbs you need. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Good morning, everybody.
Jeez, man.
Woo! I mean, not that you didn't know this, but I mean, because you mentioned the text chat earlier. The first thing I said to you, I go, hey, man, you're coming back into a cauldron.
Totally.
Like, it is emotional, and there are big opinions, and there is anger, and there is all of this. And hold this now, but you just brought up something that for me is sort of the final hammer in this whole conversation from the perspective of a 49er player. So we'll have that in just a second, and then we're going to go back to your phone calls.
It's a great tease right there.
Everybody get over to Twitch and YouTube and watch, and Comcast Business text line. Today is all about connection and interaction and all of that. So keep that coming, and back to the calls at 888-957-9570 in just a second. But right now, out to our hottest of lines, because this, ladies and gentlemen, is Emergency Pandia. And, it's funny. My son, I was on my way home from work on Saturday, and he asked me for Emergency Panda. He wanted me to go to Panda Express.
Nice.
This is different. This is Emergency Pandia. Doc Pandia on the line right now because of this Trey Lance injury. Hey, man, what's it been like for you since 1:30 yesterday?
It's kind of crazy. We're watching the game, and my son, I was upstairs, and my son runs out. He's like, Trey Lance is on the cart, Dad. I think you have to go to Twitter.
Oh, gosh.
Forget grabbing your medical bag. Grab your 280 characters and get to work, Dad.
Your butt to Twitter. All right, so Doc, give us, we want short-term and long-term. First, what do we know about the injury? What do you see, and what are the next, couple of months like for Trey now?
Yeah, I think the telling part was two things. Number one, when you saw that video of his foot kind of rotated out to the side, and the fact that they brought the cart out, that usually indicates that this is not your run-of-the-mill regular ankle fracture. It's something a little bit more severe with probably a dislocation. So as the press reports say, he's probably going to get surgery today, as everyone indicated. And I think the short term, you're looking at up to a 6-month recovery. You have to get the bone to heal. You need to get the ligaments and soft tissue to heal. So in terms of this season, barring there being some sort of miracle, in terms of what they see during surgery, this is the end of the season most likely for Trey Lance. The good news is that when we look at when players return off this injury, you're basically looking at, based on some studies, around 130 days. So the reason why that's important is that gives him hopefully a full off season to work, and he'll be healthy going into training camp. Now, do we know how his ankle is going to respond? Is it going to heal properly? We don't know that, but the fact is that he likely is in a good position to get good off-season work, which is a key question going into next year.
What's the fear in terms of ligament or tendon damage in terms of the way the ankle broke?
Yeah, I think there were some reports that this might have been a dislocation, and obviously we don't know anything because the 49ers haven't given many specifics. But if there was a dislocation, which means that the ankle kind of came out of joint, that's where you get a little bit more worried in terms of how the ankle will respond long term. We know that bones heal very predictably, but if there is ligament and tendon damage, then you worry about, number one, kind of two extremes. Is the ankle going to be more unstable in the future? Or kind of what you saw with Dak Prescott is there going to be stiffness and scar tissue that builds up? And for a mobile quarterback, could that potentially change the way he plays? So that's the bigger unknown coming into the season, is how is his mobility going to be impacted? His bones will heal, but how is that going to change the way he plays?
Okay, so that's interesting. I guess so the question now is not whether or not Trey Lance is ready to play football by training camp next year. The questions will sort of be, can Trey Lance be maybe the same player he was going to be?
Yeah, exactly. And I think, when the Raiders were here in the Bay Area, when Derek Carr broke his ankle, that first season back, obviously his ankle wasn't as severe. People were questioning. He didn't look as well. He was a little bit less hesitant. It took him that full season to get that kind of strength and mobility back. So that's the larger question, is how is this going to impact a quarterback who already hasn't played in the NFL, and now suddenly he's worried about his right ankle as well as potentially getting hit. So all those kind of soft factors, I think, are going to play a bigger role than did his bones heal.
How much does youth play on Trey's side in terms of maybe speeding up the recovery?
I think huge. And I think, the bone's pretty predictable based on what age you are, but it's really that stiffness and the ability to do really aggressive rehab. So where some people may get the surgery done in month 4, month 5, month 6, they're still worried about getting getting some scar tissue, kind of broken up and making sure they're getting their strength. He's going to probably be able to be more aggressive in his rehab. So that's going to really be on his side. I mean, it's never a good time to break your ankle, but being 22 years of age is probably ideal, and being an NFL player who can rehab all the time.
Doc, I know we'll be talking to you more about this extensively on Wednesday, but emergency Pandia was needed. Thank you for that perspective, man. We really, really appreciate it, and thanks for getting over to Twitter and all that good work yesterday too.
Absolutely, guys. Anytime. Have a good one.
All right, there he goes. Doc Pandia with the latest on Trey Lance. And it's funny, because we are not funny. I mean, it's awful because we're sitting here going, gosh, is he going to be the player he was? And we don't even know who that was.
Exactly.
It's like this could have absolutely affect who he was going to be, and we haven't even seen it yet. So in a way, we'll never know.
Well, maybe this lets him become more of the player that he was supposed to become, which is a pocket passer. Because what we heard is that, Kyle Shanahan, and I know you don't love the Edwarder comments that take it out of context from a year ago, but I think that there is some merit to it in terms of, being a running quarterback is tough, and the NFL is a very physical league, and when you're a quarterback and you're going to be out there trying to run the football that often, you're going to be more susceptible to injury. And so Trey Lance, the vision that I had for Trey Lance and many people had, which is a guy who could run the ball if need be, but all he's been so far, at least this year, was a running quarterback. They didn't even give him a chance that much to sit back in the pocket and be a passer, a pocket passer. Maybe now with this injury, if it limits his mobility and it limits his ability to go out there and be a running QB, maybe now he's forced to become the pocket passer that we all want him to be.
Throw out that info you just said to me before we came back.
Our producer, Hot Take Jake, a.k.a. Kyle Madsen, shared something that the Niners' Super Bowl odds going into yesterday's game, 25-1. When Trey Lance got hurt and Jimmy G came on the field, after the game, they went down to 22-1, and subsequent to that, the odds are now 20-1 for the Niners to win the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Odds are going down with Jimmy in and Trey out.
If you are a teammate, if you put on the 49er jersey, I hate to say this, okay, but this is the way the NFL is. We know that. This is brutal. It's overly physical. It's maniacal, and it's cutthroat. If you're a player on the 49ers, that fact that you just stated is all there is. That's it. That's it. This is 1 + 1 = 2 to those guys. And if you want to know why they're all slapping Jimmy on the head, and if you want to know why it suddenly looked different when he came out onto the field and they carved right through the Seattle defense for an easy passing touchdown, if you want to know, that's all there is. That's it. If they feel like they've got a better chance to win right now, and we said this for 3 weeks. Boy, we wonder, like, how many losses? What if now you're 0-1. What if you're 0-2? What if you're 3-4? What if you're we ran all these scenarios, and we wanted to know, if you're a veteran on this team, how you feeling about learn on the job at the quarterback position when the rest of the roster is stacked?
Right.
I think we got our answer. They feel like crap.
Well, then what are you doing, Kyle Shanahan?
Fair question.
Everything to me, Mark, and all this comes back to that point. What the hell are you doing, Kyle Shanahan? Because Steiny was right, and I heard this last week or the week before on the changeover. You can't develop a guy and expect to win the Super Bowl in the same year. It's very, very hard, dare I say impossible, especially when you have a guy going from FCS, a guy who didn't play much. He had one start his last year. Last year he only started a couple of games. He's raw. He's got talent, but he's not ready. What the hell are you trying to do when the whole team realizes that Jimmy Garoppolo is a better quarterback and that Trey Lance is not ready to lead you anywhere on the field? Why are you making the switch?
Yeah.
So that to me is where, and Kyle's not on the hot seat. He's got, I believe, 4 more seasons. John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, they're not going anywhere. However, he needs to be called on the carpet for this. What are you doing?
Well, listen, there were so many aspects to why they made the move. How many times did we say, hey, look, even if Trey just gives you Jimmy production, it's still a net win because it's so much cheaper, and it allowed you to do Debo extensions, Bosa coming soon.
And Greenlaw just got paid yesterday.
Greenlaw, you got Kittle, you got Warner, you extended everybody, and not having to pay Jimmy what they were going to pay helps a lot in that process. So even if it's just even, it's still a win. Well, what if it's not even? Then what? And this is a question, and we're way too early for this. We've got 3 months to figure this out. But while we play scenarios, what happens if the season is good? What if Jimmy does have another healthy season? And what if there is a deep playoff run that happens? Now what do you do? Can the 49ers even afford to bring him back?
Does he want to come back?
Do you want to bring him back?
Right.
What do you do about Trey Lance? Like, these are the risks they took. And so far, they've kind of blown up in their face. The only thing that didn't blow up in their face is we brought Jimmy back, and if Trey loses too many games in the first half of the season, this is going to get really uncomfortable on our sideline. You know, that's what I think in some ways you're seeing. Nobody wanted Trey to get hurt, but this does create definition with any decisions as far as who's you're going to start.
And also, you said it, if it was like a high ankle or if it was like a 2 to 3 or 4 week thing and Jimmy leads you on a 4-game win streak, and now you're 4-1, and Trey's good to go. He's cleared to play. Shout out Doc Pandia. Wednesdays at 11:30. Then what? Now we've got a real divide, probably not a divide in the locker room where everyone's saying, no, you're not making a switch. And
totally.
Maybe Kyle's thinking, this is my guy. I want to go back to Trey, whatever it is. That's taken off the table. So your heart goes out to Trey Lance. You're gutted for the kid to have his year end in this fashion. But you're right. It gives them all a certain amount of clarity.
Let's keep going with you. Joe in New Jersey, next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Joe, thanks for calling. What are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How you doing, man?
What's up?
Hey, man, so I'm looking at this at Jed York's perspective. The way the situation has played out, it couldn't have happened any worse. You get the farm for Trey, and Kyle, the way he utilizes them, you see the trust issues aren't there. So if they were going to, the way they rolled out Trey, if I'm Jed and I'm watching the game in my little press box, he has to ask himself, what are they doing with this guy? We all knew running the ball like this, the outcome what we got was to be expected. So, I mean, what's the plan going forward? Who somebody needs to be? I'm not saying fired, and I agree with you guys that there needs to be some repercussions to this. There needs to be some sort of, whether it's taking some play call or some things away from Kyle. I don't know what it is, but this situation is just bad.
Yeah, but Joe, while we play scenarios, and I totally get the emotions, and everybody does, like, okay, repercussions, yet we can't really figure out what they are. Yet it's also week 3. They're 1-1. They're tied for first place in an NFC that doesn't seem to have a whole lot of good teams. What if this season goes well? What if it goes well? What if they win 11 games? What is it, everyone, like, right? What is it you're supposed to do? Kyle, you're not allowed to keep going deep in the playoffs.
You're out of the draft room.
Okay, you're
got to laminate your play sheet, and we'll wake you in September.
You're never going to do that with a head coach. You're never taking the head coach out of the draft room.
I know, Mark, but okay, let's play it forward.
All right.
You go 11-6, and you don't win the Super Bowl again. Jimmy G does Jimmy G things. He finds a way to lose another big game, and you fall short of the ultimate prize. Okay, off season, here we go. Trey Lance is getting better. Are you going to trust Trey Lance again next year? Of course not. Trey Lance's time with the 49ers, it's not over, but he's in a very tenuous spot now.
Oh my gosh.
And so what does Kyle Shanahan do now? Coming into next year, hey, Trey, how's the ankle? Yeah, don't worry about throwing the ball. Actually, we want you to quarterback this year with your right arm behind your back.
What's worse than that, Dibs, is that you don't even get to go to camp to figure this out. They've got to figure it out in free agency. Jimmy's going to be unrestricted. He'll be unrestricted. So you're going to essentially have to know.
Now, does he have a no-trade clause? Is that what you guys were saying?
That is correct.
I missed all the details of his deal.
No trade clause.
I was dealing with umbilical scabs, but...
yes, just like your daughter.
Thank you.
No trade clause.
Luckily, no diarrhea. The meconium, though, was real. But, that and the colostrum. But,
yes, full no trade.
And I know we got a $300,000 bonus yesterday.
Yeah, something. I love when people do this. Jimmy Garoppolo's going to get $250,000. Cool. Like, what? Guy made $100 million. They could give a rip if somebody gives him $250,000, okay? But, yes, full no trade clause, and yes, there are bonuses that are now going to come into play. Yeah, that's
so he gets
the
to the
deal.
offseason, he's unrestricted.
Unrestricted free agent.
And so he goes 11-6. They lose in the playoffs, wherever they lose it. And the Niners say, what? I mean, Jimmy, what do you think about a 2-year deal? And he says, all right, 2 years, $100 million a year guaranteed.
Do you remember Gabe Kapler's walk through the dugout with Zach Littell last week?
I do. He stalked him down.
That's the walk that Don Yee is going to use into Levi's Stadium at the end of this year if the season goes well. Oh, yeah. Hey, Kyle, get down here in the tunnel. Let me talk to you right now. Here's how this is going to go.
Basically,
you're going to give my guy $80 million a year.
Guaranteed.
I mean, or whatever. I mean, who knows? Who knows? And obviously, we're doing the whole, like, okay, we don't know what happened.
We're putting the cart way before the horse.
Like, I don't know how the season's going to go. But Jimmy, I mean, look, this has worked out perfectly for him. He not rooting for Trey to get hurt. I get it. He's a good dude, and he's a good locker room guy. But, man, they played a card, and they got a pair of aces. It worked out perfectly. He's the starting quarterback for the 49ers again, and he's doing what no quarterback does. He's going into unrestricted free agency next year. By the way, one thing I don't know off the top of my head, would they be allowed to tag him? Can they tag him next year?
I wonder, a guy in a one-year deal.
I don't know off the top of my head. If somebody has
I don't think they can tag him.
If someone has that stipulation, I'd love to know.
I don't think you can tag a guy off a one-year contract like that.
But it's a restructured contract. So is it a one-year contract, or is it just the back end of his 5-year contract that's been restructured? I don't know the answer to that.
Restructure? Did they give him $19 million up front and then put $6 million on the regular year deal?
I'm being told no, they cannot use the tag. Yeah. They cannot use the tag on him next year. Okay, so I mean, this can go 1,000 different ways, but there is no escaping what you're saying. They are in a really vulnerable quarterback position.
He is in a vulnerable quarterback position. He, the quarterback whisperer.
Yeah.
Yes, you're the offensive guru. You're the quarterback whisperer. You thought you were smarter than everyone, and so you traded picks to go up and get Trey Lance, and you realized that Trey Lance wasn't good enough to throw the football, so we're just going to run him. We're going to turn back the clock to 1948 and pretend he's Otto Graham and just have him pound the rock and have him student body right and student body left, Newt Rockney Shanahan, and now you got your guy hurt, and now you have to go back hat in hand to Jimmy Garoppolo. And by the way, it's going to work. It's going to look good, but now Kyle Shanahan, what, we're going to be back to Dink and Dunk City again?
Well, you already know what this is going to look like.
What?
I mean, hey, you can do that all you want, but you also know how this goes. Most of the time, they win the football game.
2 out of every 3, you're right.
So maybe even better than that.
It's something like that.
Yeah.
Thanks to the defense.
Okay, you can think whoever you want, but whatever.
Hufunga?
It works. It works. When the guy's in there, they win football games, and if you're on that team, that's the only damn thing you care about. And quite frankly, if you're a fan, it's the only thing you care about. The difference this year is with the whole year, we're going to have this little thought in the back of our head. Every win is going to be like, oh, what now? Oh, crap. Wait, they're going to the playoffs. Wait a minute, they won the division. Wait a minute, they're hosting a playoff game. Oh, for crying out loud, he ran the ball. Jimmy only threw the ball 9 times, and they whipped Tom Brady and the Bucs, and now they're going to the NFC. Oh, crap, what do we do next? Whatever happens with the 49ers this year, we are not going to be able to put the unbridled joy toward it that we normally would if the team is winning. Because in the back of their head, tick-tock, tick-tock.
What now? What does it mean?
What now? You want your team to not only be winning and healthy, you want the outlook to be like, and it's going to be this way. For 5 years, this is going to be great. We're in a window.
You can enjoy the wins, but I think now when you're watching the game, though, you're going to be watching it with bated breath. You're going to be holding your breath because you realize that Jimmy G doesn't really have a backup. And yes, Brock Purdy, what a camp he had. But it's one thing if Trey Lance is your backup. Like last year when Jimmy G, go ahead, Jimmy, play reckless. We don't care. We've got Trey Lance. We can't wait to see Trey Lance. Well, now, Jimmy Garoppolo, every time he takes a hit in the pocket, because you're right, Mark. I mean, the Super Bowl odds went down. It seems like a lot of the teammates in the locker room, they're not happy that Trey's gone, but they're certainly enthused at the fact that they have a good backup. And
feel better about their chances.
They still have a good chance to win, but now with every hit Jimmy G takes, and let's not forget, this guy has an injury history of his own.
Sure. Yeah, he can't avoid the rush, and Kyle went out there and started throwing his head in between the tackles at the end zone as well, which I think is look, NFL coaches don't call scared. They don't, maybe to a fault.
Kyle does.
In terms of like he's going to throw a pick, but not in terms of I can't get him hurt. I get it. I understand from the fan standpoint why that angers you, but I also understand you cannot go to an NFL sideline and be like, all right, what are we going to do here? What's the right play? What gives us the best chance to win? Okay, before we call that play, is my guy going to get hurt? You just can't. It's the NFL. Someone's getting hurt on almost every play. I mean, you can't call that way, and so they don't.
But you have to put your players in position to be successful over the long term.
I think that's what he thought he was doing.
But he wasn't doing it with Trey's best interest at heart. He was doing it with his team's best interest at heart. But
isn't that Trey's best interest too? He wanted Trey to win football games.
Yes, but you could do that by having Trey Lance play a different way. You could beat. Did you watch that game against Seattle?
I've watched
Seattle
every play.
was begging you to take the football. Seattle was terrible.
See, I think different because even being at the Bear game, here's one thing that Kyle's been ripped for now twice. This got too conservative, this, that, and the other. If we all agree that the defense is going to dominate the game, and we've felt that both times, then why would you start hucking the ball all over the field? That's exactly how you do lose a game when your defense is dominating. I think he's like, no, just keep it right here. We're going to run the ball with our running backs. We're going to run the ball with Debo. And we're going to run the ball with Trey.
Well, that's where you stop. You run the ball with your running back. You run the ball with your running backs till they get stopped. TDP lost 4 yards on one play. That was it. Otherwise, you were getting 5, 7, 51 a clip. You didn't have to go to the Trey Lance. You should use Trey Lance like you use Debo Samuel as a specialty play situation. You don't want to run Debo 12 times a game, even though Debo Samuel is your best ball carrier.
Listen, I don't disagree with you on that. I don't love the idea. I mean, again, when I watch Buffalo play, I'm like, dude, Josh, you're going to get killed. And for some reason, in 4 years, he hasn't. I have no idea how. The way he plays, it's bananas. But it's worked out for them so far, and it's worked out for him. Now, they haven't been to a Super Bowl yet. We'll see if they get there this year. It's not the way I would want to do it either.
But you have Trey Lance, who's already been hurt a number of times.
But I look at it, this is the way I assess it. I know a lot of people are like, oh, Willard, what do you see? Dibs, what do you see? This is the wrong play call. If we're all going to go on the premise that those coaches on the sideline know more about football than us, and they do, the way I assess this, it's not about what we think about Trey. It's about what they think about Trey.
And that's the problem.
And yes, I agree with you.
That's the problem.
That's the issue.
You traded 3 first-round picks to draft a guy that you don't believe in. What the hell are you doing?
That's what it appears.
It's one thing for the Warriors to take James Wiseman at number 2 because you had the number 2 pick because you had a terrible year. All your guys were hurt. It was an anomaly, and you had a chance in that spot to take a chance on a guy. It was a risky pick, and so far, it hasn't paid off. He's not your quarterback. You traded 3 first-round picks to get a guy who was a giant question mark, and you haven't developed him. And now you got him hurt.
Will in Marin. Hey, Will, what's going on? You're on Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Will?
I'm just chilling. I'm on break at work listening to you fine people. So I got a little list. I just listen real quick. So if Josh Allen goes down, there's Case Keenum. If Jared Goff goes down, there's Nate Sudfeld. Patrick Mahomes goes down, there's Chad Henne. Stafford goes down, there's Bryce Perkins. Not a lot of people own his jersey, I presume. Long story short that I'm making is Trey Lance went down, and look at that. You had Jimmy Garoppolo, and like Gibbs said, they didn't skip a beat. Did he look amazing? Did he look, overpowering? No, he looked like Jimmy G, and guess what? They won the game. And I just want to remind the Niners fans in general, there have been Super Bowls won by Joe Flacco and Trent Dilfer. I see the greatness in your guys' defense. Fred Warner, amazing. Ufunga coming out of nowhere, but that's kind of what they do. The Niners find these cutty defensive players that are awesome. Dre Greenlaw woke up and played great. Like, you guys can dominate with your defense. Take care of the football, play 49er football, and you guys will win. I mean, NFC championships, Super Bowls, losses or wins, there are 30 to 28 other teams that don't get to experience that. So just enjoy your awesome defense while you have it. Yep. You're 1-1. You guys smoked another team, and it could be worse. You could be the Seahawks with Geno Smith, and then you go to Drew Lock.
Well, Will, you're 100% right, and it's the question I'm going to throw out there for everybody to just stop for a moment and think to themselves. I know no one was happy that Trey was on a cart, but when Jimmy ran out onto the field, raise your hand if any of you went, well, there goes our season. Nobody did. Nobody did that, and that speaks volumes. More of your phone calls coming up next. I promised those responses from the 2 offensive linemen I texted. I will read them to you right when we continue, which is coming up next. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Granger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Come on, we're going to be late to the cookout.
I was just packing up my famous mac and cheese.
I hope you packed the Pepto, too.
Huh?
Pepto-Bismol provides fast relief from heartburn and indigestion. You know, that uncomfortable feeling after you eat too much? And after the deviled eggs, baked beans, and barbecue ribs? You're going to need it.
Barbecue ribs? I should probably pack an extra shirt, too.
Good call.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto-Bismol. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
The gamer, the call maker, the experience chaser. What if you could be everything all at once? Galaxy Z Fold 4 is powered by the Snapdragon processor for world-class performance and lightning-fast speed to turbocharge your multitasking. How about an expansive edge-to-edge screen for immersive gaming, hands-free video calls with flex mode, and multi-window view to use up to 3 apps at the same time? With Galaxy Z Fold 4, do more with ease and make multitasking a breeze. Available now at Samsung.com.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you two up to? We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum? Yeah, it's a hack, Mom.
A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No, the trick to fixing leaks and low water pressure is calling repipe specialists.
You mean professionals?
I mean, repipe specialists can repipe our whole house in 1 to 2 days. Fix the leaks and low water pressure, repair the holes in the walls if we want, and they guarantee their work for life.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call the professionals at Repipe Specialists, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing. With over 60,000 repipes completed, that's their specialty.
You really stepped in it.
I was just being...
The gum, Dad. You
What?
stepped in the gum.
Oh, great.
Call 800-217-1636 for a free in-home estimate. And ask about their 0% financing options. That's 800-217-1636. Call today, 800-217-1636, or visit repipe.com.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personal doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Hurry into the Energy Savings Event at Lowe's. Save energy and save money on select major appliances, including Whirlpool energy-efficient appliances. You can also use less water with WaterSense bathroom faucets, starting at just $19.98. Plus, find other great energy-saving items throughout the store and check your eligibility for rebates in your area to save even more. Don't miss the Energy Savings Event at Lowe's. Selection varies by location. Exclusions apply. Visit Lowe's.com for details. Valid through 9/28.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, loving the Twitch and YouTube feeds. Get over there right now. We're commenting, we're talking to you, we're watching you the same way you are watching us. Dibs is now a daddy times 3, but you don't look like you've aged a bit. You actually look younger.
That was the key.
You look younger to me.
Yeah,
Did you have surgery while you were gone? Did you have a facelift?
Little lipo. I had a little Botox. I had a little of the tox. Little lipo.
Lipo for you, honey.
The tox, the po. I had it all, you know.
I got body envy.
Little nip and tuck, you know.
There you go. So you can take a look at it, but you have to go to YouTube or Twitch and check it on out. So keep that coming. Keep your text coming to the Comcast Business text line and your calls, which we will return to in just a second at 888-957-9570. By the way, it's all sponsored by the San Diego Tourism Authority. When you're happy, and you know it, in San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org. Even you, too, can see the latest Juan Soto pop-up. All right. Here's what I got yesterday. 2 former offensive linemen, not very far removed from the league, and I said, hey, listen, I'm seeing a lot on social media of people who are like, Kyle is just a big old meanie. He just hurt him. He ended Trey Lance, and Kyle Shanahan is wrong. So I said, is Kyle wrong for running the plays this way? That was the question. Here's response 1. In all caps, absolutely not. People are just attached to the idea that Lance was supposed to be great and the long-term answer, and now he can't be yet. Good coaches amend their system to highlight their players' abilities. That is a play he ran at North Dakota State. And yes, he is aware, as we all are, that North Dakota State is not playing NFL linebackers.
Oh, okay.
We get that.
Okay, I want to make sure that's on the record, because running a QB power against Montana State A&M is not the same as running it against pro football players like the Seattle Seahawks.
It's not.
Not even close.
I want something else on the record, though. Because I did hear Bonte and Joe talk all about how at North Dakota State they ran a pro offense where Trey Lance was under center all the time, and now this is out of shotgun, which is putting him in all kinds of danger. So I reached out to my friends at the flagship station of North Dakota State, the Bison, home of the Bison, and I said, what was the deal? Was he under center, or was he ever out of the shotgun at North Dakota State? Answer was pretty much exclusively out of the shotgun. The exact same thing. So, yes, you can say those aren't NFL linemen, but I think it's a fair counter to say that now everybody who's ever coached Trey Lance thought this was the way to highlight his abilities. I don't think that's wrong.
Well, I do think it's wrong because it is dangerous.
Well, but again, every coach who's ever coached him has been looking at tape and going, this is where we can win a football game. Is it dangerous? Yeah. Yeah, it is.
How often did he run at North Dakota State?
Like a lot.
14 times a game?
I have no idea.
12 times a game?
A lot.
Yeah, a lot. A lot at the FCS level, where you're probably bigger than every linebacker on the other side. You're probably as big as most defensive linemen. You are physically dominant at that level. And now,
it's not that small college. He's not bigger than the defensive lineman, but go ahead.
He's probably as big as some of the defensive linemen. He's a big dude.
Look.
We're talking about a big dude.
We talk about North Dakota State as if it's your local high school. This isn't Pop Warner, okay?
No, look at the schedule they play, though. They're not taking on Alabama and Georgia.
But let's be honest. He is the 3rd consecutive quarterback to come out of there and go to the league. So let's not act like this is just...
okay.
He's
Carson Wentz and the other guy never plays.
Easton Stick, but he went to the league. But he went to the league. Like, we're not talking about a college...
I'm not trying to disparage North Dakota State.
This is college football.
Running QB power at North Dakota State is not even close to the same thing as running it in the National Football League.
Nor did I say that. What I said was 2 consecutive coaches have looked at Trey Lance's abilities and have decided, independent of one another, this is where he's got an advantage.
Right. So he's got an advantage. Deebo Samuel has an advantage when he's running the ball as well. But you don't want to do it every play Why? Because he's more susceptible to injury.
But they do. And by the way,
they don't do it as often as they could.
I mean,
or should.
They've done it very often ever since they found out they could do it.
Once they ran out of running backs and they had no choice, that's when they did it.
And by the way, how many times have we had this conversation about Deebo Samuel? Because I've always felt this about his game. He's fantastic, but I wish he'd run out of bounds more. He trucks people. And Deebo Samuel has had injuries.
George Kittle has had injuries.
They all have.
Right.
So
Eli Mitchell is already out for 2 months.
There's nothing Trey could have done on that play, the one that got hurt on him. But there is something he could have done on a lot of the runs I've watched him execute. He, like out of bounds and sliding are your friends. And he joked 3 weeks ago, I don't do that. So I finally did it in a preseason game. Right. And everyone went, oh, hey, that's
so
it.
Where would you learn a skill like that? Would you be, I don't know, coached? Something like that? Is that something that maybe you would teach him in practice?
You don't think he did? You don't think that happened? I mean,
Well, then why isn't he sliding? Because they're not coaching him up. Because he's running QB power. You can't slide when you're running between the tackles.
Not on that play.
That's not a time where you're going to slide.
Well, yes, the idea, obviously, when you go between the tackles is not to get 3 yards and fall down. The hope is that you're going to find your way through to the back end and then slide. But at a certain point, the player does need to have a piece of the puzzle when it comes to getting healthy. This is what I've been told for years. Oh, the best ability is availability,
right.
And you've got to figure out. Russell Wilson does it, and Lamar Jackson does it.
Russell Wilson does not run QB power.
No, he used to.
He runs on the outside almost exclusively.
That's not true. He used to.
The
He's
49ers are running designed, not only QB draws, but designed QB runs inside the tackles, which not many other teams do. And I know Kyle Shanahan will tell you, oh, do you watch football? Buffalo does it. Josh Allen has played 49 of 49 games the last 3 years.
Which is shocking, by the way.
No, it's not shocking. He's a durable player. You don't have a durable quarterback, Kyle. Do you not look at your own injury report? The guy's been hurt. He's started 4 games, and he's been hurt 3 times. So you have an injured quarterback, and you have a situation where he obviously can't throw because you don't have any faith in him, so you're just going to run him into the line of scrimmage time in and time again, and then, oh, lo and behold, he gets hurt. That's on you, Kyle Shanahan.
Second offensive lineman. Quote, it's not wrong. He's an athlete quarterback. That's what they do. Like, I guess my point...
That's too short-sighted for me. That's what he does because that's what they call.
No, he's not wrong when he says that a bunch of teams in the NFL run this. I'm not telling you all that you're wrong with the idea of running between the tackles. I don't love it either. But this idea that Kyle's the only one doing it, and the idea that we are in any way, shape, or form calling plays with the idea of we can't do that, it's too dangerous, I just don't think that exists very much in the NFL. These guys are thinking, he's got an athletic advantage here, we're using it. That's what they do. You can say all day that they shouldn't, but that's why I made the point I did earlier on the changeover. If you give any coach I've ever met 2 options, here's option A, it's safe. Here's option B, this is what's going to help you win. They're going for the W. We can get mad at it, and that's fair. I don't love him running between the tackles either.
It's stupid.
I think it's stupid when Josh Allen does it. I think it's total. I cannot tell you how many times I've watched Josh Allen play, and he goes down, and I'm like, oh my gosh, is he going to get up? So far in his career, he always has. I hope tonight's doesn't change our conversation, But
Josh Allen averaged 7 carries a game last year. 7.
Okay.
He rushed it 122 times in 17 games. By the way, he played all 17. Trey Lance this year...
was averaging what?
Well, he rushed it 14 times against Chicago.
Which I do think was circumstantial based on...
How many times did he rush it yesterday?
3.
3 times in...
Quarter and a half? What quarter was it?
He didn't even make it through the first quarter.
Was it the first quarter?
Yeah, it was the second drive. It was the second drive.
Okay.
They went down, they scored a field goal, they marched down, and they were going to get another field goal.
They did get another field goal.
But he got hurt before they got the field goal. So he was on pace to run it probably another 10 or 12 times.
Well, who knows? Who knows?
I'm
what
just talking about pacing. I'm talking math here, kid.
Yeah. No,
that's all I can do is lean on the math.
Right, but what we can't do is say that our intuition tells us that this is what Kyle was going to call in the second half.
What I can say,
we have no
is,
idea.
And I can say, and this is my opinion, this is not fact, his usage of Trey Lance was gross negligence because you're right. On the one hand, it's how do I win? And on the other hand, it's player safety. And player safety, get out of here because I want to win.
Yep.
But look at what they were doing yesterday. It's not like they weren't able to do anything other than Trey Lance running the ball. Everything was working. You didn't need to go to the Trey Lance run.
I disagree with that, by the way, because even in his 2 drives, if you're getting field goals, then I'm not walking out to the sideline.
They got a field goal because Kyle Shanahan turtled up again.
But you're a cart is on the field. You're talking about a moment that's going to change everything.
First drive.
Yeah, but
you're at the 2-yard line, Kyle. You're going to take a 20-yard field goal.
Wait a minute,
you're going to act like a man.
I thought everything was working. So everything's not working if you end up with a 4th down in the red zone.
The only thing not working was his own personal countenance.
Look. The bottom line is they've spent 18 months with the guy, and there is a reason that they don't want to drop him back and just have him scan the field and throw. That's my assessment. So we can hate the run between the tackles. I don't love it either.
Well, then fire Brian Greasy right now because he's the quarterback coach.
Or let's go back to 18 months ago and look at the process. Again, something is wrong, but I'm not saying, Kyle, you hurt Trey. It's football.
No,
football hurt
I'm
Trey.
not saying he hurt Trey.
Football hurt Trey.
He put Trey in a position to where Trey got hurt. That is a fact.
Trey did when he signed up for football. I mean, like we do. It's amazing to me the way we take injuries and assess blame. There are certain players, Jimmy Garoppolo is one of them. Oh, you can't stay healthy, you little wimp. You over here, my gosh, you're injury prone. Does George Kittle get that? Nope. Now we're starting to. Does Trey Lance get that? Nope. It's Kyle's fault because Kyle put him on the football field.
Jimmy Garoppolo's injuries were football injuries. Jimmy Garoppolo hurt himself when he tried to cut back against Kansas City.
That was one of the injuries.
That was a non-contact injury. That's not Kyle's fault. Jimmy Garoppolo's trying to make a play. That's football.
None of them are Kyle's fault.
When Kyle puts a quarterback in harm's way for no real reason, you're going to run. You're going to run. The quarterback is not a running back, Mark.
The football field is harm's way. And not one football player will tell you different. The football field is harm's way.
But when you have a guy doing things that he doesn't necessarily need to do, you're exposing him to additional injury.
They feel he did, which is the issue. That's the issue. The issue
That's my issue with him because he didn't need to be in that spot. You're dominating a game. You're getting yards in a number of different ways.
3-0. I don't know if they're dominating the game. It was 3-0.
Right. You marched down the field on the opening drive, and you probably would have scored a touchdown if your coach had a little bit more backbone, and there are other ways, there are other words to use.
What would you have him do there?
Go for it.
Oh, go for it.
Go for it.
No, how do we, since everything was working so well, how do we just stay out of 4th down in general? Out of 4th down. What is the play call y'all wanted?
Throw the ball. First and goal at the 7.
Okay.
You give it to a rookie. He loses 4 yards.
And their 18-month assessment is that doesn't go well.
Then why is he on the field?
There you go.
Why is he on the flipping field?
Let's talk about that. Chris and Modesto, you're on with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Chris, what are you doing?
I'm learning how to make rice.
Rice?
Just get a rice cooker. Super easy.
This whole inflation thing, I've been eating out with lunch with my wife for the past couple of years, and I got to cook at home now, so it is what it is. Dibby, I want to say congratulations for what you got. You know, as a young grandfather, I'm 44. I'm keenly interested in how this goes for you, but nevertheless, congratulations.
Hold on. I'm in the middle of a conversation with a 54-year-old dad and a 44-year-old grandpa. What the hell's going on out here?
What is this world coming to?
Yeah, what are you all doing?
I'll tell you what
I have no idea what I was doing when I was 18.
Hey
now.
Dim the lights.
Yeah. Bad play call, huh, Chris? Am I right? Huh? Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead.
You do the best with what you got. I wanted to comment on, I wanted to speak for those of us who last year as Niner fans were wanting Trey Lance to start or at least play a lot more than what he got to play last year. Lamar Jackson in 2018, he played alongside with Joe Flacco. He started after the bye week. They went to the postseason. And we all know that Jackson is known to be a runner. If Shanahan was wanting that style, and that's fine, we defer to him, he's the coach. But if he wanted that style, he should have done this last year. And if he had done this last year, then maybe we wouldn't be going through this now.
Yeah, but
and
Chris,
that's what my frustration is.
But Chris, you got to let's run your visual through the blender, if you will. Okay. The 49ers last year are in a situation where once they beat the Rams on Monday night, they are trying to win. They're trying to win a playoff spot. Eventually they did. We know where that all went. Where does this go for a coach if he starts messing around with, I'm going to move the quarterback in, I'm going to take the quarterback out, we're going to start playing around? The way I understand this, you want to know why the Trey Lance package from early in the year went away? Because the locker room hated it. The locker room hated it. A football locker room does not like two quarterbacks. It just doesn't. The dynamics of it, they don't work that way. They want to know who their guy is, and they want to rally around their guy. And if you've got question marks at that position, you got problems. So the idea of let's run him in, run him out, run him in, run him out, very, very tenuous, Chris. And I don't blame a coach for not signing up for that.
But when you pick somebody in the first round like he did, I'm not talking about your regular run-of-the-mill, second, third, fourth draft pick, round draft pick. I'm talking about your first round pick, somebody that you gave up the farm for. In that case, the players, I'm sure, I totally understand what you're saying, but I'm sure the players are also aware of how much capital was given up. So in that case, when you're giving up so much capital, you got to try to implement him somehow. You got to put him in more than what he played last year. And just like I said, the model that I liked was, the way they did with Lamar Jackson and Flacco with the Ravens.
Yeah, I hear you, Chris. I don't agree. It just like I don't think you do that at the quarterback position. Patrick Mahomes did not play as a rookie until the division had already been wrapped up week 17, and I think that Travis Kelce probably would have pulled Andy Reid aside if in the middle of the Chiefs chasing the division, they sat Alex Smith because they were like, look, we got a lot invested here, so, we'd like to dabble. I just, like a football team is going to revolt against stuff like that.
There's times you could put him in for mop-up. I agree with you that the two-quarterback system early on, that was going to be too unsettling. The first touchdown pass of the year last year was Trey Lance. Not Jimmy Garoppolo.
I don't think that went over well.
No, it didn't go over well, I'm sure. Jimmy Garoppolo is the best guy for that, though. He never has let on that any of this has really bothered him. And yesterday he was pitch perfect in the post game saying, I'm happy for me, but my heart goes out for Trey. But, the way Jimmy handled it, I thought was absolutely extraordinary.
These two dudes are undefeated in press conferences. They're undefeated. Well, they're completely undefeated in press conferences. Honestly,
did you guys talk about Trey Lance's nightlife at all from last week? His alleged nightlife?
It alleged, yes. Yes, we did.
Because was there ever confirmation as to whether or not he was the one?
I didn't. No, I did not see it. You
didn't see the video?
No. I did not see any confirmation. Okay. I did not see it. Yes, I saw it.
Yeah,
I saw the video.
It's really it's quick. It's a quick clip. Tough to see if it is Trey Lance or not.
And
bad week for the kid.
That's for sure. Whether it is him or not, to me, the conversation doesn't even start until we know when it was. You know what I mean? Like if that was a year ago, well, what are we doing? Like this is not even a conversation here. So
anything short of that being the night before the Bears game, right? If it's the day after the Bears loss, it's a bad look. It's bad optics, but whatever. You're 22. I would love to see him focusing on his craft, and if the prevailing notion is that you're not ready to be the quarterback who can go out there and actually throw the football, then being out and doing things like he was allegedly doing, they're not good for you from an optics standpoint. And the most troubling thing in all this for me, Mark, is the fact that Kyle Shanahan doesn't feel comfortable with him being on the field throwing the football. And that's what's led us to be where we are today.
Could not agree with you more. It's all sponsored by the Valley Transportation Authority. You know who you haven't talked to in a month? Who? BPA.
Brian in Palo Alto?
You have not talked to BPA
in a month. Dibs.
Yeah. How about that? Hi, BPA. What are you doing?
Heading into work, guys.
Yeah.
Listening to you.
That was a good one.
Thanks. Hey, I got my A game today.
Oh boy.
TBD.
I think I just wanted to say, I think, the reality is, the criticism of Kyle and John, it's okay. You can criticize them for drafting an evaluation mistake, right? Trey is still incredibly raw, right? I mean, there's a multitude of college quarterbacks that have played more football against a higher level of competition than Trey Lance, including C.J. Stroud and a bunch of those guys, right? And so I would really equate him. He's like he's almost like an incoming freshman at like Alabama or Ohio State as far as how much football he's played. He's played very little football and really not even that much quarterback in high school. And so it just, unfortunately, this guy's a long ways away from being even a mediocre quarterback in the NFL. And you look at he holds on to I don't want to be overly critical of a guy that hasn't played much, but you watched the game last week and, in the second half, he doesn't even have his head down the field, right? He's not even looking down the field, right? He's seeing ghosts. He clearly does not know how to read NFL defenses and coverages yet, which is not that surprising considering this guy has played less football than many guys in college football, right? That are playing, against a higher level of competition than he's ever played against. So just Jimmy's better, right? The reality is Jimmy's a much, much better player at this point. Mike Silver's article, I think, confirmed, that many in the locker room view that Jimmy is a better quarterback for them now, and coaches feel the same way.
Yeah, I mean, BPA, I think this is a very, very reasoned point.
But why were they playing him then, BPA, is my question.
Right, so then we have to reel back and say, and this is where I would like to ask questions. I'm not ready to say they picked the wrong guy, because I don't even know who Trey Lance is going to be yet. But I do think instead of talking so much about Kyle killed Trey with his play calling, I think we got to go back to the plan. The plan that was executed 18 months ago. That's where I have questions. Because if now we're going to say, look, he's 22 and he's so raw. Well, if that was the case and was always going to be the case, how you give him the keys? I got a kid who just got his permit. Okay, he's got his first behind-the-wheel exam.
You ready for him to drive to L.A.?
No, and I'm not giving him the keys. He doesn't get the keys.
Right. Is he raw, Mark?
He's very raw.
Got a lot of upside, this kid of yours?
Very raw. By the way, if any of you out there are listening and either your parents have a permit driver or if you are a permit driver, please stop putting you in the middle of the road. The middle of the car is in the middle of the road. Because all those parked cars on the right, you're going to hit them.
Yeah.
You've got to move over.
Well,
please.
The fear is that the oncoming traffic is what you...
I know.
I had a permitted driver a long time ago.
It's bananas. But...
By the way, the Redwood High School parking lot after hours is a great go-to for permit drivers.
And we have been touring school parking lots in the entire area. So I get it. And I'm not giving him the keys yet. He doesn't get the keys.
Let alone letting him drive on the Autobahn.
Right? And so we're gonna really go slow here until I just send him out there with the keys. And there's no way I'm gonna do it until he's ready. And so if we're gonna go back and say, not a lot of football, COVID, North Dakota State, 22 years old, raw prospect, don't we have to go back and just look at the process that led us to this point in the first place?
It's a deeply flawed process.
That's where my head is, rather than the play calling.
It's both to me, and I will not excuse the play calling. He had run him 3 times already in 16 snaps. If you extrapolate that over a game, he's on pace for another 12 rushes. He ran double digits the week before. This is not what you do with a quarterback. If you have game-changing ability as a runner, use that as your game changer, not as your only reliable pitch. A pitcher doesn't throw his changeup 75% of the time. It's called a changeup because it changes things up. That's what running the ball should be for a QB.
All right. Many more calls ahead as we move into our 11 o'clock hour, which will also at the end of it feature Steiny and Goo and their takes on all of this. We are all over Trey. We are all over Jimmy and 49er football as they beat the Seahawks yesterday. And Dibs is back. 888-957-9570. The number, it's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
on 95.7 The Game.
And Lance is down right now. That was quite the hit. And Jimmy Garoppolo may see early action today in the first quarter.
The Niners are 1-1, and we're reacting all day with Loneel, Michael Irvin, and you.
Oh my God. And Kyle Shanahan comes away with the victory with his San Francisco crew.
On the Bay Area sports station, 95.7 The Game. 49ers faithful, do you blame Kyle Shanahan for Trey's season-ending injury?
It was bound to happen. I literally tweeted out, he's taking too many shots. He's taking too many shots. And people are going to say, Joe, Lamar Jackson runs that play. Josh Allen runs that play. God damn it, I don't want my franchise quarterback running that play. I want him sitting back, protected.
Let us know on the Bay Area sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Looking for a fulfilling career with growth opportunities? Enjoy paid training, medical benefits, and earn close to $40 per hour within 3 years. Apply today to become a VTA bus operator and excel with providing VTA customers a great experience. Start your journey. Visit VTA.org/Point A and apply today.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NFL team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game. Our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NFL team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
They're going to go with Trey Lance on this play as he kept it and absorbed quite the hit. Cody Barton and Brian Monet both teamed up to put it on Trey Lance. And Lance is down right now.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That's Adam Amin on Fox Sports with the call. It just, it still sends just odd feelings up the spine to even hear that as he's doing it. We're sitting in here, Willard and Dibs, watching the highlight on NFL Network. They're talking about it right now, watching the play again. It's awful. It's awful from any sort of a human angle. You know, I know a piece of this is the 49er record, and that's what we follow, and we're going to follow the games.
We'll get to that.
And they are blessed to be a team that did not just have their season feel totally derailed. But the other side of this, whether it's the human angle, the decision a couple of years ago in the draft, everything that we've been experiencing leading up to this point, this is just an unbelievable and awful turn of events that took place yesterday.
Bad for the player, not as bad for the team. And honestly, bad for the head coach, in my opinion. It's disastrous for the head coach. The man who took the picks and traded up to get Trey Lance and then determined he wasn't really ready to take on the full complement, and so you got to run him, and now you run him, and he gets hurt, and now you got to go back to Jimmy Garoppolo, and who knows what the future holds. But in the short term, not a big deal. Your Super Bowl odds have actually gone down. You have a better chance in the eyes of odds makers and in the eyes of bettors, and maybe even in the eyes of those men inside that locker room. Maybe they feel, maybe they feel now they can roll up their sleeves a little bit, and now they can really make some hay this year.
I don't think there's any doubt. I mean, just from in your life, have you ever experienced something where you're trying something that's scary and new, and then the opportunity to just go with what you know shows itself? I mean, come on.
You go back, yeah.
Yeah, this is what we do, sometimes to a fault. One of the things I congratulated the 49ers for over the last year and a half is because this was risky. This was risky. I mean, how many times have I said this on our show, Dibs? I congratulate the Niners for being one of the teams out there that had a B-level player at quarterback, and they decided we want an A. And it's risky because, as we know, you don't know what you're going to get in the draft.
Absolutely.
You don't know if you're going to get an A. And quite frankly, you're probably not. you're probably not going to get an A.
Well, think about that draft in and of itself. Was there anybody who is an A? Mac Jones?
Don't know yet.
Not looking like an A. Zach Wilson? Not looking like an A. Justin Fields? Not looking like an A. Trevor Lawrence? Maybe.
Good game yesterday.
Yeah.
He was the one who was supposed to be an A.
And I think that he's the one, and I said it at the moment in the draft, and I said it before this year. That's why I liked Jacksonville as a dark horse playoff team. I think he can take a couple of steps forward and be a good team. He's the guy I think going in had the best chance to be an A. You take a quarterback who is unproven from an FCS school, no disrespect to any of the various Dakotas, Dakota Fanning, North, South, all the rest of you, but that felt to me like the biggest stretch out of all of them.
Well, and so that's where my mind is, and it's not fair to call Trey a bust. It's not fair to say his career's not going to go somewhere great. We just haven't seen enough. But it feels to me, based on everything we know, we really have to go back and question this process that led the 49ers here. And did it feel like, because this is the deal with Kyle Shanahan, right? Every quarterback plays better than they would when they have Kyle Shanahan. If that's the truth, and it seems to be, the data would suggest yes, did they fall into the trap of, we're going to trade, even the way they've talked about it, yeah, we traded up to get one of the quarterbacks. It was almost as if they're like, yeah, it doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? Because we feel like we got Kyle Shanahan, so there's just multiple quarterbacks that he can win with. If you go historically through his career, that's true. If you go just with the 49er career, it's not. It's not. You've had a lot of different quarterbacks that you could throw in there, and only one of them has worked. And now we get it for another year. And the difference this time, and this was one of the 12 risks they took, the difference this time is, because you said this is a disaster for the coach, and I don't believe that it is yet, because in the end, all that matters to a coach and his team, do they win? And they could win this year. And so if they do that, he's still in a good spot, except what do you do next? That's where the danger is not now. The danger is next March.
Right. And what do you do then?
And that will be affected based on what happens next, and we don't know, like what happens this season. But man, in this moment, it does not feel like they've got a lot of good options on the table.
Well, they have one option, and that is to begin the spin, and the spin will begin as soon as tomorrow with the phrase that we all love in sports media: successful surgery. Trey Lance's surgery was a success, which means you're able to put pins, plates, screws, and bolts in that badly damaged ankle, and Trey Lance is on the road to recovery. And then you know what comes next? He's doing mental reps. He's into the playbook. Trey Lance is really diving deep. He's observing. He is absorbing the game at levels unlike we've never seen before. Let the spin begin, Mark.
Well, if they go back to Trey Lance as the starter next year, there's no way to know how this year's going to play out and how that decision is going to play out and what options are even on the table. Speaking of Trey's surgery, per Tom Pelissero, undergoing surgery this morning, fractured, dislocated ankle. One small bit of good news, reports Tom. His understanding, this is not a compound fracture like Dak Prescott.
Oh, God.
Still a season-ending injury, but not quite as complicated as Dak's was.
And you know the compound fracture is where the bones completely break. And at times, the compound fracture involves the bone shooting through the skin. Those are the real grotesque
Theismann
ones. Yeah. So the fact that it's not a compound fracture, and I asked Doc Pandy earlier this morning, our guy from UCSF Health, about his youth and how that helps him, and he said absolutely it helps in terms of the healing. Bones heal very predictably, as he said. The real question is, and you won't know until they get in there and do the surgery, how severe is the ligament damage around the fractured ankle?
Let's get back to the phones at 888-957-9570. Hey, Justin in San Jose, next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Justin, what are you doing? Justin, are you there? And gone. How about Jose in Oakland? Jose, what are you doing?
Give me 1 second. Hey, guys, I'm working. Let me take care of the speakerphone. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. That's okay. That was a quick, that quickness through the middle. That's what the 49ers are looking for.
Okay. Hey, three quick things. One, in looking at the way Kyle keeps running his quarterback play, I'm starting to wonder, is it really Jimmy G that is that bad, or is it the way Kyle is using him? Because it seems to me like he keeps trying to fit the square peg into the round hole. He got what's his name, Trey Lance, because he could throw the long ball, but he keeps trying to get him to run. If you look at the history with the Kyle, with the Shanahans, both him and his dad, they seem to have this infatuation with the running game, and they'll stick to it, whether it be with the running backs if they have him. If not, they'll use the receivers or they'll use the quarterback. In this case, it kind of backfired them. And I have to say, they actually got lucky they backed into Jimmy G, because if Jimmy G were playing somewhere else, the season would be done.
Correct.
I mean, there's no way of salvaging the season right now. Also, the way he's calling the game right now, it seems to me like he doesn't really know what he wants to do. So I'm starting to think, was it really McDaniel the genius behind all this play calling, or is it Kyle Shanahan?
Well, Jose, thanks. I appreciate it. I mean, McDaniel was not there the entire time with Kyle Shanahan everywhere that he's been. I just, sometimes it's hard to, I think if you are a football fan, you watch a game, and there are times, every game, you don't like the play that was picked. Like, that's just part of being a football fan. But it is fascinating.
If you're a Denver fan, you don't like any play that's picked.
Gosh, yeah. You guys, you 49er fans, if you haven't had a chance to watch Denver play football, you want to get mad at decision-making, go watch Nathaniel Hackett manage a game for 2 seconds.
I wonder how much Nathaniel Hackett has played into the point spread for this weekend. Do you know the point spread, by the way, for the upcoming game?
I do, and I wonder if we've brought up, actually, the fact that not only did the Super Bowl odds change for the 49ers when Jimmy G came in, so did the point spread for this game.
It did.
Oh, the 49ers were a 3-point dog before these games yesterday between Denver and their game against Houston and the 49ers and their game against Seattle. The Niners were a 3-point dog. Want to know what they are now? They're a 1-point favorite.
I got them as a pick 'em right now.
Yeah, depends on the site you're on. This morning they were a 1-point favorite. I think it's come back to a pick, which, by the way, bang that thing.
Yeah, I don't know, but that's a tough one. Denver is such a puzzle.
Denver looks ridiculous. They look ridiculous on offense.
Well, and Judy got hurt, too.
Judy got hurt. Yep, absolutely. So I have a lot of confidence in that 49er defense.
I take the under at 45.5.
Is it really 45.5?
Yep.
Yeah, that is big. Anyway, I just think it's fascinating how many of you have decided that Kyle Shanahan doesn't know football. I mean, is that honestly what you woke up?
It's not that he doesn't know football. It's just that he is.
Come on.
He is completely. There's words that I can't use, and I've been off for 3 weeks, so I'm trying to watch my language. There's some 5-letter words, but the 5-letter word I'm going to choose is timid. TIMID.
Okay.
He is a play-calling coward. He doesn't go for the jugular. One time this year, I want to watch a Niner game and say, Kyle, stop being so reckless. You're taking too many chances.
Sounds like that's what everybody woke up and said today.
No,
yourself included.
He's taking
took too many chances with Trey Lance.
He's foolish when it comes to utilizing his assets, but when push comes to shove and there's a time to make a bold play or make a bold call, he doesn't do it. Last year, 3rd down, 4th down, let's run use check straight into the line. Yesterday, 4th and 2, early action. You just marched all the way down the field. Give me Robbie Gould for a 20-yard field goal. Go for the touchdown, you coward.
Except for out of the other side of everyone's mouth is the defense is dominating. Why would you take chances?
That's why you take chances.
No.
So if you don't get it, they're backed up to the 2-yard line.
I look at it the exact
and you
other
have the
way.
Elite defense.
If you feel like the Seattle, and this is, by the way, again, this is why I don't blame Kyle in Chicago.
Wow.
I blame defensive miscues and breakdowns and penalties. Because I watched that game. Didn't you all watch that game and feel like the Bears weren't going to score? I felt like the Bears weren't going to score. I felt like the Seahawks weren't going to score.
I felt like the Niners weren't going to score.
Well, no, but the Niners were already up 7-0 by then. When they kicked a field goal in the 3rd quarter, I thought the game was over in Chicago. I'm like, there's no way the Bears are going to score twice. And then two absolutely wackadoodle plays happened.
A breakdown.
Yes, and then followed by a torrential downpour. So it's not an excuse. It's just
it sounds like an excuse the way you lay it out
It's
there.
a flow of the game. The idea, if your defense...
Well, I didn't get a chance to say this, but the flow of the game, that's on Kyle Shanahan. Check the Doppler, dog. Look at the Doppler.
Wow,
you know the rain's coming in. Throw the ball before the rain comes. It's like in the fourth.
And
they were
his
not in the third
quarterback
quarter.
hucked it over the tight end's
Oh,
head.
my God.
He did.
The quarterback, he doesn't trust to throw it.
Wait a minute. True or false? No?
It was a bad throw, absolutely.
The tight end had a touchdown, and Lance threw it over his head.
Over
No?
Croft's head, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's not true?
Well, it was the elements, Mark.
No, it wasn't, because it wasn't raining yet.
But other than that play, it was just a ton of runs. Too timid. Take a chance, Kyle Shanahan.
When your defense is not going to give the other team anything, why would you start taking chances that could get them back in the game? That's exactly what happens.
Well, the analytics would tell you that from the 2-yard line, it makes way more sense to go for the touchdown than it does to take 3 points, especially
now we like
if you
analytics.
Now
we do.
When it comes to going for it on fourth down,
Gabe
absolutely.
Kapler's online too. He'd like to talk to you.
Those analytics are different than these
got
analytics.
it. So you let me know which analytics we're supposed to listen to.
The analytics I want, Mark, is
Which?
4th and goal at the 2, you go for it.
Not always.
1st and goal at the 7, and you settle for 3 points. That is so Shanahan, and it's just getting tiresome.
SOFT. Let's go to Alex in Burlingame. Alex, hey, you're on Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Alex?
I'm staring into the abyss. Let me just say, welcome back, Dibber Clock. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We miss you. That's awesome. And Mark, your dad was my favorite math teacher ever.
Oh.
But I loved him at Burlingame High School my freshman year.
Alex, if you rip me, my dad will call you and he'll stop liking you and give you an F.
Well, I hate to tell you, but some of the equations that you're making are not adding up, and I would hope that you would allow me to just get a few things out here.
Of course.
And then you can debate me on that. Couple things. One thing is, like you said, well, other coaches of Trey's have made the decision, like when he's at Montana State, that he can run. Again, that's coaching in the vacuum of the FCS. He now, in the big leagues, is not, as Dib pointed out very saliently, running up against less athletic, smaller men. You have to coach in the reality of what it is. Then you said, well, I talked to 2 offensive linemen who bolstered my opinion about, letting them run up the middle. If you took 100 offensive linemen and asked them, do you want to be passively pass blocking, or on every play would you like to go destroy somebody in front of you? 110 of them would say, let me go destroy the person in front of you. So to get a reasoned opinion from a beast of men who think they can dominate anything, I think is pushing it a little bit.
No, Alex, that's, and I'll let you finish your point, but that's presupposing that those offensive linemen, who, by the way, don't even play football anymore, and they're both gem human beings, that they're thinking about this through their own eyes with self-interests involved. That's not the case. In fact, I would argue that offensive linemen, if I want to paint with a broad brush, are the least selfish people on the planet. These are guys who have literally dedicated their lives to just making space for other people, getting no credit for it, and having car crashes happen on every play. All those offensive linemen want to do is win. All they want to do is win. And so we can say, by the way, I would never argue that running between the tackles at North Dakota State and in the NFL is the same thing. My argument is that coaches are going to look at Trey Lance's skill set and make the same decision every time. They look at a player and they're going to say, where do I have an advantage? They looked at Trey Lance and said, this is where we have an advantage. I don't love it. I don't love it either. I don't love my quarterback having to run between the tackles. I would like a quarterback whose advantage is I'm going to drop back and I have a howitzer and I'm going to pick you apart. Herbert, Allen, Mahomes, that's who I want.
Lance,
the 49ers.
He's supposed to be that guy.
And he's not.
Why?
Because
Because Kyle screwed up.
That's fine. I haven't disagreed with you on that all day.
So what are we doing then? Why are we playing a guy who we can't trust to throw the ball? So we have a QB
fair.
we don't trust. So all we do trust is ramming him up the middle on a QB power on 2nd and 8. We're going to run QB power over and over and over. You're trying to slam a guy into a brick wall. He's your quarterback, dog.
Agree with you totally on that. My point today is not to absolve Kyle Shanahan. It's to absolve him of the idea that, oh, you injured your QB. You want to know why he was so rough around the edges at the press conference? He was offended. Do you know what that feels like? Have somebody who you've worked with every day for 18 months is supposed to be your right-hand man. You're a team. You're a brotherhood. You walk to a podium and you got a bunch of people sitting there with pens going, you heard him. You heard him. Of course he was offended.
Nobody said that.
Of course they did. The insinuation was absolutely huge. And he literally used that word. He goes, I can tell what you're insinuating. No wonder he was put on his heels. I mean, again.
Well, what's the answer? The answer was
the answer is you probably messed up 18 months ago.
You know what the insinuation from Kyle Shanahan was? I'm smarter than all of you. I'm arrogant. I know more than you. I shouldn't even be up here. And you know what? That arrogance has run thin because you got your quarterback hurt, because you ran a play that put him at risk, and he got hurt. And, you know, the reporters are trying to ask why you're running QB power with a guy who's got an injury history.
And his answer is that this happens in almost every game.
Do you watch Buffalo? Do you guys watch football?
Do you watch any of the other games?
Yeah. Do you watch Buffalo? Yeah, you do, Kyle. And guess what?
I mean,
Josh Allen plays every single game. Your quarterback is not Josh Allen.
Apparently not.
Your quarterback is brittle.
Again.
So if you have a brittle quarterback who has an injury history and he's 22, and at 22, you're not really grown into your full man body, and yet you're going to ram him in there between the tackles.
Are we really going to do this? This is what I love.
Is Trey Lance injured or not?
Trey Lance hasn't grown into his body.
He's 22.
Why are we in the NFL then? Like, my gosh,
why are we playing him if he can't throw the football?
That's a fair question, but that's where I think the conversation needs to stay. We got to stop talking about Trey Lance.
Well, then we need to stop talking about North Dakota State.
I mean, you've been swaddling for the last 3 weeks.
Damn, my swaddle stinks.
Let's get over to Santa Clara and swaddle the guy, because he hasn't grown into his body yet.
Well, you should have swaddled him because he wasn't ready to go out and play a full complement of quarterback plays. And you know what? We need to leave North Dakota State behind, because on the schedule this year for the Niners, you don't have Western Illinois, you don't have Nicholls State, you don't have UC Davis, and you don't have Butler.
No UC Davis? And they're right up the road?
And they had to gut it out against UC Davis.
My mom texted. She wanted to let Alex know, who just called in. They're listening. And, Tom Willard heard you, Alex. So you be careful.
Man.
You be careful out there.
Now, Tom Willard, I would run between the tackles. Tom Willard has grown into his grown man body.
He's turning 80 now.
80?
He's turning 80 in about
T-Dubs is turning 80?
month and a hook. That guy.
love the young people.
Seriously.
See? All right. Check this out. Nowhere near done yet. 888-957-9570. Much more of your phone calls. Plus, Jimmy Garoppolo, especially for you Kyle Shanahan play caller teachers. Jimmy Garoppolo low-key said something at the podium yesterday that got very little attention, and I found it to be very interesting.
It's a great tease.
With regard to Kyle's play calling. So that is coming up next. It's Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
See ya.
49ers faithful, do you blame Kyle Shanahan for Trey's season-ending injury?
It was bound to happen. I literally tweeted out, he's taking too many shots. He's taking too many shots. And people are going to say, Joe, Lamar Jackson runs that play. Josh Allen runs that play. God damn it, I don't want my franchise quarterback running that play. I want him sitting back, protected.
Let us know on the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you're in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, barn doors by True Style, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Click on virtual tours, and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then talk with your builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years? Like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models. Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
At Left Coast Buyers, we buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
A hot shower should be hot. A Navien tankless water heater makes sure your hot shower is hot or warm or mostly hot but not quite hot but warmer than warm. Whether you take it in the morning, after work, doesn't matter. Do you want a quick rinse or a full-on luxurious, I think I'm in heaven spa-length investment of time? Your choice whenever you want it. A Navien tankless water heater keeps your hot water hot. Backed up by Navien's powerful warranty. Get the hot water you need whenever you need it, period. At tanklessmadesimple.com.
I did a site visit and the space is absolutely incredible.
Este's Reiki Clinic is opening another studio across town.
But there's a lot to wrap up.
But staffing an entire office requires more than just deep breathing.
Receptionist and at least 4 new practitioners.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Nobody manages his load.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, I think this is the one. First, a reminder that Willard and Dibs. Yeah, Dibs.
Yeah.
Look, it's Dibs, everybody.
Can I stay all day?
No. You can stay all week.
Okay.
But you can't stay all day.
It's kind of nice
Actually,
here.
maybe you can. That's not a question for me. You got to ask Steiny and Go.
I miss my little baby. I miss my baby Mila, but I don't miss the absolute screaming. Yeah, babies are going to scream.
Oh, I thought you meant the 49er game. Oh,
No,
go ahead.
I've decided that raising a newborn is like playing the Kansas City Chiefs every single day.
Oh, Jesus.
When you're feeding the baby, it's like the Chiefs are on defense. She's the Chiefs in this analogy. When she's feeding, it's all good. The Chiefs, the offense is on the sideline. She's on defense. When she's crying, it's either gas, diaper, hunger, or overly tired. That's the Chiefs on offense. You can't stop it.
Yeah.
You're just hoping to contain it.
Mahomes has got the ball, and you're trying to figure out, do I follow Juju Smith-Schuster
Yes.
or Marquez Valdez-Scantling?
You're on your heels.
Yep.
When it comes to diaper time, that's like special teams. You're just trying to avoid the big play.
Diaper time.
So when it's diaper time, it's like, you're trying to punt, you're trying to avoid the big play. Sometimes, though, she'll hit you with the big play.
I want you to take your own advice with everything that happens with this baby.
Okay.
Go for it. Just go for it.
I'm trying.
Go for it. Just dive in. Just dive straight in and go for it. Everything's going to work out.
I'm responsible for special teams primarily.
Yeah, I bet. I bet.
Trying to avoid the big play, Mark.
Listen to this, and I think this is the right one. Listen to Jimmy after the game.
Just like riding a bike. Yeah. Felt good to be back out there. Feel terrible for Trey. I've been on that side of it. This league is tough, and everyone has their share of injuries, but that sucks for him, and feel bad for him. But he's our brother, and we'll pick him up. I saw him for a quick second after, wishing him well. Like I said, I've been there. I'd come full circle in this thing, and it's tough whenever you see a guy get hurt. You feel for him, but Trey's a tough dude. He'll be all right.
Okay, and then the conversation went to what was happening on the field once he started playing.
It was good. Kyle called some plays that I knew, some new ones for me too, so that was fun. But no, it was a good process. I tried to prepare this whole time like a starter anyway, so it was just like I said, like riding a bike.
He then goes on to say it was really fun to throw it around a little bit. We don't do that very often here.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, okay, let's go back to when Jimmy Garoppolo first arrived, and he went 5-0. And the team probably hadn't really come together yet with how are we going to best position Jimmy? There was a moment in that presser yesterday because of the nature of this game where Jimmy is thrown onto the field. And so therefore there was probably more improvisation than usual. Was Jimmy saying, Kyle, yeah, you put the clamps on me too much. You have trouble trusting me. Therefore, you won't let me just go out there and sling it. And I got to do that a little bit because we didn't have time to game plan for me because I didn't get any practice reps. That was interesting because we've all felt a time or two that Kyle Shanahan has a hard time trusting quarterbacks.
Right.
And it sounded like Jimmy was kind of confirming it there.
Yeah, and also Jimmy has a chance now to really speak his mind as freely as he wants to speak it because he's on a one-year deal. And he's the guy. There's no way that he loses his job due to anything other than injury. Trey Lance is out for the year. Brock Purdy is not knocking on his door. I don't imagine there's going to be any scenario, even if Jimmy G loses 7 or 8 in a row and the season's over, all right, maybe you want to get a look at Brock Purdy.
I don't think we should say Brock Purdy ever again for the rest of the year. We said Jimmy so much the last 3 weeks, it felt like, well, he's going to play at something, and then look what the universe did. Let's not talk Brock Purdy into this game.
I don't believe in that. It's just a matter of time before Jimmy G gets hurt, and I think that that's a statistical reality. If you look at the course of his career, how many times he's been hurt. He started 2 games in New England. He got hurt. He came to San Francisco, and he's gotten hurt twice or 3 times.
Well, I mean, I guess 3 times if you want to count the injuries that he played through last year. Right. Yeah. So but he's also completed seasons.
He has.
Right?
He has, yeah. And so
played the whole year last year.
If I set the over-under on Brock Purdy starts this year at a half a start.
I'll take the under.
Okay. Let's go ahead and put that in the cap right there.
All right.
That includes a scenario where your beloved Jimmy G is 15-1 and he sits out week 18.
Yes, I'd bet against that as well.
Okay.
If you want to put Niner wins over under 14.5, I'll take the under.
You will take
I'll
okay.
take the under.
What if I put the over under at 10.5 Niner wins?
Ooh.
Because I think it was, what is it, 10 at the start of the year?
It was 10, 9.5 or 10. I definitely thought they...
Because you got them beating Denver on Sunday night.
I'll take the over.
So with Jimmy G...
I think they can get to 11 wins.
Quarterback in the rest of the year.
Yep.
And you've got them winning the division now, too.
I think that, based on what I've seen so far, I feel like they should, they're definitely better than Seattle. I think that they're better than Arizona. Outside of the fourth quarter against the Raiders yesterday, Arizona has been terrible. However, they've only played the AFC West, and that's a very, very good division. Arizona's not a joke, but, not great. So I think they're better than both of those teams. The Rams... I don't know. They're kind of an unimpressive start for them, too. I know they were playing Buffalo, but even yesterday struggled with Atlanta. The 49ers, look, the majority of last year, they head-to-head played very well against the Rams. Yeah, I think the 49ers right now in this moment should be favored to win the NFC West.
And I haven't seen the odds, but they're probably darn near close to favored.
Pretty close to the Rams. The Rams might be still a smidge above.
Neither one odds-on favored, though, with the minus odds. Both probably in plus territory.
Yeah. Willie in Virginia with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Willie, what are you doing?
Hey, man, I'm doing well, man. Let me tell you, I want to buy y'all first of all Christmas gifts. Y'all didn't say a dumb word out your mouth. Let me tell you that Jimmy is the man. Kyle don't take chances and he don't believe in him, and he is responsible for Trey's injury.
Why do you say that, Willie?
Here's why. Let's start with the media. The media has pushing the teams and the media running quarterback. That's what everyone needs. Now, the 49ers allowed that. They're trying to get pocket quarterback. Now, what they did, they listened to the media. Now, the owners got a number one draft choice because he gives them what Garoppolo don't have. That's the mobility. Garoppolo has the whole full package as a quarterback. Now, here comes Trey Lance. Lance comes in. He's running. The 49ers are doing what the media's told them that they want to see. Now you got a man that's running up the middle. He's light in the butt. He can't move no line.
Well,
he gets hurt.
Willie, look. There's
Thank
a couple,
you, though, Willie, for giving us an unbelievable amount of power in the media.
Yeah,
we in the media.
Well, here's
the almighty media.
Here's the problem. First of all, I'm going to reject the idea that Kyle Shanahan sits down and goes, okay, let's game plan. Here's what we heard on 95.7 The Game.
What Kyle Kami thinks I should run here.
Here's what we saw in The Athletic, or here's what we saw in the San Francisco Chronicle. That I reject. But secondly, I also think you're mischaracterizing what the media is saying. I mean, I'm over here taking what I knew coming in today. I have got the minority opinion. I know this. First of all, Bonte and Joe had already been all over social media with their opinion, as many of us had. I knew your opinion. We had talked.
Yeah.
I think I know Damon's opinion. I actually don't know what Steiny and Guru are going to come in here and say. I look forward to it. They'll do it in about 15 minutes. But the majority of the media has been saying, well, you better be careful. Be careful running that quarterback too much.
Careful.
You better watch out. Okay?
You better be careful.
That's right, because you're going to get – that's what I heard most people say. So I think that A, the media is not saying what you were saying, and B, I don't think Kyle listens one bit when he's putting a game plan together to the media.
Agreed. I don't think that there's a column on that laminated play sheet that says media. The media play calls. 3rd and 2, I know that I want to run it, but the media doesn't think I should run Trey Lance, so I'm going to go ahead and throw it. I think that – what I'm thinking in terms of Kyle Shanahan is probably more in the majority of the opinion, but ultimately it doesn't matter now because Trey Lance is gone for the year. And here we are with Jimmy Garoppolo. So I think it's interesting the sound you played from Jimmy G saying, yeah, it was kind of fun that I got to throw it around a little bit. I wonder how the offense changes now because, for one thing, a lot of the zone read goes away because the Trey Lance run threat is no longer on the field.
You saw it. He came in the game, and 5 of the first 6 plays were passes. Just dropbacks. You saw it. Again, the 49ers are telling you what they think. You just have to stop listening to them. Just watch them.
Watch it, yeah.
Just watch them. It's all sponsored by the San Diego Tourism Authority. when you're happy, and you know it in San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org. It is Willard and Dibs. We got more time for your calls. We got Steiny and Goo. Plus, we'll throw in a couple of picks on tonight's Monday night doubleheader. That is all right around the corner on 95.7 The Game.
Anytime a guy gets hurt, I wish I didn't call that. But no, that's something we were going to do.
That was quite the hit. On that power run, Lance is down, and Jimmy Garoppolo may see early action today in the first quarter.
Give us your reaction to week 2.
This is the NFL!
You guys watch other teams in this league? And Buffalo does it all the time. Their quarterback's pretty normal play, part of football, and it's unfortunate that he hurt his ankle on it.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you two up to? We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum? Yeah, it's a hack, Mom.
A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No, the trick to fixing leaks and low water pressure is calling repipe specialists.
You mean professionals?
I mean, repipe specialists can repipe our whole house in 1 to 2 days. Fix the leaks and low water pressure, repair the holes in the walls if we want, and they guarantee their work for life.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call the professionals at Repipe Specialists, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing. With over 60,000 repipes completed, that's their specialty.
You really stepped in it.
I was just being...
The gum, Dad. You
What?
stepped in the gum.
Oh, great.
Call 800-217-1636 for a free in-home estimate and ask about their 0% financing options. That's 800-217-1636. Call today, 800-217-1636, or visit repipe.com.
BART is turning 50 and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off your ride in honor of BART's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper BART fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. That's bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate BART's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go!
Of all the multitudinous manifestations that water can take, in oceans and ice cubes, in glaciers and streams, vapors and rain, double black diamonds, lap swims, and brains. Of all that water everywhere, only 0.5% is fresh water available for human use. That's why at Moen, we're innovating to save 1 trillion gallons of water by 2030. Discover Mission Moen at moen.com.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Granger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with autopay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
In San Francisco today, mostly cloudy, periods of showers, highs around 70.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
What would his package look like?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru chomping at the bit. We'll get them in here in just a few. We're going to pick every NFL game this year. So go to our social channels. Those are our own social channels, 95.7 The Game social channels. Twitter. For me, also, I'll be putting them on Instagram at MT Willard each week. And we'll track your picks, Dibs, my picks, Spadone, Kyle. We're all tracking, hopefully, toward having a postseason listener party based on all of this. Dibs, you took first place after week 1, and I think you and I are even Steven for this week, so you remain 2 games ahead of me.
We're both 7-7 through 14.
But then we're split on one of the 2 games tonight. What are our picks tonight?
I got Buffalo.
You got Buffalo? No.
Yes.
You do?
You're on Tennessee. I'm looking at the spreadsheet right in front of me, Mark.
What did I do wrong?
Totally. We all have Philadelphia as a show.
We all got Philly. Okay, we all got Philly.
as a show. I'm the only one on Buffalo tonight of the 4 of us. And just looking at the board, Spadoni, 8-6, is leading the week.
Okay.
But coming off of a...
tough week 1.
Yeah, disaster in week 1.
Tough week 1. And how's Kyle doing?
Hot take, Jake is 6-8.
Okay. All right. So that's sounds about par for the course for Kyle. All right.
Yeah.
So you got you're Buffalo -10. I'm Tennessee +10. Everybody's Philadelphia -2.
Right.
All right.
A doubleheader on Monday night. I've never been in favor of it. Yeah, I don't love it.
Well, I did do this, though, because, the boys and the Red Zone channel and then the 49er game, this always becomes a thing in my house because the kids, yes, they're 49er fans, and I'm trying to teach them right, but they've got their fantasy team, and, Dad, we want Red Zone. And so there is always the very simple solution. 2 TVs inside one room, and so pulled the TV in, and then my son adeptly pointed out at the end of the night, usually I'm like, okay, get the other TV back into my bedroom, and he's like, Dad, don't move it. We got 2 Monday night games tonight, and they overlap. You leave that TV right there, and so we'll double dip.
Okay,
we'll double dip tonight.
That's good.
Yeah.
Traditionally, you would allocate one of those TVs to
the San Francisco Giants.
Giants, but.
You'll love this. I don't even know if they play tonight. I don't even know.
Really?
I don't even know the schedule.
They are in Colorado.
Oh, and they play tonight?
Indeed.
Look at that.
Garlic fries and blind eyes.
That's a strong rip job,
and later,
is what that is.
Later in the week, I do want to ask you about the proliferation of Dodger gear at Oracle Park.
Got to get to it. Yeah.
Because
that was not good. There was a souvenir stand that was dedicated to the Dodgers at Oracle Park yesterday. No, we're not kidding.
The
only thing to say about that is that Trimark has been partnering with independent restaurateurs in Northern California for over 55 years. Trimark brings you innovative product solutions to help your hospitality business thrive. Visit TrimarkWest.com. Okay, back to Trey. Back to firing Kyle Shanahan. We are obsessed with Fire the Coach, by the way. It's just
Kyle right now.
It's way too easy of a snap take.
I agree.
When people are frustrated. So there's 2 sides whenever we do that.
I want to strip him.
Which is TMI. But anyway,
I want Kyle stripped.
Don't talk about that.
Hey, Kyle, get naked, bro. He probably would have loved that in the press conference yesterday. That would have been more comfortable than, why'd you run it up the middle on 2nd and 8?
I want him stripped of his personnel duties. He's not very good at it.
I don't know how they do that, though, because he doesn't have any personnel titles.
I'll show you how you do it. Hey, Kyle, it's Jed. Hey, Jed, thanks for coming by and stuff. Yeah, Kyle, starting next year in the draft, you're no longer going to be the guy making the picks.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Gone.
It's not happening.
That's how you do it.
Right, but it's not happening. And
from a guy who's been fired, I forgot one part. Yeah, go ahead and close the door. Yeah, there's always a door closing.
It's not going to happen, number one. And number two, again, I don't even know how you publicly state that because we're stripping of him of his personnel duties. And we would all be like, what personnel duties? He doesn't have any stated personnel duties. We know how it works, but...
Well, he has stated duties.
Nobody has ever said he's the personnel director.
John Lynch has said that Kyle Shanahan has the final say.
On certain positions, and he has the final say on others.
And the quarterback would be that position.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Mo in Detroit, what's going on? What are you doing? You're on Willard and Dibs.
Mo.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. How are you?
Yeah, man, we're great.
Good. Hey, 2 quick points. Afunga, Jesus Christ. What a diamond in the rough we got on that draft. This guy's been stellar.
He does. I mean, who knew when that guy took the punt into the end zone? Who knew that, stardom awaited? He looks fantastic.
Jesus. The future looks bright regardless of who we're going to have at quarterback. I mean, look, we traded 3 first-round picks. Ultimately, it was 2 first-round picks, if I'm correct. And this year's draft will be the last year we kind of eat crow for the first-round picks, and then we're back to normal after that, if I'm correct, right?
Yeah. By the way, Mo, I'm a big fan of organization, and I really want to put to bed this whole, did they give up 3 first-round picks or 2 first-round picks? Everybody gets really tripped up over it. It wasn't 3 first. It was 2 first. No. Here's the deal.
It was 3.
It was 3, and they got one back.
Hey, Mo, what part of Michigan are you from?
Mo, he hung up or someone hung up on him.
Mo, call back and let me know if you're a Youper.
He's gone.
I definitely had him pegged as Michigan.
Let's go Skills in Vallejo. Skills, what are you doing?
Hey, Mark. Hey, Dibs. I am writing a complaint letter to DoorDash, and I'm also trying to calculate any realistic way Josh Allen can get the 67 points I need to win in fantasy this week.
Oh, there's definitely a way. Where there's a Willard, there's a way. We use that in my house. We actually don't. Go ahead, Skills.
I hope so. Before I make my point real quick, I just want to say, Dibs, welcome back. And I'd be the first to congratulate you on the birth of your child.
You're not the first, but I appreciate the congratulations nonetheless. And, what a blessing she is.
Great. I know the feeling, man. Thank you. Hey, there's on the old show, Hanging with Mr. Cooper, there's an episode where Mark was being visited by his old high school teammate, Reggie Miller, was playing him. I'm making a point with this, I promise.
Yeah.
He beat him. He ignored him, didn't hit a game-winning shot. Mark never got over it. Fast forward years later, he did it to him again, and Mark was under the basket just muttering. Hours later, after the game was ended, he's under the basket. He's still muttering. He did it to me again. This has been me after each of the first 2 weeks of 49ers football. After the Bears, after Dante Pettis beat us with a touchdown, I didn't move for 2 hours after the game. Yesterday, watching Lance get hurt, I didn't move for hours after the game, just in shock and disbelief. So, I don't know what's going to happen next week, if there's going to be a Shanahan-Lynch fight on the sideline. I don't know, but guys, it's been an interesting year so far. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, Skills, thanks so much. I just think that at a certain point, this whole situation has put all of us in a very uncomfortable spot. And here's what I mean by that. Because I've already seen a bunch of the comments today, right? Willard's a Trey hater. Willard's happy this happened. This is super gross.
You're a traitor.
This is it's a radio show, so I'm not triggered, but I want you all to know so you don't get under my skin. But if that were true, that's a super offensive thing to say. Nobody's happy that the kid's ankle's going the wrong way and he's on a cart.
You're saying you didn't stand and applaud when he was carted off?
I mean, my gosh.
Come on.
No, I was it felt like somebody, all of us, was holding our Adam's apple and squeezing. That's what it felt like. But at a certain point, and you all felt this, as Jimmy runs onto the field, there's not a one of you that's like, well, there goes our season. There goes our season. So now, and the odds have changed. The odds in the game this week have changed. The Super Bowl odds have changed. We're taking calls all day and go, oh, well, it's a good thing they got Jimmy. And, yeah, they went right down the field and got a touchdown. It's like these things can both be true. You can feel horrible for Trey Lance. You can point out that the 49ers probably 18 months ago made a wacky decision that didn't work. Probably. That's not firm yet. But their approach to this was unique, and it appears to have not worked. Simultaneously, you can also feel like the locker room does, which is their chances to win, especially early in the season, probably just got better. And you as a fan, it's okay to feel good about that. But this is a terrible situation to be in emotionally.
It is terrible. But I think that some fans just want to hear you call Kyle Shanahan on the carpet a little bit more.
I have all day, but you're not listening if you don't think. I'm not saying
listening.
You. Anybody who
I've been looking at your mug for 3+ hours.
What do you think?
Not bad.
Okay.
I
anyway, right? Like,
good-looking guy.
You want to criticize Kyle today? Let's go. It's just not going to be for play calling from me.
But it is from me, and
that's
it has
fine.
been.
And that's fine.
It's
going to be for what they did 18 months ago.
And I'm not of the Fire Kyle Right Now campaign because he's not getting fired. He's not on the hot seat. He's not on any seat. But he blew it with Trey Lance. Trey Lance is not the answer, and it's not just because he got hurt. Put the injury aside. The fact that you don't trust him to throw the football and you feel like the only thing that he can do to help you win is run, that to me is more damning than any play call or any draft pick that he messed up on.
Speaking of hot seats, here we go. Steiny and Goo are sitting in seats, staring at us, ready to go, and who knows what's going to happen next. Hello, boys.
What's up?
How we doing?
Welcome back.
What's up, Goo? Yeah.
You guys sounding good.
How we feeling this morning, gentlemen? How we doing?
Well, dynamite.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Right,
So
good.
Monday morning.
Yeah.
Attack the day.
I wish I had Saturday back.
You wish you had Saturday back?
Yeah.
What happened on Saturday?
Bad picks?
No, just bored at my daughter's volleyball tournament, and something came over me during a break and put out top 10 actors of all time.
Oh, I saw. I didn't get a chance to go through the list.
Steiny, I need security, man. Like, I'm worried. I'm done doing lists. But don't do it, Goo, if you didn't put thought in it. I left some greats out.
Yeah.
And you can't list it to 10.
I did like your female rappers list, although I had to agree. Missy Misdemeanor should have been on
they're
there.
coming for me, boy.
I really liked Lady Rage. Lady of Rage is on there. Lil' Kim.
Yeah, but I'm
the
done
top.
with the list.
Nicki Minaj, I thought.
She's awesome.
What's funny, because I've been listening, like on Spotify, I have a playlist that's me and my two sons, Quest and Keon, because we all share a Spotify account.
Right.
And so they populate a playlist that is songs that all three of you like. Either the two of them like it, or me and Quest, or me and Keon, or those two. And there was a bunch of the new Nicki Minaj, and it's just fire.
Yeah.
It's the new project.
Yeah.
So
her mechanics are great. Voice, cadence. But
we won't,
good to see you
we won't
got
focus
this.
on your actors list, but I'm gonna have to Google it now.
No, we do. We need a new list, which is please rank the top 5 quarterbacks from the 2021 NFL draft. Go ahead.
Don't forget Davis Mills.
Yeah, don't forget he's probably in the top 2.
And don't forget about Dre.
You're listening
That's a
to
3.
95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. And Steiny, I thought of you a lot yesterday because you and I have been talking this out, and as you're watching the play calling, and I'm watching on social media, everyone lose their mind on play calling. This idea, especially when I see Silver's article the next day and he's getting quotes. He's getting quotes from the locker room of people who basically are confirming that this locker room was not 100% behind the idea of playing Trey Lance, that they do feel maybe a little bit better about their chances to win right now. This idea of developing on the fly and winning a Super Bowl at the same time, the thought that the 49ers can do that was probably a ridiculous thought.
It was crackpot.
Yeah.
It was crackpot stuff.
Half-baked.
Yeah, Dave Chappelle.
Yeah. Here's the thing that I'm thinking about. If the locker room was, in fact, torn and some thought Garoppolo's the better quarterback, that issue doesn't go away. It's not over now. Of course they're going to support Jimmy. But in that locker room, Kyle Shanahan's reputation and credibility takes a hit. Because I think there's a possibility that if you're a veteran on that team and you didn't think Trey was ready, you could be a little disappointed in Kyle, not only by playing him, but by putting the kid in a really tough situation. And now listen, the way I look at it, Trey Lance has played 4 games, all right? I'm going to give him a half against Seattle last year, and then the 2 games that he started. That's 2.5.
And 1.5 this year.
Correct.
That equals 4.
Yeah.
Quarter this year, but I like what you're doing.
To borrow a quote from Dibs, I'm talking math, kid.
He had 49 rushing attempts in 4 games.
That's 12 and a quarter a game.
49.
Yeah.
So we know how Kyle views him. Plain and simple. That's come out in the play calling. So that's where we are. And to me, I do think there's something to be said for, look, everybody knew everybody knew this was going to happen. It was like the lowest hanging fruit. And we all acknowledged that it was a possibility.
Don't try to insult my take. I had it first.
No, you guys aren't. Yeah. Go ahead, Steiny.
No, just everybody said it in one way or the other.
Yeah.
If you continue to run Trey Lance like this, he's going to get hurt.
And Willard, you guys, and I heard the changeover, all 4 of you made valid, great points. And you said this, Willard. You said, you know what, at the end of the day, we're never going to know what really popped off or who fell about who. But you 3 know me to the core with my imperfections. I'm not perfect. So what I'm about to say, I don't think will ruin what you think of me and our friendship. But I am 100% out on Kyle Shanahan as the ball coach. 2, I'm going back to the origin. You never wanted Trey Lance. Okay, I'll never have proof or receipts to back me up, but it's a feel. And guys, sports-wise, I know what love looks like. And love is not those power plays you called for the most precious thing in sports, and that's your quarterback. And I don't believe he lost an ounce of sleep. That's why Jimmy came, and the one thing that's killing me is you didn't deserve the insurance of Garoppolo coming back to save you. You did not want Lance. Lance, for whatever reason, it didn't click, and I think Lance blew a chance last year to win this job out to shoot, and that's where the warning signs were for Kyle. But now, Willard, you're right. That locker room is a man, and I get it. It's no indictment. Those players are like, we got the best quarterback starting. I just hate that you ran the dude and used him like a wet dish rag, and now this dude, his career's suspended. We don't know what he's going to be, and what we do know, and I'm ready to say it because I was saying it, what we saw of him, he wasn't ready. And then to let your boy go Y.A. Tittle, as soon as he's out the game, Jimmy, 4 bomb passes down. That let me know you were out on Trey Lance.
That was a moment.
Shameful.
That was the moment. And I mean, I've said it all day. You and I are in a different spot on Kyle Shanahan, but I feel a lot of what you're saying right now. And for me, there was a 1-2 punch as a 49er fan when you're watching yesterday. Your gut punch is Trey Lance, and he's on the ground, and he's on a cart. And then the next was the light bulb when Jimmy Garoppolo came out and started hucking the ball all over the field, dropping back, and he's looking left, and he's looking right. And
Find the next 6, like you said.
Oh, my God. And listen, I go back to the day that Jimmy Garoppolo was signed. And we've all had very, very spirited conversations. At times they got hot. Larry was in that day. What a great day. This is amazing. They've got, the insurance. Yeah. And I'm like, Steiny, you came in and went, anybody who thinks this is not a big deal, this is a big deal. Because it was. And you don't do this to a quarterback who you believe in. Oh, you didn't do it then, and we've seen it now. Everybody keeps putting all of these opinions basically in our lexicon. My opinion the whole time has simply been, look at them. Look what they're doing. Okay. Forget their words and forget our words. Look at their actions. Their actions are all saying the same thing, which is, we don't think Trey can do it. At least not yet. That's what they've said with every maneuver they've made. So Anybody who sits here and says this is or is not about play calling or we think Jimmy should be the starter, you could take your anger out on us all you want. The 49ers are telling you they spent 18 months with this kid and they've told you their opinion.
Which is, to me, to your point about Kyle must have wanted him because Kyle's the one who has the final say on personnel.
So we think.
Right. Yeah. And we know that John Lynch has said that Kyle makes the call in some positions. Well, quarterback would be one of those positions because you're the offensive coordinator, you're the head coach, you're the play caller, so of course he's going to have the final say. My issue is that what he saw in Trey Lance was wrong. And I'm not saying Trey Lance is done and he's a bust, but you moved up, you took 3 picks, you traded up to get him, thinking that he was going to be ready by this year, and well, he wasn't ready by this year, and so your fallback plan landed in your lap because nobody else wanted Jimmy Garoppolo. You didn't even give Jimmy Garoppolo the playbook during training camp. You didn't even let him take a snap because you were so sure that he was going to be gone. Whether you know or not you thought Trey Lance was the guy is beside the point, but to me, the worst part of this for Kyle Shanahan is that you misidentified talent. If Trey Lance isn't ready, then you misidentified him and or you didn't coach him up because we all see Mark's right. The play calling is all you need to know about what they think of
I mean,
him.
the more I'm listening to you guys talk about it, it's getting even louder, to be honest with you. Because think about it. He showed, and I know he's been the starter for 5 years.
Okay.
This man went out onto the field with no reps. He's coming off shoulder surgery.
I don't know how.
No preseason.
No playbook.
No playbook. He has not played in a football game since they left SoFi Stadium in January. And he gets thrown out there, and they show more confidence in him in that moment than they have in Trey Lance.
Yeah, that stinks, man.
I still look at it as though Kyle Shanahan moved up 9 spots, gave up 2 first-round picks for a number, not a player. He moved up 9 spots for a number, and that was number 3. They knew there were 5 quarterbacks. He had a pretty good idea. Lawrence was definitely not going to be there. At that point, Wilson was but they hadn't evaluated anybody at that point. They knew the names, so he moved up to get the 3rd pick, not even knowing how the variety of each one or the upside or the downside. All he knew at 3 is, I'm going to get the best of the 3 quarterbacks. Not that 3rd quarterback is going to be a star. He didn't know that at the time.
He went to the pro day and he assessed Trey Lance.
Yeah,
and he did the due diligence to where he at least, having seen Trey Lance and talked to his coaches and interviewed the kid and all the rest of it, he at least felt good, to your point, Steiny, about going up to number 3 and getting him. If he was totally smitten with Mac Jones, McCorkle Jones, he would have stayed at 12 because the likelihood was that Mac Jones was going to slide. One of those 5 was going to slide down to 12. They weren't going to all go 1 through 5.
Yeah.
Is it valid that I'm irritated when I say I feel like the decision Kyle made and everything Steiny just said and what you guys are saying, he didn't deserve Jimmy to rescue him? Does that make me a mean person that he's getting a pass, and this pass may end up in the Super Bowl or NFC champion? He's not going to pay for this for maybe years to come.
I think I heard Mark say this earlier.
I'm mad that Jimmy's saving them.
Okay, this is going to sound stupid. Yes, Trey Lance is hurt for the season, but nothing's gone wrong yet. It could still work out. If Jimmy Garoppolo gets his team to 11-6, they get to the playoffs, they make a deep run, then yes, we still have the Trey Lance issue. Yeah. But the season was a success. Now, I know, although I will say,
the only way you're judged.
If Garoppolo is quarterbacks from now on, well, then you got to win the Super. Then it is about the Super Bowl. It has to be.
Over under 10.5. I gave this to Mark earlier for you two. Win total for the Niners right now. They're 1-1.
I'm under.
You're going under 10.5.
Because you know what? Here's the other thing.
Steiny.
Jimmy still has to stay healthy.
I'm going over, and that's predicated on him staying healthy. You could just see the difference.
Yeah, well, that's part of the bit.
They're waiting they're like, we're going to get the ball, the Debos. You could see it, man. And there was no Kittle. You could just see
Like a 9.
he had I would give you a 4.
I think the reputation of Jimmy being brittle has been overstated his entire career. It's been overstated. It's, he can't stay healthy. We're drafting a new guy, in fact, because he can't stay healthy. Well, apparently, you're not actually too worried about health of your quarterback. A, if you're going to approach the game the way you are, and B, he's been hurt as many times as Jimmy Garoppolo already, and he's played 4 games.
Man.
So, that whole thing gets overstated. Jimmy is completely capable of a full season. He's done it twice. He's completely capable of a full season. And I also feel like 2 weeks in, we have a little bit of a lay of the land of what the NFC looks like. And the 49ers absolutely should be not only a playoff team, I quite frankly think they should probably win the division. They should win the division.
Don't forget. Falcons had action against the Rams.
Trey Lance got hurt last year.
Yep.
Yeah. He got hurt last year. He ostensibly may have started a game
running the ball
had he not been hurt.
He got hurt in the preseason last year.
Wow. Yeah, the finger.
We haven't done anything yet.
Jimmy G's missed 23 games over the last 4 years. So he played 3 full season. He played 6 full season. So it's not like he's either durable or he's injury prone.
He tore an ACL. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to use those
weak
stats,
knees, Mark.
Yeah, if you want to use those stats, then when we get to the end of the year, Trey Lance has missed more games than he's played. So,
but he's not a fullback, Dibs. That's how he's getting hurt.
Absolutely.
But
and that's on Kyle Shanahan.
To me, there's Kittle's a little different, but like when you get hurt and miss a year, that's going to kill you on that stat. Would you rather it be that way or like Kittle, who's now,
in and out,
missed 8 games, missed 3 last year, missed the first 2 this year. I got to believe, I don't know. I mean, he hasn't missed a whole year, but is it better to kind of be in and out a little bit? I don't know.
And then, like you said, where are they at for the future? Like, when is this going to come back and really bite him in the ass?
A quarterback.
Like, what if Jimmy really gets hurt? Then, that's real.
So we can't answer that until we know how the next 15 games go. And there's all kinds of scenarios in terms of the way that this can play out. But it's interesting. What you just said. Like, you're mad that Jimmy kind of rescues Kyle here.
I didn't deserve that insurance, man. And you fluked up on it, but okay.
I mean, look, he's on the team for a reason. He's on the team for a reason, and I think everybody can come to the party today with any criticism they want of Kyle Shanahan. For me, it is much more about April 2021 than it is about September 2022. It's like if you end up in this situation where you have a grand plan and the grand opening is this, and in fact, all of your employees are like, I don't know. That's
grand opening, grand closing.
That's the problem.
Jay-Z.
Not power up the middle. That's a much, much smaller problem.
To me, it's salt and pepper. They're both on the table, and they go hand in hand because you screwed up in April, and you drafted a guy who is unplayable in September, and because he's unplayable, the only way you could play him is by running him into the teeth of the defense time and time again. 2 wrongs don't make a right, and 2 wrongs in this case make another wrong. But one piece of good news for Trey Lance, he gets credit for the win. He started that game.
That's right. Jimmy doesn't.
Yeah. All you guys who love your quarterback record, Trey Lance gets the win.
Forget Trey.
They had the lead when he left.
When I give this kudos to Jimmy, like I told Steiny, if I were Jimmy, I don't think my ego would have allowed me to come back to this team and not be the starter after what I feel like I've done. But I'm driving in thinking this dude technically bet on himself, and is it like destiny that not even 3 weeks in, this dude's the starter?
Well,
how many dudes would have middle fingered the Niners?
He had no other option.
But you're right.
Okay,
but he did, baby, though.
Yeah, you're right that this ended up.
Some humility was involved.
Donnie and Jimmy had a phone call last night, and they went.
Right.
Can you believe?
Toast.
They hit a straight flush.
In 2 weeks.
They hit a straight flush because this could not have worked out more perfect.
No doubt about
if you're a fan of the 49ers, now you get that energy. You get that contract year energy. Brandon Crawford last year, Aaron Judge right now, 59 home runs. Like, Jimmy Garoppolo is an unrestricted free agent with an attitude.
Man.
And that That's why I'm taking the over 10.5.
Me too.
Well, I wonder, once we get past this year, and it's not the time to talk about it now, but how does Jimmy feel? Is he such a professional that he can go out there and think, you know what, this organization didn't really do me right, but I'm going to do my job? And could he be saying, let's say he has a good year, he's like, I wouldn't re-sign with you for $25 million a year
Y'all
again.
told me bye-bye.
I just was a professional. I'm out. That we don't know. Maybe.
Or does the team go to him and say, "Look, Trey Lance is still not ready. What do you think about coming back on a real deal?"
Which is real.
I mean, so how is Trey Lance going to be ready between now and next season? Yeah. Because his problems aren't physical; they are experiential. And without experience, how is Trey Lance going to get good enough to be ready to roll come next season, Mark?
If I'm Don Yee, I'm talking extension.
Totally.
You try. Yeah. I don't know if the 49ers can afford it and Bosa, but we'll see. Yeah. We'll let you guys do your thing and leave you with this. How many of you think the Giants front office did a good job this year? San Francisco Giants front office.
Not me.
No? Well, around baseball, apparently these guys are still a hot commodity. Giants general manager Scott Harris has been hired away by the Detroit Tigers to be their new president of baseball operations. His rise through the industry, according to Jeff Passan, meteoric and seen as a future front office star. He gets the Detroit Tigers.
So a lot of that is probably predicated on 107.
Probably.
Yeah. I get it.
Yeah. Good for Scott. He got himself a AAA gig.
Javi Baez and Scott Harris back together again. All right, Steiny and Guru next.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Of course, Kyle Shanahan didn't try to get Trey Lance hurt. That's preposterous. But you know what? He didn't care if he did.
Go ahead.
He didn't care if Trey Lance did get hurt.
And that has me feeling some type of way, Steiny. I'm in my feelings. I was like, how are you going to... And then you said it. I got a better option behind him, and we saw it. And as crazy as this is, and as mad as I am at Kyle, and people get damn if you're mad, Goo, they're a better football team today, and like Willard just talked about it, I'm not mad at the players for feeling that way. They just, last January, were vying to go to the Super Bowl. I just feel bad for the kid in his future.
Well, if we're talking, let me get my bag out of the way. If we're talking about what the team thinks, okay, or if it's a, here's my thing.
Yeah.
If it's a foregone conclusion that Jimmy Garoppolo right now is a better quarterback than Trey Lance, why didn't Jimmy Garoppolo start week 1?
Because the politics
that's okay. Well, that's going to get you beat
but Kyle
in the
did
locker
that.
room.
Okay,
but
wow.
that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. You can get 20 guys together and say, we're going to go to Trey Lance. And they can be great professionals and say, all right, let's give it a try. But you ended up playing, if it's correct, you didn't even play the best quarterback.
No.
Like what kind of, what message is that to the other 50-plus guys on the team?
And what victory lap phrase were you saying, Steiny, where you said they were trying to develop and win at the same time? It still has yet to be done.
It's a crackpot notion. We all knew it at the time. And we talked a lot last week about Kyle Shanahan, and that's kind of my issue with him. Even yesterday at the podium, there's a smugness about him where
arrogance.
He just doesn't. He didn't take responsibility, any kind of responsibility for that, and the mere notion that you question, how do you develop a quarterback and try to win a Super Bowl the same year? The disdain he has for people who even think that's the case, that's what's maddening.
And
it's not just guys like you and me. It's respected football people were saying This is very, very strange. Now, maybe Jimmy Garoppolo leads the 49ers to the Super Bowl.
But who would be shocked, Steiny? He should have never not been starting. And that's why I keep going first 48, true detective, because, again, I know what sports loves looks like, Steiny. And when you got a pitcher and you're worried about his arm, you look at the pitch count. You want to save him from yourself. Kyle never did that to Trey Lance. He treated him like a running back, a fullback, and he put him in harm's way time and time again. What about empowering the kid to throw 3 interceptions and at least you demonstrate, you know what? I trust the kid. Work on it, Trey. That never happened. And yesterday, Steiny, you know what stunk? It was not Trey on the ground grabbing his face mask. It was the play calls after he left the game. You kidding me? Now Jimmy Garoppolo again is BART star and he's throwing deep. That was foul to me. And maybe I'm in a camp all by myself, but that was the stench of that. And now I'm just bothered that his smugness and his arrogance that got Trey out for the year, he gets to go, oh, hey, Jimmy, come in. We're better than we were with the starter that I named that shouldn't even been the starter. That's weak.
888-957-9570. Trey Lance hurt yesterday, out for the season. Jimmy Garoppolo, now the 49ers starter. There's so many angles, so many opinions. Share them with us. 888-957-9570. That's also the Comcast Business text line. You want to check us out on YouTube or Twitch, you can do that. Just search 95.7 The Game. We've got a lot of people on there right now, so we'll make sure to acknowledge those guys. The bottom line also is that, and this is, to me, the big issue, is Kyle Shanahan moved up in the draft, used 2 first-round picks for a player who can't throw, or certainly can't throw out of the pocket. See, the bottom line is he's played 4 games, like I said. In those 4 games, he's carried 49 times. So in the games, essentially, that Trey Lance has quarterbacked, he's run 12 times a game. If that doesn't tell you what he thinks of Trey Lance as a thrower, I don't know what to tell you. And I think there was at some point this summer, maybe right before they kept Jimmy on the team, where Kyle Shanahan said, we are going to really have trouble being successful with Trey Lance right now because he's kind of one-dimensional. And so at that time, they were committed to Trey Lance because Jimmy Garoppolo hadn't even been on the team at this point, essentially. So they get Trey Lance to start because he has to, but you have to utilize his legs, because if you don't utilize his legs, then he's a half a quarterback. He's half a quarterback right now. So if you take his legs away, he's nothing.
Okay.
So Kyle Shanahan had no choice but to roll the dice and run Lance like a lot, because you couldn't throw him 25 times sitting in the pocket.
Okay. And I know how you feel about Kyle, the man, and the listener, Steiny, but that's twofold. We're talking about one of the most creative offensive play designers in the game. You're telling me that's the only way you can use Lance is power, to where you're taking the vicious hits that he was subjecting himself to? He couldn't even slide in that instance when he got hurt because the play didn't even allow it. Like, there was no creativity. There was like, hey, man, just take on it. Hey, if you get hurt, we got Jimmy. And that's what that reeked of. That's what's so sad. And then to pop off in the post-game presser is if somebody was asking you for your social security number and you're so blind to the fact that the naked eye fans could see that you were just putting this kid in harm's way. Man, I just hate. And again, I'm not a Niner fan. Antonio Ortega put this, a follower on my Facebook, Steiny, said, I'm hearing too many names. I'm a 49er fan. I care about the emblem. I care about the logo. My team won, and too many fans are set tripping. And that hit me too, like, okay, the team did win. And maybe they are better, Steiny. They are, because they got a more experienced quarterback. Were we getting caught up in who's behind center too much?
Yes and no. Yes, because we talked about it a lot. No, because Kyle Shanahan invited this.
No doubt about it.
He invited Jimmy Garoppolo. And how about this? The Jimmy Garoppolo, Trey Lance problem. What if he went out to get Trey Lance because he knew? Maybe they kept Jimmy. When did they keep Jimmy? At the point they knew they were going to be in a little trouble if they started Trey Lance, and he was their starting quarterback. Again,
wow, man.
I think it's
it sucks.
I think it stinks. I think this situation's been mismanaged a little bit, but I'll say it right now. Kyle Shanahan can still come out of this smelling like a rose.
I need to hear about that.
If Jimmy Garoppolo leads this team to the playoffs and deep into the playoffs. 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump in. We got Lorenzo Neal, as always, 1 o'clock on Monday, so he'll be here in a half hour. And we're going to take a listen to Kyle Shanahan, who got a little perturbed. The gall to get perturbed at the writers for asking questions on 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
At Left Coast Buyers, we buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So, if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
BART is turning 50, and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off of your ride in honor of BART's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper BART fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off of those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate BART's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event, September 23rd through September 25th, for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Look, fellas, I apologize.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No self-respecting coach would dare think that he could run a quarterback as much as Kyle Shanahan has run Trey Lance, and Trey Lance not get hurt. All right? No self-respecting coach would have thought that, well, that's outside the realm of possibility. So the bottom line is, I don't think Kyle Shanahan really cared if Trey Lance got hurt or not. And that may sound harsh.
Not to me.
But he knew that this quarterback had to run to be at his most effective. And Kyle Shanahan determined that in the 4 games that Trey Lance played significantly in, he carried almost 50 times, averaged 12 carries a game, essentially. The 2 starts last year, the start this year, and the combination of the Seattle game and yesterday. 49 carries in 4 games. He knew this was a possibility. In fact, he knew it was likely going to happen as long as he played Trey Lance like he was playing him.
Oh, that stinks.
So he clearly made a deal with himself that, if Trey gets hurt, well, Trey gets hurt. And we'll bring Jimmy in. And that's what happened.
Well, that stinks, and it doesn't take Kyle off the hook for being the one responsible. Like, I want to see the workout. Can we see the video that made you think that Trey was the thrower that you thought he was? So from that vantage point, here we are calling Kyle Shanahan the guru, the quarterback dude. He can make him the bionic man. Well, something's telling me, Steiny, he couldn't. And if that's his thought process to, I don't give a damn if he gets hurt, like, it ain't over just because Trey's not on the field. We saw what we saw, and I don't think you caught the changeover this morning, but Bonte brought up a quote from Kyle last year when the Niners running backs were dropping. Get this, would you use Trey Lance, who wasn't playing? Did you think of using him as a running back? And Kyle said he's not Lamar Jackson. He's not that type of running quarterback. He's a quarterback that throws from the pocket. Well, you never let him do that. We never really got to see him do that. And shame on you if you couldn't develop him, because that means what you saw and what you thought you could make him, you couldn't do it. And now this kid, it's worse than Wiseman to me. Wiseman got 37 games, then he went out. And our concern was, how's he going to get better? How's he going to work on his... Now here we got, is Trey's accuracy going to improve on the couch dealing with now the Klay Thompson type of the Dak Prescott, the dark days that I'm sure lie ahead? I don't think so. And Jimmy's probably throwing up the deuces. And you said it earlier, Steiny, today ain't the day about the future, but to hell it is. What are they going to do moving forward if Jimmy is like, I'm out of here? To hell with y'all. Taking the starting, I had to sit here and get back on the field this way. I'm out.
From the 510, and I agree with this. Kyle did not intend to trade Jimmy. I've kind of thought that the whole time.
Damn.
I think the 49ers were asking for pie in the sky. They knew they were asking for pie in the sky. They knew after his shoulder surgery, they probably weren't going to get the crazy deal they wanted before his surgery. I'm not saying they did this on purpose, but I am not convinced that they wanted to trade Jimmy Garoppolo come hell or high water. They clearly did not want to do that. And at some point over the summer, they not only said, we're not going to trade Jimmy Garoppolo, they said, we need him back. Let's go to Austin in Redwood City. What's going on, Austin? How you doing? Start us off, man.
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Hey, man, I hate to say I told y'all so. Y'all know I'm a Jimmy fan, but somebody got to point the finger. And I'm going to point at Shanahan. If Trey Lance was your quarterback, why in the hell, and you say, wait, hold on, and you say he got this big arm and all this, and why in the hell you not opening up the playbook and play football? Like, it don't make no sense. It does not make any sense. So tip my hat off to the Pittsburgh coach and the Tennessee coach for not starting their quarterbacks this year and saving them from the injuries. And then on top of that, I'm looking at the Washington. I'm looking at them like, man, that looks like the 49ers.
Interesting. A couple pieces of news. Well, one piece of news, the 49ers have released a statement on Trey Lance's ankle surgery today. Surgery, this is according to the press release, surgery was performed at Stanford Hospital and repaired 2 injuries to Lance's ankle.
Damn.
A fibula fracture and ligament disruption. He's expected back for the 2023 season.
Man, oh man. And Steiny, you may say, you know what, Goo, I feel like that's a cheap shot. But when you are have the responsibility as the offensive coordinator, as Kyle Shanahan did in 2013 in D.C., and you got a prized possession like RG3, who was on one leg, and you called plays to put him in harm's way, and he tore his ACL and LCL, basically ruined his career. I feel like there are so many similarities with what you did with Trey Lance, but the most offensive part, and we'll talk to Low Ear One, is what you just talked about, his podium game. He had no remorse at all. It's like he doesn't even feel like he's done anything wrong or take any responsibility. And to me, that's shameful, man.
Let's go to Steven. Steven's in Sunnyvale. Hey, Steven, how you doing?
Hey, guys, I'm doing good. Guru, Matt, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
One thing I wanted to touch on, in that post-game presser, watching Shanahan get defensive and deflect the blame about what Buffalo does or doesn't do. And I can't help but think about, I can't remember the exact year. I know it wasn't that long ago, but when the Warriors were in the playoffs and KD was coming back from his Achilles injury, and he his lower leg injury, and then he popped his Achilles, and you see Bob Myers, he's in tears at the podium. The entire Warriors staff, everyone just was overcome with just all kinds of emotion at what happened to KD. And I don't know necessarily what that speaks to, if there's a cultural difference between basketball and football, or I don't know if that speaks to the difference between what a championship organization is or isn't. But I will say that, no one's expecting Shanahan to be perfect. We know that he's human. He's going to make mistakes, but the mistakes become meaningless. They become pointless and stupid if you just refuse to learn from them and admit that you made them. So I want to be careful about jumping on the Shanahan hate train, but that particular element really bothered me. I would have so much rather have seen him just go up there and say, you know what, that was on me. I made a big mistake. We're all really just, our hearts are with Trey. Like that to me was the thing that really, like, I've been a Shanahan supporter for quite a while. But
Stephen, let's take a listen to what you said. This is what Stephen from Sunnyvale is referring to. I'm going to play this little sequence with Kyle Shanahan and the media.
Anytime a guy gets hurt, I wish I didn't call that. But no, that's something we were going to do, and something we would continue to do. And that's a football play we believe in, and something that gives him a chance to be real successful in this league. I thought he did a real good job coming off the bench, made some real key throws. That it got real tough there in the second half with some of that when that rain came back. It was on and off, so we had to be a little selective in certain moments. Especially it was tough when we lost our run game a little bit there in the third, early fourth, because it was a little tougher to throw there when the rain started coming. But I was real proud of Jimmy and how he came in and was ready for the moment and helped us get a win.
All right, here's the, what do they call it? Here's the crux of it.
Just because, you guys watch other teams in this league, and Buffalo does it all the time. Their quarterback's pretty normal play, part of football, and it's unfortunate that he hurt his ankle on it, but it's very normal ran play. You guys should watch some other people.
You guys should watch some other people.
Wow,
Guru,
man.
Go watch some other people.
You arrogant. Hey,
the Buffalo Bills are pretty good. They have a pretty good quarterback. They run that play.
Who's been through his football puberty and knows what he does. And even then, I told you guys last week, week one, I don't know what Josh Allen was doing, but he looked like a bowling pin. But still, Steiny, the point he brought up about Bob Myers, and I'm not saying skins on the wall, there's a comparison to Clay and Kevin Durant, but we were in the building when we saw how distraught Bob Myers was when KD tore his Achilles. And if grief if that's too strong, we're all different. I don't know how I expect you to act, but I was offended, and I love the caller's point. Jimmy's handsome? At least act like you're somber. Now is not the time, Kyle, to be running material about Jimmy and his looks when your rookie quarterback that you move mountains for is out for the year with a double compound. That just was yuck, man. It was yuck. And I'm out. There was no there's a feeling of despair. One of our soldiers is down. It was yuck. And you doing improv stuff? I'm out.
Chris in Fairfield. Hey, Chris, what's going on, man? You want to talk about Kyle Shanahan?
Yeah, who doesn't?
Chris, you got to get me off speak. Chris, I'll tell you what.
Where are we on speaker?
You know what? He gets the little T. You get the little T for being on the speaker. Yeah. You can't call in on the speaker, right? Let's go to Ryan. Ryan's in the city. Hey, Ryan, how you doing? What do you got?
Oh, I've been better. I've never come to work so angry after a 49er blowout, dude. I have a couple things. I've just, for the past 5 years, we talk about the Jimmy oh-no throws, right? Which aren't really that big of a problem compared to Kyle Shanahan's oh-no plays. That's what I call them. He always throws these plays into the loop that just don't make absolutely no sense, and they fail. The league does a lot to protect their quarterbacks, and his actions definitely told me you don't care about this young man's career or this season. And then you just throw Jimmy in there, and I'm totally with you guys. I don't think he even deserves Jimmy. Jimmy has come in time and time again to save his career. Without Jimmy's winning record, his record is trash. I think he's overrated, and this in particular, I've been very, very adamant, I like Kyle Shanahan over 5-6 years. I love him. This incident over the weekend, I'm doing a complete 180 in the other direction. He needs to be held accountable. How many years are we going to make excuses for him? That's all I got. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for the call, Ryan. Appreciate it.
And you know what I was thinking, Steiny? You always talk about the 50 and 53 record of Kyle Shanahan, and then I'll come back with the rebuttal of, he took him to a Super Bowl, an NFC championship game, and then I go to my go-to, the 10-point leads. I'm looking at it now you know what? This dude's so arrogant. Who's to say he had his chance to win them, and he blew it? He didn't just get blown out in those games. He was up 10 and couldn't finish, went quarter horse twice. So I'm looking at this it ain't 1+1 that this dude's getting back to hoist the Lombardi trophy. I'm just wondering, Steiny, some people are too smart for their own damn good, and the more we see in the examples that come our way in the handling of Trey Lance and the play calling and just this dude's aura, Like, has he had his chance to win it?
A lot of people are talking about Kyle Shanahan's demeanor in the post-game press conference. Kind of a la-di-da demeanor. This is football. Guys get hurt. That's what happened. Next man up. I mean, I think that works with a lineman, an offensive lineman. I don't think it works for a quarterback that you gave up 2 first-round picks for is early in his career, and that's what you're going to do. I mean, I guess my biggest issue is everybody in the Bay Area who likes the 49ers or who watches the 49ers, everybody knew this could happen. Not only that, we all knew it was going to happen.
You said it.
If they were actually going to try to employ this for 17 weeks. So somewhere along the line, Kyle Shanahan realized that he wasn't going to be able to win with Trey Lance over the course of a whole season because he would have been figured out more and more and more as the weeks go on, and clearly he was afraid to have Trey Lance throw from the pocket. So he put him out there. He had to use his running game, otherwise the 49ers might not even be able to be competitive at that position at least. And he knew that this was the risk, and he knew he had Jimmy Garoppolo. Plain and simple.
And that bothers me, and I know it shouldn't, but yeah, could you imagine what Niner faithful would be thinking right now if it were Sudfeld or Brock Purdy at the helm?
Let's go to BMO. BMO is in Seattle. What's up, BMO?
Steiny Guru, what is happening? I'm always texting, but you never shout me out, so I thought I'd give you a yodel today.
All right.
So, briefly, let's not criticize Shanahan and his play calling because that is starting to irritate me. We know, especially in the Bay, from Steve Young to Jeff Garcia, Colin Kaepernick, we utilize our players, our QBs running strengths. Period. That's it. But what I wanted to highlight was Jimmy G. Did you see the way the team swarmed him after he rushed in for that touchdown? Those weren't just congratulatory actions for a good play. The team, that was pure elation that he was behind him, leading the team. We learned clearly, definitively, that the team, the vets, they wanted Jimmy G to start from the beginning of the season. So thanks, fellas, for taking my call. I'm going to talk to you soon.
All right, that's BMO. Do you believe that? And if so, what percentage? Do you think, I'll just put you on the spot here. So you think the 49ers as a team think that Trey Lance doesn't give them as good a chance to win as Garoppolo? I think 80%
of the players think that. But listen, the reason we didn't hear anything about it is we talk about coaches having their players back. The players had their coach back. So that's why they did what they did. But I don't think that's an indictment on Trey Lance. I just feel like it's BS that you put a kid that obviously was not ready to be from a mechanical standpoint. And people came down our road thinking it was Trey Lance hate. Now that it's over and the dust is settled, Steiny, he wasn't ready. He may never be that accurate passer that you envision him being, the Black Kirk Cousins, because you wouldn't let him throw. So people calling like they found Bigfoot. I'm not like play. Did you hear Trent Williams yesterday? They said, hey, did you guys skip a beat to postgame? Your boy can trust Trent Williams. Did you guys skip a beat? He was like, hell, basically, Steiny the Parrot. Hell no, we didn't skip a beat. And I go, that wasn't shaded, Trey. It's just what he's been feeling, but he went with what the coach called, and that was for Trey to start. But he never empowered Trey to be the best he could be.
888-957-9570 is the number. Lorenzo Neal, 10 minutes from now. Lorenzo Neal on the Comcast Business text line. We're getting some pushback. Not on anything we said.
What happened?
It's about, Shanahan didn't want to get Trey injured or anything like that, and I agree. Of course not.
It's the care part.
Of course not. 510 says, whoever thinks the reason why Trey got hurt is because of the coach, they never played the game. No, what I'm saying is he's played essentially 4 full games, and he's rushed 49 times. That's 12 times a game on average. I mean, of course he's going to get hurt. Don't insult my intelligence and act like Trey Lance could have lasted the season, and this is just a crazy coincidence and freak of nature that Trey Lance got hurt. Like, that's got to be spared because that's a joke. Because we all know that part's a joke. Let's go to Stephanie in San Jose. What's up, Stephanie?
Hey.
Thanks for having me on. I just wanted to share that I really, as a fan, as a mom, as an aunt, I have nephews that play high school football, and Shanahan, the way that he reacted in that press conference, I'm not okay with it. When Clay got hurt, man, his people had his back. They were, like you guys said, grieving for him. There was just a change, in their demeanor. They were broken because they knew that they loved their guy and they stood behind him and what this was going to mean for him going forward. But, with Trey, we just don't see that with Shanahan. And just as a fan, I really lost respect for our coach, because it's man, you have to care about your dudes. I get it, it's business, and, you're going to make your plays and people are going to get hurt, but to have just that really arrogant attitude, it just didn't sit well with me. And I think that, going forward, it's just, I don't know, it just wasn't okay with me. It just changed my perspective of him as a whole.
Fair. That's Stephanie in San Jose. I think that's fair.
Wow, man.
I don't think she's the only one.
That's just, you as grown-up, Steiny, we feel what we feel, and, we have our different views, but for Stephanie to call a radio show ours and say that she was turned off by his demeanor at the podium, I'm 100% in agreement, and I just said so, but you said it, poetically. It ain't that he tried to get him hurt. It's that the care part wasn't there. And Steiny, you can look at me and say, Goo, Trey Lance was going to come back next year and be like nothing happened. And I'm looking at you with the side. I'm giving you the gas face. Because we saw it with Clay. We don't know what's going to pop off. And I feel bad for him. And again, I wish, to be honest, I could fast forward this season and make Kyle Shanahan have to deal with his arrogance to where Jimmy goes to another team, and if Trey's not ready, what are you going to do then? And now you live that part, which I feel like you deserve, and you're getting a pass because Jimmy's here to save the day with the cape. And boy, did he save it.
I keep coming back to the basic umbrella that I put up. Not I put up, but the 49ers made it clear. They were trying to win the Super Bowl and develop an inexperienced quarterback at the same time. That's insulting. That's insulting to a fan base that is smart and that's been there before.
Well, what about the players?
But it's not just that they did that. It's not just that's what happened. What else happened is now he loses credibility.
Damn.
He loses credibility. He has to.
And how much did he lose when I said it was nothing? Again, I'm not a former player. How much did he lose by making Lance the starter?
We don't know. That remains to be seen. Quite frankly. He tried to sell us that he could win the Super Bowl or try to win the Super Bowl and develop a young quarterback. And when he gets questioned on it, that's weird. Like he gets defensive.
You need to watch football.
It's almost like Kyle Shanahan thinks you guys are all wrong, and women who think this has never been done before, it's been done 1,000,000 times. It's easy to do. No, it isn't, and it never was. And everybody knew you were blowing smoke when you said you were going to develop Trey Lance and try to win a Super Bowl. You can't do it. And you insulted the fan base in the process. That's what I think.
I've been rocking with you for years, Tony. Before we go to break here, I need you to, if you do me a favor and tell me what you think here. I've never tried to make you agree with anything I say that comes out of my mouth. But now that you've seen what we've seen and how it played out, when I tell you, Matt Steinmetz, Kyle never wanted Trey, even if you thought that was just ludicrous, are you closer to maybe, Goo, you might be onto something? Because are you looking at me now if you answer he did want him in a workout video is when it happened? When did he fall in love with him?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I have no idea. I can't go there because everything I know about Kyle Shanahan is he had the final say. And there's two things. One is Kyle Shanahan either decided Trey Lance is our guy, and he'll live and die with Trey Lance being our guy. Or somebody told him, you can't draft Mac Jones.
Oh, my goodness.
You have to draft Trey Lance. But I can't go there.
I know.
Because any coach worth his salt would say, coach and GM. He has all the power. And he was going to allow that to happen? Either way, it's kind of Bush League stuff. 888-957-9570 if you want to call. Hang on the line. We get Lone Neal on the other side. We're going to do that. San Francisco 49ers, they're 1-1. They won yesterday, but it doesn't feel that great. Coming up next, Lorenzo Neal, and it's all sponsored by Innova International Inc.
What a bittersweet victory in week 2.
Hell, we haven't seen Trey Lance play. Trey Lance is not going to get reps this year. He didn't get reps really last year. He didn't get reps the year before because of the pandemic. He's about to go 3.5 years without really playing any football.
No development, no nothing. This is the Bay Area's sports station. Take him out! 95.7 The Game.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years? Like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models. Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're speaking another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Hey, I'm Andy, and every morning I wake up thinking about shaving. When I started Harry's almost a decade ago, the shaving industry was a mess. Flashy, overpriced razors as far as the eye could see. I just wanted a great shave at a fair price. Too much to ask? I didn't think so, and that's why I started Harry's. 10 years and 20 million Harry's customers later, we're still obsessed with giving you a quality shave experience. Sharper blades, a better lubricating strip, and making our handle grippy in all the right places? All upgrades based on your feedback. And it all comes at a great price. Seriously, as low as $2 per cartridge. These days, my mornings are a little bit different. Morning, girls. But I still wake up thinking about shaving. Our starter set has everything you need for a close, comfortable shave. 5-blade German-engineered razor, weighted handle, and shave gel. Get yours now for just $3 with free shipping, backed by our quality guarantee. Just go to harrys.com now and enter code FRIEND at checkout. That's harrys.com, code FRIEND.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply.
The annual Harmony Walk to End Hunger and Homelessness in Richmond is October 22nd. Register at gripcares.org. Hear local music, take your kids to the bounce house, and make a difference together. Register now at gripcares.org.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Attention veterans. If you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering, but you must act now. Visit sickvets.com for your free case review by True Law. That's sickvets, like veterans.com. sickvets.com. Visit sickvets.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
And it makes me sick. Uh-oh. Let's go right to it.
Low.
I'm calling him the greatest fullback that ever has donned the pads.
I call him Hall of Fame.
Lorenzo Neal. What's up, Lorenzo? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? How we doing today, man?
A lot of unhappy 49er fans, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think there is. It's a lot of unhappy people. And, first thing before we can dive into the details, guys, I mean, my thoughts and prayers, I think you guys feel the same sentiment as with Trey Lance. You're a young man playing a kid's game, getting a king's ransom, and all these time you've been waiting for this moment, and here it is, an injury. His parents, he comes from good family. You look at the town, how they all back him in that small town he's from, and he's, besides trying to become a great football player, he's a good kid, and he's a good young man, and I know what it's like, Guru, my rookie year, breaking my ankle, second game of the season, starting, and it's tough, man. Your life just seems like, because you're so young, you just don't understand. You're like, man, it's over. I was on exciting, leading the league in rushing the first game, and just really hit the league by storm. This little kid out of Fresno, and no one said, look, Jim Moore thought about cutting me, saying he was a horrible practice player, but you put him in the game, they're like, he's kid's a gamer, and they were calling me the bowling ball, and all these different things, and you're feeling good about yourself, and boom, next week against Atlanta, just after running a 74-yard touchdown from scrimmage, the next quarter, boom, have a little play, running a little sweet play. Scott Case grabs me on the shoulder. I try to rip through it. He falls on my ankle, kind of like Trey, and breaks the ankle. Deltoid ligament, had to have surgery the next day, screws, and you just like, because you're so young, you think that your life and everything is done because it stops so quick. It's so abrupt that stops. So thoughts and prayers with him. Keep your head up, young fella, and he'll be back.
Lo, I'm going to say this, and I told Steiny, you got hurt, and a lot of players get hurt playing this violent sport of football, doing what you're supposed to. But what we seen Kyle do to Trey Lance is negligence, and he should be court-martialed because he did not show any care. There was no delicacy at all. It was like, I don't give a damn. I'm going to call run power for my QB, the most important position in sports, and then go to the podium and have the audacity to say, y'all don't watch football, watch Buffalo? Come on, Lowe. You can't defend that man on that. He ran this kid in the ground.
Guru, you know what, Guru, I'm telling you, I absolutely love you, man, because
I believe you, Lowe.
You're the bro. I'm gonna put you in politics. My God, you're going to be on my campaign because you're going to be killing people, man. You are a monster. I love it, dude. But here's the thing, yes, brothers. Get Lamar Jackson that. You've seen Lamar Jackson, the way he runs. Look at Lamar's body style compared to him. Lamar Jackson's not built better than Trey necessarily. Smaller frame, all those different things. Look at Patrick Mahomes, how many times he runs, different plays. And hell, look at the little scooter bug, the water bug yesterday. All over the field. 20 seconds play by Calamari. I mean, you think about this league and Josh Allen, he runs the ball, quarterback draw, a lot of those guys. And I get it. It's easy after something happens. And didn't I tell you that's what happened? I told you it's going to happen. I'm just telling you, it's a freak accident. Things happen, and I understand what you're saying. You're like, oh, he's using him like a running back. He is a versatile quarterback. And some of those type of guys, this is what they signed up for. They run the ball, and understand he's not big like Josh Allen. So Josh Allen runs these draws and screens, and Josh Allen can do everything because he's bigger and more physical. But look at Lamar Jackson. He's not, and he still takes some shots, and it does. And you're right, Guru. If you play that position long enough and you're that type of mobile quarterback, look no further than Michael Vick. He ran quarterback draws. He ran quarterback sweeps. He ran power student body right and have a lead. So I get what you're saying. Man, Goose, it's tough when you have the type of talent these guys have with their legs.
Lorenzo Neal joining us on 95.7 The Game. Low. Let me throw some numbers at you. You ready?
Yeah.
All right. Trey Lance came in at halftime last year against the Seattle Seahawks. Remember that game when Garoppolo got hurt? He ran 7 times in the second half. The next game he started was against the Cardinals. He ran 16 times. Then he won that game against the Texans. He ran 8 times. Week 1 against Chicago, he ran 13 times. He knew. Come on, Lowe. He knew the kid was not going to be able to make it 17 games.
Wow.
Running on average 12 times a game. He had to know this was a possibility.
I think he knew it was a possibility, and that's why you have an insurance policy and a great backup quarterback that get to see him finish his book and finish his story. But go pull up Lamar Jackson, how many times he ran the ball. Go look up. So you guys can do that. Just be fair and balanced when you do it, because I understand it's easy now to say, oh my God, you knew this was going to happen. You don't know. You have a feel that it's going to happen. Look at Lamar Jackson. You don't think a lot of people say that he's crazy? Think about Lamar Jackson already played, proven himself in this league, had some pretty good years, and look what he's doing. He's got his body out there, ran an 80-yard touchdown, led his team in rushing, but look what he's doing, and he's not even and he doesn't have the contract yet. So, I get it, guys. I do get it, and I do understand where you guys are coming from, but I just think when you have a quarterback that's that versatile, and I know he's not Cam Newton and what Cam's bigger and all those other things, but this kid, man, he's a runner. He's a passer. He's a passer first, but you got to admit the guy can run the ball, and he's been perfected while he was doing it.
Well, I'll tell you what, Lo. There's a quote out there from Kyle last year saying he's not a Lamar Jackson. He's a quarterback that can use his leg, but he throws from the pocket. From what I've seen, and I'll tell anybody, Trey was not ready throwing the ball. So the politics of the pick had him starting over Jimmy, and that's where I want to ask you next. I'm not mad at the players. I kind of give Kyle credit. I don't want to, but they obviously had his back because nothing leaked to the media, Lo, about them, in disagreement that Trey should be starting over Jimmy. But now that Jimmy's back there and I watched it, Lo, I got them not going all the way, but how can you look at this Niner team if Kittle comes back and say, if Jimmy's upright, they don't got action to go right back to the NFC Championship game. And I guess in a crazy world, that's all it's about, right?
I guess that's what the media has turned it into. Guru is like, okay, so because everyone's been okay, go back to Jimmy. So now if we just make the playoffs, it's okay. Is that what you guys want? Because I'm trying to figure out what people really want, because they're saying one thing. Well, of course. Now here's the deal. Now, I'm with you guys, same church, same crew. That when he went back and dropped back, you're like, okay, what is this young guy going to do? You're like, is he going to complete? Where's he going to go with the ball? We're just looking and anticipating. With Jimmy, Jimmy's going to drop back. He's not going to necessarily scramble. If it's 3rd and 13, he's going to probably dink the ball down, and they're going to probably punt and say, hey, defense, go do your job. If it's 3rd and 13 here, you can't admit that 3rd and 12 and 3rd and 13, you had a quarterback that could draw because you play nickel or dime with 6 DBs or 7 DBs, nickel 5 DBs, dime 6 and 7 DBs. So if you did that, this young man could run for the first down. You saw it. So it depends. So it gave you more dimension. So I think what you guys are failing to realize, this guy was not better than Jimmy G. I've always said that. He wasn't better as a quarterback than Jimmy G right now. Or as just the game, the speed of the game, the intelligence of the game. No, he's not. But guess what? I don't think that the AFC champion quarterback knows more football than Jimmy G. Last year, Cincinnati Bengals, he can throw the ball better and all those different things, but he's not. He doesn't have the football IQ Jimmy has. I can go around the league and show you quarterbacks that are better athletically, but don't necessarily have the football IQ that Jimmy has. So I think that's where we the disconnect, because now it's like, okay, now Jimmy's here. So everyone says, now you're going to win a Super Bowl? No. What it gave you now is that you guys now feel more consistent. You're calming because now you're not necessarily holding your breath. And here's the thing. I'm happy for Jimmy G. I'm disappointed for Trey, and I'm sad because I don't want anybody to get hurt. But I'm so happy that Jimmy G gets to write his book, Steiny. Now he started the beginning, the introduction, the body, and now he gets to write his conclusion. And so here's the thing. Either way he loses. It's only one way Jimmy G comes out of this successful, unscathed, if they win a Super Bowl. So if Trey Lance would have played the whole year and they don't get the Super Bowl, they go to the playoffs, you guys would have been saying, you're the same people that have been saying, you know what? If you had Jimmy, you probably would have went to the Super Bowl. He's ready. The team was ready. Neither way Cal could win with this media, Steiny.
No, not when you bring Jimmy Garoppolo back.
What's that?
Not when you bring Jimmy Garoppolo back.
You can't win. So my point is, so if you don't have Jimmy, well, you guys would have been saying, well, they should have kept Jimmy as a backup.
No, you're right.
That's what only thing I'm saying, Steiny.
Yeah, I believe that.
For sure. You can't win. If he would have said, okay, I'm putting Trey back on the bench, and Jimmy going out and they made one playoff and they went to the playoffs and they still lost, everyone said, you had Trey, you should have stayed with him and let him grow through this growing pain. How can he win?
Let me ask you this.
Shanahan cannot win, bro. And I looked at another guy real quick, just thinking about a guy like Lombardi. Lombardi was doing all this. Trey's not ready, and they're going to go. Okay, Lombardi, now you got it your way. See, it's easy to be that person, and I'm like, okay, let's see. Because I'm telling you, and I love Jimmy, and I want Jimmy to have success. Because I'm pulling for him because the way he handled himself, the way he carries himself, he's a true pro, and he's a constant scholar. I love the guy, and I want nothing but success. But now you have to be real. You played against a Seattle team that played with how many rookies and how many on the secondary, dropping coverage? The tight end, Dwelly, he ran a corner route. They were playing zone. Linebacker never dropped. Safety doubled down, came down and doubled the 6 route that came underneath. No one was even on him. But no, I like where Jimmy goes with the ball. We all like his ability to throw the ball. Sometimes maybe not the deep ball, but we all say that he's consistent. So I just don't know how Cal quarterback situation could ever get better.
Well, let me throw this at you. Let's say you're a member of the 49ers. You're their fullback, and you got championship aspirations. And you know in that locker room that Trey Lance isn't ready. Well, guess what? Kyle Shanahan started Trey Lance, even though the team may have felt, or certainly some guys on the team felt like, Jimmy's better. Like, that credibility doesn't vanish. You know what I mean? I mean, if you're a quarterback, right? I mean, if you're a player on that team that's like, I can't believe he's really going with Trey Lance. We all know Garoppolo's better. Boom, Trey Lance gets hurt. Don't you think there could be players on the team saying, Kyle really didn't do Trey Lance right, man. I mean, that put him in a bad position, and we all knew Jimmy was better to start.
I think that here's how you look at it. 2 years ago, Jimmy was there. Jimmy blew out his knee. Everyone said it was a dumb. Why are you going to go out of bounds? He blew out his knee against Kansas City. Things happen. And here's the thing. People might call in and say, man, how many times you heard him call in Steiny and say, man, Guru, I love Guru on the show, man. Guru, Steiny, get Steiny off there. Guru, you ain't, I appreciate it. And how many times Steiny, they say, Steiny, how do you carry that dude? Guess what? Because there's a difference of opinion.
Right.
You guys of all people, notice, you don't think there's guys on that team in that locker room that believe that Trey, when they watch practice and they go to practice and all of a sudden he drops back and throws the ball 80 yards downfield, or he's in the huddle and he's dancing around and he makes something happen and make guys, you don't think guys, damn, that dude got talent. Damn, that boy got some skills. You don't think they say it? You don't think they do? It's the same. Come on, Goo, you see it. So, and Steiny, you've seen it. So, yes, you got people that have been saying about both these guys that are saying, man. So, I played with Drew. There was guys that said, man, we should go with Phillip Rivers. Drew held him off. I was in with Neil O'Donnell. Neil O'Donnell and Steve McNair. We won 5 straight with Steve being hurt. Neil O'Donnell, we won 5 straight. And do you know some people, like Steve wanted to come back in week 3, and they're like, nah, we're going to keep you. We all right. Won that one. He wanted to come back in week 4. Nah, stay out. Week 5, stayed out. And then finally, Steve started to be like, no, I'm the guy. So they had to go back. And, of course, we still went to the Super Bowl. But you don't think there was guys we were riding with Neil? Like, man, Neil got us rolling.
No, Lo.
All that is.
Lo, I give you that. But listen, man, this is to me. Kyle Shanahan now has a file. He has a file of blowing leads in the Super Bowl, the NFC Championship game. And if you want to tell me, hey, it ain't all on him, I'll give you that. But then you went up and told the world, watch my smart ass turn this guy from North Dakota State into the next. And right now, all you turned him was into sick bay. He is out. And to me, there comes some criticism with that. The Trey Lance thing right now is a failure until it's fixed. But Kyle's file is growing. And I told the listeners and Steiny, what I hate about this, Lo, is his ass got bailed out by default by Jimmy coming to save the day. And it's too strong to say I wish, but
hey, Guru.
No, it's real, Lo. It's real. Criticize the man. He is not a messiah, and he's ruined Trey Lance, and you won't call him out for it.
Oh, whoa, wait a minute. Go, what do you mean? So you want me to say that he's a horrible coach?
Not a horrible, because he's not horrible, but take this one on the chin and say he used him wrong, Lo, and he couldn't develop him. He's had 2 years to develop his passing, and he couldn't do it. So why did you draft him, Kyle? Call him out on the carpet, Lo.
Guru, here's the thing you got to realize. You had a starting quarterback in Jimmy G. The reason why they drafted him is because they seen the way the league was going and go and said, I don't want a statuesque quarterback, and I'm going to go get a guy that I feel that I can take that's going to take this team to the next level.
And what happened, Lo?
His body of work, he's in his second year. His body of work, is not over. And here's the deal. I believe this. Now, Steiny, you hear this? I know you guys would like to check the tape. He will become a better quarterback from this.
Wow.
He might.
He's going to learn. He's going to become a better quarterback, and he's going to be better pocket porter. He's going to be better runner quarterback. This is going to make him. I got broken leg, ankle, torn ligaments, had to go. I played 15 more years. Look at it. You've got to realize. I know you guys. And I get it. Now, does he still need to be developed?
Yeah.
Yes. But Kyle Shanahan believed by week 8 and week 9, this kid would have had the offense, a better grasp on the offense. He said, okay, this guy would be able to do the things we need to do. He's going to be able to hide a lot of multitude of more thoughts. There's going to be a lot of different things that we can do. So he hedged his bet on potential. And I think now, this is what everybody wanted. This is what you got to say, well, I saw last week this and that and the other. And I'm going to tell you, I don't think Jimmy would have won that game last week. I think the weather was too bad. I don't think receivers were catching the ball. I think the field was too sloppy. I don't think he would have picked up those 3rd and 13s. There's a lot of things that I don't think that would have. Now, I believe that Jimmy is a better fundamental quarterback than this kid right now. Yes. All I'm saying, is I think he has way more potential, one. And two, yes, if you want to say that Kyle Shanahan maybe shouldn't have ran him, of course we can say it now, but the guy is not a small guy. It wasn't like he took some vicious hit. It was him falling back and trying to slide, I think, and look at the thing, and the guy just fell on his ankle. So
he was running into linebackers, and he did it in Chicago. He did it yesterday, and it cost him. There was no handle with care because it just reeked of, if you get hurt, young man, guess what? Number 10 is my backup, and we can throw the ball with him. That's what it reeked of. Now, everything you're saying, I agree with you, Lo, but don't give Kyle a pass, man. And it sounds like you are.
Well, Guru, the difference is I played it, and you did. The difference is I've been out there with Steve McNair, you haven't. The difference is I've been out there with Achilles Smith, you haven't. The difference is I've seen this game and played it, you haven't. The difference is I know that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch both know football. And I'm not sitting here saying that you don't know football. I'm not saying that. I'm telling you what I know. The difference is what you and I are saying. The difference is you saying, I'm going to crucify this guy because this young man got hurt. The difference is this guy and this offense was predicated because of his ability to get out of the pocket and do certain things. So this is why they had you stretch the field and you have more things to do. That's what Kyle Shanahan is thinking. So if Kyle Shanahan is thinking that because he's a coach, well, that's the coach's decision. Now, if you want to coach and you think you can develop a guy and get him out there, then you don't get the pass. Because now you're saying he's hurt, then you would want the same pass if you knew the kind of guy and you've been in the locker room and you've been at practice every day and you know what the guy has. It's not me giving anybody a pass by no sense of imagination. I got on Kyle Shanahan before, and I don't think that Cal, he picked certain guys in the draft. We said, okay, who's these guys he brought in through agency, different guys, things have happened. We get it. But guess what? Every front office, every coach, every radio, everybody has made mistakes. And so we want to hold him to a deal to say, we just want to fire him or whatever you guys want to do. I don't know what you're looking for. If you don't want him to have a pass, then okay, he doesn't have a pass. Okay, if you want to say you shouldn't have been running, I can't say that. But if you believe that, that's your opinion. And guess what? That's why it's America, because you're entitled to believe that Kyle Shanahan shouldn't have ran him. You're entitled to believe that Kyle Shanahan ran him too much. You absolutely can believe that. And that's okay.
All right.
But does it mean that he can't coach? And I know, I'm not trying to get a pass. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to tell you what I believe that these coaches and this organization and what the players believe that they saw in this young man in Trey Lance.
All right, Lo. Good stuff.
Lo went in on me. Yeah. Drew down on Twitch said, Lo, I never heard Goo quiet like that. No, I hear you, Lo. I just feel like the guy getting the pass, man.
All right,
Did we lose Lo?
Lo may have hung up.
Not Lo.
Was Lo pissed?
Lo called. Lo, that wasn't. I see Lo pissed. You don't want to see him.
Just remember, Lo, that was
pissed.
Guru, not me.
He went Forrest Whitaker on me. Lo wasn't mad.
Yeah, Lorenzo was spot on today. Boy, he was incredible.
Oh boy, he said I didn't play, and I can't. What can I say, Steiny?
You played. You just didn't play with Steve McNair.
There's some other guys.
Who else was on that? There was the first one.
Lo,
he's played with some greats.
Yeah, a few quarterbacks.
Achilles Smith.
Yeah, okay.
I said though he played with some greats. Well, here's
You feel like he's getting a pass, Kyle?
No, I think people are. I think there's a big section of the fan base that's criticizing him, or at least questioning. You have every right to question what's going on. Or what his thought process was. Again, my feeling is, and I said this, like the only way Kyle Shanahan can mess this up is if he doesn't play the best quarterback. And I don't think he started the best quarterback this year. And I think the team knows it. And I think that is the part that will never go away. What'll it mean? I have no idea. But you can't tell me there aren't players in that locker room who are thinking just like us, which is, you know what? This guy really thought that we could go far with Trey Lance, who's quarterback 19, one AA game. It's like I think the team knew something like this was going to happen, and because it has, there's a chance that some of the players' trust in Shanahan starts to go away. Because again, everybody knew this was a possibility And certainly it was going to be a bigger possibility if you were going to run Trey Lance as much as you were running him.
Yeah.
Like, that's the part that bothers me about Shanahan.
The power runs.
Stop being incredulous about our questioning of starting Trey Lance, bringing Garoppolo back, and now having Garoppolo the starter when it doesn't look like Trey Lance was ever better than him. All right.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Don't miss out on Damon and Ratto today. They got the playmaker, Michael Irvin. He's at 445. 445 today. The Hall of Famer takes us inside the locker room. Oh, my God. Every Monday, all football season long, right here on 95.7 The Game.
49ers faithful, do you blame Kyle Shanahan for Trey's season-ending injury?
It was bound to happen. I literally tweeted out, he's taking too many shots. He's taking too many shots. And people are going to say, Joe, Lamar Jackson runs that play. Josh Allen runs that play. I don't want my franchise quarterback running that play. I want him sitting back and being protected.
Let us know on the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Dancing crew, trip for 2, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. Boosters designed for COVID-19 variants are now available. If you've had your primary series, schedule an updated COVID-19 booster appointment as soon as you're eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
We tried Dynovite nutritional supplement, and after a couple of weeks, we noticed a big difference. Our little Gizmo's coat was shinier, and there was a lot less scratching and shedding.
My dog smelled and scratched constantly. We bathed and sprayed her, took her to the vet, but no results. Now, a little Dynovite in her food helps Bella keep her beautiful coat with no scratching or smell.
Happier, healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dynovite.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Dell Technologies semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
See ya.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Back in March, not this past March 2021, 49ers gave up 2 firsts to move up to number 3. Not for Trey Lance. Not at that point.
Right.
They were just moving up to 3 because it's supposed to be a great quarterback draft, and they wanted the pick of number 3, 4, or 5. Next thing you know, they get to the draft, and they pick the most raw quarterback who's ever come into the league.
A fullback named Trey Lance.
19 college games, not even Division I.
That had to be a hell of a workout where he wowed them. Snotty, if I could be an investigator or go get to the bottom of something, I smell a rat, man. I really smell some stench. York's tweets the eve or the day of the draft, who had been in a hole for years and hadn't said anything publicly, all of a sudden tweeting. That tells me Niner Twitter was going crazy about Mac Jones possibly being a Niner. And all the experts, Schefter and everybody had us thinking it was Mac Jones. That was not love, the play calling for Trey Lance from Kyle Shanahan. I'll just leave it at that. And 2 things real quick here, Steiny, from Twitch and YouTube. They're loving your collar shirt. You got some new gear. We ain't talked about it. And Lode sent me this Bible verse text. That is my brother, people. He didn't hang up. He said he loves me. We disagreed, but there was no, people think Lo got hot. Lo, please. I seen Lo.
I don't know.
You got to get
what kind of relationship you have with Lo. So
he's a mentor.
You can answer that. Mentors get mad at their
Can you be
proteges.
older than your mentor? Because I'm older than Lo.
It's a good question.
Right.
It's a good question.
Yeah, but the mentee is not doing good if you are older than the mentor, I think.
Kyle could have avoided all this.
How?
By telling the truth from the get-go.
Wow.
And the truth was this. We love Trey Lance. We think he's going to be a hell of a quarterback down the line. He hasn't had a lot of experience, but what we've seen has really been encouraging. But we've got to acknowledge he's a project. Okay? He's a project.
Okay.
And so I don't think we want to look for immediate results right now. We got Jimmy Garoppolo in the fold. We got our guy, hopefully, for the next 8-10 years. But it's going to take a couple years. I'm telling you that right now. It's going to take a couple years. He never did that.
Okay, but if he walked into a doctor's office, the doctor would ask him, why did you spend what you spent to go get that guy? That's why he started, Steiny.
I'm with you.
Had he not done that and they just drafted Trey, what you said would have, hey, we're running with Jimmy, but we got this guy. Something don't add up.
I'm with you.
Something we're missing.
And I think, to me, what we're missing is that when they moved up to number 3, yes, they knew there were 5 quarterbacks. But I guess they assumed that there were 5 great quarterbacks. And so they moved up to 3 to have their choice of numbers 3, 4, and 5. But guess what? Maybe there's not a great quarterback in this draft.
But you better know before you go spend.
Not if you're Kyle Shanahan and you can turn chicken salad into
when has
chicken
he done
soup,
that?
or vice versa.
My question to you is, he didn't do that with Beathard.
You know what he would
didn't
say?
do that to Nick Mullins.
You know what he would say to you,
When
Guru?
did he do that?
I did it with Jimmy Garoppolo. And I guarantee you Kyle Shanahan gets behind closed doors and says, Jimmy's not very good, but I am a hell of a coach because I can get the most out of him.
Man. They could have had Micah Parsons, man. What if you enhanced your team with those other 2 number 1 picks? And guess what? You ain't getting one next year either, Steiny.
Let's go to the coach in Vallejo. What's up, Coach? How you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. And
thank you.
I enjoy your show. Been listening, and Guru, I want to say for you and in your defense, Flo Neal was completely wrong. Okay, he was totally out of line. He's cocky. He's arrogant.
Now, that's our guy. He didn't hang up on me.
No, he's talking about Kyle.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah, I'll defend it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Actually, I was talking about Lo Neal.
Oh.
Very wrong. But so, Guru, keep your head up.
Oh, yeah, Lo is my brother. He didn't hang up. But, yeah, I get you. But
No. He's out of line when he started running down his credentials and everything, trying to big league you. So he was very wrong on that. Okay?
It wasn't true.
You do know a lot about sports.
I hear you. I love you. Yeah.
And the only thing I doubt about you in sports was that time when you were trying to defend Kurt Schilling, but I'm not going to even go there. But anyway, Kyle Shanahan was very wrong in putting Trey Lance in that position, trying to run him up the middle. I agree with you 100%. They should have let this young man, when you move up to number 3, kind of the same mistake the Warriors made with Wiseman. You don't pick a project at number 3. You just pick somebody who's ready to play right now, okay? And the Warriors are suffering the same thing with Wiseman. They don't know what they just won a championship with Wiseman. Yeah. Do you know if they don't win a championship this year and Wiseman is on the roster, it's going to look like it's Wiseman's fault, okay? So I think that you're right about that. He did not put this young man, he didn't give him a chance to even see if he can pass the ball downfield. He needed to play like a quarterback, okay, instead of a running back. Michael Vick never averaged 12 runs a game in his whole career.
Wow, man.
You know? So, Guru, I'm with you on this. I think you are absolutely correct. Steiny, you're doing a very good job officiating between Lo Neal and Guru. But hang in there, Guru. You're absolutely correct. Lo Neal, I don't care if you played 16 years in the league.
That's my guy.
Sometimes those are the worst.
Yeah, right. That's like Lo is my brother. And Lo texted and called. He tried to FaceTime us. He lost but he was real. Those were facts he
don't
played.
know if he really did.
Yeah.
You might just be saying that.
Now, that would, you know me. That would hurt if you think I would do it. Anyway, Lo's our brothers, Donnie. Ours. Yeah, the Wiseman thing there, the Warriors still got it done, but a lot of people feel like they needed the ready-made.
All he would have had to do was refer to Trey Lance as a project.
And he could
have avoided it all.
Man.
Jeff and Marin. What's up, Jeff? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
First of all, I love Lorenzo Neal, but I have to disagree with him. One, football is not nuclear physics. And I'll tell you something else. Last year, Jimmy Johnson, there's a guy who knows football. I don't like him personally, but he knows football. He warned last year that we were running Lance too much and that we were going to destroy our potential franchise quarterback. So I completely agree with Guru. This is arrogance on the part of Shanahan. Shanahan has not demonstrated that he is a, quote, genius in football. Bill Walsh, yes. But one thing Bill Walsh did all the time, he played aggressively. Even when we built up a lead, he kept on running that offense to continue to score. The way Kyle coaches, he looks like he's coaching to avoid a loss. And again, running this kid in between the tackles was just goofy. Goofy. You want to run him? Roll him out. Did we ever see him roll out? No. I don't remember seeing, I formation, play action pass. Didn't see that. Didn't see him throwing down the field.
Man.
And one other comment here. The idea that he wanted this all along, I think, is BS, and I'll tell you why. If they could have traded Jimmy, you don't think they would have done it?
For what?
They absolutely would have done it.
See, I wonder.
Thought that Lance was the guy, and it was just pure fortuity that we ended up keeping Jimmy, right? And thank God we did at this point. But the injury on Trey is all on Kyle and stupid play calling.
Oh man!
Thanks, Jeff.
I
Appreciate the call.
Man. Steiny, that's his man.
I agree they didn't see this coming, the 49ers, but I also think they were asking for too much for Jimmy Garoppolo. And I just think other teams looked and said, wait a minute, we can get a guy who's kind of like Garoppolo for less. We'll just, nobody had to have Jimmy Garoppolo. So if nobody had to have Jimmy Garoppolo, you can't hold out for something that's unrealistic.
But when is your value at the lowest? After you have surgery. And Jimmy had just football-wise took his team to the NFC Championship game. And then you go under the knife. I think their heads got big, and I kind of understand it. Lynch and Shanny thinking, we got the Jimmy without the going under the knife with the trip to the NFC Championship. We might get a second. So I get that, but then they didn't read the room. But and again, nobody cares. I'm irritated. The number 10, and I'll forget Larry Kruger, Steiny. Larry Kruger pointed out that 16% was Jimmy Garoppolo's completion percentage, passes 20 yards or more down the field. And now this guy's looking like Gandhi because he's coming to save the day. And Kyle wanted to get away from that. He wanted to be more explosive. And for whatever reason, he thought Trey Lance could do it. And I want to know what workout wowed him. And when he said, I got to hide this dude, because that's what he was doing, hiding him. 5 passes yesterday after the kid gets hurt, the day downfield. Where was that when 5 was in the game? Just incredible.
5 can't do that. Why would you call plays that Trey Lance can't execute?
We've seen it complete one. Well, again, you're going to laugh.
Rolling out.
Wow, man.
Okay, here's the bottom line, is Kyle Shanahan has always said, and I actually believe him, a quarterback, first and foremost, got to be able to play from the pocket. Then if he can make plays, well, that's icing on the cake. So he thought Trey Lance could throw from the pocket,
right,
or he could get Trey Lance to throw from the pocket. But clearly, Trey Lance cannot throw from the pocket right now, at least as far as Kyle Shanahan is concerned.
And why did he get named the starter then, Steiny? Because he knew that before week 1. I agree with everything, the politics of the pick. I got to run him out there or people will question me.
Danker, who said he can't throw from the pocket? Danker, read the room, man. Read the room. He ran 7 times in the second half against Seattle. Trey Lance ran 16 times against the Cardinals, 8 times against the Texans. He ran 13 times against Chicago. I mean, obviously, if Kyle Shanahan thought he could throw from the pocket, he'd be throwing from the pocket. But clearly Shanahan doesn't think he can throw from the pocket. But if you limit him to
wow, man.
If you limit his running, what can he do then?
Well, shame on you for thinking he could then.
Well, exactly. They moved up 9 spots in the draft. They gave up 2 first-round picks for a quarterback who had no resume.
None.
Zero resume. Zero. And you know what? If all 5 quarterbacks in this draft all turn out to be average or worse, then Kyle Shanahan should really bear the brunt of it. Because this is supposed to be a great quarterback draft, and he made sure to move up in it. All right. Somebody show me a great quarterback in this draft. Let's go to, at least as of now, I'll entertain Bobby in Los Altos. What's up, Bobby? How you doing?
Hey, thank you for taking my call. Hear me out. I've long felt you two have not had to do any work as it relates to 49ers radio because, first of all, the Niners gave up 15 first-round picks to find Kyle Juszczyk's replacement for the number 3 pick. And then after that, Jimmy signed, and then all we've been talking about is Jimmy versus Trey. You guys don't even have to come up with ideas because the ideas fill themselves up. And last week, we never even talked about X's and O's with, as it relates to the Seattle Seahawks, right? The only thing we even talked about regarding Seattle was the line too big or not. So finally, the Jimmy versus Trey discussion is over. And now we get to actually talk about football and X's and O's and scheming up for the next opponent, not at what record do we need to pull Trey. So I'm actually happy about that particular aspect of us moving forward in the season. But I will say this, when eventually, I will say this, sorry. So I am happy Garoppolo, his first pass, he got popped, I think, on that first pass. He took a pretty hard shot, but he just got it back up, and then obviously he played well the rest of the game. And, eventually he's going to make some what we call boneheaded error. It'll be late in the fourth quarter. He's going to throw a pick. And before, we'd get crazy, right, last season. But this year, we're just going to be like, people make mistakes. Because the bar is set so low for him now because there's no one to come and replace him unless, I guess, we all get around Brock Purdy. So thanks for the time, and start to do some work now, fellas. Earn your money.
Bobby, I don't know. Bobby's got a wry sense of humor.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he was serious or he's not. But Bobby, you're looking at 2 professionals. You know how many topics I got on in my notebook that don't have to do with the quarterback situation? I have the answer. And I'll give it at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
You always crying about the running backs getting hurt, Guru?
Yeah.
Yeah, you always cry about the running backs
Davis
getting hurt.
Price looked good yesterday.
I know why they get hurt.
Okay.
And I'll tell you.
That's what they call a tease, people.
I'll tell you why they get hurt at 2 o'clock.
All right.
And that's coming up. What else was I going to say?
You better be careful.
It's a project. Trey Lance is a project.
That's fine, but you didn't think he was going to be, Kyle, when you drafted him.
No, but
you thought you could sprinkle your stuff on him.
Kyle's a genius. We should have been smart enough to know that he shouldn't have to tell us that a 21-year-old is going to take a while. So it's not Kyle's fault. It's never Kyle's fault. Let's go to Iris in Fremont. What's up, Iris? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Hey.
Doing well.
For a Victory Monday, right?
Right.
Steiny, you were right on point when you said that all of this could have been avoided if Kyle would have been honest for the jump. He trotted out to everybody and was like, Trey's our starter, Trey's our guy, he's going to lead the team to the future. But when the training camp started and Trey wasn't as accurate as he wanted him to be, he relied on Trey's legs. And that's where we got to yesterday. And that's why I cannot stand Shanahan. I cannot stand men who are not honest and straight up. That is a pet peeve of mine. I'm a 4th-generation Niner fan. I love the Niners. I ride and die with them. I've seen all the Super Bowls, all the victories, and all the losses. And I'm 45. And this mess that they're dealing with this year is like, to me, it's worse than the Colin Kaepernick and Alex Smith. This is like way worse than that. It's annoying. And it's so frustrating because they beat Seattle, and we should be like, oh, this is dope. We beat Seattle. But no, we're focused on what happened to that beautiful, nice, intelligent young man.
Trey Lance.
For another year.
You're right, Iris. Thanks for the call. By the way, yesterday, she's right. Last time the 49ers beat the Seahawks by 20 or more, 1988. This should be one of the biggest wins going.
Well, to be honest, Seattle had chances, Donnie.
But here's the other thing.
Stupid play calling.
Here's the other thing. Kyle Shanahan, it's now his 6th year. And I said this earlier. You ever notice it's year 6 and it's always about Kyle Shanahan? It's always about Kyle Shanahan.
I mean, the dude, Teflon.
He kind of like, and you can make a case he interjected himself in this in the quarterback situation when he didn't have to, but he did. They went out and got a young quarterback. They set the fan base up to see a phenom a year or two down the line, and instead, we saw a quarterback that apparently Kyle Shanahan feels so uneasy about throwing the ball that he had to run him too much, and he got him hurt. Like and you know what? Tell me if this is unfair, but to me, there's a callousness about Shanahan, like a callousness. I didn't like when he was like, it's football. People get hurt. Yes, people get hurt.
And watch the games.
Quarterbacks are more apt to get hurt when they're running 12 times a game. So there was a callousness there that I didn't care for.
And there was no finesse with Trey Lance runs, Steiny. It was like designed, you're Earl Campbell, just take whatever hits come, you'll be fine, get up. So it was like, man, I'm baffled. Somebody said, can we explain Jimmy's contract? Yeah, $6.5 million plus incentives 1 year. Dude, there's no, Steiny.
He's going to end up making about 12 to 15.
Hello? Oh, well, that's for sure with the bonuses. But I'm talking about he's playing for his contract next year through the eyes of the other teams. Who's to say he wants to stay here? And what does Trey do? Where's the commitment level from Shanahan? Hey, Trey, how you feeling? You ready to go? Just jump right back in there. You're our guy. I can't wait to watch that.
Here's what Shanahan said yesterday.
Just because, you guys watch other teams in this league, and Buffalo does it all the time. Their quarterback's pretty normal play, part of football, and it's unfortunate that he hurt his ankle on it, but it's very normal ram play. You guys should watch some other people.
Wow. How the hell you going to go to cite Buffalo?
Well, why do you only cite one team, but then he said it's a pretty normal play?
Wow.
I guess it is. I'm sure every team's got that play in
no remorse there, huh?
No.
Jesus.
Of course not.
Yep.
Of course not. Let's go. You go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, tell me another team in the NFL that loses their starting quarterback and is actually better.
Yeah.
Let's go. I'll give you one, the Niners.
Let's go to Josh. Josh is in Stinson Beach. Hey, Josh.
Hey, guys. So before yesterday, I felt pretty confident that the Niners had found their regime that was going to bring them a 6th Lombardi.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel totally different today.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I don't have a lot of hope at all that they're going to be able to get this done. And no matter what way you look at this, they either whiffed on the pick itself, or they whiffed on playing a guy who shouldn't be out there in the first place, and couple that with, well, then what's going on in practice and OTAs, that's got to be on the shoulders, right? But either way, they botched it. They botched it. And it looks like it's manifested in him getting hurt now. But the mistakes, seem to have happened way before yesterday.
Good stuff.
And to me, it was good stuff. He left out one thing. Failed to develop Trey Lance. It wasn't 1 year, Steiny. You had a whole offseason to get this kid ready. And that's why I go back to the end. If Trey was the guy that Kyle thought he was going to be, he would have won the job. And that was a red flag. Everybody had their head buried in the sand like, oh, no, it's Jimmy. You want a Jimmy. I mean, right then, Kyle could have been having some second thoughts like, okay, nothing to see here. Nobody knows but me. He'll improve. And he didn't improve, but he had to give him the scholarship. But to sit here and think it was negligence by calling those power runs and hiding them and not letting him. Okay, Steiny, so I'm going to call a deep throw to Sherfield in preseason. He hit Danny Gray against the Packers in the preseason, but I won't dial it up deep.
Well, hold on.
Not one attempt yesterday before he got hurt. And I know he only ran 3 times in that game yesterday.
Well, if he can't call plays, then what can he do? I mean, if you're questioning his play calling.
What's the confidence level?
What can he do? Well, I mean, I don't think Kyle Shanahan's dumb. Why? He has 2 different quarterbacks. One can throw, one can't. That's why he didn't call long passes for Trey Lance. I'm sure if Trey Lance's best attribute was throwing the long ball, the home run, I think Kyle Shanahan would have developed.
When did he know he couldn't throw?
He's known.
Oh, wow.
That's why he had to have him run.
Man.
888-957-9570. You want to jump in here talking about the San Francisco 49ers. I mean, I think the question from here on out is, does Kyle Shanahan have a credibility problem? We know he's got a starting quarterback now in Jimmy Garoppolo, but does he have a credibility issue inside that locker room because everybody knew Garoppolo was better? Hey, what are the biggest games this weekend? The ones that make you money. If you want to beat the books, then you have to cash the ticket. Hosts Mike Valenti and Jim Costa set the stage for the weekend of football with some tips and tricks to help you bet confidently. This is the perfect podcast for football fans. New episodes every Thursday and Friday. Follow Cash the Ticket on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
49ers faithful, do you blame Kyle Shanahan for Trey's season-ending injury?
Don't be sending my quarterback on broad delays so he gets killed. This is giving me shades of RG3 all over again. Mishandling the quarterback, abusing him, and now he's gone. Now we got to wait another year for development. Now Kittle, Devo, all these other guys are a year older. Trent Williams, I don't know. I'm confused on what Shanahan's doing.
Let us know on the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
At Left Coast Buyers, we buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
O'Reilly! Trust the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your car. Like 5 quarts of Mobile One Full Synthetic, now just $33.95, plus earn double O Rewards points. Extend the life of your vehicle, improve performance, and protect your engine against sludge and wear with Mobile One Full Synthetic at O'Reilly Auto Parts and O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Is your old bulk tank water heater dying? That's a good thing, because now you have the perfect excuse to get that Navien tankless water heater. Hot water as much as you need, only when you need it. Your old tank hot water heater kept pouring your money into itself. A Navien only heats water when you need it heated. Rest of the time, you're just saving the bucks. Put new life into your hot water. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com today and check out Navien's strong warranty too. Water, heat it only when you need it with Navien.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
With just one pill, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn all day and night. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No, we tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured, so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly, different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Team Guru for life.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
How about this one? Kyle Shanahan's on an island of one right now. How about this? So Trey Lance is coming out of high school.
Okay.
He doesn't get any Division I offers?
I believe he had an opportunity to walk on at Minnesota.
Walk on. That's not a scholarship. I didn't mean to reprimand.
No, but yeah,
Might
you went
sound a
low.
little harsher
You went low
than I wanted. But my point is he didn't get any D1 offers. So nobody saw anything then.
Okay.
Then he goes and plays 1AA, puts up some numbers. And now Kyle Shanahan sees something in him. He sees something in him after 19 1AA games
if it
that
went
all
that
the
way.
college coaches in the country didn't see.
Well, this is your thing. If it went
what do you
that
mean
way.
It's my thing? He didn't get any scholarship
We
offers.
don't know if this was Kyle's guy, man.
Of course it was.
Because the actions don't back that up, man.
You can't do that. You can't give him the benefit of the doubt when there's no proof. You have to like assume what we know is true at this point.
Okay,
until
which
it
is
becomes
let me lay this on you. I know we got full
You
lines.
don't have to do anything.
He never ever let this kid be the best he could be.
Why would you say that?
Because you talk about it ad nauseum, and you're right about how he had him run to hide the fact that he couldn't pass.
Right.
But yet, on a national level, we've never turned off a Trey Lance start and said this guy can't throw. He never got the opportunity. And I said in Chicago, in the monsoon, I won't let that word go. Every time he completed a big pass, he never got another chance to do it.
I'm not with you there.
All right.
I mean, we know JD's been down to practice. At the beginning of the year, he was like, they're out on the tables. Trey Lance hasn't looked good.
Right, but that's practice. We going Allen Iverson.
First
practice.
of all, you know what? Like, what did we see that made you think Trey Lance could throw?
Okay, I'm being real here. Okay.
Oh, one pass.
No,
You're going to say 2 or 3 passes.
Yeah. Well, that's
okay.
Yeah,
that's not reality.
Well,
the reality is 13 for 28 with a pick that cost him a chance at a comeback
and
against
him
Chicago.
getting hurt himself in Arizona last year in his start at the goal line, and then the finger issue.
And I get it. Listen, Chris A. on YouTube.
Okay.
By the way, if you want to jump on YouTube or Twitch, just search for 95.7 The Game. Steiny said Lance can't throw. No one else said that. Kyle Shanahan is saying it with his game plan.
Yeah, that's weak.
He's saying it with his game plan.
Well, give us the 3 interception game, Steiny, to where we're like,
why? He knows he'll throw for 3 interceptions. He doesn't want to throw the game. Like, that would be tricking off a game.
So, look at you. So, when Jimmy came in on his first pass and they dialed it up deep, nothing, you already knew on the Steiny meter that, I know why they're doing it, because Trey couldn't do it. Like, I was offended that Trey didn't even get the opportunity to let one go.
I want to say he may have said that was one of the scripted plays that they start a game with, because he was hurt late in the first quarter, right? I think he may have said something about they were still on script at that point.
Can I read something to you before you get to the calls?
Sure.
And the bottom line of what I'm about to read to you is you use the word reality. But, Steiny, we know things in life can change in a millisecond. So 24 hours ago, Trey Lance was starting his first home start. A second home start for this campaign at home. This year, he tweets out a picture that reads, it got me, Steiny. This is Trey in the bed after surgery. Truly appreciate all the messages and prayers. Surgery was a success, and I'm ready to attack this rehab process. We will never understand why, but I trust that it's all part of his plan. I will be back better than ever. This chapter is going to make the story even greater.
So did he capitalize his?
Yes.
That means he's referring to Shanahan.
No, it's referring to the guy upstairs. But
that's right.
It just 24 hours ago he was starting the home opener, and now he's having surgery.
It's football.
And for the smart asses that say the plays weren't high risk, how the hell you going to try? He tried to slide with middle linebackers coming at you in the middle of the field. Miss me with. You were right. You used it and you said it. It was the walk-off. He didn't care if he got hurt.
He didn't.
And I'm going to believe that. Until the end of the day.
Doesn't it make you so mad?
I don't like any of it, to be honest with you.
Joe in San Jose. What's up, Joe?
Thank you guys for taking my call. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think the problem is here's the problem. This is what I don't understand. So when Trey Lance was in the game, they ran the play. I guess Kyle Shanahan said this is the best game plan to come up to beat Seattle.
Right.
Is to run Trey Lance. But then when Jimmy G came in the game, they ran the ball successfully. So why did they need to run Trey Lance when Jimmy G came in the game and they ran the ball really good against Seattle? So maybe the game plan for Trey Lance, and this is on Kyle Shanahan, maybe the game plan for Trey Lance should have been the game plan for Jimmy G, and then I think he would have been a little bit more successful. He didn't have to throw long balls, just short balls, and get it out of his hand more quickly. So I just think this is on Kyle Shanahan because they won the game running the ball, and they didn't needed to run Jimmy G. What do you guys think about that?
I think there's something fishy going on.
Well, because Jimmy would have never. He protects Jimmy. Yet Jimmy ain't running.
From Young Cobra, Steiny, you're wrong about Trey. He's shown the ability to hit wide open receivers. Wide open is the key adjective.
That's what Tua was doing all day yesterday. Worked out pretty well for him.
Jimmy almost threw 3 or 4 picks yet. Okay, well then.
We're not playing that game now.
No, I'm just saying to Cobra, Young Cobra 14. Yeah. Well then, Kyle Shanahan is a terrible play caller. If Trey Lance has the ability to pick a defense apart and hit open men, then why is he running?
Because he doesn't have any confidence in him.
Exactly.
So he basically was living the version of a football lie by saying you're running out the best quarterback that gives my chance the best team to win because I'm going to condense the playbook because, Steiny, I'm asking you and the listeners, when was the game that we said, damn, that Trey really can't throw? Now, I am on record as saying, hey, you know what, Steiny? Accuracy is a concern of mine. But to rob the kid of letting him just let loose?
Wait a minute.
28 passes in a monsoon.
Let's go. Okay. So Kyle Shanahan has seen Trey Lance for a whole year now, right? 2 years almost. He had a training camp
behind the
year,
scenes, though.
Then right. So he's seen him every day, and he clearly is like, we can't have this guy throw.
Oh my! Wow!
If you know a guy can't throw, you're not going to throw him to embarrass him with 3 interceptions.
Oh my goodness!
You're going to try to play around his weaknesses.
Okay,
and because he ran so much. In the 4 or 5 games we saw Trey Lance, because Kyle Shanahan ran him on average, you're going to hear it 12 times a game, that sends me a message that, I guess he doesn't think he can throw from the pocket.
All right.
Or that's his strength.
If that's the
not hard to figure out, guys.
Partner, then it's more shameful that whatever workout that you saw Trey perform wowed you enough to not know that. If you're right, my theory is out that he didn't want Trey to begin with, because if you just focus on that and try to digest that, everything we've seen makes sense. But if that's what you really feel, Steiny, and Trey kept showing his coach, this dude can't throw it, what workout did you watch that wowed your ass, Kyle Shanahan? That makes this more maddening. Yeah. I would love to see. Trey must have been throwing his ass off that day.
Not a game. Not in a game, he didn't.
I'm going to get
Ryan
you 3.
in Pacifica. Hey, Ryan, how you doing? What's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Long-time listener, first-time caller. I'm a lifetime Niner fan, season ticket holder. So I just wanted to talk about something that I saw yesterday at the game. So, after Trey went down, obviously he's seriously injured. The team is gathered around him, all the players. They're praying for him. Everybody's concerned. And I look over to the sideline. Kyle Shanahan's just standing in the exact same spot on the sideline with his play sheet in front of him like he's getting ready for the next play. He didn't even look concerned. I'm just I lost a lot of respect for the guy after I saw that, and I listened to his press conference, after the game, because I just thought for a guy who's supposedly the franchise quarterback in the future, I thought he'd show a little bit more concern and compassion. He just kind of seems like a lifeless robot at this point.
Did he not come on the? I'm sorry. Did Kyle not come on the field?
Appreciate the call.
I should know. Why? I'll run this. Did he not come on the field, Steiny?
I don't know.
We see the coaches come out when they think
it's a long portion of it.
Well, that'll be something I'll review, and maybe the people on Twitch and YouTube and the Comcast Business text line can help me. Steiny, that's foul. I'm sure he had to come out.
I don't.
If you were down, I would.
I don't know
see
what
it in college all the time.
There, but
when the cart's coming, the gurney, and they got to get you, you come out.
Okay.
Huh?
No,
I won't. I'll look at that tonight. No, I'm serious. That caller, those were his feelings. People could tell, but a man just called and said he lost respect for a ball coach because he didn't look too. Wow, man.
Well, and you know what? I hadn't thought of this coming into today, but clearly a lot of 49er fans have. They were turned off by Shanahan's demeanor and attitude at the podium post game. And listen, I I didn't think much of it, but we've had a bunch of callers, a bunch of texters on the Comcast Business text line and YouTube and Twitch that said that really turned them off when Kyle explained it all this way.
Just because, you guys watch other teams in this league, and Buffalo does it all the time. Their quarterback's pretty normal play, part of football, and it's unfortunate that he hurt his ankle on it, but it's very normal Ram play. You guys should watch some other people.
A lot of people didn't like that answer.
The more you play that.
Yeah.
Like, no big deal, Steiny. You need to watch more football.
That's what a lot of 49er fans heard.
Oh, man.
It does come off sounding like he's basically just saying, run back the tape. Like, for everyone who's doubting what I just did, run the tape, come back to me.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm
Man.
It did sound...
Wow.
And
then there was a part of celebration in there, too, that Jimmy got back in. It was like more Jimmy getting back in than Trey being gone.
Maybe. Huh? Let's go to Super D. Super D in San Francisco. What's up, Super? No, he was going to side with Lorenzo Neal. Let's go to...
Lorenzo called me and texted me. He didn't hang up.
Let's go to Mel. Mel's in San Leandro. What's going on, Mel? How you doing?
Hey, you guys. Thanks for taking my call. I'm doing good. Steiny, what you said to start the show was absolutely right. You could tell by the play calling that he didn't care whether Trey Lance got hurt. Wow. I just disagree with the reasoning why. I don't think that's the most effective way to use Trey Lance. If you were trying to really win the game, you would rely on your star defense, your great running game, and if you're this great play caller, you would scheme up something that he can do throwing the ball. Unless you pick somebody at number 3 who can't throw the ball at all. What it looks like more is the same thing that happened in Washington, where team trades multiple first-round picks, and everybody in the media that knows the head coach or is close to the head coach says that's not the guy they really wanted. They wanted the more robotic, non-improvising Kirk Cousins or Mac Jones. And when they get the athletic quarterback, they get lazy or unimaginative, and they don't try to develop his game. They think, well, he can run, let's run him until he breaks. That's what it looks like, and his demeanor after the game didn't help it.
Great stuff, Mel.
And he's talking about when they got the prize rookie RG3, who would go on to be Rookie of the Year, Steiny. And in that sense, we don't know what was going on with Snyder upstairs. If they were now, he was forced upon him. But how many times do we see a team, an NFL team, waste another draft pick on their backup? And RG3 was ran in the ground and snapped his leg when he had no business out there. And in comes Kirk Cousins. I'll just leave that there.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the San Francisco 49ers. Believe it or not, they won yesterday. 27-7. First time they've beaten the Seahawks by 20 or more in over 30 years.
And producer E gave us a nugget with some sauce. They're going to play Sunday night against Denver. The Niners are. Never, I don't believe in it ever in NFL history, has a team's Super Bowl chances gone up when the starting quarterback went down. Matt Steinmetz, the Niners Super Bowl odds got greater when Trey went down and entered Jimmy Garoppolo. I'll let you chew it and process it. All right. Why? What does that tell? Why was Trey starting?
I forgot that I had teased 49ers running backs.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
A lot of people wonder why do their running backs always get hurt?
I asked you that all last week.
I know. I figured out the answer. It hit me like a ton of bricks. You're going to think I'm kidding, but I'm not. You know why the 49ers get their running backs hurt? Because the 49ers running backs run harder than any running backs in the league. I truly believe that. There's no pitch, survey. No. Every time a 49er running back hits the line of scrimmage after he's at full speed. He's at full speed. No dancing in the back. These guys, they are physical. That's why Kittle
Mostert
probably gets banged up. Look at Mostert. Debo, God, how's Debo going to last the whole year running like he runs?
Man.
I mean, I know people would be like, okay, whatever, but you look at the way how hard Jeff Wilson Jr. runs.
But that's by design, though, Steiny.
Exactly. That is the reason.
It's collisions.
I mean, it's just and they're all kind of the same in terms of, being able to hit the hole really fast at full speed.
Are you ready for the Jimmy Garoppolo? Because every pass I think is going to get picked off, even when he completes a good one. The Jimmy Garoppolo experience. Are you ready for it again? Because Steiny, Seattle had action in that game. I know it was 27-7, but they should be ashamed of them. They had some action, and I'm not saying Jimmy played bad, but Jimmy was Jimmy, and here we are. Who would have thought 2 weeks in, my friend, that number 10 would be right back under center? And I talked to you and Willard and Dibs about it. I mean, if Jimmy didn't have an ego, Steiny, and I know there weren't many suitors, but F that. He could have said, I'd rather sit at home than play for you guys for 6.5. But here he is being rewarded for his patience and whatever went in his thought process, like this kid ain't going to last. Not that he's happy.
And he can, meaning Shanahan, and Shanahan runs his running backs into the ground. Why? Because they don't have huge investments in their running backs. I mean, it's funny. I really don't believe, like, I don't know. Like, he runs a stable of guys, but he's not afraid to run Mostert 29 times in a playoff game. He has no regard for usage and what more usage may mean and what less usage may mean. I'll tell you what. Let's keep an eye on how many runs Deebo Samuel has this year.
Well, I think it'll go. Jimmy needed it, but I think he feels more comfortable letting Jimmy throw, even if something bad happens, and he did trade.
My point is I don't know what's in his contract. Yeah. I don't know if there are hard numbers in his contract, Deebo Samuel, but Kyle Shanahan's going to use him however he damn well pleases.
Well, he did
and
week
if
one.
Deebo Samuel doesn't want to play running back as much as Kyle Shanahan wants him to, too bad. You're going to play running back. That's kind of the way I think about Kyle Shanahan. He's going to milk everybody for what he possibly can. You know what? In a way, that's football.
If I give you, and I mean this,
line.
It's football. My respect for Kyle Shanahan has lessened. It's wavered. And I'm disappointed in him, Steiny. You say what to that? I came in, your partner told you as a man, I don't like what went on at Podium Gate. I don't like the stench. I don't like any of how Trey Lance was handled. My respect for that man as a ball coach has waned.
Well,
that too heavy?
I would say, try to follow the red flags along the way that you see. And don't, before you've ever heard him utter a word, call him a genius. That I would stay away from.
It's kind of like you and Mark Jackson. After he opened his mouth, you then, and it's your prerogative.
For the first time.
Yeah, but he did things that turned you off.
Yeah, but right from the beginning.
Oh, okay.
Right from the beginning. Right. I'm giving you grief.
No, I don't.
But
the dude had surgery, man. And you said all last week, and I did too, he was going to get hurt. He's going to get hurt.
By the way, if you're out there saying, I said he was going to get hurt, that's the lowest hanging fruit out there right now.
What do you mean? Oh, what?
Everybody said he was going to get hurt.
Dude, that's what is so like.
I remember looking at the text line saying, that's cold, Steiny. That ain't right that you're saying he's going to get hurt. So then the next time I said, we all know that if Kyle Shanahan uses him like he's used him, well, then guess what? He's probably going to get hurt.
And he wasn't getting hurt on a drop back pass. That's what's so sad. He got hurt being Earl Campbell.
You want to go to Super D?
Yeah.
Super D's back. He left us hang. I didn't even give him a little T. What's up, Super?
Give it to us.
Hey, I just wanted to talk about Shanahan's game plan, and I actually agree with it. You got Kittle on the sideline with the groin injury for week 2. Elijah Mitchell's leg is blown. Trey Lance isn't really a drop back behind center quarterback, and we've already been talking since the beginning of the preseason how shoddy the offensive line looks. So you got Deebo out there, no rushing game, and you got a quarterback who can do both, and you're trying to win a game against Seattle. The play call, Shanahan said, hey, there's a few different options for that play for Trey, and Trey took it to run.
Right.
And I think there were 3 plays before that where he broke off. I think it was a 7-8 yard run.
Definitely.
Damn near the same exact play, you know. And Lowe is right. Things happen. It's football. Guys get hurt. You know, when Garrison Hurst 360'd his ankle. Nobody, you know, that guy's taking 25, 30 carries a game for that squad. You know, there's a lot of guys that get their legs.
But hey, real quick, you're making some good points, man, but I mean, running backs know they're going to get hit. That's their job. But when it comes to quarterback, you want to keep them out of harm's way. You hadn't mentioned RG3 and the experience that Kyle played in that. I mean, speak to that. They ruined that man, and I feel like they ruined him because they didn't care if he got hurt.
And Shanahan wanted to put him on the bench.
Okay. All right.
Shanahan wanted to let him heal. RG3 says RG3 is going to be back before I'm ready to come back in, according to the coach. Remember that. You know, RG3 wanted to come off the bench before he was finished healing and blew it out again. But, you know, that's not the same scenario, man. Shanahan is a West Coast offense head coach. His pedigree is. So is Jimmy Garoppolo. That's why we got him from New England. Okay? What he wanted to do with Trey Lance is something completely different. We can put that on the table and look at it and all agree on that, too. Shanahan wanted to do something different. I'm sure he's looking at what's going on over there in Baltimore. They got mobile quarterback. He's got Kansas City out there. He should have called a pass-heavy offense and let the kid throw 5-6 interceptions.
Well,
man,
I disagree with that. I mean, what does a coach do? Coach tries to put a guy in a position to succeed. So I got to believe that if Shanahan liked the way he threw the ball, he was going to throw the ball. But he wasn't throwing the ball. By the way, Shanahan, according to my secret source, Don, in Contra Costa County, there was a photo in the Contra Costa Times Bay Area News Group of Shanahan out on the field with Trey Lance when he got hurt. Hey, when you're happy and you know it, in San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspires waves of good vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org. We'll be right back to talk more Niners.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years? Like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models. Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper-gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Dell Technologies' semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
MVP's bonus days are back at Lowe's. Right now, get a special BOGO offer from Bosch. Buy a select Bosch 18-volt bare tool, get a battery free. Shop savings on all of our top pro items. Plus, MVPs earn up to 3 times bonus points on select products. Join today and redeem points for products designed to level up your business. Don't miss MVP's bonus days, happening now at Lowe's. Pricing and offers subject to change at any time. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid through 9/23.
In San Francisco today, mostly cloudy, periods of showers, highs around 70.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Playoffs? Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Damn right, playoffs.
Finish strong, man. 30 minutes.
My expectations have changed. Before yesterday, I said a successful season for the 49ers with Trey Lance would be make the playoffs. Make the playoffs with Trey Lance. That's a successful season.
All right.
But now they have Jimmy Garoppolo. They got to go to the Super Bowl.
No doubt about it.
They have to go to the Super Bowl at this point.
But this morning, you went under 10.5.
I know.
When Willard posed or Dibs.
I didn't say they were going to the Super Bowl.
I feel like they're getting 11 now, Steiny. Like the Denver, every game was like,
Jimmy.
Now they don't have, on a good
Better
day.
stay healthy.
Okay. Now that's what's the right on the
hanging
table.
by a thread.
Right. That's
the way I feel.
QB in. Frank, Steiny, man, we may see another QB come to town.
Maybe. Dirty in San Jose. What's up, Dirty? How you doing, man?
Hey, what up, what up? I really agree with you on this one, Steiny. And for Guru, let's put the rat on the table. Shanahan misjudged this.
Yeah, he has some little static. He got Trey wrong. And I'm not telling you Trey was a bust
that way.
Okay, but there was no trust. He didn't trust the kid, and I hate that you're like, Goo, he couldn't do it in practice. Show the world the kid can't do it. Let the kid show the world.
You're forgetting how arrogant Kyle is. See, if Kyle shows the world, then the world sees that Kyle drafted someone who wasn't ready to play.
That's how you looking at it.
I know this is going to sound harsh, but the reality of the situation is Kyle now gets to skate for the rest of the year insofar as it relates to Trey Lance. Because he will maintain that the pick was not a mistake like he normally would. And all the thing that happened was he's on hold. And Trey Lance is going to be our starter week 1 next year.
Which makes you a lesser team, though.
I'm sorry?
It makes you a lesser. Your team is not as good.
Why?
Because the kid ain't ready.
Well, he's not.
And coming off surgery, he ain't going to be ready, Steiny.
Well, so what?
Upstairs.
He wasn't so what? He wasn't ready this year and you played him.
Now he's rehabbing a serious injury. They liken this to Dak.
Yeah. Hey, I'm just saying.
I'm not calling Trey a bust. I'm saying he was coached. The game plan was a bust, and there was no trust.
No.
I wish Trey had a brother like Dak. I think it's Tad Prescott, and he goes at the Dallas media anytime somebody criticizes Dak, and then he'll say some things behind closed doors. I wish Trey had that so we could get somebody from the Lance family to give us their thoughts on these game plans and these runs, these power runs. How about that?
Leonard in Fairfield. Leonard was at the game. What's up, Leonard?
Hey, what's up, you guys?
Give it to us.
Yeah, I got a question for you guys, man. Okay, I was at the game yesterday, me and my brother, and when this happened, man, I mean, before the game, though, I wanted to see how Lance was going to do and all that, and I was pumped up. But after he got hurt and Garoppolo came in, at the end of the game, me and my brother talked, and we was like, man, I felt a little more comfortable when Garoppolo got in. But I felt bad saying that, though, because I want to see how the young dude did. I want him to do good. But it was like, man, Garoppolo's already used to everything. That it's like, man.
That's a natural thought. And my question to you and the caller and the listeners is, if it's arrogance to draft Trey and think you can make him the bionic man in a short amount of time, I keep going back to Steiny, and you ain't gave me I feel like a sufficient answer. Why did you feel the need to go away from Jimmy? Why wasn't Jimmy good enough when it was working, getting you to the bowl, 2 NFC championships? So from that standpoint alone, what were you thinking about? What were you envisioning, Kyle, that your next quarterback would look like? And then you go get Trey, who you're telling me now, and I don't believe it, Steiny, that he don't think he could throw yet.
Why didn't he?
I don't have that answer. I don't know. I don't. This is uncanny. This is a F.
See, this is
move all the way around.
But see,
don't let him skate.
Right. You're right. It's uncanny. But no, it's not. Of course he was going to get hurt. Of course Trey Lance was going to get hurt using him that way. Let's be honest about that. And Kyle knew it too. Kyle Shanahan knew if he kept running Trey Lance like this, at some point he was going to pay the price. And he made that decision consciously, and he said, if he gets hurt, he gets hurt. Plain and simple.
I'm starting to think different of if the Niners go on and win the Super Bowl, Kyle doesn't look like a genius. You don't get.
Oh, please,
Steiny. You don't.
He'll have enough supporters.
Seen why you tried to punt Charlie Brown. You tried to kick Jimmy G out of here, and for whatever reason, you fluked up and got lucky. No. But the reasoning behind benching Jimmy and saying you were going with Trey and you win with Jimmy, that makes you look like a dumbass. For naming him the starter over 10.
Yeah, people draft poorly all the time.
He'll never admit that.
Of course not. But I compared this to the Barry Zito signing. Giants paid $100 gazillion for Barry Zito, who stunk. But they won 3 titles in 10, 12, and 14. And you know what? All of a sudden, Barry Zito wasn't very important. And if Kyle Shanahan can win Super Bowls with Jimmy Garoppolo, it ain't going to matter that he whiffed on Trey Lance.
But isn't that difference because your boy Barry had skins on the wall in Oakland, Steiny. He was a phenomenon or whatever. He was a phenom. So he had some skins on the wall in his sport. Trey was a nothing at North Dakota State. I swear to God, if I was a private detective, I would get to the bottom of what we just watched. And the movie was said coach did not want said quarterback. Yeah. That's what this movie is, people.
Oh, that can't
it's
be
going
the
to
movie.
reveal it's going to be 3 or 5 years. I'm going to be on a golf course somewhere, and something's going to break. Somebody's going to talk, and we're going to finally get
I know.
that Kyle
you know what?
did not want him.
I get it. Now it's coming into play. And this is what everybody does.
Down.
This is what everybody does. Hold on.
What are you doing?
Because you called Kyle a genius for the last 4 years with no basis to it, but you just crowned him. Now, in order to save your ass, you're saying he didn't really want this guy. So he's still a genius.
I'm
it's
laughing at your voice.
And here's the other thing. The other thing that happened. And it's going to be a sidebar. But everybody out there, Trey Lance is going to be great. Trey Lance is going to be great. Trey Lance. Guess what? Now you can all say Kyle Shanahan ruined him. All right? Now you can say that instead of, you know what? He just wasn't very good. No, I wasn't wrong.
No, I'm not
I think he was going to be a star, but Kyle ran him into the ground.
What an imagination you have. That is not where I was going. And nobody's going to think that. The kid's coming back to play football. This was a setback, and to be honest,
as a starter,
some will say he should have held the clipboard one more year. But that ain't what the whole, again, why did Kyle think this kid could be up and running in the time manner that he set?
Because he thought, and he thinks
go ahead.
He's smarter than most other football
So this is a learning lesson. You're not.
It's not like Kyle Shanahan's looking in the mirror and say, oh, boy, I made a mistake. Are you kidding? Kyle Shanahan's the kind of guy that looks in the mirror and says, I was one up on everybody. I'm playing chess by bringing Jimmy Garoppolo
he got tested
back.
yesterday in the post game. That wasn't all. I'm looking in the mirror, looking at my white teeth. That was people coming at me.
Yeah, that people can come at him. He's not going to say he's wrong. Hey, we made a mistake by drafting Trey Lance. He's never going to say that. He's going to say Trey was right on schedule. He can now get up to the podium and say, I tell you what, in the 4 or 5 games Trey played, we really liked what we saw. We thought he was getting better. He was picking up the offense incredibly well. Just gotta tighten up some things. But boy, we think the future's bright with Trey Lance. Obviously, we think it's bright. We started him in year 2.
Oh my God.
Kyle's gonna skate on this. That's what Dorothy Hamels do. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna give you a 4.
Gabe in San Francisco. What's up, Gabe? How you doing, man?
Hello?
Yeah, you're on, buddy.
Oh, thanks, man. Hey, thanks for having me on the show, guys.
Sure.
Yesterday's game, man, it was just, it was a heartbreaker, and that pretty much turned into kind of like a rage fest for me because, that post game that Kyle gave it was pretty infuriating, man.
Wow.
For him to be that cynical, and to be upset at the reporter that asked him that question, and for Shanahan to react like he wasn't supposed to be asked that, which I'm glad he was asked that, just showed me Shanahan's true colors. In my opinion, I think Shanahan is just a piece of crap for what he did. And number 2, I'm a Jimmy G fan, and social media, of course, is just riddled with, if you're a Jimmy G fan, you're happy that what happened to Trey, and I've been seeing that.
Thanks, Gabe.
He was sincere, man. If you agree with him or not, man, Steiny.
I mean, I think it's clear that Shanahan lost some people yesterday. He feels like he lost you.
Oh, there's no doubt.
For how long?
It's over.
What do you mean?
It's done. I'm going back now. I got RG3 in the file. Man, I wish we could get him on.
I have to do this.
Okay, go ahead.
I have to do this.
He was off it. Go ahead.
What if Jimmy leads him to a Super Bowl?
Then it's
and then
worse.
Trey starts next year.
Okay, do you understand?
And is great.
Okay, it's about resources, Steiny. I asked you 2 seconds ago. Why did you go get Trey, or why were you even infatuated with the idea of something else when it was working?
We loved his skill set. We thought we still think he has a higher ceiling than Garoppolo.
He wasn't ready to start, Coach. Why did you start him over Garoppolo this year to get him hurt?
Because I'm the coach, and I determined he wasn't as good as Jimmy, or he's better than Jimmy Garoppolo week one.
Well, will you admit to the American public that you were wrong?
No, about what? He's not going to do this.
Coach, why did you name him starter over Garoppolo?
Because he's better than Jimmy Garoppolo.
I don't believe you believe that.
We as a coaching staff.
No.
Well,
I hear you, man. I'm done, Steiny.
You're done until they're 10-1.
No, you can't win me. It's over, man.
Want to bet?
You put the kid in harm's way.
Want to bet?
No.
49ers win the Super Bowl this year. They move on to Trey next year, and they win it again. Then it's in your face.
Oh, man. Good grief.
This is here's what people.
But they really can win it this year.
This is the part that some people really didn't like. This is from Kyle Shanahan's post-game press conference.
Just because, you guys watch other teams in this league? Buffalo does it all the time. Their quarterback's pretty normal play, part of football, and it's unfortunate that he hurt his ankle on it. But it's very normal ram play. You guys should watch some other people.
That's normal.
Could you imagine Steve Kerr saying, do you watch the Bucks? Do you watch the Celtics play? Like, that should be off limits from a head coach to cite what happens in other cities. Dude, this man, we're just up here throwing Frisbees at him. Little Kyle treats. He would be on the hot seat in New York, Steiny. You feel bad? What do I feel bad for? Ruining Trey's career? Like, people would be asking him that. You seen him in the hospital? Like they would be asking Kyle that all week.
What?
About what you've done to Trey Lance in his possible career.
What I did to him?
Yes, running them power runs.
Yeah, well, that was his skill set.
And I hate, you know what, and I love you, but this radio hate, I hate that you think he's seen enough to know he can't throw, but not give him the opportunity in a game.
No.
That makes it worse for me.
I told you the story about when I was in 10th grade, playing Reading High, the inner city school.
Yeah.
And I was getting embarrassed because I wasn't ready to play. My coach took me out of the game because he didn't want to ruin my confidence.
Trey was never taken out the game.
He would have been.
Wow.
See ya.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Hi, Kyle Juszczyk. He scored yesterday. What did he have to say?
I thought Jimmy looked great, and it felt like Niners football, man. We've been doing this thing for 5 years, you know? And Jimmy's been around for a long time, and props to him for just being such a professional and being ready to go. He ran everything like a well-oiled machine, man, and it's not simple. We do a lot in this offense. Even when he's just handing the ball off 45 times, we do a lot as far as motions and audibles and all that sort of thing, and there were zero hiccups from him, so that was extremely impressive.
I'm sorry.
Jimmy.
You
Felt
let
like
me know
49er football.
So what was it with Trey? What type of football was it with Trey?
Winning football.
It was Niner. It felt like Niner football.
So you think that's a slap at Trey Lance?
That's the biggest.
The Harvard man?
The second part of that, I agree with Jimmy, but that was wow.
No, Mr. Harvard knows how to play the locker room, man. He wouldn't be throwing shade at.
I just hate the stench that is the 2022 Niner season.
Matt wants to come down your road.
All right,
what's up? Actually, I don't know if he does. What's up, Matt?
Oh, I thought, yeah.
San Jose.
Hey. So I just wanted to say I don't got an issue with what Kyle did. We saw a little bit of this last year when Trey would come to the game for a couple snaps. They used him, read option, having him run the ball a little bit. And, if Trey's not ready to run the full offense yet, he's an athlete. Establish him as that athlete. Establish him as that run threat. And, as the season goes on, I feel like Kyle would have opened him up a little bit. But, I don't got an issue. It's football. People get hurt.
Let me ask you this. Have you lost any respect for Kyle for naming Trey Lance the starter over Jimmy?
See, that's tough, right? Because I was always a Jimmy fan. I was hoping that Trey would sit another year, learn the offense a little better. But I understand the politics of it, right?
Okay.
You use all those draft picks. Number 3 overall pick. So I felt maybe you had a little pressure to start him with the front office and everything, but it was a tough situation. But I'm glad we kept Jimmy.
Appreciate the call.
They don't deserve him. Kyle does not deserve Jimmy Garoppolo, but he's got him. And now they got major action, 1-1. Unless he gets hurt, and he can get hurt. And I ain't rooting for that at all. I'm rooting for Jimmy because, like you said, Steiny, the Matt Steinmetz I know, you wouldn't have re-signed with the Niners. You'd have been like, deuces. You going to start him, and I know he's not better than me, and you going to make me come back here in a lesser role and look at my teammates? You going to subject me to that? Oh, all that I've done for you, $6.5 million? I'll watch DirecTV at the house on Sundays before I quarterback for you. But God, the football gods, he didn't think like that. We could all take a page from Jimmy Garoppolo on how he finessed this. He bet on himself, and he didn't care what he looked like because he knew who he was. And look now, Jack.
Who starts week 1 for the Niners next year?
See, now, do they go to the Super Bowl?
I don't know.
He's got another. Wow, man. Who would bet Trey after what we seen?
Who would what?
Who would bet Trey, though? No shade at Trey. Who would bet Trey? We seen behind what's in the. Do you remember Jack in the box? He'd pop out. Yeah. We kind of seen what Jack had. Not saying Jack's a bust, but Shanny might not be the one to get the best out of Jack.
We're gonna
Who was Trey?
Cut him loose.
Lex in Burlingame. What's up, Lex?
What's up, guys? Great show.
Thank you.
I gotta tell you, I feel your pain, and I've been watching the Niners since John Brody, and I got to tell you that all this stuff last week about, Trey's got Jimmy looking over his shoulder, and a lot of guys, Dickinson, some others were saying, hey, it's a man's game. You want to have as many assets as you possibly can. Nobody can think that a quarterback is going to be standing upright for 17 games, right? So a lot of things can be equally true here. One is that, I agree that the play calling was ridiculous. Running him 3 times in a piece of a quarter, on average, run it out, like Steiny said, 49 times. That's ridiculous. And if you say, he's a guru. In the fourth quarter, I could have blindfolded myself and said, guess what? It's first down. They're going to run a halfback right up in the middle into a sea of humanity for no yards, which they did time after time after time. Do they not have a Bill Walsh playbook somewhere in his vault at 49, drive down there, pull it out, and start getting a little bit more varied in what you're doing?
Thanks. We got to go. By the way,
in the depths of humanity.
Am I remembering correctly? 49ers 0-1 yesterday on fourth down.
I forgot.
Pretty sure.
You're right.
I think with Jimmy G in the game, they're pretty good in post-yard situations.
No, but that was with I thought Jimmy in the game. 4th and 6, right? It was an odd call. I tweeted, why did they go for it?
They don't convert fourth downs no matter who's quarterback. Fact.
Your boy Juszczyk got in for a touchdown.
Steiny ain't been taking his victory lap.
On Juszczyk?
Yeah. Juice.
It's from the half-yard line. He didn't get a whole lot. All right. Michael Irvin, 445 with Ratto and Damon. Talk to you tomorrow, everybody.
49ers faithful, do you blame Kyle Shanahan for Trey's season-ending injury?
Don't be sending my quarterback on broad delays so he gets killed. This is giving me shades of RG3 all over again. Mishandling the quarterback, abusing him, and now he's gone. Now we got to wait another year for development. Now Kittle, Devo, all these other guys are a year older. Trent Williams, I don't know. I'm confused on what Shanahan's doing.
Let us know on the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you two up to? We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum? Yeah, it's a hack, Mom.
A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No, the trick to fixing leaks and low water pressure is calling repipe specialists.
You mean professionals?
I mean, repipe specialists can repipe our whole house in 1 to 2 days. Fix the leaks and low water pressure, repair the holes in the walls if we want, and they guarantee their work for life.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call the professionals at Repipe Specialists, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing. With over 60,000 repipes completed, that's their specialty.
You really stepped in it.
I was just being...
The gum, Dad. You stepped in the gum.
Oh, great.
Call 800-217-1636 for a free in-home estimate. And ask about their 0% financing options. That's 800-217-1636. Call today, 800-217-1636, or visit repipe.com.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
Your closer of the week is Talanoa Hufanga, who had a game-high 11 tackles and his first career interception as a 49er.
Bears bring only 4. Fields given time. He gets picked off by Hufanga.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door can be controlled right from my smartphone. I know when a door or gate has been left open, and I can close it with a tap no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off of a LiftMaster garage door opener when you purchase a premium garage door.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Odyssey knows that football fans can't get enough football. That's why we've got nonstop football coverage on the free Odyssey app. Podcasts and live shows dedicated to every pro team. NFL play-by-play and enough game talk for the most diehard fans. Local radio stations talking football, interviews with star players and coaches, and football fans being fans.
What kind of play calling was that?
Listen to everything you love about football, live and on demand with the free Odyssey app. Get in the game and download today.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
To prove to you that Kyle Shanahan just doesn't get it when it comes to the safety of his own quarterbacks. They score a meaningless touchdown in a decided game by jamming Jimmy Garoppolo straight into the teeth of Seattle's goal line defense. Are you not taking notes, Kyle? Are you not looking at what's happening in front of you? There are, I don't know. I don't know where the class action malpractice suit should be placed. I mean, on the decision to send that play in, on the way that play was run, which, by the way, for a quote-unquote running quarterback, Trey Lance got that completely wrong. He missed every single defensive key that you could make on a read option, and he kept it when he should have given it. So the guy who's supposed to be a running quarterback apparently isn't even good at that. And we are right back. So here's the deal. The day before the Niners traded 2 future first-rounders to move up to 3 was Thursday, April 29th, 2021. The 49ers aren't any closer to solving whatever quarterback issues they believe they have, and they believe they have a lot of them, since Thursday, April 28th, 2001. They are no further down the road in the most important conversation a football team can have than they were going over 3 years. It's unbelievable, 2+ years. Ray, you like chaos, I heard.
I'm in favor of it.
Well,
I'm enjoying every bit of this.
Holy mackerel. Holy mackerel. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Unbelievable what happened, and we've got enough things to talk about today to last us for a 6-hour show, a 12-hour show.
Okay,
We could just go straight through the entire evening and go right up to tomorrow's morning show, and we can't get to all of the things that kind of have gone wrong here. And for anyone who wants to say, oh, well, they might be a better football team again because Jimmy Garoppolo is their quarterback, there's only one person on the planet who I can definitively say doesn't believe that this team can win a Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo, and that person is Kyle Shanahan. Because he had the only vote on the matter that mattered. He had the only vote, and he voted no on Jimmy Garoppolo being a part of this team. Jimmy Garoppolo's surgeon, his shoulder surgeon, is now more responsible for any degree of success that the 49ers pretty much have from here on out than Kyle Shanahan is. It's unbelievable. Kyle Shanahan's lost an awful lot of credibility. Full stop. Now, where you want to say his credibility is most lost, well, that's what we have to debate and talk about all day today. And we do have a Kyle Shanahan conference call that when it comes in, we're going to gussy it up for you and get you ready to hear it. And we're going to have Michael Irvin at 4:45 today. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. By the way, if I'm Jimmy Garoppolo, today, I'm calling the 49ers and I'm saying, you are not texting me, you are not calling me, and you are not seeing me until you void this nonsensical backup quarterback agreement that you had me agreed. I want my old contract reinstated right now or I'm holding out. Good luck with Brock Purdy. I swear to God, I'm Garoppolo. Well, I'm doing that if I'm Garoppolo. I'm doing it.
I'm fine with every bit of it because this is the law of unintended consequences on speed. Because as much as nobody knows, or will know anything about Trey Lance, the fact is the 49ers are a series of accidents who are still in pretty decent shape to make a deep run in the postseason, which should tell you everything you need to know about every pundit in America who likes to think they understand football. Because this is a pie fight. And nothing amuses me more than that. And to top it all off, it should only happen to a fan base who could be more angry about a 20-point win than they were a week ago about a 9-point loss.
It's amazing.
Literally, these people are desperately seeking misery in all the places you would never go to do that. But they found it. They're getting everything they want. This is their perfect season. The only way this goes bad is if Brock Purdy ends up playing and turns out to be good.
Better than all of them.
Yeah. Just because at that point, then we know nobody knows anything.
Well, I mean,
which is where my stance has always been.
Where's Kyle Shanahan worse at evaluating quarterbacks? Coming out of the draft or on his own roster? Like, that is a legitimate conversation that we can have today. Why wasn't there an open quarterback competition if you are going from quarterback who you don't trust to throw the ball to quarterback who you don't trust to throw the ball? And I keep on hearing, well, Trey Lance is such a good runner. Well, if he's such a good runner, how come everyone agrees that he's not fast enough of a runner to even get to the outside? Therefore, how good of a runner can he be if he's not fast enough?
This is a huge benefit for quarterbacks who play, A, in big conferences where you can see them all the time, and B, play at least 3 years.
Like Mac Jones?
Well, I don't know that Mac Jones is actually lighting it up either. This might turn out to be a quarterback draft, the one last year, where there were a lot of guys drafted and none of them were any good.
Trevor Lawrence is coming around. Christian Kirk, pretty damn good.
I am surprised by that, but Trevor Lawrence is the only guy that you could look at right now and say, yeah, he's got a better than 30% shot of hanging around the NFL for 5 years. I wouldn't bet on any of the others.
And what would have to be if this were a hot take show, and if I were coming to serve you my hottest of hot takes today, I almost don't even want to say it. I almost don't even want to say it because it's almost even a little too hot to speak. Your car might just burst in flames, and your car radio might start burning. What I'm about to say is such a hot take. I don't even know if I have complete conviction in this. The 49ers' window to win a Super Bowl has closed. There will be no Super Bowl in this inception of the 49ers, and that includes Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance. That is my hottest take for you. And I don't even know if I truly believe it. I really don't. I don't know if I truly believe it because I'm not ready to throw the baby out with the bathwater on Trey Lance. But there was only one thing left to do with Trey Lance, and now it's the one thing that you cannot do at all, and that is play him. That is develop him. And what the hell was the development in the offseason if he's still incapable of throwing a football? And where is Kyle Shanahan's imagination on how to create yards other than, I'm just going to take my my high-value Golden Boy draft pick and use him like a bulldozer? Where is all the pre-snap movement that identifies the weak spot in the defense that you're going to now attack? This is the least creative, most trash-tastic red zone calling I have seen in a long... The 49ers offense is boring. If Deebo Samuel weren't on this roster, it's boring. And riddle me this, Batman. Riddle me this. How can Kyle Shanahan be so worried that his all-world tight end might further exasperate his groin? So out of an abundance of caution to make sure that he's not hurt, he's going to not play George Kittle, but then literally not care how he goes about playing with his hand-selected, this is now my way to the Super Bowl quarterback. In a game, Ray!
Don't yell.
For effect. I got some yelling to do today. In a game where you're doing everything you want to do offensively. It's not the fourth quarter of a tight game, so you got to hit him with a wrinkle that you'd rather not hit him with, but it's a lever we got to pull, so we're in a situation, break glass in case of emergency, pull the lever. Have Trey Lance keep a couple going up the gut. Have Trey Lance keep a couple going up the gut. In the fourth quarter of a tight game, just to get the offense going, okay, I get it. You're doing everything you want to do with your running backs. You are doing everything you want to do to move the ball. And you want to do this too? I don't understand it. And if Trey Lance wasn't ready to win from the pocket by the time this season got underway, why wasn't there an open quarterbacking competition? Was it because Kyle Shanahan was afraid that Trey Lance would lose that competition?
I think you might be barking up the wrong tree on this. And don't yell at me. I think Jimmy Garoppolo's surgery, combined with Kyle Shanahan's desire to get something in trade for him, blinded him to the possibility that he was going to need him. I think it's a series of accidents that has brought him to this, none of them due to planning. His plan was Jimmy Garoppolo wouldn't be here and Trey Lance would be fine.
Yeah.
And instead, Trey Lance is not fine. Jimmy Garoppolo is here, and he could still end up smelling like a rose.
There's no smelling like a rose for Kyle Shanahan. That ship has left the port.
Oh, I'm not sure about that. These people will turn around on a dime like they always do if they win 4 games in a row.
Okay, super. But it's not about 4 games in a row. It's about a Super Bowl. Let's say the 49ers actually win the Super Bowl this year.
Okay, let's say they do.
Kyle Shanahan walks to the podium postgame and says, what? All of this is literally the opposite of what I planned.
Yeah.
The guy who just won me a Super Bowl is someone who I couldn't get off my roster fast enough, and through happenstance, he just happens to still be here. That is not good.
No, there's a lesson here, but we have to go to a break.
Look at you, keeping an eye on the clock. Everyone's feeling
I didn't
frisky.
keep an eye on it. Grandy was nagging me.
Yeah, well, he's nagging me, too. He's waving me in like an airplane. So let me just tell you that we're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. We're also brought to you by the good people down in San Diego. Good feelings, good vibes, Sunshine Coastline. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org. Today's show is mandatory for 49ers fans. 888-957-9570. We have open lines until we get to the Kyle Shanahan conference call, which will be very interesting to hear because you can tell Kyle's very defensive right now. He's bringing up Buffalo like Josh Allen has anything to do with this. And we got Michael Irvin today at 4:45. This is going to be a monster. You're invited to be a part of it. 888-957-9570. Damon and Ratto on a You Got to Be Kidding Me Monday.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game.
And Lance is down right now. That was quite the hit. And Jimmy Garoppolo may see early action today in the first quarter.
The Niners are 1-1, and we're reacting all day with L'Oneal, Michael Irvin, and you.
Oh, my God. And Kyle Shanahan comes away with the victory for the San Francisco crew.
On the Bay Area sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. tax, exit, and make us your last stop.
The gamer, the call maker, the experience chaser. What if you could be everything all at once? Galaxy Z Fold 4 is powered by the Snapdragon processor for world-class performance and lightning-fast speed to turbocharge your multitasking. How about an expansive edge-to-edge screen for immersive gaming, hands-free video calls with flex mode, and multi-window view to use up to 3 apps at the same time? With Galaxy Z Fold 4, do more with ease and make multitasking a breeze. Available now at Samsung.com.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No, we tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured, so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly, different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
Progressive presents Don't Do It Yourself.
Okay, fixing a water heater. Easy peasy.
Oh yeah? So you know how to secure the skiff joint?
Yeah.
Detach the steam pump?
Takes 2 seconds.
And fasten the dew bolt to the pressure tube?
Yeah, my dad taught me how to do that.
Oh, that's interesting, because I made all those things up. Look, we should just bundle our home and auto with Progressive. We could save big, then pay someone to do it for us.
That's cool. This double's the wrong size anyway.
Save when bundling home and auto with Progressive and use the money to, not do it yourself. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Granger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, Tom Bodette here. Thinking about road tripping to the family reunion. Potato salad, doing battle with the sun, dog crawling all over the cousins, and nothing brings us closer than someone squished in the middle seat. Well, it's a good thing Motel 6 has clean, comfortable rooms at a great low rate. They'll get you out of that minivan so the kids can get all spiffed up before Grandma starts pinching their cheeks. I'm Tom Bodette for Motel 6, and we'll leave the light on. For you.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply. AutoZone.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
There are only really 2 good pieces of news from the weekend for the 49ers. Number one, defense played great. And if this team is going to go anywhere this year, it's going to be because their defense plays great. Because this offense is going to be a work in progress going forward no matter what. We know that. So defense played great. That is officially good news. And it is definitely officially good news that the 49ers are not 0-2. Over the last 3 NFL seasons, 27 teams have started their seasons 0-2. All 27 missed the playoffs. The 49ers are not 0-2. The Raiders are. What a gut punch.
No, that's not a gut punch. That's a self-inflicted series of wounds that, frankly, they deserved.
I mean, deserve, I don't know, but...
Don't go up 20-0 against a bad team at home and then get outgained in the second half by such a margin that the Cardinals had more yards after halftime than the Raiders did the whole night.
Wow, that's bad. I didn't see that wrinkle to it. how it ended obviously was a disaster. And I can tell you this, that the Raiders in their entire career, their entire franchise history, no matter where the franchise is, have never reached the postseason after an 0-2 start. And that's where they are. So,
well, here's the other one. On the 2-point conversion, after the score that was going to cut it to 8, Kyler Murray ran, according to NFL's Next Gen Stats, ran 84 yards to gain 3.
And that's what a running quarterback does. He runs to either extend a play or evade the defense. They don't use Kyler Murray like a freaking battering ram on the castle's front gate. And that's the way Kyle Shanahan went about using his quarterback in a running game. And it doesn't make any sense to run your quarterback like that. Everything that Trey Lance was supposed to represent has officially now been tarnished. And there's no denying that. Questions about Lance being the guy are now totally grounded. You have every reason in the world to question that. Remember, they went to Trey Lance because Garoppolo essentially couldn't throw the ball very well and couldn't stay healthy. Well, Trey Lance officially now lives in that neighborhood of doesn't throw the ball well enough for his coach to trust him to do it. And he's had 3 injuries now and 4 starts, and a rookie year officially doesn't come into year 3. So if your whole point of, well, we're going to bring in Trey Lance and we're going to build a monster around him because we're going to have a quarterback on a rookie deal, you are 3 years into that window. The development of Trey Lance, I mean, we just don't know. He's damaged goods. And if he's a running back coming off of, or if he's a run-first quarterback, which means you never draft a run-first quarterback. You can't succeed in the NFL with a run-first quarterback. That's been proven infinity times. If you have a run-first quarterback, well, now your run-first quarterback is coming off of a completely compounded fracture. Well, no, it's not. Compound means the bone popped out. So I guess it wasn't a compound fracture, but it was a total break of the fibula with ligament damage. So the timeline to build the monster around his rookie contract is over. The hope that he is just going to be supreme athlete to get you out of all your problems, I don't think you can really count on him being a quality power runner anymore. You shouldn't have counted on him on being that in the very first place. And look, Shanahan has completely stopped coaching Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, I guess he's going to pick it up now that he sort of has to again. But this guy's running scout team. Like, he's not even taking backup reps. There is no backup getting backup reps. And you can really make the argument that since Jimmy Garoppolo got here, he never really improved a day under Kyle Shanahan. He never improved a day. As a matter of fact, I thought that this answer from Jimmy Garoppolo was pretty interesting yesterday when he was asked, like, what's it like to be back? And, well, here's what he said first of all.
Just like riding a bike, yeah. It felt good to be back out there. Feel terrible for Trey. I've been on that side of it. This league is tough, and everyone has their share of injuries, but that sucks for him, and feel bad for him. But he's our brother, and we'll pick him up. I saw him for a quick second after, wishing him well. Like I said, I've been there. I'd come full circle in this thing, and it's tough whenever you see a guy get hurt. You feel for him, but Trey's a tough dude. He'll be all right.
So says all the right things, and I'm sure everyone, whether they believed it should be Jimmy to be the quarterback or Trey, is on full, what a crying shame for Trey Lance, because it truly is. I mean, the man's career is now, whatever it might have been, it might not be. I mean, that's all I can say. It's impossible to look at him as anything other than damaged goods. It's because he is. I mean, that's the thing. I'm not trying to be rude or crude or nasty about it. He has the type of an injury that is officially a bad thing to have. Whenever football players, whenever your sport is built around your athleticism and the power that you generate through your legs, so I guess this would apply probably to the NBA as much, NHL. Once your ankles, your feet, your knees, and your hips go, you are altered. And this is a serious injury. This is a catastrophic injury that has the man shut down for a year where he was desperately needed to develop. Anyways, here is where Jimmy, I think, might have told us something without trying to tell us something when he was asked about getting back in there and just letting her rip.
Ecstatic, yeah. Just felt good. We were talking earlier, kind of felt like 2017, where it was, just go throwing, make plays. That's what I like to do. It's different than what we usually do around here, but sometimes you need to do that.
Again, I like throwing it and making plays. That's really not what we do around here. That's an indictment on Shanahan. And if I'm Jimmy Garoppolo, I'm not dancing around Kyle Shanahan in a way that I'm trying to perfectly land my sentence and be careful that I'm not insulting my coach. Because if Kyle Shanahan had his way, Jimmy ain't here anymore. Jimmy's not here. Kyle Shanahan made a decision. Do I want this guy as my quarterback? 100%. I do not want him as my quarterback. I do not want him on my roster. That was Kyle's decision. So he gave up on this player as humanly possible. And now Jimmy's saying, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of 2017, where I just got here. And this guy's anxiety and desire to control and manipulate every single thing that happens is so ego-driven that I basically got whip scared. Like Kyle Shanahan's whip hand is so significant that he whipped the instincts right out of me. I came here looking to make plays, throw the ball downfield in 2017. By the time Kyle was done with me, I was like a battered woman. I didn't know how to find my own voice anymore. That's what he's saying. Hey, when I got here, I played like that. And then we really don't play like that here, so I had to stop playing like that. That's what he's saying.
Well, whatever he thought was going to happen when he got here, that's as much, him not knowing anything about the coach he was inheriting, because nobody knew anything about what Kyle Shanahan wanted to do. But as
he wanted Kirk Cousins, which again brings us right back to quarterback evaluation.
Well, it's not even a question about quarterback evaluation. It's a question about the law of unintended consequences. You can plan all you want. You can draw it out schematically. You can put, pins up on a board. But ultimately, football is a series of accidents. And the truth is, it's as true for Bill Belichick as it is for Kyle Shanahan. The difference is that Belichick had one thing he could always go to, which was one extraordinary player, and he could double that down with a great defense. The 49ers don't have that extraordinary player, but they have that defense. And ultimately, this could end up being a very good team, not because Jimmy Garoppolo is better than Trey Lance or vice versa. It's because the building blocks of this team are basically running the ball and defending the other team so that it can't score. Maybe that's the lesson here, that the outlier for championships is still Kansas City. That the thing that gets you by more often than not is keeping the other guy from getting 17 points.
Well, that's the way they're going to have to do it.
And I'm not giving Kyle Shanahan credit for that. I'm just saying that based on all the plans that he says he's had, well, none of them have really come to happen the way he meant them to, except the defense. And, whether or not he's the defensive coordinator or not, he's still the guy who brings those guys in. So maybe his genius, if there is genius here, is that he knows how to build a defense. Maybe we've been barking up the wrong tree the whole time.
Well, then why even have a defensive coordinator? If that's his side of the ball, because it's not. That is
maybe he doesn't
history
know that's his side of the ball. Maybe that's his general managing skill, is that he can find guys who defend. I don't know. I'm done trying to evaluate what Kyle Shanahan is and what he isn't. He might just be the luckiest SOB there is.
Right, and here we are now. What is this, year 6?
Yeah.
Don't you think we should have sort of our arms around what he is or isn't by year 6?
No, I don't know if we should or not, because A, we've all assumed things that were never in evidence.
Who gets a 6-year window of, I don't know.
Well, a guy who takes a terrible team and gets to a Super Bowl and then a conference final in 3 years. That's the guy who gets 6 years. If they don't go to the Super Bowl in his 3rd year, maybe he's fired after 4. That's another law of unintended consequences. The 49ers have been a bizarre, merry accident for the last 5 years plus. And this is the biggest accident yet.
And it was an avoidable accident. Again, anyone could get hurt on any play. It is a collision sport. It is a brutal sport. Football is here to destroy everyone who plays in their body. It's what it does. It erodes your mind. It erodes your body. Football is officially bad for you. You can get hurt anywhere, anytime. The problem with the play was it coming in on the headset. Kyle cannot send that play into the huddle. It is irresponsible to send that play into the huddle, and he can try to frame it around, well, here's what he said about, you got regrets on that one, Kyle?
Anytime a guy gets hurt, I wish I didn't call that. But no, that's something we were going to do, and something we would continue to do. That's a football play we believe in, and something that gives him a chance to be real successful in this league.
It's the most honest thing he said all day, because he actually did it again with Garoppolo at the end of the game to score a does not matter except for how the score reads in the headline the next day. The game is over, and he's got his backup quarterback, who is now his full-time starting quarterback once again, and he is slamming Garoppolo into the heart of the Seattle goal line defense. Why? You don't have any other way to pick up 3-4 yards? You're not some offensive mastermind. What happened to play action on the goal line? Oh, Dwelly's totally open in the back of the end zone, like every single play action goal line play that's ever been run since the dawn of goal action on the play. The tight end the tight end's always open on a goal line play action play. Always, forever, 100% of the time. Slight exaggeration, but you get what I'm saying. Where is the creativity in any of this red zone offense? Where is the creativity? Where is it?
The creativity, to the extent that it exists, and everybody who is a football nerd about this says so, it's in how he designs his running game.
All right, but that's just use check into the guard tiny. I'm watching here. Here's the thing. I'm watching the entire offensive line. Am I seeing counter trays? Am I seeing pulling guards? Am I seeing all this razzle-dazzle? You don't have time on a goal line to run offensive line razzle-dazzle. That is power football.
Okay.
And when they get into power football, they seem to stall. They seem to kick field goals. Do something. Go 5 wide at the 3-yard line. Pretend you're Kansas City for just a minute. If you want to run your quarterback on a quarterback draw, spread out the goddamn defense so there's not 9 guys in a box, and have your quarterback walk into the end zone behind your center.
But he's not Kansas City. He doesn't think like Andy Reid. This is how he thinks. This is Kyle Shanahan. This is what you got 3 years ago. This is what you got last year. This is who he is. And I think when he decided to draft Trey Lance, he saw in him a guy who eventually, once he became a trustworthy thrower, he could be something other than that Kyle Shanahan. And it turns out either he guessed wrong, or Trey Lance is a slower developer in that area of his game than we thought he was, or maybe Kyle Shanahan just believes in running the ball, period.
All right, we'll use running backs to do that, period.
Well, his best running back is gone for the year.
Jeff Wilson Jr. looked every bit of, I got this, coach. Every bit. He was fantastic. 5-6 yards a pop. Nothing was in his way. Keep running the ball with your running backs. You have a quarterback you're trying to develop into a pocket passer. Ask him to make some passes from the pocket. Move the pocket if he's such a good mobile quarterback. Somebody says here on the Comcast Business text line, Damon, does Kyle get any credit for at least having the foresight to keep Jimmy on the roster? No! No! Kyle had no foresight to keep Jimmy on the roster. Jimmy just stayed on the roster. Kyle did everything, including calling his own agent and saying, trade him for a bucket of balls. We literally have no options left as a front office to trade him. So, Don Yee, you find whatever deal you can, get him out of here. Don Yee's like, can't do it. Nobody's interested. So, by default, by nobody in the NFL being interested, Jimmy just happened to stay here. Kyle did everything. Forget about what he says. Actions. Every single action of Kyle Shanahan was, this guy's off my list of guys I want on my team.
And again, that's why I go back to the law of unintended consequences, which is through no credit of his own, he's backed into a decent quarterback situation, at least for this year, which is all you can worry about. You can't worry about the offseason.
But he can't claim it's a decent quarterback situation. It's one that he was running away from.
It's not a claim. I'm not saying, boy, he really thought of that as a brilliant thing. The only thing he did was notice, you know what, I can't move him anyway. And we're going to have to pay him $7 million. And I don't like Nate Sudfeld, and I don't trust Brock Purdy. He's here, what the hell? That's an accident, too. This is not about foresight. This is about waking up and finding a horseshoe in your pants.
I'll tell you where this does come. Is that a horseshoe in your pants? You're just happy to see me. By the way, the Colts could use a horseshoe in their pants. But look, I'm not second-guessing Kyle Shanahan here. I've been first guessing this is the wrong way to play this quarterback since the Arizona Cardinals game last year. You can't drop the North Dakota State game plan on the NFL and expect to get away with it. It's not going to work. It's not going to translate. By the way, we're officially streaming on Twitch and YouTube. I believe Willard left it up in here. Let's see. That's the most amount of people I've ever seen watching whatever the hell this is. You are looking at a lot of beef between Ratto and I this afternoon.
Gristle.
Yeah, it's well marbled would be a good way to describe this show.
It's just stuff you can't chew. I think everything about this is an accident. And if we're worried about how Kyle Shanahan's vision is, his vision is, oh my God, something else weird happened. Now what do I do? Maybe he's just a great improviser. Maybe he's just plain lucky. But remember,
maybe he's just plain unlucky, considering not a single guy on his team basically can play 10 weeks in a row without ending up in the hospital.
Well, I don't know that they're the most injured team in football because I haven't looked that up.
Sure feels like it, though, doesn't it?
Well, it feels like it because that's the team we look at. But I'd be willing to bet there are other teams that have as significant an injury list as the 49ers do. The point is, over the last, 2 of the last 3 years, they were a Super Bowl contender. This year, they might be one again. This is week 2, and we're losing our minds because there's supposed to be a grand plan, except that there isn't.
Well, the grand plan is completely. The grand plan has been
blown to smithereens.
Exactly. And that's bad.
No, that's not necessarily bad. Maybe it works out through no planning of anybody's. Embrace the chaos. Embrace the accidents.
Then the single most important part of the decision-making process of the San Francisco 49ers is a surgeon.
Neil Elatrache.
Shoulders.
Know that name.
Thank God for that guy.
Well,
Joan and Payroll and the shoulder surgeon.
Well, Jimmy's still going to get paid now. He's going to make all those bonuses.
Oh, he's going to have them all. Again, if I'm Jimmy today, I'm saying rip up this new deal. It's nonsense. You pay me in full like you were supposed to. If I'm Jed York, I'm seriously calling Sean Payton. I really am. This is enough to make me give up. To lose an awful lot of confidence in Kyle Shanahan in so many different places, I might give Sean Payton a call, and I also might cross my fingers and wait for Lamar to hit free agency. Because I don't think it's going to be Jimmy. I don't think it's going to be Trey Lance now, unfortunately. And I got a better head coach and a better quarterback who might both be on the market. One definitely is on the market right now. The other might be on the market in, 15 more Ravens games. And again, and now you're in the same running quarterback situation where that guy might get hurt. So maybe that's not the best idea. But anyways, I'm just trying to...
There is no great idea. Everything is, you walk down the sidewalk looking down. Maybe you come across a $20 bill.
I'm sorry. 49ers third-round rookie running back Ty Davis-Price has a high ankle sprain and will be sidelined for a few weeks. It's typically a 4 to 6 weeks injury. Of course he does. Of course he does. He wears a 49ers uniform. Here's the scary thing. Talanoa Hufanga's so awesome. By process of elimination, there's no way he makes it past week 6. He's so good. Anyone who's so good for the 49ers gets hurt in the next 4 weeks. It just happens all the time. Unbelievable.
It is an even-numbered year.
It was a rough Sunday on frickin' ankles. Good Lord. By the
maybe it's that terrible artificial turf in Levi.
That's not it. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall with over 400 Google reviews, the highest rating of any BMW dealer in the Bay Area at 4.8, baby. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. We asked a lot of people to book a visit with us by calling 888-957-9570. This is David in Brentwood. Hello, David.
Hey, Damon. Ray, good afternoon. There's a couple of things with this thing with Kyle and the way he's calling the game. Honestly, I think he kind of painted himself on a corner by trying to be too smart for his own good. Because at the end of the year, for starters, Jimmy signed up for one season. Okay, after this is done, there's no way that he's going to want to come back and play for Kyle. I mean, he's not going to give him a second chance for the guy to screw him a second time. And Trey Lance, I don't think that Trey Lance is ever going to trust this guy over again, not 100%. So he's in a situation where he's either going to have to just draft another quarterback.
Yeah, all data points are bad. David, I'm sorry, I got to you late in this segment, but when we come on back, if you're on hold, we're coming to you. If you're on hold right now, you are going to appear before we get to 4 o'clock. At around 4 o'clock, 4:15, we're going to have the Kyle Shanahan conference call that he's on right now. I wonder, who's got their knives out for Kyle Shanahan? It feels like everybody, and rightfully so. There's an awful lot of questions going on about the very next head coach the 49ers are going to face, Nathaniel Hackett. Can that guy coach? Now, we think we know that Kyle Shanahan can coach, but is he the right guy to be coaching this team? Does he have a feel for his own roster? Does he have a feel for his own quarterback room? Does he have a feel? I don't know. I don't think you can make the argument, yes, he definitively knows the best thing for his team. Because if he didn't think that Trey Lance was the very best pocket passer for his team, he shouldn't have been named QB1. He should not have been. He should not have been named QB1. Where was a quarterback competition in the preseason? Where was one? Where was a legitimate quarterback competition? Or it was just, hey, I made this pick on Lance and I got to be right because I'm the head coach, so I'm going to have an inferior player be named QB1 to feed my own ego. It's insane. Where we are, it's officially insane. We're brought to you.
Great.
It's great. Sports Talk Radio Heaven. Oh, we're there. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Your most valuable asset is your time. So why should buying a car eat up your whole day? At BMW of Fairfield, we value your time as much as you do. So once you've decided on your next car and how you want to buy it, we'll have you behind the wheel of your ultimate driving machine and on your way home within 1 hour. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title? No problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Attention veterans. If you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering, but you must act now. Visit sickvets.com for your free case review by True Law. That's sickvets, like veterans.com. sickvets.com. Visit sickvets.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts provides more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also offer free check engine light diagnosis. We can scan your vehicle and provide a list of possible fixes. Find the right parts for you or recommend a great local repair shop. Don't ignore your check engine light. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event September 23rd through September 25th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
How's your mental health? I'm listening with Alanis Morissette.
When it first started, I would have my nightly panic attacks, but then I started getting really curious about all the sensations. Like, I just really started looking at, okay, so chest is, I got really kind of granular in observing the details of what was really going on with the breath. It's just survival strategy. Chronic stress is trauma.
Join us for Odyssey's I'm Listening 2-hour national mental health conversation, Wednesday, September 21st at 6 p.m. Talk saves lives.
Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated, like how they require minimums or force you to use your rewards before reaching some arbitrary expiration date. But Discover isn't like that. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount at any time, so you'll never have to jump through hoops. Unless you're like a trapezist, then by all means, go right ahead. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
Whew, this feels good.
Why does he feel good? Because he has all the hot water he needs. Now you can catch the feels with a Navien tankless hot water heater. Imagine all the hot water you want for as long as you need. No wasting money and energy. No more cutting that shower short. Just hot water all the time, every time. So feel good. Woo! So good. With a Navien tankless hot water heater. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com to learn more.
Now back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Download that Odyssey app. You take everything we do, every interview, every show, every host with you right in your pocket when you got the Odyssey app on your phone. Speaking of pockets, I like quarterbacks who stay in pockets, and that's where we are today. At least Jimmy's going to stay in the pocket. At least Jimmy's going to stay in the pocket. We do know that. Welcome back, Damon and Ratto. Some numbskull from the 831 on the Comcast Business text line said, Damon, I'm pretty sure that Jimmy couldn't throw during training camp. You actually think before you speak. Yeah, and I know more about the 49ers than you ever will. So let me tell you how it all went down. After Jimmy's shoulder surgery, he was throwing weeks before training camp even began. And then he threw without restriction off to the side every single day of training camp. Jimmy threw every day of training camp without incident, without fail. He just didn't do it with the team because the last thing they wanted him was getting hurt in a practice rep because they were actively trying to trade him. Again, Kyle looks bad because he can't even claim victory on Jimmy still being here. The indifference that he had for Jimmy Garoppolo is so proven by the trade that brought Trey Lance here in the first place, the way that they wanted to trade him. They were angry that he got a shoulder surgery because that prevented them from trading him. They did not want Jimmy Garoppolo until the rest of the NFL world didn't want Jimmy Garoppolo either. And then Kyle's equivalent, Kyle basically said, it came down to this. He's still here. Do you want him? And Kyle's like, fine. Like, that's how enthusiastically Kyle wanted Jimmy on this roster. Sure, I guess so. Better than Nate Sudfeld. All right. That's the only amount of vigor Kyle put into Jimmy coming back. It's the opposite of what he wanted. It's the opposite of the plan that he enacted the night he drafted Trey Lance.
Well, let's consider all the possibilities here. He traded up to get the wrong guy. Traded up to get a guy who was going to be a long-term project, but Shanahan did not have the patience for the long term. Traded up to get a guy who just isn't an accurate thrower. Traded up to get a guy who doesn't have enough of a resume and has way too much to learn. Or he traded up to get a guy who's a born running back. Nobody knows any of this stuff, but everybody was pot committed to what this meant. And in the end, without anybody really knowing what it meant, they found out that what it means is sometimes you make plans that you may as well just blow your nose on because stuff happens.
Oh, God laughs at plans, right? Isn't that what everyone says?
Yeah. I think this is a series of preposterous accidents, most of which might have been, foreseen if you were willing to look at this whimsically. But everybody was pot committed to, no, this is the right thing to do. This is the right thing to do. When this seems like a case to me where stuff just fell from the sky. It's like the Patriots talking about how brilliant they were finding Tom Brady. Except they found him in the 6th round and were just planning for him to be a backup to Drew Bledsoe.
Right, camp arm, basically, is what they drafted.
I think, and I go back to the thing that Bruce Arians said, which is that evaluating quarterbacks is at best a 30% proposition. And I think they took a flyer on the 30% that is Trey Lance, and they took a flyer on the 30% that is there's a market out there for Jimmy Garoppolo because we created one for him.
They don't know how to evaluate quarterbacks, Ray, to the point where they were like, should we even go look at Patrick Mahomes' workout? They're like, nah, he's never going to make it. We're not even going to look at Patrick Mahomes.
A number of teams didn't look at Patrick Mahomes for the same reason. They looked at him and said, that's not an NFL quarterback. The truth is, in this case, they fell in love with a guy over the internet, essentially.
They really did. I don't think there's much exaggeration to that.
No, and I think maybe that is the genesis of everything that's happened ever since, is that they drafted a guy because they liked him better than all the other quarterbacks they could get.
Well, here's the deal. Did the internet make them walk away from Jimmy?
No.
No, I know, but I'm just asking.
This is the genesis of it. Everything since then has been a set of weird accidents, for lack of a better term. And I think they are at a place right now where they're trying to make a delicious sandwich out of meat that looks kind of spoiled and gray. And it might work. It might weirdly work.
Hey, they might be a better team right now than they were on Saturday.
Yeah, and then maybe they go out and draft another quarterback this coming year. Who the hell knows?
They probably should.
Yeah, strap in, because nothing you believe about the 49ers is necessarily true.
No, but everything that I keep on saying out loud happens. Like, when every single beat writer, every single person who covers this team was 100% saying, Damon, stop talking about Jimmy Garoppolo. There's zero chance they're going to keep him around. And I kept on saying, well, they should totally keep him around. What are you, out of your minds? No, Damon, that can't happen. Just stop talking about it. It happened. The whole, they're running him way too much. And I heard Kyle say this, and this is something else from Kyle. I want to make sure I got the right one here. Shanahan, here we go.
Just because, you guys watch other teams in this league, and Buffalo does it all the time. Their quarterback's pretty normal play, part of football, and it's unfortunate that he hurt his ankle on it, but it's very normal ran play. You guys should watch some other people.
No, it wasn't a normal play at all. Most of the time on an RPO, the quarterback has the option to take the ball around the corner, and you're asking your running back to go up the middle. They designed this one as the flip-flop of that. And I can tell you this right now, there is a distinct difference between designed runs for a quarterback versus scrambles. The number of designed runs for a quarterback in his first full season, and this is with all the data that Pro Football Focus provides, Josh Allen had a designed quarterback run in his first full season, 71 of them. Trey Lance was on pace for 153. Kyle, you're doing it too much. You're asking your quarterback to run at an abnormal, throughout the history of football, professional football level. Not Lamar Jackson, not Jalen Hurts, not Kyler Murray, not Michael Vick was asked to run as much in his first year as Trey Lance was on pace to run this year. That's malpractice.
Here's where you lose me. The numbers from last week I throw out because of the conditions, which we agreed last week were way abnormal.
Sure, we're going back to they played it inside in Arizona, and he ran 16 times in his first start.
If you want to talk about that, fine, I'm ready to listen. But throw out the last game. The last game has no bearing to football as we know it.
Let's use just yesterday. He's run 3 times, and we are midway through the first quarter. You extrapolate that out to 4 quarters. He's looking at 12-plus runs yesterday, Ray.
Okay, fine. All I'm saying is, if you're going to use total stats for Trey Lance, it makes no sense in my mind to include the Chicago game. It's the only point I'm trying to make.
Well, but again, now, I'm just putting all the stats together. I'm not going to be selective about which ones I pick and choose to use.
But if you're looking at a game that's so abnormal that there's nothing to be drawn from it, that should just be a universal. That said, this might also simply be a matter of Kyle Shanahan believes in the quarterback running. And maybe that's reckless, but maybe that's what he believes is the counter to where football is allegedly going. Because a lot of teams like to throw the ball a lot, and they don't do it well.
Somebody here says, Damon, stop acting like a coach. You'll never be one. The style of offense that the 49ers are running right now, I could do that. I'm dead serious. I could do that. Never a 4 wide receiver set, rarely a 3 wide receiver set. Power football, that's high school. What the 49ers are doing right now is the NFL equivalent of high school football. I'm sorry. Well, with this really creative running game. All right, I bet you I could design a creative running game too. How many creative ways can you actually do it? We're going to pull 1 guard, 2 guards. We're going to pull guard tackle. We're going to go counter Trey. I used to watch Redskins football. I know about power, offensive line driven football. I get it. I could do this. Where's Kyle Shanahan coming up with all this pre-snap motion, all this sophisticated design to find all of these? I'm going to pick upon that weak spot in the defense. Where's any of that? Throw the ball or hand the ball to Deebo Samuel. Does that take a genius? 888-957-9570. I feel like we've said an awful lot. Let me welcome everyone to your 4 o'clock hour, just about a minute early here, and then we're taking calls. Let's go.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Here we go. This is Aaron in Oakland. Aaron, you're on 95.7 The Game. Hello.
Hey, Damon, keep spitting the truth, man. Keep spitting it. You are dead on. Shanahan has outlived his usefulness with his franchise. All he does is get players hurt. And if we just look at 6 years, man, 40-43 with a trip to the Super Bowl and a trip to the conference finals. Show me a ring. Never developed a quarterback. Running back stay hurt. He's always got a master plan. I've been calling this dude Wile E. Coyote all year. It's not working. It's not working, man. This ain't pick up, run the fumble rookie. He's an offensive coordinator. That's who he is. The reason you have a head coach over him is to check his wildness. Yeah, you manage him like you manage a player. 12 penalties game 1, that's coaching. 12 run plays game 2, that's a problem, guys. It doesn't work. Now Trey's hurt. It's just not head coach material, and he's not going to want to hear this. But he's going to go down in history as probably one of the most disliked coaches San Francisco's ever had, guys. I just think that because he's had so much potential in all the pieces. That's all I got.
You got a lot, Aaron. Thank you. Look, if your confidence isn't shaken, you're just not paying attention. Because when we're talking about the grand plans, not the stuff in the details and all the little things around a football team that can buoy it or take it apart. The grand plan, the number one plan of this man's career has so now thoroughly blown up. And that to me was just a stupid way to use your quarterback this early in his career. Why are you running someone that hard, that up the middle against linebackers looking to take his head off in the first quarter of a week 2 game against an opponent that on paper you're supposed to beat? And they did. They kicked Seattle's rump yesterday. But for the blocked field goal returned for a touchdown, the Seahawks basically do nothing all of yesterday.
Oh, they had the ball for 21 minutes.
Exactly. They got dominated. So when you're dominating a team like that, you don't need to run the highest risk plays we have in our playbook. You know, it's all about exposure. How much are you exposing your guys to injury? And someone says here right now, Damon, if Debo gets hurt running the ball, you going to blame that on Kyle too? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. You better not ask Debo Samuel to now be Ty Davis Price and have a 15-20 carry game. I would be asking Debo to run with the ball less than ever before, starting right freaking now if I am Kyle Shanahan. You want to run the ball? There's this. Guess what? The name's even in the position. They're called running backs. Let them run the ball. Let them run the ball. And again, if Trey Lance is such a good running quarterback, every single defensive read that a quarterback needs to make on a read option, he read wrong. The linebacker's eyes were over him, the safety's eyes were all over him, and the defensive end, who's the key to the entire thing, was crashing. That means you hand it off. So, what's the part of that play that Lance got wrong? The decision to keep it. What's the part of the play that Kyle Shanahan got wrong? The decision to even send it into the huddle. You can talk about you guys watch football more than anyone. You guys watch football on another team. Yeah, and every single person in Buffalo says, stop running Josh Allen like this. We're trying to win a Super Bowl. When you got a defense like Buffalo's got, when you got all those playmakers that Buffalo's got, stop exposing Josh Allen like that. I mean, come on. Mr. Jones, calling from Atlanta. Hello, Mr. Jones.
What's up? So, hey, my brother, I love you. You are preaching the soul gospel to the people of the day. Boy, you preaching gospel. I've been saying this stuff, what you've been saying, since we got to the NFC Championship and they tried to trade the dude away. I've been saying this from day one, what you've been saying. You preach the gospel today, bro, because I'm like you said, Shanahan hasn't raised any quarterbacks, right? Every quarterback he's ever drafted, they've all been trashed. The only one that we got that is good is the one that he asked for, that he's trying to mysteriously trade away for some reason, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I'm smoking good stuff in the Bay, and I guess he probably is too sometimes.
The best.
You know what I'm saying?
We got the loud.
So, the same thing is like, okay, like you said, we have running backs. He goes and gets all these running backs every year, right? And then want to run the kids that you spent 3 first-round picks on, but you want to run him when you got all these running backs you keep drafting every year.
Right.
I don't know what it's. I've been blaming Shanahan actually since when he was in Atlanta and he blew the Super Bowl.
I knew you were going to bring that up as soon as I saw your destination, Mr. Jones. Look, I'm not going to hold the Super Bowl against Kyle Shanahan.
That's Dan Quinn's.
That is Dan Quinn's clock. It is Dan Quinn's office. It's Dan Quinn's loss. Kyle Shanahan doesn't get scored an L in that one. I'm not going to put that on him. I'm not. I'm only evaluating what I'm seeing right here in San Francisco. And I'm telling you, it ain't good enough. It just isn't. Somebody trying to be clever here, and thanks for the call, Mr. Jones. Somebody says here, after my whole point of, the key word of running back, it's even in the position. Somebody says, well, then why is it called quarterback? The key word isn't back. The key word is quarter. Where do you keep your quarters, Ray? In your pocket?
I used to.
There you go. Run with your running back. Keep your quarters in your pocket. It's all right there in the damn position.
Keep your quarters in your pocket?
Yes. Where do you keep your quarters? You keep them in your breast pocket?
No, I tend to keep them in a jar. I don't want to carry change around with me.
You've never been handed change after a cash transaction. You're always paying exact cash.
No, I'm usually paying with a card.
Okay. Thanks for playing along.
Well, no, I just don't know what you mean by keep your quarters in your pocket. Please don't get out.
I have a quarter in my pocket.
Please don't get out of your chair.
Quarter, pocket.
No,
it's a pocket joke.
Please sit
it's
down.
A pocket joke. It's a quarter pocket. I was looking to see if I had a quarter in my pocket. I was going to demonstrate to you.
Okay, I just needed you to explain that.
What I had.
What? Don't yell. It's okay. We're fine.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm fine. I'm not going to have another stroke today. I freaking promise you.
That's about a 70% shot right now.
We're going to save the stroke for the Brock Purdy start, which is coming in 3 weeks.
And I think Christmas comes then.
Hold on. This is Andrew in Seattle. Andrew, how are you, Andrew?
Hi. So I called last week about what I would have to sacrifice to get a 49ers win. I didn't expect it to be Trey Lance's ankle, when I made that call. But I just think in listening to you guys, it doesn't even sound like Trey even knows how to run the ball in the NFL. Like, he got himself injured in Arizona. He's, said that his neck was sore after running in Chicago. And yesterday, he just doesn't seem like he knew how to avoid contact and run to avoid injuries. And it seems like Kyle should have picked up on that before he, was planning on running him 15 times a game. So that just seems like a double mistake by Kyle. And my other question for you guys is, it seems like Kyle's a great offensive coordinator and great at running offenses and even great at running a team.
Then how come this team always stalls in the red zone? How come I'm watching Robbie Gould jog out whenever they get a ball inside the 5-yard line? I mean, here's the thing. Like, this is what happens when you start losing confidence. You start losing confidence everywhere. It's like there is a hole blown in the dike, and now the whole dam is about to come apart. Like, I'm looking at Kyle Shanahan in a different light this morning. I truly am. I think we all are.
Well, see, but I've never bought into the idea that he's a magnificent offensive mind. What I've thought was that he can design a great running game and create a great defense, because those are the two strengths of this team and have been for the last 3 years. And the caller made an interesting point, is that Lance might have been the one to screw that up by not knowing when to get rid of the ball. But it does raise the question, if he's not sure how to do that, isn't that a high-risk play? Why wouldn't you keep it even simpler than that? And I think that's a legitimate point.
Just hand the ball off to your running back. And somebody, again, Damon, you just proved your ignorance. It's quarterback, halfback, and fullback. It's the distance from the center. I know if you think the whole pocket, put a quarter in your pocket thing was like my really trying to explain it to you, like you must have just fallen off the turnip truck.
Well, you threw me. Well, which is why you got out of the chair and threatened to beat me.
I didn't threaten to beat you. I wanted to take a quarter out of my pocket. Most people are ready to beat you on a meeting you, Ray.
Nah, they usually just avoid me.
Did you have fun this weekend, though?
It was okay.
Good.
I
you had a 3-day
plenty.
weekend? You had drank plenty? Good.
Yep.
Stain your teeth purple?
No, I tend to brush.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
Thanks
for that check on dental hygiene, though.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm here for.
I think the Lance thing yesterday might have been another indication of one more thing that he doesn't know yet. That maybe stuff happens too fast at this level, and he hasn't absorbed that speed yet.
He's certainly not used to absorbing NFL linebacker contact. Normally, you got a quarterback running. He's around the edge, and he's dealing with cornerbacks. And it's a little bit more of a fair fight from a physical standpoint. NFL linebackers are built to destroy quarterbacks who are dumb enough to run up the middle. And I'm not saying that this was Lance dumb enough running up the middle. It was a dumb play call that asked him to. This is Ryan in San Francisco. Real quick, Ryan, what do you got?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So as controversial as this is going to sound, I honestly, and I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus because Jimmy G's a really good quarterback. I actually put him ahead of Dak Prescott. But I'm a big Trey Lance fan. And the minute I started seeing these plays ever since the Bears game, I said, you know what? I don't want to put words into anyone's mouth, but this looks like Shanahan's doing it intentional. I mean, no other quarterback in the league run down the middle, especially like you guys are saying, especially against these built linebackers or defensive tackles. No one's going to do it. Even Josh Allen, Mahomes always goes to the sideline. But Lance's, all of his plays that were runs were literally down the middle. I mean, you were putting him in danger knowing he's a young QB. I mean...
Well, hold on. Ryan, thank you so much for the call, man. I really appreciate you listening and calling in today. Thank you so much for your time. I will say this. The one thing that I'm not on board with is that Kyle wanted his QB1 hurt. That did not happen. He did not intentionally hurt his quarterback by design just to get the other guy in there. The only thing that needed to happen if he wanted to play the other guy was him saying, all right, other guy, get in there. He didn't have to get anybody hurt. So when we come on back, are we going to go to the Kyle conference call in just a little bit? I know that we are about a half an hour away from saying hello to Michael Irvin, and that should be a good one when we talk to the playmaker a little bit later on. It's Damon, it's Ratto, it's more of your calls, 888-957-9570. So much more coming up, and we're brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
Talk saves lives. Join us for Odyssey's I'm Listening Special, our annual 2-hour national mental health conversation, Wednesday, September 21st at 6 p.m. You'll hear from Drew Robinson, whose story is one you have to hear. Former Heisman Trophy winner Ricky Williams will also join us to talk about his struggles. The 2-hour special is a constructive and supportive conversation about our mental wellness. I'm Listening, Wednesday, September 21st, starting at 6 p.m. right here on 95.7 The Game and on the free Odyssey app. For more, visit I'mListening.org. Remember, talk saves lives.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Dell Technologies' semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
Man, I slept.
New ZzzQuil Pure Z's restorative herbal sleep is made for people who are tired of being tired.
I've never slept like this before. I've never woken up like this before.
A melatonin-free sleep aid made with a botanical blend that contains clinically studied and effective valerian root, hops, and passion flower, shown to help promote better restorative sleep. ZzzQuil Pure Z's restorative herbal sleep. Sleep this good, feel this good. Available at retailers near you.
You can't get much for $5 these days, unless you go to Wendy's for a $5 Biggie Bag. Get your choice of double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT, plus 4-piece nugs, fries, and a drink, all for just $5.
You got that bag, you got that Biggie Bag, you got that bag.
That was smooth, wasn't it? That's how you're gonna feel when you get that Biggie Bag at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes 4-piece nuggets, small soft drink, and small fry. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
San Rafael will be cloudy with a chance of rain, low of 58.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
So we got treats for you all day. We're going to give you a treat in about 12 minutes. We're going to hear Kyle Shanahan's press conference, his conference call, I guess we should call it, from today with the Bay Area media. Another treat coming up after we're off the air from 6 to 7 o'clock. It is Sean Salisbury and Lorenzo Neal with the Football Hour. And if there was ever a night you needed to hear from two guys who played in this league, tonight is the night. So the Football Hour comes up at 6 o'clock tonight. We have Michael Irvin joining us at 4:45. The Hall of Famer knows things. We're going to get into everything that happened yesterday with him. Real quick, from the YouTube page chat, if you will. Somebody says, Damon said he'd rather lose with Trey than win with Jimmy. That's all you need to hear. No, it's not. Because what you don't understand at all, ZzzQuil01, whatever your handle is, get a better handle, for God's sakes, if you're going to post in public. What that meant was it's better to go through the growing pains of Trey Lance right now than to postpone the growing pains, which are 1,000% coming. Had they gone through the growing pains all last year with Trey Lance, are you in the NFC title game? The answer is probably not. And if you're not in the NFC title game, Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't get hurt, and you probably trade him, and you're off to business as usual. Going to year 3 is now when Trey Lance is going to go through his growing pains. So the growing pains didn't happen last year. They're not going to happen this year. You hope that they happen next year. So by maybe year 4, which means you have 2 years left on a rookie deal, it'll happen. It'll happen. Trey Lance was never about to win a Super Bowl in his first season as a full-time starter. Now his first season as a full-time starter doesn't even happen until next year, if indeed at all. So that's what I meant when I said I'd rather lose with Trey than win with Jimmy. If you know you got a Band-Aid to take off, the best way to take it off is just rip it off. And if you got a third pick in the NFL draft that you invested more draft capital than any pick in the history of the franchise, your direction is that direction immediately. It should be anyways. And Kyle Shanahan could try to play this for I have no regrets. He'd be lying. If we sodium penthetholed Kyle, he would be lying. He knows he should have played Trey Lance all of last year to find out, or he was afraid that if he did, he would be exposed as someone who picked the wrong quarterback, so he didn't, and he put it off to this year, in which case, why didn't he learn that the guy that he was trying to get rid of was still better than the guy that he was trying to install as QB1? He went from often hurt quarterback he didn't trust to throw in to another now often hurt quarterback he doesn't trust to throw.
That, to me, is the crux of it, is that he doesn't trust Trey Lance yet. But I think when he drafted him, he thought this was not as big a project as it's turned out to be.
All promise, here's what I love about this guy. I love his attitude. I love everything. And guys who you love deeply sometimes don't work out.
Yeah, and if that's the case, and I'm not suggesting that I know it is, if that's the case, the thing that has to be remembered here is not how much capital you gave up to move up in the draft that's already done. It's that there's another draft coming every year. And if you make a mistake with a guy, as you usually do, because the draft is more inexact than it is science, and that 80% of guys who are drafted never see the light of day, then you just get the next one. You just get the next one.
Well, hopefully he'll be waiting for the Niners to just come get him in the second round because they gave up a first-round pick for this one.
Well, then you go out, if you're really worried about it, then you go out and you get it, you make another deal to get back in the first. Because nothing is insoluble. Teams in cap hell always end up starting the next year in cap compliance. You just do what you have to do that. And that's why the whole thing about all the draft capital they gave up to get Trey Lance. Okay? Get more capital. It's not impossible to do. Teams do it all the time. If you made a mistake with a guy, you don't need to reinforce it. The point is, though, they don't know if they made a mistake.
You just can't walk away from a quarterback. This isn't a guard. This isn't an easily fixable spot.
No, but if it's not a guy who's going to work for you, and what I'm suggesting is they still don't know whether he's fixable or not.
Right, but it's terrible to not know in year 3 whether or not this guy can even play.
Well, I mean, those are the cards they're dealing with, and that's what they'll face.
So are you ready for the guy who you don't know if he can play or stay healthy to be QB1 next year? Because that's who you got.
Well, that's what you got. It's not a question of whether you're ready. That's the hand you've dealt yourself.
But with Jimmy on the roster, he did have the option of, I'm not going to play him until he's ready. He decided he was ready before he was actually ready, and I think that is a little bit of the truth that's coming out right here.
That might very well be true. Although we won't actually know how ready he was or wasn't.
Again, and I got a problem who can't evaluate quarterback depth chart on his own team. Forget about trying to pick the next great quarterback out of college. When you don't understand the pecking order in your own QB room, that isn't good. And that's where we are. This is Paul in Pleasanton. Paul, you're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. So kind of my thinking is I don't think Shanahan needs to be fired for this. This team is, primed for Super Bowl just based on first 2 weeks. I can't think of a single team the 49ers can't take on. But what is needed is in the corporate world, a lot of times presidents and CEOs get called to a board of directors meeting, not to get fired, but to be told to change course, and that's something like that is needed between Jed York and Shanahan.
Well, this is I kind of brought this up, Paul, when we had Mike Holmgren on last Friday when Larry was in for Ray. And I don't know if Kyle Shanahan should be the general manager of this football team. And if you're Jed York, I think you are absolutely within your right to say, Kyle, I believe you have an awful lot to offer the 49ers as a head coach. But as a general manager, you have done too much. So we are going to now give that title to John Lynch, who you're still going to work. And you're going to have a very big voice in all decisions. But the final decision is no longer yours when it comes to roster construction. I would be pulling Kyle Shanahan into my office at the end of this year if I were Jed York and having that conversation. And I don't think, what's Kyle going to do? Say, I got a contract.
Which he does. Then he has a choice. You either
there's ways around that, exactly.
Or you pay him off.
Yeah. Again, Sean Payton, just out there. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate the call. This is George. Oh, in the jungle. Hello, George. You're on 95.7 The Game. Yo, George. Great call.
It's clearly not in the jungle.
Somebody said York and Lynch told him to pick Trey on the text line. I don't. Stop it. Number one, I don't know that, and you don't know that. You can assume that. And I'll tell you this. If that really did happen, yet another reason to have no confidence in Kyle Shanahan. Really, I'm not subscribing to that. But if I were to, what we're saying is this guy has no conviction. Unless he's sending in a completely ridiculous running play in the first quarter of week 2 for a quarterback.
No, Jed York did not do that. I'd absolutely risk what little career I have on that. Jed York is not a football guy, and he did not hire a guy to have complete control of the place so that he could tell him who to draft. That's nonsense.
I wonder if there was a level of internal combined with external pressure.
Where's the external pressure coming from?
Just the world of football. Saying that you might want to circle back to Mac Jones, possibly Justin. By the way, they dodged a bullet in Justin Fields. I don't think Justin Fields is going to turn into a great NFL quarterback ever. I just don't think that's going to happen. I'm glad they didn't draft Justin Fields. But you see what the Bears are doing? They're playing him because they're going to find out whether or not you really can keep going forward or not. You just got to keep going with that guy. No matter how much he struggles, it is a sink or swim. You have started, 12, 13 NFL games? We're going to give you 20 starts, 30 starts before we officially make our decision. But like all Bears quarterbacks, it won't work out. And in the meantime, we're back wearing Gucci.
Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang.
Kelly is in San Mateo. Kelly, what do you got?
Hey, man, I just wanted to know. First, I want to say Jimmy G is the all-time history, in the NFL history, best team player ever to back up a rookie. He helps players get paid. With that being said, I want to know, where did the playbook go, Shanahan? You got this big quarterback with a big arm, and I'm expecting the third play to be a 60-yard bomb to somebody. You know where our playbook went to? It went to the Commanders. If you take a look at what the Commanders did week 1.
I'll tell you where your playbook went. Your playbook went to Miami. I mean, Mike McDaniel has already groomed Tua into the best version of Tua we've seen since the day he got carted off the field with his hip injury in Alabama. And that's the scary thing. What if it was Mike McDaniel who really knew what to do and was a little bit of a offensive whisperer? Because things have gotten more boring since Mike McDaniel left. I mean, we've only had a 2-game sample size, and one of them we keep on saying you didn't learn anything because the weather was that bad. But yesterday was watching paint dry from an NFL offensive output standpoint. Debo had one explosive play. You had an efficient running game, which meant there was no reason to ask your quarterback to run it. But you had Debo get that one big pop play. Ayuk had his one big early reception. And then, hey, like, where's rookie Danny Gray, right? Where's that guy? Where's the speed demon who's going to run past everyone and take lids off of defenses and ask to throw the ball to him? Not even out there. By the way, probably should have played Jordan Mason a little bit, considering Ty Davis-Price is now done for maybe 4 to 6 weeks with a high ankle sprain. Who doesn't get hurt? That's the Niner way. And oh, by the way, I see we got more people on hold. What we need to do, though, is get to this Kyle Shanahan conference call. We pick it up with a question about Jimmy's health last season and how that impacted Kyle Shanahan's play calling.
Kyle, did you have to constrain some of the play calling for Jimmy last year when he was playing with those 2 injuries hurt? And, by extension, yesterday, how nice was it to have him back healthy and with full confidence and ability to throw downfield?
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, you always got to. When guys have certain things, I mean, quarterback especially, but all players. I mean, you always want to know what they can do the best, what they're hurting from, and you always try to put them in the best situation possible. And Jimmy had a number of games where he wasn't 100% healthy, but, you got him back fully yesterday, and I was glad that he was ready. He came in there, I thought, did a hell of a job for us, and was real pivotal in helping us get that win.
Because Jimmy's still familiar with the offense, he said that he got some play calls that he wasn't familiar with, but you felt you were comfortable enough with him being out there just because he's still familiar?
No, that's the case for the number 2 quarterback all the time. There's plays that they don't get a rep. They just get to see the starter rep it. You try to get them on the side, you try to get them on air. They do a lot of stuff they try to carry over to the looks for the defense that they try to give, but very rarely does the second team guy get any reps, let alone rep all the plays. So there's a few plays that he had to do for the first time out there, and he did them well.
How with Trey, obviously the surgery being done now, what is, I don't know if you've gotten this far, but what is the plan for him in terms of, how much he'll be around, where he'll do his rehab, things like that?
I'm sure he's going to be around here all the time and do his rehab here. We haven't even discussed that, but I'd be shocked if it wasn't that case. So, right now, he's got out of surgery a little bit ago. I know we're all just kind of worried about him and making sure that he's doing all right mentally and physically. Talk to him here real soon. I know some guys have been over there to already visit him. But yeah, we're not sure yet. But as soon as he can get back in here and start rehabbing, we're going to want him a part of everything. Every meeting he can be at, every practice he can be at. I know he's not going to be able to do all of that because of how much he's got to rehab, but especially in those meetings and stuff, we don't plan on Trey being away from us at all. Whenever he's not taking care of his ankle, we plan on being with us.
Is the expectation that he'll be ready for week 1 next year, or is it too soon to say?
I would assume so. I don't think it's that long of I haven't actually got to talk to the doctors exactly after the surgery, but I've never heard them saying that it would be that long.
Kyle, I have a sense you'd like another quarterback running question.
I'm good with it. Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
I'm eager to get your tutorial here. As far as, given the situation now with Jimmy and obviously Brock Purdy, who you believe in, but obviously is totally inexperienced behind him. It's football, as you say, but did you have any kind of trepidation about calling a quarterback sneak with kind of the game in hand at the end there with Garoppolo?
You think a drop back play is more risky than a quarterback sneak? So those are the things that really confuse me. I see guys get killed in the pocket on dropbacks, and I've never had a quarterback get hurt on a sneak before. It doesn't mean it can't happen. It is football, and that's what I mean by that. You can get hurt on any single play. It seems that we only get interested when he's carrying the ball of where he gets injured, and that's the whole thing, that there's a risk-reward with everything. But, to now throwing sneaks in there, too, because of the time in the game is really surprising to me.
What about the zone read for Jimmy Garoppolo down by the goal line? That was much more dangerous than a quarterback sneak.
Yeah, we gotta read the DN a little bit better and get some work at that. So yeah, when the DN does take the quarterback, you hand it off. So that's stuff we got to do. But like that's a very normal play in all of football at all levels for everybody. I'm surprised you guys haven't seen some of the quarterbacks run zone read on us when Andy Dalton walks in the end zone from the 10-yard line, or Kirk Cousins does, or a lot of the guys who do run that stuff. And when you're not accounting for the quarterback, it's a pretty normal thing.
Are you looking at just surprised because there was no backup? Because, Trey was over. That's the only reason people were surprised by it. The score, the time of the game, the fact that Kyle Juszczyk was the next man up. And you said you wanted the question, so we just putting it out there. But I think that's enough.
Oh, yeah. No, it's a great question. That's why we did it. Surprise you guys. Usually when people are surprised, it works for them.
Kyle, you've suggested, you said Brock Purdy would be the number 2 if you didn't get Jimmy back. I assume he's the number 2 now. Does that just mean that you have full confidence that if you needed him to play, if you need him to start a bunch of games, you have full confidence in Brock Purdy?
Yeah. That's why we chose him as our number 2 going in the year. And I feel great about Brock regardless. But there's not just like a store where you just go get quarterbacks at any time. Same thing with running backs. So, it's like every other position, guys. When guys get hurt, who's on your roster and then who's on your practice squad. And we had 3 quarterbacks in our roster, fortunately. So that's why I'm very glad that we didn't risk Brock and lose him, because that'd be a huge problem right now. That's stuff that we had to do with backs. So we could do it with the quarterback, and that's the position that you end up getting in. So it's close to happen to us at tight end. So now we're here at quarterback, and we'll see what's out there. We definitely need to get a guy in here for practice squad, because we do need a third man up in case something happens, because he's 1 play away from being the backup and he's 2 plays away from being our starter. So you got to plan that at every position, and quarterback obviously being the most important.
Was George Kittle close to playing Sunday?
Yeah, he was close. That's why we took it that far. But obviously wasn't able to go, and I'm glad we didn't, because I think he could have got through the game, but there was going to be a higher risk of him re-injuring that, and to be able to pull that game off and still get a win, then I'm very glad with the decision we made, and that should give him a much better chance to be good to go this week.
Kyle Shanahan, his weekly conference call with the media, he tries to explain away this run like, oh, yeah, this happens all the time. Look, to use Jimmy in a slam him into a Seattle goal line defense, why not use Jeff Wilson? You have other guys to use as human battering rams. Why not use someone else? Especially, he just said, look, if we go out and sign a third guy who's never even practiced with us, that guy is 2 plays away from being our starting quarterback. Why would you then, in a game where you lost your starting quarterback, risk the health of your now backup quarterback who's back to being your starting quarterback? I just don't understand it. Risk, reward. Oh, I know. They needed that touchdown to win the game. Oh, no, excuse me. No, they didn't. That game was in the barn. They could have taken a knee and not scored. They win. They win.
They'd even covered.
I just don't understand it. Like, this guy is just trying so hard to know more than football about anybody. Well, and look, this Buffalo Bills game that's on right now is going to be a fascinating watch tonight, because I am going to be counting how many times Josh Allen is running in between the guards on a quarterback draw power play, on an RPO quarterback draw. Somebody here on the text line, 707, says, yeah, so I do watch other teams, just like Kyle asked us to, and I'm not sure I saw a single quarterback power RPO draw at all. I see off-schedule escapes. I see throws. Somebody says, Damon, did you blame Kyle Shanahan when Jimmy got hurt a few years ago against Kansas City? No, it was a scramble. He went to the sideline. It was a non-contact injury, for goodness sakes. No, that happens in the flow of football. Kyle didn't send in a play that said, hey, we're going to have Jimmy keep a naked bootleg and just run it out of bounds. The play broke down. Jimmy took off, tore his knee. That was that. That's football. That's, hey, something happened. The only thing that happened yesterday was Kyle Shanahan sent in a play that, look, in the right situation, you might run that play. It wasn't the right situation. 3 Three most important words in real estate: location, location, location. Feels like the same thing could be said for power RPO quarterback draws. Location, location, location. Where are we? We're in the middle of the field. We're moving the ball in any way we want, all day long. It's not all day long. It's the middle of the first quarter of week 2 against the most beatable Seattle team in 5 years. I mean, there was no reason to send that play in. There was no reason to expose your quarterback to punishment when he didn't need to take it. And it's just that simple. You know, great play callers call better plays than that. By the way, if it was such a great play, it would have popped. I don't even think they picked up a first down. You know, I mean, that's it. It wasn't. Seattle was literally waiting for it. They were waiting for it.
Well, I'm loath to question play calling, but you do raise the interesting point that, how early do you, if you're trying to surprise somebody, save the surprise for when it matters, not the first quarter.
Right.
And more to the point, well, maybe not more to the point, but I also wonder if the actual plan wasn't to give it to Wilson and Lance just got it in his head to put the ball under his arm. And Shanahan's not going to say that because he'd be throwing Lance under the bus.
I just look at it this way. If that play is one of Trey's strengths, then we got to talk about how bad Trey Lance is at his strength. He's really not a very fast runner to the point where he can't get to the edge, or at least that's what everyone's saying today. I don't know if I believe that or not, but okay, let's say he can't get to the edge. Well, then you need to stop running RPOs with him playing the role of the running back. Then you got to take RPOs out of your playbook. He's the wrong guy to run them. He just is. And he also read that RPO completely wrong. Every single linebacker, the fullback, or every single linebacker and the safeties of Seattle, and the biggest key of all, the defensive end, crashed on the quarterback. You should have handed it off to who was it back there? Was it Ray McLeod at that time? There you go. Should have handed it off to Ray McLeod. 888-957-9570. If you're on hold, we're going to say hello to you after we say hello to our Hall of Famer and playmaker, Michael Irvin, who is scheduled to join us next, but he's usually running about 5 minutes late, so maybe we'll sneak in a call unless he's right there, right on time, baby, in which case we do have the longest commercial-free segment of the entire afternoon right around the corner. Damon and Ratto here on a big Monday, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Why spend hours negotiating with a car salesman to get the best price for a vehicle you want to buy? At BMW of Fairfield, we give you our very best, most competitive price right up front. By eliminating the price negotiation process, we create a comfortable environment that helps our guests enjoy an experience that's often hostile and difficult at other dealerships. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Ever since I got the new Galaxy Z Flip 4, I've been learning all these new tricks with my dog Finn. Like how to take the best selfies at the park. I just set my phone down, put it in flex mode, and capture hands-free pics from multiple angles.
Aww.
Or how to capture our training sessions for his followers. I simply wave my hand to start recording video. Good boy! Plus, the Z Flip 4 is compact and fits perfectly in my pocket.
Oh, wow. Visit Samsung.com today to get the new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
O'Reilly Auto Parts is here to keep your car on the road with our free loaner tool program. Your local store has more than 80 specialty tools available to rent for your next repair. Refundable deposit required. Ask our professional parts people about the loaner tool program today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com. And if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event, September 23rd through September 25th, for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Dell Technologies semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
MVP's bonus days are back at Lowe's. Right now, get a special BOGO offer from Bosch. Buy a select Bosch 18-volt bare tool, get a battery free. Shop savings on all of our top pro items. Plus, MVPs earn up to 3 times bonus points on select products. Join today and redeem points for products designed to level up your business. Don't miss MVP's bonus days, happening now at Lowe's. Pricing and offers subject to change at any time. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any, valid through 9/23.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Somebody says, can we actually talk about the game and the whooping we put on them? What, and completely ignore the only headline that matters? But I'll give you this. 49ers did get some good news. That defense does look sharp. It really does. That defense looks like a monster. Nick Bosa had himself a day. Talanoa Hufanga had himself another day. Mooney Ward had himself a pretty good day. Got to pick off a terrible, terrible decision by Pete Carroll. The last 3 seasons, 27 teams started their year 0-2, and all 27 missed the playoffs. I told you just last week, going back to the year 2011, I can't even remember what year it went back to, but going back to whatever year it went back to, I'm sorry, I don't remember it right now. Lots has happened since we last spoke. 92% chance of missing the playoffs should you start 0-2, and I kept on saying you don't even want to know what 0-3 looks like. Well, you're not going to have to find out because the Niners are not 0-2. They're not 0-2. The Raiders are 0-2, and the Raiders in their entire franchise history have never made the playoffs after starting 0-2. And yesterday, Ray, is also the biggest blown lead in the history of the Raiders, a franchise that has made a glorious level of artwork out of blowing leads.
Yeah, they and the Chargers are the 2 teams that you least expect to carry out a wall-to-wall win.
That's already their 11th loss at Allegiant Stadium. And they're what, 1 game into year number 3.
Yeah. Oh no, they're a team that talks big about being able to score. The damning number here is they gave up 29 points to a bad Arizona team in 1 half plus 8 minutes of overtime.
That's not good.
I mean, it's more than not good. It's the notion that they haven't fixed the problem that's been the problem year after year after year after year after year.
Well, I guess that's kind of the problem that we have now with the Niners, because they tried to fix a problem that the head coach told us he had. Not us. Not us. We all thought maybe Jimmy's not the right guy to win the Super Bowl. But then the head coach definitively told everyone, I am so thoroughly convinced that I cannot win a Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo that I'm going to go about replacing him. That's what Kyle Shanahan told us in his actions. Forget his words. His actions are what you need to know. His actions said, I don't believe Jimmy is the guy. So now that Jimmy's the guy again, we're all supposed to believe Jimmy's the guy? I mean, if Kyle Shanahan's basically saying, hey, listen to me, I know more about it than you do, you told me Jimmy couldn't get it done. More than anybody else. There's no one who believed less in Jimmy Garoppolo than Kyle Shanahan in terms of decision makers about Jimmy Garoppolo.
That's the thing about this entire thing from the moment he drafted Lance, or from the moment he decided to draft Lance. It's that this has been one huge gamble after another. It's just gambling on the guy with very little resume was a gamble. Trading up to get him was a gamble. Just all the way down. Everything about this is playing against percentages for a guy who I think has a pretty good grasp of most percentages. If you think about it, he's very much a percentage guy in terms of play calling and coaching in general. You know, the way he's built the team as a defense-first team, that's playing the percentages. This is the one place where he's basically worked against long odds. And it hasn't worked out yet.
It has not worked out yet. No, it's not. Trey Lance is running at an unsustainable pace. Somebody said, hey, you want a guy who ran a ball straight up the middle yesterday? Look at the 80-yard run by Lamar Jackson. Stop comparing Trey Lance to Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is in a class of 2. There's Lamar Jackson and there's Josh Allen, and then there's everybody else. And Lamar Jackson runs so much that the Baltimore Ravens are cool with him going to another team next year, even though he's the greatest quarterback they've ever had. All due respect to Joe Flacco. But really, I mean, Lamar Jackson is so dynamic of a playmaker that the Ravens are terrified to give him a big deal going forward because he's that risky of a player. So,
well, it's also because he's asking for all guaranteed money for the perfectly good, sound reason that if Deshaun Watson's worth it, why am I not?
Exactly.
I mean, that's the thing is, you know, when Deshaun Watson got that guaranteed money, that's the thing that pissed the NFL off more than the fact that you were rewarding a guy with a sexual proclivity with masseuses.
Oh, totally. They don't care. They don't care about what happened to those women.
Wait a minute, you're going to give him all of it?
Yeah. Look, by the way, the Browns blew a game at home to the Jets yesterday and got booed off the field. The Browns were up 31-17 with 1:55 to play at home. Touchdown, recovered onside kick, touchdown. Ugh. The Jets, Jaguars, Lions, and Giants all went on the same day for the first time since December of 2011. How about that? By the way, the Bengals are 0-2. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, Joe Burrow, who got sacked 6 times yesterday. Epic comeback from the Dolphins and Cardinals. Tampa finally beat the Saints. Mike Evans, by the way, suspended 1 game. Did you see him? You could read his lips. He's saying, that's Tom Brady. Like, anyone comes at Tom Brady, I'm going to chop their head off. And that's the right way to do it. Mike Evans should serve that suspension proudly after appealing it.
Oh, yeah. Did you see Bruce Arians on the sideline basically telling him,
get back out there and kick that guy's ass?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I heard Bruce Arians might be in trouble, which is interesting because he doesn't even work in the league anymore. So how could...
he works for the team. He's a consultant.
Oh, okay. So what are they going to say? Consult less?
I don't know what they're going to do. Maybe it'll be one like that Stephen Ross suspension, which has no teeth to it.
Hey, was he there?
Not that we know. But if he's any kind of brain, he's hired somebody to make sure that he's out of sight. But I bet he was there.
Michael Irvin's going to be joining us in about 5 minutes here on 95.7 The Game. In the meantime, I told you we'd go back to a few calls. This is Dennis in San Francisco. Dennis, hello.
How you doing, guys?
Excellent.
Good. It's good talking to you guys. I have so many grievances against Shanahan, I don't know where to begin. But one of them is definitely, I think you guys hit it, Damon, you hit the nail on the head. He needs a general manager to hold him accountable. And I don't know, because he can't pick his nose in the draft. And
look, I can't say that he can't pick his nose. He's officially hit on some really studly draft picks. But in the biggest draft capital acquisition in franchise history, he might have gotten it wrong. Unfortunately, we won't know until the end of next year whether he got that right or wrong. And we probably won't even know then because, hey, it's just the guy's first year as a starter. What can you really learn then? It takes multiple years to grow an NFL quarterback. And in his first 2 years with the 49ers, Trey Lance has not grown. He has not grown enough to have his coach have any confidence in him to not have a basically 1-to-1 throw to run the ball ratio. He threw 3 times yesterday, ran 3 times. And again, somebody here, 707 on the Comcast Business text line, says, Jimmy took us to the championship game and a Super Bowl. Why do you insist he's a bad quarterback? I don't. Kyle Shanahan did. Kyle Shanahan insisted that he was a bad quarterback. Kyle Shanahan, with a Super Bowl roster, said, I need to change his quarterback to win a Super Bowl. So he did. And after Jimmy got to an NFC title game last year, there was ample opportunity to just say, hey, Jimmy's back on track and he's turning into what we hope he is and what we wanted him to be. So we're just going to have Trey Lance hold the clipboard again. Even though that's not quite Aaron Rodgers, Jimmy Garoppolo is our Aaron Rodgers in this moment, and that makes you Jordan Love. That means you got a couple of years to just wait and see and learn as much as you can. And given that you played 1 football game from college since 2019, that's not a bad thing. But Kyle, no, the ego was too far down the road with Trey Lance. And the investment was so significant that you can't take out a loan like this and not use it. I mean, once you got that money, you got to spend it.
Yeah, but it's not the investment that bothers me, because for him to get his pick of quarterbacks, he had to trade up, and he had to trade up with the other guy deciding what the price was. It may turn out that the mistake was the guy he took. I don't mind the price. If that's the price you had to get to 3,
give 5 first-rounders for the right quarterback.
Yeah, so... Yeah,
right, but you better damn well have the right one at that point.
Well, sure, but it might turn out, and I still am leaning toward this, that the only guy that might have been worth taking was Trevor Lawrence, and just because there were 5 quarterbacks in the top half of the draft doesn't necessarily mean that any of them are going to pan out. I mean, after all, Trevor Lawrence still has to overcome the fact that he plays in Jacksonville. which is still a heavy ask, no matter how good he could be.
It is a big ask. This is Grandpa Joe calling from Moss Beach. Grandpa Joe, real quick, what do you got?
Well, guys, I've been a 49er fan since the 1950s as a kid, and I could tell you stories, but I won't. I'll just say this. I've been following your comments closely, and I agree with probably 95% of them. What I think you've missed the point is that last year, Shanahan lost to Kansas City. And you could see him on the sideline drooling over the Kansas City quarterback, that kid that can run and throw. And I think he had it in his mind. That's what he needed. That's what the franchise needed.
Well, but here, Patrick Mahomes doesn't just run. Patrick Mahomes runs to get out of trouble. He evades contact. He doesn't run. Patrick Mahomes is not a running quarterback. He's a quarterback that can run. If you have a running quarterback, you have the wrong quarterback in this league. And don't call Lamar Jackson just a running quarterback, because he also threw for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns yesterday. And don't call Josh Allen just a running quarterback, because Josh Allen throws the ball wherever he wants to whoever he wants, no matter where they are on the field. There's no blade of grass he can't attack.
But see, I don't think he drafted Trey Lance because he was a running quarterback. I think he drafted him because he saw an arm that could, as you like to say, stretch the field.
Okay, well,
and
then
so
use
that's
it.
what I don't
Does he
think
still have that arm? He had that arm yesterday.
But apparently, I mean,
if he's got the arm,
if we're to believe what people have said who've watched practices, it's an erratic arm. And the one thing you have to say about Mahomes is he can put the ball where he wants. The thing you have to say about Josh Allen is he can put the ball into tight spots. Those are accurate arms. And maybe the issue here is that Lance is not accurate enough to be able to go deep.
A conversation that we've been looking forward to all day is about to happen as soon as I welcome everyone to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
He's a Hall of Famer who knows more about offensive football than we can pretend to. Michael Irvin joins us here on 95.7 The Game. And oh, Michael. The situation that is busted out here in San Francisco is unbelievable. Let's just start with going through where Kyle Shanahan has lost some confidence. To me, he sent the wrong play into the huddle. Why you're asking your quarterback to run RPO when your running backs are doing everything they want in the first quarter of week 2, I don't understand it. If you got to bust that out in the fourth quarter of a tight game, yeah, okay, that's football. But it felt like an unnecessary play to come in at the time. I know this is a brutal sport. I know guys get hurt. To me, the play was unnecessary.
But so much goes into the grooming, the maturing of a young quarterback. And when I saw it, I thought the same thing, man. You ran the ball pretty well. You got to run back. But what you're also looking for are things that give him confidence. And those are areas that he probably had a little more confidence in than throwing some of the ball. I heard you guys talking also about that deep ball. Just real quick to hit that on Trey Lance and on any deep ball, any guys coming from college throwing deep balls. They throw that deep ball a little too flat sometimes. Because in college, you're so used to seeing your guy, if he's a speed guy, run by somebody and really be open. You can be open by a yard or 2 yards, so you try to throw a more accurate pass than somebody's open by a yard or 2 yards. In the NFL, that dude is hanging on you like your jersey, and we call that open. So you can't throw that ball as flat. You have to throw that ball with more air up under it and let the receiver spot it in the air and find the ball while the DB is watching the receiver. Those are things he can learn. Those are things he will learn. And he needs game reps learning it.
Well, and I guess
for me, because injuries happen. The sad thing for me is now when they go to Trey next year without Jimmy G, now he has to walk that tightrope without a tether. Because Jimmy G was there before, giving him a little net if he falls or a little tether. And that next year is going to be a little different.
Is there anything that in your experience, could give you a sense of when a rookie quarterback gets it? Is there sort of a general line of progression about, it should take 6 weeks, it should take 10 weeks, it should take a full year? Because he's only played 3 games after only playing a full year of college. So how far out are we looking at if this is a normal progression for a quarterback?
I would love to say one season gets you all the way from kindergarten through graduation to 12th grade, but that's never really the case. It's so much to learn at this position. It's so much to learn at this position. And those games for Trey was absolutely vital. Games he played, but these games we have left. Because no matter how much someone talks to you about, no matter how much somebody tries to explain it to you, the only way to really get it is to see it. You know, you can see some things in film, you'll see some things in practice, but game time is really when it really impresses upon you, and losing that game time is critical. There is no, it depends on so many variables: his physical talent, his mental makeup, the way he learns, how he handles setbacks. Some people eat setbacks. Some people get more hungry when they have setbacks, and then some people don't handle it so well. All of these things are part of the maturing process, and I hope you guys were not thinking that you were going to see Trey Lance go from kindergarten to 12th grade in 1 year. He has a lot of growing to do, and it'll be beyond just that 1 year of growth.
Well, and that's the devastating thing, Michael, is that year 1 of him being a full-time starter is now pushed back to year 3 of his rookie contract. And we all know that to have a rookie quarterback on a rookie quarterback deal allows you to build a Super Bowl contender around him and spend the money around him. And the timeline for Trey Lance now is just so altered from the original, version. And the crazy thing is that Kyle Shanahan, I think, loses some credibility here because even with success, he can't really claim it because there's no one in the world who wanted to get off Jimmy Garoppolo more than Kyle Shanahan. Again, he says all the right things, but his actions were drafting Trey Lance to begin with, then letting Jimmy onto the open market and saying we're trying to trade him, then not being able to trade him, and then say, all right, Jimmy, Team Garoppolo, Don Yee, you try to trade him. If all you can get us is a bucket of balls, we'll take that at this point. They didn't want this guy on the roster, and then they kind of turned around and, hands up, well, he's still here, and we don't believe in Nate Sudfeld, so we're just going to keep him around because he's going to restructure. Like, it's hard for Kyle Shanahan to look at any of this and claim, this was my plan. This wasn't his plan. It's the opposite of his plan now.
Yeah, but Damon, I swear, and I'm the right person to be talking to in this situation. I surely wish our coach had a dumb plan like y'all. I wish our coach had a dumb plan. If you're calling Kyle Shanahan plan dumb, whatever it is, I wish we had a dumb plan. But we had somebody in back of our starter that I felt real good about. I'm glad Cooper Rush got a win, but this thing happened to have played out perfectly. The plan was to get Trey right. But now something unforeseen has happened, and thank God you got Jimmy Garoppolo. Look at it this way, too. The fact that nobody came to get Jimmy Garoppolo, does that not solidify Kyle Shanahan's desire to want to come off with Jimmy Garoppolo?
Maybe. I don't know where the shoulder injury really comes into play there, but I hear you.
Hey, wait. D. Dak Prescott had a broken leg and got $40 million a year. $40 million. You see what I mean? Injured quarterbacks can still get paid if you know that that injury is going to heal. They knew Garoppolo's injury was going to heal, and he still did not get those opportunities. There are a lot of quarterbacks could have been on the market with an injury, and people would have gone at him. Remember Drew Brees? He had an injury before the Saints signed him. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but he didn't come with a $25 million price tag, and that's what Jimmy was looking at that point. You know, if you wanted Garoppolo, you were absorbing that contract, and I think that's what scared people away.
Right. No doubt. But how? How? It's almost like the Amari Cooper thing. The $20 million for Amari is nothing. They got 30 now. That's the market. 25 for Jimmy is nothing. They get 50 now. That's the market. You see what I'm saying? That's where I start going. And the market is going north. And next year is going back north again. So I thought I didn't think that was a bad, as worse of a decision as we think. I know you would rather have that 25 to throw back into the kid to put more talent around Trey Lance. But the way this thing has worked out, I mean, unfortunately for Trey and unfortunately for his development and the process he has to go through. But to have Jimmy G right there, you didn't feel the gulf that we felt in Dallas when we saw that go down. That was a gulf. And you don't want to feel that. So I know it didn't plan out probably like he expected to plan out, but the way it happened saved your life, at least this football life for this season.
As for the rest of the game, did you see anything that makes you rethink anything about the 49ers and how they will either succeed or fail this year? Irrespective of the quarterback, do they look like the team that were awful for the first half of last year and then good later? Or do they look more like the team of 3 years ago that essentially ran the table?
That's such a great question. And I'm telling you what's so hard right now to determine is who's what in week 2. It's almost like these are, and that's why it's so hard to even call these games or predict who's winning these games, because I don't know who's in shape and who's not. You know what I mean? I'm watching guys get winded and during the game. It's the second game of the season. Before when you were really playing those preseason games, by this time you had a clear understanding of who is what and how well they'll do it. But right now, I can say, Fran, there are teams in this league right now still playing with guys that are not all the way in shape, and it's affecting the game. And I see it. I see these guys huffing and puffing, cramping up all that. That's preseason stuff that you get out of the way and get your body ready. But we're still seeing it now. So listen, I believe San Francisco. I said San Francisco is probably right now, as you look through the NFC. You have the champs, the Rams, and then you got Tampa, whose defense is playing very good right now. But I don't see anybody else that's just towering over San Francisco right now.
Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. I want to play a soundbite from Kyle Shanahan from yesterday's press conference for you and then ask you a question about it.
Anytime a guy gets hurt, I wish I didn't call that. But no, that's something we were going to do and something we would continue to do. That's a football play we believe in and something that gives him a chance to be real successful in this league.
And he basically goes on to say, a lot of teams play like that. A lot of teams run that play, and it's very common. I'd like to ask you, Michael, how do you feel about calling quarterback power run plays up the middle when a running back is absolutely getting the job done? I mean, the 49ers were moving the ball wherever they wanted when he decided, I'm going to run Trey Lance, hey, diddle, diddle, right up the middle. Do you think Kyle Shanahan deserves any blame in this injury?
Well, like he said, when you look back, you hate to see it happen. You say, man, I shouldn't have done that. I wish I wouldn't have done that. I wish we could have done something different. But he said also what I talked about earlier, that he was trying to get him some success and get that feeling, a feeling of success, because it makes you yearn and want more success, and it gives you a confidence. You saw, like the young quarterback that Miami got yesterday, Tua. The more success he had, the more confidence he had, the more he's willing. I understand what he was trying to do. I'm like you. I'd rather him do those plays on the outside, and I'd rather him tell a young Trey Lance, get your butt down. This is not college. This is not high school. You're not the best athlete on the field. And everywhere you've ever played, you've been by far the best athlete on the field. Everybody's the best athlete on the field here. I would have liked that. But man, I just trust how Kyle runs that situation from the quarterback situation. I I appreciate it when I look at it from the long scope.
One more sound from Kyle Shanahan.
Just because, you guys watch other teams in this league, and Buffalo does it all the time. Their quarterback's pretty normal play, part of football, and it's unfortunate that he hurt his ankle on it, but it's very normal ram play. You guys should watch some other people.
So, Michael, what is the difference between Josh Allen? What is the difference in Lamar Jackson in the way that he goes about running? Or are these two guys such individual outliers? Trying to compare what you might do with your quarterback to how they play with their quarterbacks is totally fool's gold.
But everybody wants one of these guys. One of these guys that can do it all now. You know what I mean? And Trey has that thing. He has that ability to run. He has, and you got to develop him in the passing game. I was watching that Tennessee game before we talked. Josh Allen took that ball, went right up the middle of the street, right up the middle of the field, jumped over a guy, and got a first down on a crucial third down on a drive that they were going to make a score. I was like, man, I'd rather you do that stuff for a quarter with game on the line, and we got trying to win the division and get a home field advantage. I want you to stay away from that stuff early on. But sometimes it's such a part of these guys, and they're such competitors, and they'll get in the game. They don't, and you just start going. They start going. Guys start trying to run people over. I'm like, stop doing that. Stop doing that. Dak Prescott did it last year. I said, man, do that again. I'm gonna come through the TV and whoop your butt myself. Don't you do that. You know what I mean? But they're guys. They got egos, and they're trying to show their guys that they're playing all hard and doing everything for them. Listen, Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson are two unique talents, man. Unique talent. If you can get that kind of talent, it is an ultimate weapon. A guy that can run and hurt you, and then throw the ball, hurt you. Lamar Jackson threw a 75-yard touchdown and ran for a 75-yard touchdown. It's never been done in the NFL. That's amazing if you can get a talent like that. So I understand why they're working on Trey, because they want that ultimate weapon at quarterback.
How do you feel about the report that there were voices in the 49ers locker room who believe they're a better team with Jimmy right now than they were with Trey?
Yeah, I believe that. There's no doubt. We should understand that. Jimmy's had a tutelage up under the greatest quarterback of all time, and then he had all of these years of experience. Trey only had a tutelage under Jimmy, and he didn't have all of these years of experience. So right now, I can believe that. But right now isn't the only thing that San Francisco, that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch is trying to secure. They're trying to secure that great candy that I grew up loving. The now and the later. The now and later. The now and later, and that's exactly what Trey Lance gives.
Let me break out away from the 49ers for a minute. The number of teams that blew big leads yesterday, is that just sort of an accident, or do you see a common thread that suggests that maybe teams aren't either as good at holding big leads, or that maybe they're not playing enough and they're prone to blowing big leads? Is this an accident, or is this something that we can expect to see some more?
Them jokers out of shape. They jump out there, they get good, and all of a sudden, they get tired. Hey, Tyreek Hill, there was nobody 7 yards around Tyreek Hill. When you get Jimmy Johnson, the thing he said, I mean every day. I still hear it in my sleep. I still hear it when I get up in the morning to brush my teeth. I still hear it when my woman puts some food on the table and I grab the fork to put the food in my mouth. All I hear is fatigue will make a coward of us. Fatigue will make a coward, but we'll be the best shaped team. We're going to be in the best condition. Fatigue will make a coward of us. You start making mistakes. You start focusing on how tired you are instead of focusing on your responsibility. Fatigue. These early comebacks, that's fatigue you're seeing on a football field, because these jokers have walked into the season instead of running into the season in good shape. That's why you're seeing so many of those comebacks. You see mistakes, you see fatigue. As Jimmy said, it makes a coward of us all.
Michael, 0-2 isn't a death sentence, but it's a very good way to begin your walk to the electric chair. There's some pretty good 0-2 teams out there. The Raiders are now 0-2. The Bengals, the defending AFC champions, are 0-2. Do you see an 0-2 team that you still like to be a playoff team?
And, man, we went over this today on the show, and I was like, wow, this is scary. Because, you know, it's all about expectations when you come to your realization. What expectations did you have before you came to this realization of being 0-2? You know, Cincinnati just got out of it, just got to the Super Bowl. They were the Super Bowl. You know they were expecting to get back there. So I can imagine the drop that they must have. And I was thinking about this, you know, you can still get back. We went to a Super Bowl one year and then started 0-2 in 93 after winning the Super Bowl in 92, and we got back to the Super Bowl and won the Super Bowl. But we had a dude that was coming back that missed those first two games. I don't know, y'all might have heard of him. He's only the all-time leading rusher named Emmitt Smith. See, Cincy, you don't have a dude coming back. So now you're sitting in there wrecking your brain like, how the hell are we 0-2 right now? You know what I mean? And this is not what we expected to be right now. So that blows my mind. The Raiders, that blows my mind that the Raiders are going through that. When you got three number ones, everybody's fighting for one number one. You got a number one out wide receiver, a number one slot receiver, and a number one tight end, yet you're 0-2. So, yeah, there's some surprises there, big boy.
Are there any 2-0 teams that, in your mind, shouldn't be or won't last very much longer?
Boy, that's Buffalo. You know, the only team I would say, you start talking about teams like a team like a Miami team, some jumping out here, say, oh man, is this real or is it not real? Boy, they're absolutely real. It's the style that fits the talent that's on the football field. So we were asking today, is Miami real enough to give Buffalo a chase and a challenge? And I'm saying absolutely. Now, I was watching that Buffalo defense, and they look pretty good. The defense looks pretty good. But it's so explosive. Miami's so explosive. And I think that'll be the biggest surprise when you're seeing what Mike McDaniel is doing with the Dolphins right now.
Pretty impressive debut for him, no doubt. A Titans-Bills game is underway. We got two Monday Nighters tonight, and I'll tell you the winner of the second one, either Vikings or Eagles, is going to be sitting at 2-0 and probably pretty well positioned. Michael, right. I want to wrap up with this because Mike Evans, according to the NFL, is going to be suspended for the next game for going out and really getting into a scrap with Marcus Lattimore, but he did it in the name of defending Tom Brady, which means he did it right. I mean, there's no amount of you even talk to Tom funny and we're coming for your throat that is ever going to be wrong on a football field.
Right. And I don't like the NFL suspending them for a game. I mean, you know, okay, you don't want to see fights on the field, but, you know, tempers flare. I know Mike came back in the thrall and all of that stuff, man, but I didn't really see we ain't seeing any helmets swinging, any crazy stuff. It's just guys pushing guys with all that equipment on. Nobody's going to hurt anybody. It's just blowing off steam. So I hate it. And for Tampa, that's the worst thing in the world. Tampa, you know, hopefully Julio's back because he missed the knee. He didn't play without the knee, and Godwin certainly is not going to be back because that hamstring. I saw Scotty Miller started making some plays. It's just a bad thing for Tampa right now because Mike Evans is such a beast. But I love watching those two. I love watching those two go at it. And each time they go at it, they get in a fight. Mike Evans and Marshawn Lattimore. It's just one of those great battles, man. And nobody wants to back down. And I like that. I like that. I wish the NFL would have recognized that and said, hey, we see, and just kind of let it go. And let's play some football.
Yeah, look, I mean, I like players with squabbles. It's good for the league. It's good for business. Earlier, and we'll let you go after this, Michael, and thanks as always. It's great to hear from you. You're calming people down, telling everyone how football team games really work. We appreciate that. Ray asked you earlier how long you needed to get a feel for whether or not a quarterback or really any NFL player is right for the part. I have the same question, but I want to ask about a head coach because Nathaniel Hackett, through 2 games in Denver, has got an awful lot scored against him right now as far as getting in plays and calling timeouts and knowing how to manage a football game.
A lot to go and a lot to learn from that standpoint, and we're seeing some issues already. But now, even the game, the technical game part, that's one thing. He's also learning what it is to have that quarterback too. Now he's watched many come and go without that quarterback. It's his first time as a head coach. His first time in those positions to oversee it all like that, and I knew Paul Hackett, he's my office coordinator, to oversee it all like that. So yeah, there's going to be some growing problems there, some growing pains there. But I think what he knows is as long as I just stay tight with this guy Russell Wilson right here, and we get some wins, I'm going to be okay, and I'll have time to learn those things. As long as I don't get crossways with the top quarterback, and the quarterback's going to be there because they just gave him that deal, and that means Nathaniel Hackett will get the time to iron that stuff out because he's so tight with Russell Wilson. And Russell's not going to let you fire him.
The NFL is officially the best thing on television. It never disappoints. It
never disappoints. It really doesn't. It's the best thing in the world, man. It is the greatest reality show we get to watch every week and every day, and something comes up every week, every day that we can try to grab, and we can see a struggle, or we can see some glory that we can try to grab and add to our own life. We see somebody do something great, come from nowhere, come out of nowhere, and do something great, and you get inspired. You say, well, he did it, I can do it. Or you can see somebody that goes through something horrific but comes through it. And you say, wow, and he did it, I can do it. That's what makes this so great, dude. That's what makes it so great. That's why we can't stop watching this stuff. It's the greatest thing in the world.
It sure is. Michael, thank you so very, very much. And who would have ever thought the Niners are back to Gucci?
Y'all look good. I wish we were Gucci. Like y'all were good, like y'all are Gucci at our spot, but with the keep fight. You just keep fighting. That's all we can do. Keep fighting.
The man, the myth, the legend, the Hall of Famer, Michael Irvin. You're a treasure. Thank you very much.
All right, guys.
Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang.
Back to Gucci. It's official. Jimmy Garoppolo. Meet the new boss. Same as the old boss. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Think of the just words that you and I expelled on this issue. All the thought, all of the conversation we had about one or the other, and now you're back to just one, not the other. It's amazing.
Well, I remember, and I'm not doing this to be mean-spirited, although I do like
to be mean-spirited.
When you said Trey Lance was inevitable, and I understand why you said it in the context in which you said it, but I thought about that today because I said, you know what? Nothing is inevitable in this stupid league. Everything is temporary. Every player is day-to-day. Every coach is day-to-day. Every game is minute-to-minute. There's nothing permanent about this. And when you want to sit and set yourself in cement and say, this is right, you're wrong in 15 minutes. That's why the books make money and you don't.
Yeah, it's like Midwestern weather. If you don't like it, just wait 15 minutes. It'll change. There's no doubt. And I told you this, though. Maybe I got this one right. That Jimmy cast the right way, in the right light, looks much different. And when Jimmy was cast in the role of savior, when he started 5-0, things looked great. Maybe Jimmy cast once again in the role of savior. We'll sprinkle a little bit of magic over this when it's all said and done. And what do you know? The 49ers went 16-1, and the parade went up Market Street. I mean, who the hell knows? Who the hell knows? Jimmy Garoppolo.
I mean, it's never about you. Yeah, I'm not a big me guy. It's about winning football games. I'm a big believer in that. And people can say whatever they want, talk stats, whatever. But when you win football games, that's what you're here to do. And that's all I'm trying to do.
Now, it technically wasn't a start. So Jimmy Garoppolo is still 31-14 as this team's starting quarterback. And when Jimmy doesn't start, they are 8-29 without him. And that includes last week's loss in Chicago. Richard Sherman, he knows a little bit about this league. He knows a little bit about the 49ers, having played for them. And here's what he said on his podcast on the Volume Network about Jimmy Garoppolo and fans still having him around.
I told the fans, y'all better be careful what you wish for. Like, y'all better be thankful that Jimmy G is still a Niner because anything can happen. And I told him it would give Kyle Shanahan more liberty, and he'd feel liberated to run Trey Lance a little bit more. It is unfortunate what happened. That's stuff that nobody could predict. People are like, he ran him too much. He had only run 3 times in the game. So, like, chill that out. That's part of his offense. That's part of what they got him for. They were so mad and so split. You know, it was either we love Jimmy or we love Trey. And it was like, they're on the same team. Yeah. They're on the same team going in the same direction. The only people that ain't going in the same direction is y'all. Yeah. And right now, this can be a galvanizing moment for Niners fans to say, hey, let's come together. Let's pray for Trey Lance and his health and then support the guy under center right now. And that should always be the case.
He's dreaming.
He is. And, you know, your theory of the backup quarterback always being the most popular guy in town. Ray, who's the most popular guy in town now?
Oh, Brock Purdy. They can't wait to see him until the moment they see him. And then they'll go, my God, I wish we had Jimmy back. Or Lance back. Or
let's rock around the Brock.
Yeah. Well, let's not lose all perspective. But then we'll find out who their third quarterback's going to be. Because I don't think they're going to stand with Kyle Juszczyk. It's just a projection I have. Then they'll fall in love with him. But it's never the guy who has the job. Ever.
By the way, Kyle Juszczyk giving some love to Garoppolo.
I thought Jimmy looked great. And it felt like Niners football, man. We've been doing this thing for 5 years, you know? And Jimmy's been around for a long time. And, I mean, props to him for just being such a professional and being ready to go. I know every backup quarterback talks about you got to prepare like a starter. But, I mean, Jimmy's he's been practicing for like 2 weeks. You know, we've changed a few things. But he came in there and he ran everything like a well-oiled machine, man. And it's not simple. We do a lot in this offense. Even when he's just handing the ball off 45 times, we do a lot as far as motions and audibles and all that sort of thing. And there were 0 hiccups from him. So that was extremely impressive.
No, and it's also to be expected. I mean, it truly is. Going back to what Richard Sherman had to say about, you know, all these fans complaining that he's running too much. He only run the ball 3 times in that game. No one's talking about that game in the vacuum of just that game of him running too much. But I can tell you, with the 3 carries that he had midway through the first quarter, he was on his way to yet another 12, 13, 14 carry football game if you just stretch it out and project what it would have looked like. And I cannot stress this enough. We are not second guessing. We first guessed all this. Maybe not we, I first guessed this. Saying you're running this guy too much, you are putting him in harm's way in a developmental stage of his career. You should not do that because the price you pay for getting this guy hurt sets you back not only in the season that you're playing in, but in the future as well, which now gets pushed down the road. Designed runs for a quarterback in his first full season. Designed runs. Again, Kyle Shanahan wants to talk about, you know, watch other teams.
Just because, I mean, you guys watch other teams in this league, and Buffalo does it all the time. Their quarterback's pretty normal play, part of football, and it's unfortunate that he hurt his ankle on it, but it's very normal ran play. You guys should watch some other people.
By the way, how many rushes, if you could look this up for me, Lucas, does Josh Allen have this year so far? But I can tell you this, in his first year, in Josh Allen's first year, he had a design run called for him 71 times. Jalen Hurts, in his first year, 97 times. They were still wondering if he could throw the ball. And Jalen Hurts, by the way, is a running quarterback. He's one of the fastest guys out there. Kyler Murray, 82 times. He had a scramble yesterday that goes down in the record books as the greatest moment any scrambling quarterback has ever had since Fran Tarkenton. What he did for that 2-point conversion against the Raiders was remarkable. What'd you say, Ray? He ran 84 yards just in the path of keeping that 2-point. He held the ball for like 24 seconds, which in NFL time is 3 hours.
No, I think the measure here of Lance running the ball is the fact that they don't trust him to throw it yet.
Well, and look, what I just told you about Murray 82 times, Jalen Hurts 97 times, Josh Allen in his first year 71 times. Trey Lance was on pace for 153 rushing attempts. So yes, Kyle, I do watch football. And I'm going to tell you right now that there are other teams that do have quarterbacks who run very efficiently. You know, somebody pointed out, well, what about the Lamar Jackson scramble? Lamar Jackson had more green grass to run through straight up the middle of the field than you can imagine. Now, his talent got him there, but Trey Lance was on pace for 18 more rushes than Michael Vick in his rookie year, than Lamar Jackson in his rookie year. We don't even know what Trey Lance is, but we know he ain't that. We know he's not. And Kyle Shanahan is using him as if he is Barry Sanders. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. A lot of smart people can try to explain it to me, and I'm going to tell you that in a world of risk-reward, calling plays like that in the first quarter of week 2, when your running backs are getting everything you want and a little bit more, and you got the most beatable opponent you're going to see this month in front of you, what are you doing? What are you doing? And when are you doing it? Now's not the time. Life is timing. That was poor timing. A couple more calls, and we'll get a little positivity in here.
You know my attitude toward calls.
I know, you detest them. So let's take a couple. This is E in San Jose. What's going on, E?
Hey, guys. How you doing? I wanted to talk to you about how you guys are kind of passing judgment before you've even given Trey Lance and the play calling really a chance, because he played in a monsoon. He basically played in the Philippines in the first game, and you can't really throw too much in that. So
well, look, no one's really passing judgment on this show. We've all said, and I'm not hanging up on you here, E. You're going to come on back in just a second. But we've all said we have no idea what Trey Lance is going to be, and the shame of this all, the crime of it all, is that we won't know what Trey Lance is going to be by the time we get to week 1 of next year.
So why are we eviscerating play calling before he even got a chance to get through his second game? He played 10 minutes, and you're saying that he was running too much, and if you extrapolate it out, he was going to run 12.
Well, that's not on him. That's the coach. The coach is sending in the wrong plays into the huddle, is the point I'm making.
Running at the beginning of the game to tighten up the box. And then at the end of towards the end of the game, when you got 9 guys in the box, you pull that ball out from the running back and you throw it instead of running it. Could that have been a situation that they were trying to get to but couldn't, because the first game was in a monsoon and the second game he got his ankle blown out? But
they were running all that they wanted to. Lance, and look, the 49ers finished their opening drive with the field goal after an 11-play, 73-yard drive, and they ran for 43 rushing yards in that opening drive off the legs of Wilson, Davis, Price, and a little bit of Lance, who had 2 quarterback runs in the opening drive. Like, I don't know why you keep on knocking on that door when everything else is working. You want to run the ball? Ask a running back to run the ball. And by the way, it was nice to see Ty Davis-Price run the ball, and we won't probably for another 4 to 6 weeks because he's got a high ankle sprain now. That's part of the news. I can also let me give you a little good news here, E. Dre Greenlaw had a very good day on Sunday. He led the 49ers with 8 tackles, and then he was able to chase down a new contract. Ian Rappaport said that the 2019 fifth-round pick's new deal is worth close to $19 million, with over $10 million in guarantees over the next 2 years. So congratulations to Dre Greenlaw and all the Greenlaws around him. He's worth it. He's a very good player when he's not screwing up on third down in Chicago.
He didn't screw up at all yesterday because they only committed 1 penalty.
It was a much better improved day for the defense, and that's the other thing when I said I wanted to paint a little positivity here. So if the Niners are going to do something incredible this year, it's going to be because the defense brings them there. And this defense is going to have to be a monster. And yesterday, they had a great day against a bad football team. The 49ers held the Seahawks to 216 total net yards of offense. That's Seattle's second fewest allowed all time against the 49ers. The 49ers defense held Seattle to 36 rushing yards. Seattle's 36 rushing yards, the second fewest all time against the 49ers. Nick Bosa individually, 4 tackles, 2 sacks. He now has 3 on the year. He has 2 or more sacks now in a game 8 different times here in his career. Mooney Ward found himself with an interception for the first time as a member of the 49ers. 5th of his career. Tayshaun Gibson also picked off his first pass as a member of the 49ers. You also saw Fred Ward get his hands on the pass. Talanoa Hufanga was everywhere 2 weeks in a row. That was good. So we're glad that we saw that too. By the way, Nick Bosa on Trey Lance.
Yeah, I talked to him a little bit. It's the worst part of the game, obviously, and it happens instantly, and there's no going back. So once it happens, obviously you feel like your life is over for a certain amount of time. But I think the fact that he's getting surgery, I don't want to say anything, but if he gets surgery, whenever that is, then that kind of starts your road back. It's not going to be easy, but he will be back and he'll be fine. It's just really tough right now.
By the way, I can tell you that surgery did happen this morning, and this afternoon, Trey Lance tweeted out, "I truly appreciate all the messages and prayers. Surgery was a success, and I'm ready to attack this rehab process. We will never understand why, but I trust it's all part of his plan. I will be back better than ever. This chapter is going to make my story even greater." Well, I certainly hope so, because the beginning of this story has been pretty much pushing the pause button now for the first 2 years of his career. We will see Trey Lance again in year 3 of his career. If you're happy and you know it in San Diego, you're going to want to go on down for the endless sunshine, the coastline, and outdoor adventures. Feel good vibes. Go get some. Plan a trip to San Diego today at sandiego.org.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper-gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new, because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
The gamer, the call maker, the experience chaser. What if you could be everything all at once? Galaxy Z Fold 4 is powered by the Snapdragon processor for world-class performance and lightning-fast speed to turbocharge your multitasking. How about an expansive edge-to-edge screen for immersive gaming, hands-free video calls with flex mode, and multi-window view to use up to 3 apps at the same time? With Galaxy Z Fold 4, do more with ease and make multitasking a breeze. Available now at Samsung.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
Straight Talk Wireless knows there are plenty of reasons you might need a new phone. But switching to a better wireless provider doesn't have to be one of them. Keep your own phone and save when you switch to any Straight Talk Wireless plan, like our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with unlimited high-speed data and 5 gigs of hotspot, plus nationwide 5G on America's best networks. Keep your own phone. Switch to a better wireless plan. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. Requires a compatible unlocked phone and BYOP kit. 5G T-Mobile device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Granger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
I got Park Hill and West Valley covered on Tuesday.
At Marita's Pool Service, the current staffing plan doesn't hold water.
3 more neighborhood pools on the same day.
She needs more pool technicians to dive into work head first.
That's awesome, but now we're shorthanded.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services member NYSE SIPC.
Here's what happened today on The Game.
Presented by the County of Santa Clara.
The morning roast from 6 to 9.
The franchise quarterback that you moved up to go get, you didn't protect him. Like, Kyle Shanahan, he completely lost me yesterday.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
My point today is not to absolve Kyle Shanahan. It's to absolve him of the idea that, oh, you injured your QB.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
You want to save him from yourself. Kyle never did that to Trey Lance. He treated him like a running back, a fullback, and he put him in harm's way.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
Somebody says here on the Comcast Business text line, Damon, does Kyle get any credit for at least having the foresight to keep Jimmy on the roster?
No!
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
So Michael Irvin played in the NFL, and our conversation with him made this hour fantastic. If you'd like a conversation with a couple of other guys who officially played in this league, that's coming up next. It's the Football Hour with Sean Salisbury and our good friend Lorenzo Neal next here on 95.7 The Game from 6 to 7 o'clock. We have talked about this, and I know, Ray, we will continue talking about this all week long. We have basically taken our attention off the 49ers to touch on one or two other NFL games and outcomes, but there's a few other things that happen that we officially need to get to as we wrap up this Monday show. Real quick, though, last call of our day about the 49ers and the situation they find themselves in. Dre in Lemoore. What's going on, Dre?
Just enjoying your show. I was on a long road trip and did a good hour and a half listening to you guys.
Thank you.
Hey, I got 2 points to make. First, I don't know what's wrong with some 49er fans. I know they're Jimmy G fans, but when Trey Lance got hurt, I was reading a bunch, yay, Jimmy's in, not too bad for Trey. Hey, I'm a fan of both. I'm a Niner fan. I mean, it's disgusting that you're happy when your quarterback goes down. I don't want to be associated with those guys.
Yeah, I don't like anyone who celebrates injury, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's not right. Josh Allen, a couple years ago when we played Buffalo, I remember his main weapon was bootlegging to the right or running to the right and passing to the right. He's right-handed. I didn't see Shanahan call that for Trey Lance once the last 2 weeks. Instead of power running up the middle, or a pistol, hey, bootleg to the right, look, and if it's not there, then run. I mean...
Yeah, get him out on the edges and let him physically be matching wits with corners, not middle linebackers. Thank you for the call, Dre. It's a frustrating result, but in the weirdest way possible. And again, this goes back to Kyle's ability to evaluate this position and what's really best for his team. An argument can be made that the 49ers are better positioned to be a playoff team of consequence today, than they were on Saturday before this injury happened. And only time will tell.
Yeah, I mean, everything's a huge maybe, and I think the biggest frustration that fans have is that there's still no finality on this. Well, there wasn't going to be any finality anyway. In fact, it's more final now than it was before, in that Jimmy Garoppolo is your quarterback now. There's no, when is he going to come in? How bad does Lance have to be to lose his job? And it turned out didn't have to be bad at all. He got hurt, which is the NFL in a nutshell.
It really
Every
is.
Plan is an ACL away.
I really thought that the ankle that we'd be talking about today in terms of that was bad was the one that Haener took in that USC game. The quarterback, Julie Haener's son, Fresno State's quarterback, had them in that game, and then he goes down on a lost fumble sack, and au revoir, Fresno State. Cal loses to Notre Dame. There will never be a day that is more set up to beat the Irish, and Cal blew it. They let a backup quarterback rally for a 10-point fourth quarter when he spent the entire day demonstrating the forward pass was hard.
Well, did you honestly think Cal was going to be within a touchdown at any point?
I did. I thought that they had a chance to win that game because Notre Dame was that bad, and they were on a backup quarterback.
I'm not a Notre Dame guy. I don't think it's a very good team. I mean, it's interesting that Brian Kelly left when he left, but I didn't think Cal could be within 3 scores of them.
I know that you're wondering, does Indiana have more wins, your Indiana University Hoosiers, Damon, than the Fighting Irish, Ball State, Purdue, and the Indianapolis Colts combined? Well, thanks for asking. The answer is yes. Yes, they do. There's my Super Bowl. That's my Rose Bowl. That's my national title game right there. Statewide bragging rights, Ray. I'm going to enjoy it.
Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you very much. The San Francisco Giants, meanwhile, are laying down like a team that is all done playing for Gabe Kapler. They got swept by the Dodgers over the weekend, and the Dodgers finished 15-4 against the Giants, who won the first 3 games in this series this year. Lost 3 of their first 5 games, I guess, against San Francisco this year. This is the Dodgers' best record against the Giants since 1899. Ray, is that good?
Well, I remember that team. No, it's I mean, the Dodgers are ridiculous good.
They really are.
They have a chance in the last couple of weeks to have a plus 400 run differential. mean, it's a long shot, but that's a number you see in 1899.
It's got to be a record, a modern day record.
It's right up there. I mean, it's I might be overstating it a little bit because I don't remember off the top of my head what their current run differential is. But
speaking,
they're going to win 110.
Yeah, they're amazing. They're absolutely amazing, and they haven't even all peaked together at the same time yet. The Dodgers haven't even caught fire yet, and they're on pace for 110 wins. Speaking of all-time records, Albert Pujols hit 698 over the weekend. He's 2 away from the 700 club. He's got 14 games left in his season in which to do it. Good luck, Albert Pujols. Aaron Judge hit a pair of home runs yesterday. He's now sitting at 59, having a truly remarkable year. He's 2 homers away from the American League single-season home run record that belongs to Roger Maris. So we have some things to still keep an eye on in the sport of baseball. But
there's a lot to keep an eye on.
The NFL, she overwhelms us.
Well, in some places, I mean, I suspect in Indianapolis they're not too keen on it right now, but so it goes.
So it goes. Thank you very much to Michael Irvin for joining us today. I can tell you that the football hour is coming up next. Appreciate you tuning in today. Whether you loved it, whether you hated it, it's irrelevant. You needed to hear it all. And we're happy to do it for you. Thank you so much for tuning in. Lucas Grandy, great stuff. For Ray, I'm Damon. Sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
At BMW of Fairfield, our guests work with one client advisor through the entire transaction. No handoffs to multiple car salesmen. No waiting for a finance manager to take you to a back room. Client advisors at BMW of Fairfield are thoroughly trained in every aspect of the process so they can lead you efficiently and effectively through the purchase from start to finish. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Cache Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. Catch the multi-talented entertainer Gary Vee on October 1st and Amy Schumer on October 8th. Then see live championship boxing on October 29th as Alan Sanchez takes on Sal Bustos. This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash